Chapter 249, A New Plan. Chapter 249, A New Plan. He Xian's face was black. The battle that had occurred at Nanshang village was nothing less than a slap to his face. Also, this incident had coincided with the most crucial moment in negotiations. Looking at the slightly mocking expressions on the faces of the group of leaders, he understood that he would not be able to negotiate for the price he wanted. He needed to prove Clear Sky Sect's dominance of Little Mountain Jia. He needed to tell everyone what would happen if they went against Clear Sky Sect and him. He Xian's expression was twisted viciously like a wild beast wanting to bite someone. There was none of the slight smile that had been on his face during the day. All of you, just wait. Zuo Mo read through Yuan Zhang's new plan. At first glance, he liked this plan, a plan that was completely different than before. Yuan Zhang was introducing the details. This is an extreme plan. All of the construction is about one goal, our imaginary enemy, the Clear Sky Old Forefather. When he spoke of Clear Sky Old Forefather, Yuan Zhang's voice was excited. To be able to maximize offensive and defensive capabilities, we rejected the plan to build a large city in this new plan. We will build a small city, a very small city, one that can only contain 10,000 people. Over here. He pointed at the highest peak. As the new city will be small, it will greatly reduce the area we have to defend and gather our strength. Inside the new city, other than the basic necessities, all other constructions not related to combat have been abolished. The new city will be a big formation. This way, we can dramatically increase the defensive capabilities of the new city. We will hollow out the other 6 mountain peaks and connect them to the new city underground. This way, we can form a gigantic 7-star formation. We've never planned such a large formation before, and do not know if it can stop a Jindan, but this is the limits of what we can do. Boss needs to find experts in formations to complete this plan. Zuo Mo stared at the new blueprints without a word. Yuan Zhang was slightly uncertain. He didn't want to ruin his first job. What he didn't know was that his plan had given Zuo Mo endless inspiration, especially the idea of digging out the 6 mountain peaks and forming a 7-star formation underground. That idea was too crazy, too creative. Zuo Mo was thinking, if it was like that, the Skystar Lake could also be included in the big formation. Using the mountains and lakes to set up a formation, Yuan Zhang's plans had opened a new window for Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo had never tried such a terrifying and large formation. However, he knew that if this big formation could be formed, its power would be greater than any formation he had ever set up before. The entire area around Skystar Mountain would become an area controlled by the new city. Also, it would be so well disguised. Who could think that anyone would set up such an insane formation? There were many places inside the city that could be improved, especially in the area of formations. It was clear that the 3 people were less skilled in the area of formations compared to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo suddenly thought of a problem. Power. Such a large formations, how many Jingshi would it take to activate? An even more insane idea jumped out of his head. Just at this time, he heard Yuan Zhang's worried words, "Boss, the building materials for this city isn't easy to find." Zuo Mo silently remembered his thought and raised his head to smile smugly at Yuan Zhang. "We've already started to prepare the bricks." Yuan Zhang stilled, and did not look very happy. He said, "Boss, for the new city to achieve the predicted effect, these bricks can't be just anything. We need. Follow me." Zuo Mo did not waste words and turned to lead the front. When Yuan Zhang saw the mountains of blue gold stone bricks that had already been processed, he was dumbstruck. The other 2 people also gaped, looking dazedly at the glittering blue gold bricks. After a beat, Yuan Zhang managed to react and leap forward. Good. The quality is comparable to talismans. However, it is the first time I have seen such a hot presence. Yuan Zhang's expression was excited. Only now did he finally believe that boss really wanted to build a city. These bricks have been processed with golden crow fire. The quality isn't bad. A rock in Zuo Mo's heart landed. It looked like these bricks would satisfy Yuan Zhang's demands. Great. Yuan Zhang was thrilled. Now that the problem of the bricks has been resolved, the other problems are easy. Zuo Mo did not speak. In his view, it was the exact opposite. The other problems were even harder. It really was a vast undertaking. Wei Changbin's recent days were not very good. Rationally, absorbing such a desired and fine fire seed as golden crow fire should make a person happy. Even though there was none of the Ling grains that had been predicted, but everyone had received a black meditation mat. When Master Sun Bao had showed them how to use it, these black meditation mats had become everyone's most treasured possession. Many people were regretting that they hadn't taken enough Jingshi with them. No one had any objections about their wages turning from the Ling grains to Jingshi. What saddened him was the work that had followed. When he saw the bluestone bricks that were multiple times larger than he was, he instantly did not know what to do. After that, it had taken him great effort before managing to process one of them. Then he found that other people had finished 3 pieces. Therefore, his wages were 1/3 of other people's income. Master Ji Wei suddenly gathered people together. Who knows how to make small parts? The dejected Wei Changbin instantly jumped out, his eyes bright. I know. Other than him, a few other people had also stood up. Wei Changbin glanced and laughed inside. All of them were people that had not performed well in the recent days. Master Ji Wei did not say anything and gave them each a jade scroll. Make whatever you can from what is in there. All the materials are over there. It's the same, pay by unit. Finishing, Master Ji Wei did not waste words and left. In the time he had spent here, Wei Changbin had gradually gotten used to the busy atmosphere in this place. There were no idle people to be seen here. All the people, including boss, seemed extremely busy. The cave was even more so. Because wages were calculated according to quantity, everyone was furiously working as the meditation mat meant Jingshi became a lifesaver. Everyone hoped to get more Jingshi. Only Xiuzha that had experienced the lack of Ling energy and faced the possibility that their cultivation could collapse at any time would work so crazily. He started to read the jade scroll in his hands and made a sound of surprise. Everything inside the jade scroll were strange metal constructs. There seemed like talismans but were not talismans. There were very detailed descriptions. Wei Changbin recognized them. These were for a type of puppet. He silently praised the wisdom of the person who had this idea. The puppet had been deconstructed to many little constructs. This person clearly was going after assembly. Wei Changbin reacted. The number of Xiuzha here was limited, and there were no Xiu slaves. Puppets were a pretty good substitute. However, what puzzled him was that puppets needed Xiuzha to direct them. With so many puppets, how many Xiuzha would be needed to direct them? This thought turned in his head once before he threw it out. That wasn't something he should care about. He started to work. A short while later, he made his first finished product. He was greatly encouraged, and worked hard. He gradually found that the smaller and more exquisite the item, the easier it was for him to make it. Master Ji Wei quickly noticed his specialty and was somewhat shocked before giving him a job with a batch of small items. His wages quickly grew with astonishing speed. The Xiuzha around him stared jealously. These days were actually not bad, Wei Changbin occasionally thought. Still haven't found them? He Xiang bellowed, you group of garbage. How many days has it been since they escaped? You still haven't found them? This group is very cunning. They had scattered and escaped, which wasted a lot of our time. His subordinate defended. Don't find excuses. He Xiang controlled his anger, his tone dark, what I want are results. As long as old forefathers' order has not come down, I am the chief elder. Before this, I can execute any of you. The subordinates paled. They knew that He Xiang was not wrong. I'll give you 3 more days. If you cannot find them in 3 days, you can take your heads to see me. He Xiang's words seemed to come from the depths of hell, cold and terrifying. The subordinates knew that defending themselves was ineffective at this time. Everyone dejectedly bowed and quickly left. The chief elder would do what he said. The old forefather would not interfere. There were too many people waiting to enter to the outer hall, too many people that could replace them. When everyone had left, He Xiang collapsed on the chair as though he had been robbed of all energy. His eyes were as dull as those of a dead fish. 3 days, that was the deadline the old forefather gave. If there were no further developments in 3 days, he wasn't going to live any longer. Originally, he had wanted to conceal this matter, and had not expected someone to bring it to old forefather. The result could be imagined. If he did not display enough ability, he knew very well the outcome waiting for him. Ma Fan chewed a piece of grass in his mouth, looking in boredom at the sky above his head. He muttered, troublesome, it really is troublesome. The platoon leader tightly followed behind his butt, completely disregarding Ma Fan's grouching. He was overjoyed at having gotten picked by Ma Fan. He was one of the original ones and very clear as to Ma Fan's previous position and effect within the troop. Previously, many people had expected Ma Fan would have been the first division leader. This platoon leader knew one thing. If he followed behind Ma Fan, he would learn many things. The Xiuzha under his command did not understand why the platoon leader was so respectful towards the Xiuzha that had been inattentive all this time. In their eyes, the biggest reason Ma Fan did not fit in with the troop was that indifference he exuded. Idle, lazy, wasn't those things that the platoon leader extremely disliked? They aren't far from us. A piece of grass held between his lips, Ma Fan's words were slightly muddled. The platoon leader listened very carefully. On the way here, he was full of admiration towards Ma Fan's judgment. Ma Fan raised his eyelids, looked into the distance, and continued, "Let everyone recover their Ling power. They will probably encounter us in 6 hours." The platoon leader's expression tensed. The slight wind in the air suddenly seemed slightly murderous. Translator ramblings: the effects of what Xie Shan and the others did at the village are being seen. Zuo Mo gets the blueprints for his city and we get another glimpse of Wei Changbin. For the person who commented and asked about Wei Changbin, his skill in making small parts is much more profitable at the moment. My reasoning on why Zuo Mo didn't really pick Skystar Lake and the surroundings randomly, and it is not plausible to take over Nanjiang Village. First, Nanshang Village is under the control of Clear Sky Sect and there are also local factions. Gongsun Cha's little militia is enough to defeat a few hundred people but not a few thousand. Secondly, you can think of it as Zuo Mo being located close to the Jie River that he came through. He went deeper into Little Mountain Jie. While Nanshang Village's location is not specified, it is most likely much closer to Clear Sky Sect at the other Jie River and not so close to where Zuo Mo is now. This way, he has the freedom to expand his territory while still keeping himself under the radar, which Xie Shan and the others ruined. Lastly, Nanshang Village is not a place that is easy to defend. It has almost no defensive measures which are effective. If they took over Nanshang Village and tried to hold it against Clear Sky Sect, they would need to fortify it through changing the village. In that case, building a new city might save more effort, especially if it is in a better strategic location and Zuo Mo can design it any way he wants. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 250, Pu Yao's Insane Suggestion. Chapter 250, Pu Yao's Insane Suggestion. Zuo Mo stretched and released a long breath, his entire body sore. However, when he looked at the jade scroll in front of him, he couldn't help but give a proud smile. He had completely improved the new plan. All the formations in the plans were redone. Formation defense style, have a taste of the true formations defense style. Zuo Mo was very satisfied and proud of the finished plan. In the process of improving them, he had benefited. It had been very valuable. There were many questions he had never thought of before. There were many problems when building a city, and it was far more complex than formations. He tried to put different kinds of formations into every corner of the plans. Unlike Yuan Jiang and the others, Zuo Mo would use formations in any place possible if he did not have to use manpower. The enormous construction would become a shockingly complex formation group, a gigantic formation belt composed of more than 400 formations of various sizes. Zuo Mo anticipated what expression Yuan Jiang would have when he saw this completely transformed plan. Pu Yao suddenly came out to remind him, "This is a good chance." Zuo Mo stilled and asked, "What's a good chance?" Gongsun Cha had become at leisure recently and spent every day playing war chess with Pu Yao. Usually, as long as he was facing off Gongsun Cha, Pu Yao would be much calmer. Many times, Zuo Mo could not help but feel that Pu Yao really was like a child. Of course, this kind of comparison was something a Sky Yao could not tolerate. Zuo Mo had smartly shut his mouth. "Your body is barely acceptable, but you have been lacking in your cultivation recently. The potential of this body has not been completely excavated," Pu Yao said, his voice heavy. "Wastefulness is shameful." Zuo Mo looked in shock at Pu Yao. That tone, why did it sound so similar to his own? Wrong feeling, wrong feeling. Zuo Mo shook his head and threw the feeling aside. He said in helplessness, "There's no other way. You can see it. I'm just one person. I can't be split in two. So what is in front of you is a chance. Right now, you have reached the peak of mountain physique. If you take another step, you will give birth to the moon soul, and reach the level of Imo Captain." Light flashed through Pu Yao's bloody pupil. The level of Imo Captain? Equivalent to your Xiujia's Ningmai. Zuo Mo was greatly disappointed. He was already Ningmai. After the breakthrough to create a moon soul, that would just be equivalent to a Ningmai. It was not that attractive to him. Pu Yao seemed to see what Zuo Mo was thinking and smiled coldly. "Don't feel as though it isn't profitable. Your physique has a name, it is called Jade Metal Head. Metal skin, jade bones. In low-level MO physiques, it is among the top. That guy really put a lot of effort into it. Your luck isn't bad, you made it through. Once you have a moon soul, you can absorb the power of the moon and grow quickly. Also, there is an extra benefit to you that others don't have." "What benefit?" Zuo Mo hurriedly asked. "Your spiritual cultivation is star spiritual cultivation. If you can cultivate a moon soul, you can absorb the powers of the stars and moon. If you are lucky, you may cultivate the stars and moon wheel. What is the stars and moon wheel? Just like Yushoja like using grades to divide it good and bad, high and low, Yama have similar divisions. Mo cultivate their bodies. There are many considerations. Other than the Mo skills learned during life, all kinds of Mo physiques are crucial, and there are naturally differences in quality. Mo live under military law. They like using military rankings to divide everything. Soldier, captain, colonel, brigadier general, marshal, king. That group of people are simple-minded. Almost everything is divided like this, it's easy to remember. Puyao's tone was filled with disdain and scorn towards the intelligence of Mo. Then Jade Metalhead is what level? 5th in captain level. Puyao spread out 5 fingers and waved them. Seeing the disappointment on Zuo Mo's face, he sneered, "Alright, don't act as though you didn't get anything. Mo physique isn't so easy to achieve. Any physique in the top 5 of all levels are what others dream about. However, you have to be careful, Mo physique is good, but if you encounter those people that refine corpses, you have to be careful. Mo physique is something they dream about too." Ha ha. Zuo Mo's heart tightened as he listened. Then stars and moonwheel? It's also a Mo physique? It is also a Mo physique, but it is even more rare. 12th in colonel level, Puyao recalled, if I didn't remember it wrong. Zuo Mo listened and was even more confused. Is there any practical benefits? Puyao stilled. What is called practical benefits? Like, can I defend against other people's flying swords, like my strength is 10 times what it was, like, what? Puyao rolled his eyes. If someone like you can deal with flying swords with just your body, Yushoja would have been destroyed by Asyama a long time ago. Zuo Mo was embarrassed. He found it was correct when he thought about it. If Mo could handle strikes from a flying sword with only their body, then Shoja of the same level would not be a match for them. Flying swords could deal the greatest damage of all the talismans, and it was the sharpest. If even the flying sword could not wound the other, then other talismans really could not do a thing against the Yama. The flying swords of the Shoja are still very powerful, Puyao sighed. You have never seen truly powerful Shoja. With their actions, they can destroy the earth and sky. They can even easily tear apart space, and nothing can stop them. Zuo Mo was not interested in those things that were too far away from him, and diverged back to the topic. Those old people has nothing to do with us. This jade metalhead is 5th in captain level, it should have some unique attributes. Unique attributes? Puyao nodded. Of course. The biggest attribute of the jade metalhead is that it is suitable for all Mo skills. Just this? Zuo Mo asked in response. Yes, you don't think this is enough? Puyao looked at Zuo Mo like he was looking at a weirdo. Zuo Mo was slightly embarrassed by Puyao's stare. But I don't know Mo skills. If you don't want to be killed at any moment, don't cultivate Mo skills in the short term. Puyao said solemnly, when you start to cultivate a Mo skill, the presence will radiate out. You will only die terribly. Zuo Mo was dumbstruck. After all this time, every word was a waste. Then why should I cultivate my body? I should just cultivate the sword. If not that, then even the consciousness works. Little Thousand Leaf Hands is stronger than that. In a reversal of his usual attitude, Puyao shook his head. If you do not have this jade metalhead, I won't urge you, but with such a wonderful Mo physique, if you do not cultivate it, it really is a waste. You cannot practice Mo skills at the moment, but that is fine. The jade metalhead itself contains extremely deep potential. If you can dig out all the potential, when you cultivate Mo skills in the future, half of the work is already done, and you do not have to worry about the Mo energy slipping out. Zuo Mo waved his hand and said unconcernedly, you say these pleasing things, but if we don't get over this obstacle, any Mo skill cultivation is useless. Puyao was speechless. He thought and then nodded, you are also right. Maybe we can alter it. Alter? Zuo Mo was slightly bewildered. What was with Puyao today? Why was he so chatty? We shall do an analysis of what moves you have available. Puyao sat down. Let's not include sword scriptures, your talent with the sword really is not good, and your sword essence level is too low, not even at heart-turn sword essence. It isn't even enough to scratch an itch for a Jindan. Little Thousand Leaf Hands is pretty powerful, but your consciousness is not strong enough to threaten a Jindan. The Skywave Fist scripture is not enough against a Jindan. The only thing that can be effective is your big formation. The grade of the Een fire beads are too low to be of significance. Those sonic lightning walnuts might give him some trouble if they are forged properly. When he finished, Puyao spread his hands. See, no matter what you cultivate, it's useless. Zuo Mo was extremely impacted and speechless. However, some areas have potential. Pu Yao knew very well how to use the stick and the carrot. Zuo Mo became alert at those words. Tell me. It's a good idea to use Yang Fiend Hard Lightning to forge sonic lightning walnuts. You may want to borrow from the methods of the Yin fire beads, Pu Yao reminded. Zuo Mo slapped his forehead and said with joy, right, why didn't I think of that? In the Yin fire bead chapter, there hadn't been just one powerful way to make Yin fire beads. Wouldn't their effects be better than what he thought of himself? He wanted to immediately read the Yin fire bead chapter. The clear sky old forefather was like a sharp sword hanging above his head. He could not sleep well. He had always lacked moves that could threaten his enemies. Now that he had found one, how could he not rejoice? Other than the sonic lightning walnuts, if your physique could improve greatly in the short term, Skyglass Wave may also give him some trouble. Zuo Mo still again. When he thought closely, he instantly found it feasible. If his body cultivation could make another step forward, if the number of revolutions his Ling power took could increase, the power of Skyglass Wave would also increase. He had used Skyglass Wave to break through the space shield of a 5th grade Ling beast. Even though the bloody horn serpent was just a semi-5th grade Ling beast, but if he could increase, he might be able to threaten the clear sky old forefather. The more he thought, the more excited Zuo Mo was. He suddenly found that he could attack. It was like seeing a ray of light in the darkness. Even though it was just a thread, but it still gave him hope. He asked impatiently, what is the opportunity you said? City construction. Pu Yao blinked his bloody pupil. City construction? Zuo Mo stilled again, what does this have to do with city construction? The corner of Pu Yao's mouth carelessly rose, his bloody pupil narrowed slightly, and his peerlessly handsome face became even harder to decipher. He looked like a cunning hunter that threw out the bait he had already prepared. With a light laugh, he said, haven't you ever thought of building the city by yourself? Build the city by myself? Zuo Mo was dumbstruck where he stood. Yes, build the city by yourself. Pu Yao raised his long and white finger that contrasted with the bright red fingernail. He chuckled, such a meaningful affair. A city that belongs completely to you. Making the foundation by yourself, making the city by yourself, making the formations by yourself. Zuo Mo turned to stone. See, it won't just exercise your body, it can also exercise your consciousness and your Ling power. Where else can you find such a good chance? A little city that can hold 10,000 people, it really is too small. At the beginning, I had assumed you were building a little city that could hold 100,000 people at the very least. That way, you will be exercised even more. Shall we expand the city? Don't you want to kill that Jindan? Your little life is the most important. The harder you work, the more powerful you will be. If you sweat more now, you will spill less blood later. Hearing Pu Yao nag into his ears, Zuo Mo received a great fright. His eyes rolling back, he fainted. Translator ramblings, Pu Yao and Zuo Mo verbally sparring again in this chapter. Zuo Mo's qualities has evidently infected Pu Yao through mental space sharing. The stage equivalents Pu Yao mentioned in this chapter are not incorrectly matched up. While the Xiuhua, Yao, and Mo all have 7 major stages in cultivation, the stages do not match up in power exactly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 251, Crazy Zuo Mo. Chapter 251, Crazy Zuo Mo. Even a person as unconcerned with worldly affairs as Chun Yuchang had heard the news. Is there really nothing wrong with Shixiong? Looking at a half-naked Zuo Mo that appeared like a maniac, he asked with worry and uncertainty. Gongsun Sha shook his head and said, I don't know. I heard that he's going to build the city by himself? Chun Yuching carefully asked. He looked with slight sympathy at Zuo Mo. Shixiong was normally a fanatic, but had the pressure recently been too much, and caused him to become abnormal? Yes, Gongsun Sha also responded carefully in a small voice as well. I even asked Shixiang a few days ago if we should sweep some more Xiuzhou over. Shixiang said he was going to build the city by himself. So the news is true. Chun Yucheng gave a long sigh, and looked again. He sighed, as expected. I just knew that Shixiang isn't the average person. He looked in sympathy at Zuo Mo, then turned and left with his hands behind his back. Shixiang isn't normal, as expected. Gongsun Sha gave the same exclamation as before, also turning and leaving. Yuan Zhang's heart trembled as he forced himself to say, Boss, this foundation, it needs to be dug deeper to work. Zuo Mo turned around his face, his eyes gleaming like that of a wolf. Yuan Zhang's face paled. Luckily, Zuo Mo only glanced at him before turning back to furiously start to dig the foundations. He jumped into the pit, his hands dancing as the soil flew. The earth hole quickly increased in depth and size with a speed visible to the naked eye. Yuan Jiang furiously swallowed from the side, his face filled with fear. To be in the position of supervisor like this, he was to be pitied. Every time he saw Boss' twisted features, it was as though there was an ancient wasteland beast in front of him that could open its jaws and swallow him at any moment. He would be so frightened by Boss' gleaming gaze to the point of forgetting to breathe whenever he pointed out areas where Boss had not met the specifications. This world was crazy. The frightened Yuan Jiang felt every day was full of darkness, so black that there was no light. He could not understand what sickness Boss had that he would suddenly want to construct a city by himself. Yes, this city was really quite small. A new city that could hold 10,000 people, the smallest of small cities, but it was still a city. As grown up as he was, oh, please forgive him for incoherence, it was slightly dubious for Yuan Jiang, who was over 80 years old, to say this. However, in his 80 years of life, he had never seen, nor heard of a Xiuzhe who built a city by themselves. What made him feel helpless was that Boss was serious. As a supervisor, Yuan Jiang thought that Boss was a very exceptional constructor. Look at that blinding speed. If someone had such a good worker under them, any supervisor would laugh. However, if the situation was changed and there was only this one good worker, then they would cry. With Boss' present speed, Yuan Jiang felt hopelessness about building the city. What made him feel the greatest lack of hope was that the other was his boss. Zuo Mo felt every piece of muscle in his body was trembling uncontrollably. He seemed to have lost control over his body. He opened his mouth like a fish that was thrown onto land, his body motionless. This body cultivation was really through. Zuo Mo felt even the insides of his head were trembling. All of his power, no matter if it was physical power, ling power, or spiritual power, had been completely consumed in this extreme labor. In the plans for the city, the foundation was to be 20 zhang deep. Zuo Mo had to use his bare hands to dig out the entire foundation. Pu Yao was very devious. Zuo Mo weakly cursed Pu Yao inside. After resting for a moment, the lingdan he had shoved into his mouth earlier started to release their medicinal power. The black processing meditation mat under his body continuously guided ling energy into Zuo Mo's body. At this moment, Zuo Mo's body was like a parched desert that was greedily sucking in any drop of medicinal and ling power. After a while, Zuo Mo recovered some energy and struggled up. The sun above his head was slightly blinding. He turned to glance at the half-completed ditch. Taking in a deep breath, he jumped back into the ditch. The abnormal state of Boss had long ago passed through the entire camp. Everyone had been discussing it in secret. They couldn't understand what Boss intended to do. Zuo Mo mechanically waved his arms. His speed was very fast. His consciousness was continuously released and reflected every detail of the dirt around him. Pu Yao had been right. If he could build up the city by himself, his strength definitely could break through to a whole new level. But this was such a perverse plan. Zuo Mo tightly pressed together his dry lips, pushed his head down and dug crazily. He started to learn how to use his consciousness to inspect the surrounding dirt, how to use the structure already present in the soil to save energy. He started to understand how to frugally use ling power. Before this, he had never thought there would be a day where he would use ling power so stingily. He started to understand how to move his hands as he absorbed earth energy at the same time. 3 days later, a square-shaped hole 20 zhang deep appeared on Skystar Peak. Zuo Mo looked like a mud person. Only his eyes were revealed. After laughing soundlessly, he sat down and crossed his legs. Yuan Jiang was at the side, gaping as he looked at the 20 zhang deep foundation, a foundation that had completely met the specifications. It was not just him that was gaping. The entire camp was shocked. Those Xiuzhe that had had slightly mocking attitudes were so shocked they could not speak when they saw this 20 zhang deep ditch. Who could believe this was something a Xiuzhe had dug with his bare hands? However, they had seen the entire process with their own eyes. Those people that had watched in order to laugh at the joke now only felt admiration. In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao stared at the gravestone and said, "I now understand why you chose him. You," he paused after each word, "are similarly stubborn." The gravestone was still silent, the black clouds slowly moving around it. Dong Sun Chao looked thoughtfully at the meditating Zuo Mo and turned back to return to the camp. He ordered the Xiuzhe in a low voice, "Tell Ma Fan and the others to distract some more. They need to slow them down. We need more time." Yes. This Xiuzhe took out a paper crane, wrote down a secret code on it, and lightly channeled ling power. The paper crane flapped into the sky and instantly disappeared. Before Ma Fan and the others left, they had left behind their impressions. These paper cranes could follow the impressions and find Ma Fan and the others. Little Mountain Jie was not large. It was convenient to use paper cranes. What about us? Another Xiuzha couldn't help but ask. Other than Ma Fan and the others had each taken a platoon with them, there were still many battle Xiuzha at the camp. The figure of Shi Xiang completely covered in mud appeared in Gongsun Cha's mind. His steps slightly paused before recovering. Naturally, we can't be idle as well. Ma Fan scanned the battlefield. More than a dozen corpses laid askew on the grass. Large holes could be seen everywhere. The plains that appeared to extend without end had been torn to pieces. The Ling power was lingering in the air. It almost was possible to smell the viciousness of the battle moments ago. The enemy had all been destroyed, but one of their own had also died. The platoon leader's expression was slightly sorrowful. This was the first time that a fatality had occurred under his command. The remaining Xiuzha were silently cleaning up the battlefield and gathering the spoils. The victory had turned melancholic due to one of their own dying. Ma Fan looked at his slightly dejected fellows and was somewhat shocked but also proud. In any group that he had stayed in before, the morale would have never dropped after a victorious battle due to one of their own dying. Maybe these were true fellows. Ma Fan thought idly. Just at this time, he raised his head. A paper crane flew through the sky. He held out a hand, and the paper crane flew in. Unfolding it and reading, he muttered, "Trouble." He then handed the paper crane to the platoon leader behind him. "What does head mean?" The face of the platoon leader was filled with puzzlement. There was no explicit orders on the paper crane, just telling them to try their best to delay the enemy. Ma Fan did not reply. Noticing the cleaning of the battlefield was almost done, he adjusted his clothing and lazily said, "Get everyone to prepare. We need to leave here. The enemy will probably quickly find this place." "Where should we go?" the platoon leader asked with curiosity. "Let's go south." The platoon leader jumped in fright. "Isn't that Nanshang village?" "Yes," Ma Fan said absent-mindedly. As his understanding of sword essence deepened, his original personality started to gradually show. After the reorganization, he did not need to act as the core, and his entire person seemed to instantly have relaxed, and resumed his lazy attitude of the past. "Why are we going there? To attack Nanshang village?" Ma Fan looked at the platoon leader like he was looking at an idiot. "We only have this tiny amount of people. Attack Nanshang village? Do you want to die? Then why are we going south?" Ma Fan did not look at him. He plucked a stalk of green grass and held it in his mouth, mumbling, "Killing midway." The sound of the whistle was like knives. Zuo Mo opened his eyes, the light in them bright. He had meditated for 3 whole days. How long had it been since he had such a long meditation? Zuo Mo thought back in his mind, his heart filled with joy. He could feel the change in his body. Jade Metal Head ranked 5th of all captain physiques. As expected, it was extraordinary. He didn't seem to use strength, but his body seemed to be pulled up by an invisible rope, and he stood up. Metal skin and jade bones. He had not experienced the benefits of these jade bones, but the benefits of this metal skin had started to clearly show. The muscles of his body had been as hard as metal in the beginning with astounding flexibility. When he dug the foundation, every piece of muscle in his body seemed to have been reforged again. The space between the muscles decreased, and the muscles became tighter and more dense. These minuscule changes increased his strength by 3/10. He did not need to use Ling power or earth energy to easily push his hand into the bluestone. Looking at his body covered in mud, he wasn't angry and snickered. The little art of cloud and rain instantly appeared above his head. The rain vented in a short while, all the mud on Zuo Mo's body had been washed away. Zuo Mo discovered that his skin seemed to now show a strange black sheen that seemed slightly metallic. As he marveled, Zuo Mo took his eyes away. Yuan Jiang, who had fallen asleep as he stood guard, was awoken at this time, and opened his blurred eyes. When he saw Zuo Mo, he instantly shook, and the drowsiness disappeared. He seemed to jump off the ground and rapidly flew next to Zuo Mo. "Boss, let's continue. What do we do next?" Zuo Mo looked at the deep foundation. Bravado suddenly flooded into his heart. "Come on." Translator ramblings, so Zuo Mo starts on the foundation. Once again, 20 Zhang is about 66 meters. Poor Yuan Jiang, your subordinate is also your boss. Ma Fan is heading down to Nanshang village, and Gongsun Cha is also heading out. The more relaxed a chapter is, the more I like to translate it. If it is a tense chapter, and especially when it's a fight, I like to procrastinate. Puyao and Zuo Mo's interactions are some of the easiest and most enjoyable parts to translate, and then I would say it would be those chapters that describe Zuo Mo's cultivating process and thinking. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 252, Fire Paper Method. Chapter 252, Fire Paper Method. He Xiang released a breath in the side. 12 hours before the final deadline, and he had finally found the enemy. As long as he found the enemy, he had the time to sort them out. The feeling of living after near death filled his body. He couldn't help but want to exhale, but when he saw the hint of disappointment in the eyes of Second Elder, he forced himself to keep it in. A hint of darkness flashed across the deepest part of his eyes. He did not want to show his weakness in front of his opponent. I've said it before. As long as they are in Little Mountain Jia, how can we not find them? He pretended to be calm and said with a smile, "Tell us the situation, At." He looked as though he had expected all this. Chief Elder, our people had encountered the enemy on the plains in West River. A small platoon of 16 people, our people were completely defeated. West River Plains? He Xiang mused, "Let Yuan take some people and make a trip. The other side has 4 people that have comprehended sword essence, and a Diana Shio that has an Abhina. We cannot underestimate them." Yes. The subordinate hurriedly complied. Go quickly. Report anytime there is news. He Xiang waved his hand. The subordinate was perceptive and left. No wonder this group dared to be so presumptuous. They do have some ability. He Xiang smiled as he spoke to the other elders. A little troop just disappeared like this without a sound. Chief Elder is wise, and Elder agreed. However, if they want to work against our Clear Sky sect, they obviously do not know their own limits, and are asking for their death. The other elders all nodded. As to the little troop that had all died, no one was concerned. What did it have to do with them? The outer hall did not lack for people. Below their feet were patches of clouds that spread into the horizon like a sea of clouds. Flying above the cloud layer, the sky was perfectly blue. Without any cover, the sunlight was abnormally poisonous. If one did not have their Ling armor activated, it would be unknowingly corroded with a thread of fire poison contained in the sunlight. There would rarely be Xiozha who would fly so high. The strong wind at high elevations and the fire poison in the sunlight would increase the consumption of Ling power in flight. A troop of about 300 people howled across the sea of clouds with astounding speed. Boss, where are we going? The subordinate asked Gong Sun Cha. Gong Sun Cha was sitting on a large green sword. There was an egg-shaped Ling shield around the big sword, blocking out the sharp wind and poisonous sunlight. Inside the Ling shield, it was as warm as the spring and unusually silent. This big sword that was about 1.5 zhan long had been forged of an entire block of 4th-grade Winling wood. Peerlessly light, it was an extremely fine flying sword. However, it was sumptuous to use such a big piece of Winling wood to make a flying sword. This was a spoil of victory. This flying sword was called Green Cloud, and had become Gong Sun Cha's personal flying sword. Because this flying sword could hold 7 or 8 people at the same, the person sitting on the point of the flying sword was the Xiozha who was controlling Green Cloud. With Gong Sun Cha's Juji cultivation, he basically could not move Green Cloud. Don't you feel that we are too few in number? When Gong Sun Cha asked this, he seemed very much like a young and confused youth. Of course, the people sitting here had become immune long ago. Not too few. We have 6 divisions now, But this city can hold 10,000 people. Gong Sun Cha's voice seemed slightly childlike. Everyone sweated. It seemed Lil Miss' sense of humor was increasing. However, Gong Sun Cha's words made everyone's heart shake. The implication of Lil Miss's words were clear. They couldn't help but feel a thread of sympathy for the Xiozha in the surrounding area. Then which place are we going to fight this time? The subordinate asked carefully. One by one. Everyone shook again. Gong Sun Cha moved his mouth and another Xiozha took out a jade scroll, channeling Ling power inside. A light flashed and an illusory landscape of rivers and mountains appeared in front of them. There are 13 different powers in our surroundings. The biggest has over 500 Xiozha, the smallest has 80 Xiozha. Oh, on average, each faction has about 200 people. 13 factions, how many would that be? Gong Sun Cha tilted his head as he asked. The subordinate swallowed, about 2,600 people. The faces of the people changed slightly. In total, they had slightly more than 300 people. If they were to attack more than 2,600 people, the difference in numbers was really too large. Just 2,000. A slightly disappointed expression came onto Gong Sun Cha's face. Everyone's heart jumped simultaneously as they hurriedly urged. It's more than enough, more than enough. Head, we should fight one at a time. Yes, yes. An empire isn't built in a day. They feared that Gongsun Sha would be crazy and increase the number of targets. It was very likely that something like that could happen. Gongsun Sha showed a disappointed expression. All right, even though it is slightly less, but we shall first eat them. Head is wise. The subordinates said together. Gongsun Sha smiled as though he enjoyed the respect of all the people. Head, we've taken so many people out, the safety of the camp is. We don't have to worry about that. It's enough to have 2 platoons standing guard. That woman is very strong, Gongsun Sha said carelessly. Everyone finally recalled that boss had a female shio of immeasurable power that followed him. Then they recalled the 3 golden armor guards that never showed their faces, and instantly stopped talking. Oh, we will return to the camp in a month. The faint tone made everyone's hearts shake as it entered their ears. All of the Shioja forcefully stood up from the body of the sword. Floating midair, they solemnly accepted the order. Yes. Batches of blue gold bricks were transported next to the foundation. They piled up into little mountains. Yuan Jian glanced over and couldn't stop himself from swallowing. He urged weakly, Boss, we should call some more people over. Zuo Mo ignored him and picked up 2 blue gold bricks. The thick bricks seemed to weigh nothing in his hands. What do I do? Seeing the situation, Yuan Jiang could only helplessly inform, gold soup needs to be poured between 2 blue gold bricks, and then spells are used to reinforce them. During the entire process, you have to notice to not damage the formations already on the blue gold bricks. The root of the wall needs to be set up with earth element formations to connect them to the earth veins, so they can root themselves in the earth and become hard to shake. After the city walls are completed, bigger formations have to be drawn onto the surface of the outside walls. Yuan Jiang had already prepared and handed Zuo Mo a jade scroll. There were all kinds of detailed explanations in it, like the recipe for the gold soup. Gold soup was a substance that was created by mixing all kinds of gold element materials together. After he finished reading the entire scroll, Zuo Mo suddenly asked, Can't I just melt the 2 blue gold bricks together? Melt them together? Yuan Jiang was dumbstruck. How to melt? Zuo Mo himself was not so confident about the idea he just had and decided to try. He put the 2 blue gold bricks together, and then he summoned the golden crow fire. After some thought, the spell on his hands changed, and the golden crow fire seemed to be pulled in 4 directions by an invisible force. Yuan Zhang's eyes were wide as he stared at the changes in Zuo Mo's golden crow fire. The golden crow fire gradually spread out and became increasingly thin until it was as thin as paper, an extremely thin golden piece of fire paper. At this point, the fire paper did not change anymore, but slowly flew towards the 2 blue gold bricks that were stacked together. The fire paper paused in front of the blue gold brick and then burrowed into the gap between the 2 blue gold bricks. The fire paper quickly spread out flat between the 2 pieces of blue gold bricks. A short while later, the brick surfaces facing the gap started to melt at the same time. There were no other signs of melting in the other parts of the brick. Zuo Mo's expression was serious. His consciousness was spread to its limits. Seeing that it was almost enough, the fire paper suddenly flew out between the 2 blue gold bricks. The 2 blue gold bricks instantly stuck together. Zuo Mo didn't dare to pause, and sent out 5 spells according to the description on the jade scroll. The lights from the 5 spells accurately hit the merge point between the 2 blue gold bricks. When the last spell entered the 2 pieces of blue gold bricks, what appeared in front of everyone was a single piece of blue gold brick. It appeared to be one body, the surface as bright and smooth as a mirror without any gap. Yuan Jian was so shocked he couldn't speak. It wasn't just him. All the other forging shio that were watching were left dumbstruck when they saw Zuo Mo's skill with controlling fire. Zuo Mo released a long breath. Good, he didn't embarrass himself too much. He felt slightly proud. Pointing at the big blue gold brick that had just been forged, he said, Go try and see what the effect is. Yuan Jian was startled out of his daze and hurriedly arranged for an assessment of the new blue gold brick. After a while, he ran back with an excited expression. Boss. Strong. It really is too strong. Zuo Mo wanted to know the results. Hearing Yuan Jiang filled with meaningless words, he couldn't control himself. Tell me the result. There was still some hint of disbelief in Yuan Jiang's eyes. This is the strongest brick that this subordinate has ever seen. Definitely the strongest. We did a comparison with the best gold soup. Boss's fire paper method was about 2 times stronger than reinforcing with the gold soup. We also found when there is too much outside force, the entire blue gold brick would turn to powder, but before that, it never shows a crack. The ones made with the gold soup will crack at the mortar joints of the two blue gold bricks if the outside force is large enough. Hearing Yuan Jiang blab on, Zuo Mo's head felt dizzy. He could only ask, so my method is better? Better. Much better. Yuan Jian was so excited he couldn't control himself. The increase in strength that boss method would provide to the city walls was greater than any method he knew. The other two people were also very excited. Zuo Mo was very smug inside, and he did not feel much excitement. However, it was not hard for him to understand why Yuan Jiang and the others were excited. If they didn't like it, who would study something as obscure as city construction? When a breakthrough development happened in an area a person liked, no one would be able to keep their composure. Oh, you guys can study the remaining. I'm going to start the work. Zuo Mo didn't plan on wasting time. Time was very expensive. The Ling power spat out of his hand and coiled around 20 blue gold bricks like a Ling snake. He directly put them on his shoulder. He felt his shoulders suddenly weigh down, his feet sinking into the earth. It was really heavy. These blue gold bricks were all forged from large slabs of bluestone. Even though the volume had shrunk, the weight had not lessened. If it was any other person, they would have been pounded into paste when the 20 pieces were put on their shoulders. Zuo Mo steadied his body and released a breath. Pulling his leg out of the mud, he started to charge towards the foundation. Bam bam bam. Each time Zuo Mo's step landed, the earth would shake. Everyone in the surroundings inhaled in shock. There were two Diana Xiao and the two platoons who had stayed behind. Seeing this inhuman feat, they were very embarrassed. Which mother **** her said that boss was a sword Xiao. Translator Ramblings, Wandering Gumi of Doom pointed out that the wall might actually be weaker this way since it turns to powder rather than cracking. Any opinions? I find deadlines a funny thing. If there is a time limit in a story, it is usually never gone over. Something happens so that time never runs out. Zuo Mo has always been able to deliver by the deadline, like in his match against Luo Li. In this case, Ma Fan and the others acted so that Yi Xiang was able to remain alive rather than be killed by the clear sky old forefather. I know there is no sense of urgency on Zuo Mo's behalf right now, but the Yao army is just a Jia River away and he did do another stars in daytime. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 253, Golden Crow Walls. Chapter 253, Golden Crow Walls. The blue gold bricks were neatly stacked together. The flying fire paper spread out and rolled, sometimes as straight as a knife as it passed through the gaps between the blue gold bricks. Zuo Mo's expression was serious, a faint layer of light in his eyes. The fire paper danced faster and left behind beautiful golden trails in the air. His Ling eyes and consciousness were stretched to their limits. No flow of Ling power in the surroundings could escape Zuo Mo's perception. His hands were like flowers blooming. Zuo Mo's well-practiced finger motions were completely used. His half-raised hands were always in the middle of countless afterimages that flickered in and out. Many Xiaozhi couldn't help but put down what they were doing to come watch. Occasionally, gasps would sound out from among the crowd. Everyone was intoxicated. These Xiaozhi were mostly non-combat production Xiaozhi. They were one of the classes that emphasized finger motions the most. Zuo Mo's precise Ling power control did not waste one drop of energy. In their eyes, he was comparable to the most classic examples. This was an experience to be enjoyed. If Zuo Mo moving the blue gold bricks previously had been the most basic and bare example of strength, then the grand finger motions and the amazing Ling power control now represented the highest levels of control and technique. It was the first time Zuo Mo had tried using his consciousness and Ling eye at the same time. After a very short amount of time, he felt the benefits. The world in his eyes had never been so lively and dimensional in his eyes. His consciousness could detect every detail of the objects in front of him, his Ling eyes could detect every change in the Ling power. He was almost able to see the patterns behind the walls. With a glance, he would know everything in his field of vision. This also caused his efficiency to skyrocket and lead to the scene occurring right now. Yuan Jian had lost all power of speech. What was happening before his eyes surpassed the limits of his imagination. With a speed visible to the naked eyes, the blue gold brick walls grew upwards. This kind of speed was outside of his knowledge. Even more, this was all done by a single person. This world was too insane. The last thread of his rationality caused him to look at the remaining blue gold bricks. He instantly shook and his soul came back into his body. Of the mountain of blue gold bricks that had been piled up before, there were not even 100 pieces left. He thought of his role as the supervisor and ordered people to transport blue gold bricks. Other people did not have Zuo Mo's physical strength, and could only use talismans. Instantly, all the talismans were put to use. Flying swords, ling hos, jade scepters etc. all turned to a long line. Several bricks hung below each talisman. These bricks were way too heavy. After a few round trips, the blue gold bricks once again piled into a mountain. Yuan Jiang released a breath inside, and his expression relaxed. Just as Yuan Zhang's expression eased, Ji Wei and Sun Bao's expressions became nervous. The two of them had been entranced in Boss Grand Performance had suddenly reacted when they saw Yuan Jiang summon people to transport blue gold bricks. The two rapidly calculated how many blue gold bricks were remaining, and their faces changed. Based on Boss' terrifying speed, the remaining blue gold bricks would quickly be unable to keep up with demand. The two of them were responsible for forging. If something happened here, they could not deflect their fault. Previously, the two of them had feared Boss more than they respected him. Now that they had personally seen the abilities of Boss, they were full of respect to the point that they kowtowed. The more respect they held, the more they were unwilling to drag Boss down due to their own mistakes. The two of them exchanged a look and did not hesitate in herding off the forging shoujo that were watching. Work, work. Immediately. Anyone that dares to slow down, will cut your wages. Those that are making blue gold bricks, listen. The wage for each piece is increasing by 50%. The two played good and bad, one punished while the other rewarded. The shoujo that made blue gold bricks instantly ran off to work. They may have been motivated by Boss, or by the high wages, but each person was full of motivation. The camp was very busy. Ma Fan is so meddlesome. Lei Peng looked at the paper crane in his hands and muttered. He handed the paper crane to the platoon captain beside him in frustration. After the platoon captain finished reading, he couldn't help but ask, "What do we do?" Lei Peng said, frustrated, "What to do? Do according to what he says." Then he muttered, "This guy had been the corps before, he should know more." The platoon captain was used to Lei Peng's impatient tone. He knew that Lei Peng did not have malicious aims, but he was frustrated with having to take along greenhorns. He was an old member, so he understood very well. Sometimes, even he would feel frustrated, much less a battle maniac like Lei Peng. As the order passed down, everyone's figures quickly disappeared. In a patch of wood about 200 li far from Lei Peng. Can Ma Fan Darren's plan work? The platoon captain asked Xia Shan uncertainly. Xia Shan smiled and replied, he was the corps before. Of all of us, he received the most teachings from Gongsun Darren. None of us are likely to surpass him. This is really a big plan. The platoon captain sighed. Xia Shan smiled and said, let's start. At the same time, more than 10 troops led by other people quietly hid in places about 800 li from Nanshang village. This distance was very well grasped. Usually, the range of scouting troops were around 1,500 li. This distance was about half of that. The suggestion Ma Fan gave them was to carefully sneak in and kill the little troops of shoujo as they were coming back. The shoujo that were coming back would not have much ling power after long-distance flight, and their combat power should be at a relatively low level. In the hearts of the shoujo of Clear Sky Sect Outer Hall, this position was a relatively safe area. They would not be so high alert and may relax their guard. Of course, even more importantly, they could successfully reach the position of the plan. As long as they could do this, Ma Fan's string of plans had a high probability of success. In many people's view, Lil Miss campaign this time was slightly unexpected, but when battle started, they found that they were wrong. Lil Miss had done extremely detailed preparations. This was seen from the moment the first battle started. Wei Ran securely remembered Lil Miss's order. In the first charge, they did not use all of their power like they usually did. They only used the first charge of the 3-section wave killing charge. The third division he led was like a knife that had ran out of power, having cut only halfway into the enemy ranks. The faces of some of the other division leaders that were present all changed dramatically. The 3-section wave killing charge was to be completed altogether. It was to be like a heavy blade, cutting everything in half. If it halted in the enemy ranks, and was surrounded in all directions, and if their side had lost the momentum, then it was an extremely dangerous situation. But Lil Miss did not even look, and continued to add large numbers of fighters towards the flanks of the enemy. After a while, everyone found that Wei Ran, who they thought would have lost many people, were only lightly damaged. Wei Ran's mission was to trap 16 shoujo. These 16 shoujo were the strongest power in the enemy ranks. It was not that their combat abilities were powerful, but the contribution they made towards their troop. These 16 people were a rare group, Seal Shio. Because the attack had been extremely abrupt, these 16 shoujo hadn't had the time to spread out before Wei Ran caught them all. Seal Xiao were not famed for their combat abilities, but they were skilled in using all kinds of seal curses which could dramatically increase the combat abilities of the Xiaojia around them. The first people Lil Miss dealt with were them. He used Wei Ran to cut the connection between them and the other Xiaojia. The balance of battle quickly tilted towards Lil Miss' side. The 16 Seal Xiao looked with terror at the enemy that surrounded them, their hands nervously grasping stacks of seal papers. The mood was extremely tense. One of the Seal Xiao couldn't bear it, the seal paper on his hand unconsciously lighting up. He then heard eldest Shixiang shout, "Don't attack!" The seal paper on his hands was instantly blown apart. This group of Seal Xiao were led by a middle-aged person of about 40 years old. Seeing his calm expression, the other people gradually calmed down from their fear. Once they calmed down, they detected the strangeness. The other side might have surrounded them tightly, but did not seem to have any intentions of attacking. The Xiaojia that had almost attacked was filled with fear. If he had actually attacked just now, then he would really have caused a great disaster. Without the support of the Seal Xiao, the other Xiaojia quickly collapsed as they faced the extremely sharp juggernaut of the 3-section wave killing charge. The other troops in Gong Sun Cha's command had already went back to block the retreat paths and to stop the scattered enemy from running around. The battle quickly ended. There was no joy on Gong Sun Cha's face. The strength level of the two sides were not on the same level. If he couldn't defeat these people, then he really had suffered through Pu Yao's abuse for nothing. However, when his eyes turned towards the Seal Xiao, they lit up. If Chen Yicheng was here, he would definitely be shocked to find Gongsun Cha's gaze right now was the same as Zuo Mo Shixiang's when he saw a fat sheep. Gongsun Cha showed his trademark bashful smile. The city walls progressed quickly. Zuo Mo had thrown himself into the work and forgot everything. He used the black procession meditation mat to resupply Ling power, and continued, then resupply. He mechanically repeated. The changes in the fire paper gradually decreased. The feeling of grandness slowly disappeared. What took over was accuracy and cleanness. It was as though Zuo Mo did not know exhaustion until night. When the stars rose above his head, he would stop, sit on the unfinished walls and meditate. When the sun rose on the second day, he would rise on time, and start work again. Facing such a crazy boss, Ji Wei and Sun Bao were almost driven to insanity. The two of them led the other Xiaojia and used all their power to just barely manage to keep up with Zuo Mo's speed so that the construction did not stop due to the lack of blue gold bricks. 10 days, the city walls were finished. The blue gold city walls were 10 zhang deep. They were not imposing, but it was still amazing because there were no gaps to be seen on the city walls. They were as smooth as a mirror. When every person stood on the walls, they could not help but reach to touch. Suddenly, the cloud layer above the sky star peak suddenly dissipated. A golden pillar of light came down from the sky and covered the just-finished city walls. The city walls seemed to be a sponge, continuously absorbing the golden light for an hour. All the Xiaojia in Skystar Peak were alerted to this apparition. The golden light slowly faded until it disappeared. The cloud layer in the sky closed again. The blue-gold walls of the city exuded a faint golden light. The presence of the sun golden crow, with the city walls as the center, rippled out towards the surroundings like a wave. Translator Ramblings, thank you for all your contributions last chapter. There were some really good ones like the wall wouldn't be 1 brick layer thick, and the joints will crack before the bricks do. Zuo Mo outpaced the forge production. Lots of people just to keep up with him alone. Gongsun Cha has now been infected with Zuo Mo's characteristics as well. I wonder if he got a double dose of craziness, one from Zuo Mo and the other from Pu Yao? Lastly, the city walls are complete. Most of the time when people get an improvement, they do something like send out an attack that pulverizes everything. For some reason, punching a rock or something hard comes to mind. Zuo Mo is showing how resilient his new body is by building a city, which is a more healthy outlet overall, and it creates rather than destroys. It also makes me wonder who pays for the damage in these stories. Do people just say bad luck? Does a city have an emergency fund for when powerful cultivators decide they wanted to have an all-out brawl? What happens when entire worlds are being invaded? I always pity auction houses because they always seems to be the cause for robbery. People rob others right outside the auction/merchant houses, so my first thought is that other people will not want to live anywhere near them. It doesn't matter if there are guards and patrols, an auction house is just not a safe place to be near. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 254, The Metamorphosis of Jade Metalhead. Chapter 254, The Metamorphosis of Jade Metalhead. The completion of the city walls, and the apparition it caused motivated everyone. These were the smallest city walls they had ever seen, not even 10 zhang high. These were also the shortest city walls they had ever seen. However, at this time, these short city walls always attracted their gaze. The mirror-smooth blue-gold city walls faintly exuded the sun's warm presence. Whenever they raised their heads in the camp to look at the little city on the mountain peak, they seemed to be filled with inexhaustible strength. Every morning, the sunlight would form into a faint gold pillar visible to the naked eye and cover the little city. In the future, they would move in, living behind these kind of city walls. It would be very warm. Everyone thought on the inside. In this chaotic and cruel little mountain Jia, unconsciously, this little golden crow city had added a hint of warmth to their hearts. It was an innate desire for sunlight and warmth. Without any urging required, everyone worked furiously day and night. Zuo Mo did not know any of this. He was still constructing the city, and forgot everything else. The completion of the city walls for the entire city construction was just the first step. The amount of work left was enormous. Yuan Jiang did not speak of the lack of manpower anymore. He did his best to point out the places boss needed to pay attention to. Every time his eyes glanced across the little golden crow city walls, he couldn't help but be entranced. This was the most beautiful and perfect city walls he had ever seen. He had exclaimed countless times inside. What amazed him even more was Boss' deep skill with formations. Boss was the most skilled formation Xiuzha he had ever seen. The 10 Shanghai city walls had a 20 zhang deep foundation. The entire city walls were one body. In the deepest part of the foundation, there were earth element formations carved every 2 steps. All of them were 4th grade formations. Earth vein root, granite steel overgrowth, and fire lotus foundation were all arranged in a zigzag fashion. Whenever Yuan Jiang thought of the thought that boss put into picking these 3 formations, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Earth vein root acted like 10,000 roots that deeply penetrated into the earth, unable to be broken. Granite steel overgrowth was an extremely obscure formation. It could cause granite around it to harden and would then continue to spread outwards like vines. Yuan Jiang felt slight pity. If Clear Sky Sect did not exist, in 20 to 30 years, the entire Skystar Peak's granite would be hardened. At that time, it would be impenetrable. What he felt was the cleverest was Fire Lotus Foundation. Fire Lotus Foundation was an extremely common formation, mostly used in forging and dan making. It could form the base of a fire lotus. Lingdan and talismans would form on the lotus base. It was very creative to use it here. The walls of Golden Crow City was able to absorb Golden Crow fire. Over time, this would be a very terrifying prospect. These lotus fire foundations could continue to temper the walls. Even though the effects would not be evident, but as time passed, it would become significant. Even more, fire bore earth. The effects of the 2 earth element formations would also increase. It was a great pity. The more Yuan Jiang looked, the more he liked it. However, when he thought of the city walls becoming the main battlefield for Clear Sky Old Forefather, and being destroyed, he felt even more reluctant. Zuo Mo himself didn't feel anything. The inside of the city had been divided into districts. Places like the camp and residential areas had been completely left alone so they could build it themselves. What he was building now were the Formation Battle Watchtowers. Formation Battle Watchtowers were the most important battle units of each city. There were all kinds of offensive formations on it. With the Xiuzha inside it controlling the formations, it could attack the enemy. The formations inside the Formation Battle Watchtowers were all powerful offensive formations and usually needed many Xiuzha to work together. Other than the protection offered by the city wall defenses, the Formation Battle Watchtowers were one of the most important combat units that determined whether the place could be held. At the beginning, Zuo Mo didn't even think of building a big city. The only purpose of this little city was combat. Other than the necessary living spaces, Zuo Mo decided to use all other areas to construct the watchtowers. Facing a Jindan Xiuzha, it was not embarrassing to win through numbers. The construction of Formation Battle Watchtowers was not difficult, and it was not a secret. The jade scroll that Yuan Jiang had given him had extremely detailed descriptions. Of course, he didn't follow exactly what the scroll said, those were just mainstream knowledge. If he wanted something good, he had to put in effort himself. Before the Formation Battle Watchtowers were built, Zuo Mo's jade metal head Mo physique unexpectedly had a breakthrough. The breakthrough was very sudden this time. There was no warning. Even Pu Yao did not detect it, much less Zuo Mo, who had been in the depths of studying Formation Battle Watchtowers. The metamorphosis of a Mo physique was unexpectedly terrible. Just as he was pondering Formation Battle Watchtowers, a cloud of bloody mist suddenly exploded out of Zuo Mo's body. The eyes of the female Xiu that was closest to him suddenly lit up with a strange purple light. Her body did not move. The powerful bloody mist charged to 2 steps in front of her before it seemed to be stopped by an invisible wall. The empty eyes of the 3 golden armor guards lit up. The 3 of them raised their swords and blocked the charge of the bloody mist. Yuan Jiang, who was not far from Zuo Mo, did not have the strength to resist. It was like he had been hit with a heavy hammer. He felt a great force pass over, sending him flying and into unconsciousness. This was just a start. Bam bam bam. Clouds of bloody mist continuously exploded out of Zuo Mo's body. Each burst contained extremely powerful momentum. The ground under his feet had already turned into a deep hole due to the explosions. The golden armor on the 3 golden armor guards rattled. They hurriedly braced their waist and legs, the light in their eyes were at a maximum as they managed to resist the charge of the bloody mist. When the 3rd wave of bloody mist exploded, the energy contained in the bloody mist reached a terrifying level. The 3 golden armor guards could not block it. Dong dong dong, they were pushed to 15 steps away before they could steady their bodies. From beginning to now, the female Xiao did not move. The exaggerated black mask and the eerie purple pupils flashed in and out of sight in the bloody mist. She suddenly reached out with her right hand and grabbed at the bloody mist. The bloody mist in front of her instantly condensed, and a bean-sized blood bead appeared in her hand. After that, both of her hands grabbed at the empty air. All of the bloody mist had been condensed into blood beads. Ding ding dong dong. The blood beads rang out as they fell onto the ground. The bloody mist had been swept away and revealed Zuo Mo's true body. Zuo Mo's body was covered in gore. It was as though the gore was alive as it slowly moved. It looked extremely terrifying. The female Xiao silently looked at the bloody figure of Zuo Mo. In Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness, Pu Yao couldn't help but sigh with shock, such a powerful girl. He then lowered his head and said to himself, so quickly? Is this body really this suited to this path? He suddenly seemed to detect something and raised his head. The black clouds around the gravestone had disappeared. The purple light in the eyes of the female Xiao suddenly exploded. A hint of black energy suddenly appeared in the gore wrapped around Zuo Mo's body. The threads of black energy were like strands of hair and also extremely hard to notice. The female Xiao stared for a while before the purple light in her eyes gradually dimmed. The gore on Zuo Mo's body moved restlessly for more than 4 hours before gradually calming down. After 4 more hours, a person-high cocoon of blood appeared in the deep hole of the ground. The second batch. The platoon captain was very excited. Adding on the group that they had just destroyed, they had successfully ambushed 2 groups of Clear Sky Sect outer hall Xiaojia that had been returning. Their luck was pretty good. From the information passed on through the paper cranes, several platoons hadn't encountered anyone at all. Continuous battle caused their platoon Xiaojia to quickly grow. Their combat had finally shown some hint of organization. For this, they had paid the price of 3 people. Ma Fan inattentively made a sound in response. He was pondering what he may have not considered in his previous idea. Lil Miss's intentions were very clear. Do their best to delay the enemy so that the enemy could not find their main camp, and try to earn more time for the construction of the city. On the other hand, they couldn't fight too fiercely, causing Clear Sky Old Forefather to come out personally. No one could deal with that. There were too many places that had to be measured in here. But from the present situation, the development of the situation had not left his predictions. Holding a piece of green grass in his mouth, he raised his head to look at the faraway sky. The battle had just begun. Nanshang Village. 10 little troops have been killed? Ah! You group of trash. 200 people. That is 200 people. Even if it was 2 mother ****ing stones, there would be a sound if they're thrown into the water. Under great pressure, He Xiang finally lost all restraint and bellowed. The subordinates shivered, and the other elders remained silent. Malicious joy came into many people's eyes. He Xiang suddenly turned his head, and looked at the other elders. His eyes were filled with blood, his features twisted, the tendons in his head bulging like earthworms. His voice was deep like a lion that had been forced to death's door. Alright, you guys are just watching. Ha, you really think that only I would be punished if we don't do this right? None of you will be able to escape. Don't forget Old Forefather's temper. The faces of the other elders all changed uncontrollably. He raised his head, and said in a voice full of scorn and disdain, I'm the chief elder, but is nothing to Old Forefather. You guys, which of you cannot be replaced? Don't forget, it is very easy for the outer hall to hire Xiaojia. Would it be difficult to find new elders? You all should be clear how important this is. If we cannot even accomplish the first task for the outer hall, ha! Everyone saw the terror in each other's eyes. Even though it was Chief Elder that was in control of the outer hall right now, but if old forefather really investigated, none of them would escape. What they were doing now was related to the foundation for the Dominion of Clear Sky sect in Little Mountain Jia. One elder stood up. That's right. This is not the time for us to fight among ourselves. We should cooperate and overcome this obstacle. I agree. Another elder stood up. Other elders continued to stand and express their agreement. Second elder's expression was slightly ugly, but he also stood up. I also agree. Chief elder's anger instantly disappeared, and even had a smile on his face. As long as we cooperate, we will definitely capture this group of clowns quickly. Of the 7 elders, except for him, they were all Ning my third stratum experts. The mood of Nanshang village had suddenly changed. All the people walking on the street were ordered to return home. All flow of resources were stopped, and all people were banned from travel. Even though the leaders of the various factions objected, but they were instantly suppressed. They were put under house arrest. The Clear Sky Sect Outer Hall sent down its first 10,000 fire emergency order. The Outer Hall Shouja that had been prepared to send out to other places in Little Mountain Jia were all summoned back. The Shouja number in Nanshang village continued to increase. The leaders that were under house arrest felt insecure when they saw this and were wise enough to stay in their homes. The enormous Outer Hall gathered strength at an unprecedented efficiency. Editor note: in the Chinese elemental system there are 5 elements: metal, water, wood, fire, and earth. Each element has affinities to each other element, either creating or destroying other elements. Wood creates fire, fire creates earth, while wood destroys earth. So when Yuan Jiang says fire bears earth and would increase the fire element formations, he means that the power of the golden crow fire absorbed from the sun will be used to create earth elemental power and strengthen the 2 earth formations. Translator ramblings: blood and explosions for Zuo Mo's body leveling up. Other people expel and shed the impurities in their body. Zuo Mo sprays blood everywhere. Ma Fan has a plan, and so does He Xiang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 255, New Skyglass Wave. Chapter 255, New Skyglass Wave. Zuo Mo once again broke out of the cocoon. His body seemed to have changed again. The skin that once had a black sheen now seemed slightly transparent like black jade. There was none of the shock that came with the first transformation. Zuo Mo examined his body with curiosity. Thankfully, there was not much change on his face. It wasn't that he was afraid of becoming ugly, but it was not a good feeling when the face he had recently adjusted to had become strange once again. He tested his strength. It was about 2/10 greater than before. Not bad, he thought inside as he started the Sky Wave Fist scripture. He wanted to see how many revolutions his arms could tolerate this time. 14 revolutions had been the limit when he had faced the bloody horn serpent last time. He started the Skyglass Wave, and the Ling power quickly circulated through his arms. Starting from the 7th revolution, his arms started to feel inflated. After 10 revolutions, the feeling of inflation in his arms became more evident. After 12 revolutions, the feeling of inflation became even more pronounced in his arms. After that, with every new revolution, the feeling of inflation should increase greatly. When it reached 12 revolutions, Zuo Mo's mind jumped. It was possible. Even though his arms felt very inflated, but there was still leeway compared to last time. He continued to channel Ling power. He wanted to see where the limits of his new body were. 14 revolutions, there was a pain caused by the feeling of the pressure. 16 revolutions, Zuo Mo felt like his arms were going to explode. Threads of light flooded out of his arms, and swam along his arms like little snakes moving about. It was the first time Zuo Mo had seen such a thing. He knew that if he completed 2 more revolutions, the Skyglass Wave would probably undergo another change. He weighed his options. He felt that he could still tolerate more. Bracing his heart, he continued to channel Ling power. 17 revolutions, the feeling of explosion in his hands became even stronger, and a needle-like pain appeared. The light of the fist energies around his arms became even thicker, and the rate of movement increased. The air around him did the exact opposite, their rate of flow was decreasing continuously. At 18 revolutions, the lights that swam around his arms increased in speed, and showed extremely unique whirlpool fist energies. Due to the increase in speed, the thread-like fist energies that had been wrapped around his elbow joints quickly were pulled astray. They were like springs that were pressed down by an invisible force. The spring discs that were now flat quickly revolved with amazing speed at Zuo Mo's fists. Zuo Mo knew that this was his limit. The air around him had stopped flowing as though it had turned solid at this moment. Without a hesitation, Zuo Mo raised both his hands and shouted, "Go!" The center of the disc-shaped fist energies seemed to have been heavily struck and turned into the start of a helix that flew out with astounding speed. There was no sound, no howling. When the two fist energies left his fists, they seemed to have disappeared into the air. They were so quick that Zuo Mo himself did not catch them. As these two fists were released, the ling power and strength in Zuo Mo's body seemed to have been completely pulled out. Extremely sore, he collapsed onto his bottom on the ground. After a while, he managed to struggle up and sway over to inspect the result of his two punches. 20 zhang away, two holes bored into the earth, each was more than 2 zhang in diameter. They were so deep the bottoms could not be seen. Zuo Mo couldn't help but show slight joy as he gaped. It wasn't possible to create this kind of clean and deep hole, like a knife-cutting tofu, with just raw strength. The power of the 18 revolutions skyglass wave was definitely more than twice as powerful as the 14 revolutions one. Because there were not quantifiable measurements, he could only make a general estimate on its power. Zuo Mo instantly became happy. Pu Yao's methods were quite painful, but they were very effective. After this metamorphosis, the strength of his body had taken another leap forward. Otherwise, it wouldn't have stood up to support the 18 revolutions. The technique required in the skyglass wave was not high, but starting from 12 revolutions, the demands on the body rapidly increased with each additional revolution. This jade metal head really lived up to being an Mo physique, it was full of potential. Zuo Mo wondered inside about going to ask Pu Yao some other time to see if he could press some more out. When he had been at Wukong Mountain, when he heard the mention of Yao Ma, he would fear it. Now that he had experienced more, he didn't have much feeling. What Mo physique, what Yao art? When it was used, where was the energy of Yao Ma? He didn't feel that his personality had become evil and vicious. As he experienced more, he gradually could see clearly. The so-called Yao, Mo, and Xiuzhe were just different cultivation paths for different innate talents. Like the Yao, born from flora or the essence of the world. They were born understanding the power of the world, and naturally learned how to use their consciousness as a lever to manipulate the power of the world. Mo were born from intelligent beasts, with strong bodies and a Mo matrix. It was no wonder they walked the path of awakening the potential of their bodies. And Xiuzhe were humans. Their bodies were not strong, not close to the world, but they were intelligent. It was rational they would walk the path of assimilating outside forces to their benefit. He gradually understood the hatred between Yao Ma and Xiuzhe as he spent this time in Little Mountain Jia. The ling power that Xiuzhe cultivated emphasized using outside objects. They needed all kinds of resources. Jingshi required Jingshi mines, ling grains, and other ling grasses needed ling veins. Forging talismans required all kinds of materials, needed ores, and other precious treasures of the world. But no matter if it was ore or ling veins, all of them needed tens of thousands of years to mature. Even those treasures of the world usually needed several thousand years before they would mature. But who could wait for more than 1,000 years? Xiuzhe could only continuously expand out and find new jia. However, this meant conflict with Yao Ma could not be avoided. In here, it couldn't be said who was right or wrong. No matter if it was Xiuzhe or Yao Ma, these were all for their existence, for development. Zuo Mo did not have good feelings about Yao Ma but held no dislike. Things like wars were not something a little character like him had to worry about. After gradually understanding this, Zuo Mo did not have any more mental barriers about cultivating Mo skills and Yao arts. Without mental barriers, his progress in cultivating was naturally quick. Before, he had always struggled with the concept of talent. His talent with swords was really very average. If Pu Yao did not exist, he may never have cultivated to sword essence. That was a sword essence created through being cut up thousands of times. His talent with formations and the 5 elements were more exceptional. Now he felt that while talent was important, but many things could not be explained by talent. Comprehension was comprehension, incomprehension was incomprehension. If one did not have talent, they would still be strong if they could comprehend. If they had talent, and did not comprehend, there was no use. Talent could increase the probability of comprehension, but it was not always a certainty. There wasn't just talent, even talismans and spells could be included in this. Even if the grade was higher, and the power was greater, but it depended on whether it was suited to oneself. The Skywave Fist Scripture was just a third-grade fist scripture without any exceptional qualities. For the great majority of Diana Xiao, it was very normal in terms of power, but in Zuo Mo's hands, it was incredibly powerful. It was not that other Diana Xiao could not understand the profoundness of Skyglass Wave, but that their bodies just could not tolerate the shocking burden that came with the 18 revolutions of Ling power. Zuo Mo comprehended many things. The 18 revolution Skyglass Wave increased Zuo Mo's confidence, but he only had the power for one attack. Jindan Xiuzhe, like the clear sky old forefather, moved like lightning. It would be extremely hard to hit them. His anticipation of the formation he was going to set up increased. He suddenly saw the scattered blood beads beside the feet of the female Shio and made a sound of surprise. Where did these come from? The female Shio did not respond. Zuo Mo muttered inside but still collected the blood beads. The blood beads sparkled as though each one was made from fresh blood. When held in his hands, he felt a feeling of closeness. Facing the silent female Shio, Zuo Mo did not have any ideas. The female Shio of unknown name and history was a mystery all over. As to whether or not she was mute, that was just ridiculous. With the female Shio's deep cultivation, even if she was born with a natural deficiency, there were countless ways to fix it. She didn't speak, there was only one reason. She didn't want to speak. The only person that Zuo Mo could ask was Pu Yao. He had too many questions he had accumulated. Pu Yao was not surprised at Zuo Mo's arrival. I know what you want to ask. He was sitting cross-legged on the gravestone, lazily supporting his chin with his hand. The gleaming black sleeve naturally fell down, and revealed an arm that was even paler than that of a woman's. The right bloody pupil that was not covered by his hair was slightly open. The greatest unique quality of the jade metalhead is equilibrium. Even though none of it is outstanding, but it is pretty good in every area. In this period of time, you had been practicing with your body, ling power, and consciousness. It has matured. Several questions came into Zuo Mo's mind after Pu Yao's words. I know the relationship of ling power and the body, the ling channels. But what relationship is there between the consciousness and the body? The jade metal head matured? What do you mean matured? Pu Yao rolled his eyes. He had gotten used to Zuo Mo frequently asking him questions he found extremely idiotic. How can there not be a connection? Those with strong bodies usually have strong minds. Ling power, body, and consciousness, the three of them come from the same source. Do the Xiuzha of present not know this? Zuo Mo's face was already as thick as city walls. He snickered, and was not angry at Pu Yao's mockery. Then what about the level up of jade metalhead? Mo physique, there was no maturity in the beginning. At the start, everyone just found that some special bodies were very suited to practicing Mo skills. Over time, everyone called them Mo physiques. After that, about tens of thousands of years, I'm not too clear about Mo's history. Oh, don't think that Xiuzha have the longest history. The history of Yao Mo is much longer than the history of Xiuzha. Zuo Mo found that Pu Yao showed hints of going off topic and hurriedly pulled him back. Then why was there leveling up later? Because of advancement, Pu Yao said, then continued, Jade Metalhead is captain level, and Star and Moon Wheel is colonel level. This is called advancement. Maturation, Mo physiques are very special kinds of bodies, but they have a common quality, they can grow. Isn't it interesting? Having an Mo physique, it does not mean that your body is stronger than other people, but that you have more potential than other people. I seem to understand a bit. Potential needs to be stimulated before it can turn to strength. Pu Yao nodded, right, that's the idea. Maturation, it means the degree that the potential of your Mo physique has been expressed. Maturation and advancement have a strong connection. Only Mo physiques of sufficient maturity can advance. In other words, even if I can cultivate to Moon Soul, if my maturation is not enough, I cannot cultivate to Star and Moon Wheel? Right. There is much scholarship associated with the advancement of Mo physiques. There are many paths that Jade Metalhead can advance to. Star and Moon Wheel is only one of them. For example, there is also the Mountain Fiend route that emphasizes strength, the Clear Wind Fighter that emphasizes lightness and agility. They had explored many kinds of weird advancement pathways. I only know the generalities. Then what is my maturation right now? Zuo Mo hurriedly asked the question he was most concerned about. Translator ramblings. Long thing today. First, a whole theory from Wandering Yumi of Doom. He doesn't allow me to tell him any spoilers, unlike Warlord 212 who knows a lot about this, so as far as I can figure is she knows ZM from before he lost his memories, and her exact identity I am unsure of. 1. She knows him, otherwise protecting and watching over him makes zero sense. This is assumption 1, but is supported by point 5. 2. Given 1, this means she cannot recognize him from his physical appearance, since his body has changed, meaning she is using the 5 elemental bead to do so. 3. The power inside her is similar to ZM's bead, except it is one element. Ice, since they describe her powers as being icy. This is assumption 2 and completely unsupported at this point. This only makes sense if she is from his past and the beads are a technique of his clan/family/sect. 4. Given 3, based on the power inside of the mystery lady is more powerful than ZM's bead. This means either A, her bead is more valuable than ZM's, or B, ZM's is more valuable. For A, she is his elder. For B, she is his subordinate. ZM's bead is more valuable, presumably has higher potential because it has 5 elements, but his bead is less powerful because he lacks the appropriate cultivation practices to strengthen it. This is assumption 3, and highly reliant on assumption 2. 5. She wanted something or had business in Little Mountain Jia, which is why she went there after attacking the Yao. If she wanted to kill the Yao leader, she would have stayed in Sky Moon Jia to try again. But after getting to Little Mountain Jia, she sticks around with ZM, without going off to deal with her business first, suggesting her business is ZM. This greatly supports assumption 1. Given 1, for A/4B, and 5, the reasonable conclusion is the fact she knows ZM from his past, and attacked the Yao fine ZM, since the Yao army was blockading the river in her path to him, and intends to protect him after he was abandoned by Wu Kong Sword Sect. I just can't figure out if it is 4A, or 4B, at this point. I am leaning towards 4A since she is more powerful / doesn't bother to talk to him, but 4B could make sense if ZM's parents / elders gave her certain instructions. This is all based on if she knew ZM from before, but given the evidence I think it is highly probable. And back to the regular dump of thoughts from me. First, in where Feng Xiang truly disappoints me, Zuo Mo ends up doing environmental destruction immediately after his power-up. I guess the only part that makes this somewhat alright is that he's pretty much the ruler of this local area, so no one will get him to pay or discipline him for seriously deep potholes. Mo physiques are like Pokemon and evolve. Zuo Mo finally lets go of his prejudice against Yama, hindered in no small part by how terrible Puyao once was, and gets to see reality a bit more clearly. Zuo Mo has slightly grown up in the sense he can see a part of the bigger picture in general motivations behind events. He's gained a lot of information and managed to piece it together to get the general history of the 3 races. But he still thinks the war will have nothing to do with him, and remains blind to the fact the Yao army has him as one of the objectives. This is the first chapter that definitively said that Xiuzha were human. It really wasn't possible to interpret the text for another meaning. The main character isn't the best at everything, and Zuo Mo doesn't have any feelings of jealousy about how Wei Shang is more talented in one area. In most sea fantasy stories, the main character is the most talented of the generation, and then moves up in power levels until the main character is equal to the best of a generation 10 times his age. Zuo Mo did have a bit of a mental struggle with how he did not progress in the sword as expected, and I thought how he tried so hard to forge the 5 essence sword set could be a reflection of how he tried to improve what he wasn't good at, the sword, by using it with what he was good at, the 5 elements and formations. So he could say, I'm a sword show, look, I use 5 sword together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 256, Variable. Chapter 256, Variable. Just first maturation. Puyao looked at the anticipation on Zuo Mo's face, and did not hesitate in his blows. Basically, advancement is only possible at 3rd maturation. Little bro, it's early for you. Hearing this, Zuo Mo couldn't help but feel disappointed. Why is advancement this difficult? Difficult? Puyao smirked coldly. What difficulty is this? Good things are not so easy to get. That's true. Zuo Mo thought and found that it was right. He still remembered his time when he planted ling grains. Not talking about those good items, but even for those spells to reach a grade, at that time, he had to put in all of his energy to get. His days had only gotten better after he had met Puyao. Puyao would occasionally do something bad to him, but Zuo Mo never really took to heart. Without Puyao, he would still be an outer sect disciple of Wu Kong Sword Sect. His attitude towards Puyao and the mysterious gravestone were the same. He could accept everyone making some transactions. To receive good things, he had to pay a price. This was reasonable, a matter of consent. But if the other was going to force him, he won't take it. What are these blood beads? Nothing, just the beads made from your essential blood. Zuo Mo instantly jumped in fright. My essential blood? What time? How come GE didn't know? He looked at Puyao with slightly unfriendliness, his tone changing. Had this guy done something again? None of GE's business. Puyao rolled his eyes and mimicked Zuo Mo's tone. Your woman did it. GE's woman? Zuo Mo stilled. When did GE have a woman? The one wearing the mask. Puyao undoubtedly had extreme talent in being a ruffian. As he learned a little bit, the disrespectful attitude was born. He clearly was a high-grade ruffian of high status and identity, with some dignity and laziness. In comparison, Zuo Mo with his twisted features and wiry hair was like the ruffians that ran about the streets with bricks. When did she do that? Zuo Mo furrowed his brow. Don't be unable to recognize people's aid. Pu Yao unconcernedly glanced and then yawned. He lazily said, receive the benefit and still pretending to be good. Mo physiques will change during maturation. Oh, you were quite fierce, played with essence blood explosions. The other is very good, and help you condense them into blood beads so it wasn't a waste. However, she really is a powerful girl. Zuo Mo's expression instantly became awkward. He had always been full of suspicion towards this woman of unknown origins. What's the use of this? The practical Zuo Mo quickly pulled the topic onto the blood beads. There are many uses. If you cultivate Mo skills with blood and fiends, it is a very rare treasure. Right now, I can't think of any, Pu Yao said irresponsibly. Coming out of the sea of consciousness, Zuo Mo coincidentally saw the female Xiao. It might have been Pu Yao's words, but he suddenly found her much more pleasing to look at. Thank you. He raised the blood beads and thanked the female Xiao. He knew the female Xiao definitely wouldn't respond. After showing his appreciation, he turned and went back to the work of building the city. Zuo Mo didn't know that just as he turned around, a purple light flashed across the eyes behind the mask. Gongsun Sha gazed at the changes on the battlefield. He was continuously trying out new tactics. Any battle tactic, from seeing it, to familiarity, to understanding, the entire process required spending a lot of effort and thought. Even more important was actual use and experimentation. In the war chess, Pu Yao had shown many kinds of battle tactics to Gongsun Sha. Each tactic had its own qualities, but not every tactic was like the 3-section wave killing charge, being able to be used after just trying it out. The tactics related to the mixture of people and the structure of the troops. In the war chess, there was only Yao Ma. To say of nothing else, the combat methods of Yao Ma and Xiuzhe were extremely different. Just adapting the tactics over to use was not going to work. However, after being continuously abused by all kinds of tactics, Gongsun Sha's knowledge was much broader. No one told him what should be. He could only experiment to increase how long he could stand up under Pu Yao's hands. Mimicking, concluding, and experimenting. If it was a normal person, after they had a sweet taste of the 3-section wave killing charge's sharp blade, they would naturally worship it as the truth, the strongest weapon. However, Gongsun Sha was continuously experimenting with different tactics. Because it was difficult to find jade scrolls on battle formations, he had even asked Zuo Mo in hopes of finding more battle formations. Unconsciously, he walked onto a path that had surpassed what everyone imagined. About 20 li from them, there were 2 Xiuzhe roaming about, watching the changes of the battlefield from a distance. Gongsun Sha ignored them. Each time they fought, they would encounter scouts like these from other factions. These scouts were extremely skilled in flight. They would only watch from afar. If they saw the situation wasn't right, they would instantly get on a sword and fly away. There was no way of dealing with them. So even though the scouts had been discovered, Gongsun Sha only ignored them other than preparing the necessary defenses to stop these scouts from participating in the fight. However, the 2 people that were watching were not scouts. Jiang Wei was a leader of a faction. Previously he had not noticed Gongsun Sha. However, he had become alerted when Gongsun Sha had plucked up several of the other factions in succession. He wasn't unfamiliar with these factions. They had interacted before. Even though Gongsun Sha was still a distance away from his base, but he felt unsafe. So he had followed his subordinate and pretended to be scout to personally see this mysterious troop. Boss, that's them. His subordinate pointed at Gongsun Sha's group far away. Jiang Wei made a sound of acknowledgement. However, his heart was beating rapidly and his expression changed slightly. The battlefield seemed entrenched and chaotic, but to become a leader, how could he not have some good eyes? This mysterious group had clearly taken the lead. Right now, they were just playing with the other side, like a cat playing with a mouse. But after a while, he flinched with shock. That wasn't right. It wasn't playing. The chaotic battlefield gradually cleared up because this group started to organize themselves, and traces of organization. As he continued to watch, Jiang Wei's face paled, while his heart continuously dropped. This group's organization and tactics were beyond his imagination. These guys were trying new tactics. Their chaos was not created by the enemy, but by themselves. As they familiarized themselves with their new tactics, the battlefield quickly turned clear. He recognized the other side of the battle, Mustache Wang. Mustache Wang's conduct was extremely powerful and skilled in battle. He had a group of lawless fighters under his command. When he saw the other, he had to call the other Wang Ji. But someone as powerful as Mustache Wang was being used by the other to try out battle tactics. He actually was not able to resist. Watching as Mustache Wang charged left and right with his band, but appearing as though he was sinking in the bog without a way out. A hint of sorrow came into Jiang Wei's heart. This group was too strong. Their cooperation was very high. It wasn't how smooth or grand their tactics were. In reality, he had seen the unfamiliarity in their cooperation at first glance. It should be a kind of tactic they had never used before. Mustache Wang did not lack skill. He had found the enemy's flaws several times, but just when the balance was to be upset, this group would use a different kind of battle tactic. That was the battle tactic they frequently used and were familiar with. It was astoundingly keen. Mustache Wang's furious counterattack would be torn to pieces in moments. Right after, this group would also return to their unfamiliar and new battle tactic in search of familiarizing their cooperation. And so it repeated. It's really terrifying. Jiang Wei muttered to himself. The subordinate didn't understand why leader would say it was scary. In his view, the two sides had fought for this long before this group had secured the advantage. They were not as strong as they were rumored to be. Jiang Wei did not explain. He rejoiced inside that he had made a correct decision today by coming. A hint of a smile finally came to Gongsun Cha's lips. The Xiuzha under his command finally found rhythm with his new battle tactic. Any kind of battle tactic, no matter how well people trained, was discounted in power unless they went through true battle. The situation on the battlefield had tens of thousands of variations. It was completely different than normal training. Just copying what they normally practiced was useless. As Lil Miss smiled, the rock in the hearts of the Xiuzha beside him finally landed. The battle quickly ended. They had captured about 150 Xiuzha. Seeing the dense black patch of Xiuzha beside them, he couldn't help but rub his forehead. How many Xiuzha have we already captured? 1,115 people, the subordinate gave a precise number. After some thought, Gongsun Chai ordered, transport them back. It is not safe to take them with us for each battle. Send a division. Zuo Mo was not here and could not put Jinji in these captives. Due to that, he could only take all their talismans and send people to guard them. Some of the Xiuzha had been directly taken into the troops, like those Seal Xiu and Three Sword Xiu who had comprehended sword essence, Mustache Wang among them. These captives were very docile. Every 2 or 3 days, they would see Gongsun Cha and the others defeat a faction. Naturally, everyone was docile. They looked fearfully at the remaining 300 Xiuzha. Even though their own numbers were 3 times that of Lil Miss, but no one dared to disobey. Before this, they had never thought there would be such a terrifying army. Of course, the Xiuzha who had seen the Yao army would say the Yao army were the most powerful. But even those people had to admit that this troop was the strongest troop they had ever seen other than the Yao army. The subordinates had long ago suggested to Lil Miss to send the captives back. No one felt it was too few for 100-something people to transport more than 1,000 captives. This mission landed again on Wei Ran. Lil Miss felt that while Wei Ran's individual strength was average, but his mind was good and he was calm. This was a person worthy of nurturing. Truthfully, Wei Ran wasn't quite willing. He was enjoying the fight. If he had to transport the captives, wouldn't he fall behind the others? He had just gotten a taste of the new battle tactics. However, he did not dare to disobey Lil Miss' commands. He could only lead his subordinates and dejectedly go to transport captives. Looking at a portion of the troop transporting a dark patch of Xiuzha, Jiang Wei first stilled and then instantly understood. He couldn't help but shake his head. In his view, if they included these captives in the troop, it would actually cause the battle abilities of this terrifying troop to decrease. As long as one had these 300 people, where couldn't they go? Maybe they had other ideas, Jiang Wei thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A daring idea came out. Translator ramblings, a cliffhanger happens. It's been a while since we had one. The Chinese has this obsession with jade, first white mutton fat jade early on, and then green jade afterwards. I don't know why, but fantasy worlds seem to have endless supplies of jade. Why does all the writing and the ornamentation have to be primarily jade? I've never saw a story involving a jade mine. I guess jade in these worlds is very cheap and plentiful, so they use it for communication and everything else, and where the jade comes from isn't of any significance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 257, One Small Step, I. Chapter 257, One Small Step, I. Xiang's face was tight, but in reality, his mood was not as terrible as he displayed. The members of the outer hall were continuously gathering, which allowed the leaders of the factions in Nanshang village personally see the strength of the outer hall. Everyone was in danger now. Under this tense atmosphere, the secret alliance the faction leaders had brokered fell apart without any attack. They all chose to capitulate, and Xiang quickly got the price he wanted. Now, he only needed to catch the group of troublemakers before he would accomplish his goals. Looking at the xiuzha that covered the sky above Nanshang village, the cloud over Xiang's heart swept away. The number of xiuzha in the outer hall had reached a terrifying 3,000 people. Nanshang village was small to begin with. 3,000 xiuzha flying in the air was like a storm cloud. In his view, such a strong power could dominate all of Little Mountain Jia. If it wasn't that old forefather had personally made the captivity plan, he would have already suggested to take all of Little Mountain Jia into Clear Sky Sect's pocket. However, there wasn't much of a difference now, he thought contentedly. He had sent out large numbers of troops to search for the traces of those people. As soon as they found one trace, they could send out all their strength and tear those damned people into 1,000 pieces. He believed that news would come very soon. Just as he was thinking this, an elder landed in front of him and said excitedly, "We found the group. 200 or 300 people, up north, about 2,000 li from here. Our people have locked onto them." Xiang was exhilarated, and said hatefully, "As long as we can find them, then they will definitely die. Get the scouts at the front to keep alert and don't lose them. It's our turn to attack." "Haha, let them see the power of our outer hall," this elder also laughed. "We'll destroy them." Xiang was full of bravado. "We'll celebrate you when you get back." This elder was an ally he had been pursuing. "Ha ha. Wait for my good news." This elder laughed proudly before jumping back into the air. The xiuzha filling the sky started to quickly gather. Nian Lu was just as discontent as Wei Ran. His feet stepping on a lotus flower, he flew with the wind. His snowy white robes now seemed gray and dusty. After that handsome and light-hearted face seemed somewhat slow-witted after eating wind for more than 10 days. The platoon captain beside him also had an expression of dissatisfaction. "This group of bum beetles, they are so annoying. We have to even talk to them every day, but it's still those old faces, there's nothing new. But they don't have it easy either." The last words were full of emotion. He turned and hollered at the xiuzha beside him, "All of you, stay alert. Don't blame my flying sword if you don't listen." Beside him, other than his own subordinates, there were almost 200 unfamiliar xiuzha. These xiuzha all had their heads hanging down without energy. These were the xiuzha that they had captured when they took the time to especially sweep up two factions. The sweep had been done together by Lei Pang, Zhong Ru, and himself. Nian Lu's luck had been the worst and had lost in drawing straws, so that the most depressing job of baiting the enemy had fallen to him. These captives seemed to have extremely well-prepared Ling armor, but other than Ling armor, all other talismans and flying swords had been taken away. Just like this, Nian Lu led a platoon and 200 xiuzha as he flew openly towards the north. To make sure the other side didn't lose track of them, they had to maintain a moderate speed. What was most depressing was that he could not attend the upcoming battle, he could only continue to travel away. The greatest tragedy of life was this. Nian Lu said with sorrow and anger, slow down, don't let them lose track." At the base of a mountain about 400 li from Nanshang village was an extremely well-hidden mountain cave. "What are we waiting for? We're just guarding this place that even the birds don't shit, when can we go and do something?" Lei Peng rumbled. Everyone ignored him. Zhong Ru was sitting and meditating, Xie Shan had his eyes closed to rest. The other platoon captain wisely did not interrupt. With so many of the old-timers here, he did not have a turn to speak. Ma Fan shook his head helplessly. But it was his idea. It was so troublesome. He drawled, soon. Lei Peng snickered and said, "Little Nian is probably being blown with a refreshing breeze right now." Light laughter came from the other people. Even Zhong Ru showed a hint of mirth at the corner of his lips. After killing those little groups last time, during that period of extremely short chaos, they had quietly sneaked in. This trip had been 7 days. Their luck was pretty good. They had found an extremely deep cave. With some camouflage added, it was a very good ambush point. This place was also very close to Nanshang village, right under the enemy's eyes. It was perfect for being dark under the lamp. Xie Shan suddenly opened his eyes. The other people instantly had wary looks. Xie Shan said lightly, "They've come." All the xiuzha instantly stopped talking. Xie Shan even extinguished the small light spell inside the cave. The cave instantly became pitch black. After a while, everyone felt streams of consciousness and strange Ling power sweep across their bodies. Fear rose in everyone's hearts. There were at least 2,000 people from Nanshang village that moved out this time. It could be seen that the outer hall had put a lot into destroying them. No one dared to move. All signs of life on their bodies disappeared. All breathing and heartbeats stopped. Even the temperature of their bodies decreased. They were like a pile of rocks. Ma Fan had taught them all a spell to conceal themselves from scouts since he was very skilled in concealment. To avoid attracting attention, they had not used any spell or formation to disguise the entrance of the cave. Formations were the best for disguise, but that was only for experts. If it wasn't a formation expert, the disguise formation setup would be eye-catching instead. They only used rocks and foliage to conceal and lessen the traces of themselves. They had also specially grabbed little animals like rabbits to put in the cave. There were too many caves in this area. Ma Fan had correctly predicted the other would not inspect the caves one by one. Wave after wave of surveillance continued for 2 hours. Even Xie Shan, with the highest cultivation, couldn't help but be shocked by the outer hall strength. From the consciousness and Ling power that swept across their bodies, there were more than 10 Ningmai third stratum Xiuzha. He was certain that more than 7/10 of the entire Little Mountain Jia's Ningmai third stratum had sided with the outer hall. One Ningmai third stratum was not scary, but 10 of them was definitely a great power. If he was the commander, he definitely would arrange for the 10 people to be together. Powerful Xiuzha like this were terrifying when they were used together. Why had the Xiuzha who comprehended sword essence like him been arranged together? He hadn't understood in the past, but after following Lil Miss for a time, and personally experiencing it, he now understood the benefits. However, what he admired the most right now was Ma Fan's cautiousness. Under Ma Fan's persistence, they had dug into the cave to an extreme depth. Then used slabs of rock to seal the top of the pit. These granite stones were more than 10 zhang thick, and had almost tired them to death at the time. The entire cave was now divided into 2 levels. Those little animals lived on the top level. At the time, some people had muttered that Ma Fan was making a mountain out of a molehill. Looking at it now, these measures had saved their lives. What he didn't know was that Ma Fan was also feeling fear. If anything had gone astray with the measures, then they would have been sealed in. No one would have been able to escape. Even when all the scans had disappeared, they still did not dare to move. Everyone was terrified by what had just occurred. After 10 whole hours, they finally recovered from the false death state. Whoa, they are terrifying. At least 2,000 people. Lei Peng exclaimed, his face slightly pale. It's 3,000, Zhong Ru suddenly spoke, there is also 13 third stratum. Everyone's faces became slightly ugly. Xie Shan looked at Zhong Ru with surprise. He was shocked at Zhong Ru's sensitivity. They really find us worthwhile. Haha, Laozi was so frightened right now, Laozi's body is still somewhat soft. Everyone discussed loudly. They were slightly afraid and shocked, but they were more excited. The outer hall had found them important enough to send out this many people. In Little Mountain Jia, there was no faction other than theirs who managed to cause such a reaction. Most of these people were lawless fighters. Battle maniacs like Lei Peng were not rare. The more it was like the present, the more motivated they were. Ma Fan was not as crazy as they were. He managed to calm his heartbeat, and wiped the cold sweat. He had been the core for so long, but it was the first time he had encountered such a risky situation like the one just now. When are we moving? Lei Peng rubbed his hands excitedly, his eyes shining as he looked at Ma Fan. Ma Fan forcibly repressed the impulse to kill the guy and rolled his eyes instead. Do you want to die faster? They haven't gone far away. If they turn back, none of us will escape. Lei Peng realized that his question seemed like it was troublemaking, especially when he saw the gazes looking at him like they were looking like an idiot. He rapidly gave a bright smile. See, after being frightened by them, Anne's mind doesn't work properly. 5 days. After calming down, Ma Fan's head turned cold and rational. We only need to wait 5 more days. Even if they want to turn back then, it wouldn't be enough. Everyone, get a good rest these 5 days. Otherwise, you'll see the other people rampage while you falter, Xie Shan said with a smile from the side. Sound disappeared from the mountain cave. Everyone suppressed the excitement inside, and meditated. They were like a group of experienced hunters making their last preparations before closing the net. Jiang Wei took the jade scroll his subordinate had handed over. He had sent out the Xiuzha that had been most skilled in concealment to follow behind Wei Ran's group from far away, and successfully located this group's main base. When he scanned the jade scroll, his body froze. In the mirage of the jade scroll, at the top of a mountain peak was a sun city made from blue gold. The sunlight was like a keen sword cutting the sky and landing on this city. The faint golden light emitted from the little city gave people warmth like the sunlight. Jiang Wei's heart seemed to be suddenly gripped by an invisible hand. At that instant, it stopped beating. After an unknown length of time, he slowly refocused. There was almost no Xiuzha in the empty city. All the blood in his body went to his head. With a glance, he could see how weak the city was. Even the troop that had sent the captives back had thrown the captives to the camp and instantly left. An uncontrollable greed and yearning filled every hair of his body. The chapter title is the start of a Chinese idiom. Translated, it can mean one small step can make a great difference, a small error can lead to a serious result. Translator ramblings, bait to draw everyone out of the place first and then. I have to say that mind-to-mind communication is always the fastest and cheapest communication method in fantasy stories. Look at Puyao, a ball of light and then off Zuo Mo goes. Considering how cheap information storage and scrolls and other items seem to be in many fantasy stories where secret arts can be read and then copied without any limit, it's a miracle that a lot of the secret arts remained a secret. I don't think it is very hard. With mind-to-mind communication, one person can buy the manual and then send it to his relatives who can also use it. And then things spread. Or they can inscribe the information onto jade scrolls/strips and then sell them for really good prices. Actually, I think that won't be a bad story, a protagonist that makes a living by making textbooks and selling information. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 258, Bowie explaining. Chapter 258, Bowie explaining. Zuo Mo looked dumbly at the 1100 shouja in front of him, his face slightly ugly. Seeing the signs, Wei Ran exchanged a greeting with Zuo Mo before decisively turning and leaving, disappearing in an instant. 1100 shouja. They look very tasty, but in reality, they were a great problem. These people were docile right now, but if they had the chance, they would not be so. Why were the people under Gongsun Cha's command so obedient? Because Zuo Mo had put down Jinji in their bodies. Using an aura of domination, and causing the surroundings to swear fealty to you is just a joke. Any person who entered an unfamiliar power, especially as a captive, how could they so easily accept it in their hearts? Zuo Mo didn't even dare to be certain about the group that Gongsun Cha had. If they left Little Mountain Jia, how many would be willing to stay? Zuo Mo was too lazy to think of things like loyalty. In such turbulent times, that was nothing. His demands were very simple: listen to orders and don't make trouble. After breaking through Little Mountain Jia, everyone can pat their own butts and go off. However, even listening to orders and refraining from making trouble were not simple to do. Before, he had used Jinji to guarantee this, but even a Jindan would die from exhaustion if he had to put Jinji in 1100 shouja. That method wouldn't work here. Fortunately, all of the talismans and flying swords had been clean off this group. They definitely wouldn't make trouble in the short term. Zuo Mo had had enough time to think of ways to resolve the problem. He first picked the shouja that were skilled in forging from the group and sent them to Ji Wei and Sun Bao. There were quite a few, almost 300 people. Of course, the great majority of them only had a rough understanding of forging. There were less than 40 that were truly skilled. To Ji Wei and Sun Bao, who were tight on manpower, they took all 300 people and more. Even rough work needed people to do it. Quickly, Zuo Mo found that the two were very good managers. No one made trouble, and no one slacked off. Everyone was furiously working. This puzzled Zuo Mo. Coincidentally, Bowie had come to find Zuo Mo to get more people. He was the quartermaster and stores keeper, and didn't have the time to do everything. Seeing that there were so many people here, he had ran over to ask for some. Zuo Mo asked him the question that had puzzled him. He could not understand it. Ji Wei and Sun Bao didn't have the ability to place Jinji, but those 300 shouja were obedient in their hands. Hearing this, Bowie smiled. Boss, this problem is easy. Here, I give him a wave, and he comes to work. If he doesn't do well, then I'll fire him. Then he snickered, but it's even easier for us. We can punish anyone that doesn't listen. Seeing Zuo Mo still filled with puzzlement, Bowie's mind jumped at the rare chance to show his face in front of Zuo Mo and patiently explained, Boss, don't look at just how many people they have. Haha, in reality, they are helpless in front of us. First, they are afraid. Why are they afraid? Their little lives are in our hands. If we order them to do something, they don't dare to leave it incomplete. Not every boss is as patient as you, boss, or as benevolent, but... He didn't forget to slightly flatter Zuo Mo, and continued, First, we have to set the rules down, what they can do and what they can't. If rebellious ones come out, we erase them. In the short term, they won't dare to make trouble. After a while, we can pick obedient ones from them, and give them some sweets, like a team leader or something, so they will manage for us. These people that directly receive benefits will be directly connected to boss aims, and definitely will put their all in. Zuo Mo was thoughtful. Bowie smacked his lips. Actually, with how generous boss is, the great majority aren't willing to make trouble. Those with ambition and talent chase greater stages of cultivation. They can see clearly that they aren't disadvantaged under boss's hands. Most of the people just want a pretty good life. We only have to guard against the few that have other aims. These people don't have any skill, but think they are extraordinary, and don't want to follow others. They are like shit. We shouldn't waste words with them, just chop them. Bao Yi's words enlightened Zuo Mo. He had become too used to living by himself, and had never managed this many people. It was also his first time doing such a thing. After Bao Yi finished picking workers, Zuo Mo called over the 2 platoons of Shouja that had remained to guard the camp. He announced strict rules with quite a few execution without exception. The 2 platoons stared at each other as they listened. Boss was very scary when he really got serious. Then Zuo Mo ordered the remaining 700 or so people to train under the 2 platoons. The high quantity of training made everyone's faces change. Even the 2 platoons that were responsible for teaching had ashy faces. Zuo Mo's thinking was very simple. Wasn't it that he was afraid they would cause trouble? Then he would make an extremely arduous training plan. He didn't believe there was anyone that would have any other thoughts after they completed such a laborious training plan every day. As expected, after furiously training every day, the only thing that the Shouja all did after finishing was to collapse and sleep. The 2 platoons in charge were also exhausted. To guarantee normal alertness and safety, they had to take shifts. The only thing that did not change were the 3 golden armor guards that were quietly floating in the sky above the camp. Every gaze sent towards the golden armor guards were filled with fear. There were already a few troublemakers that had been chopped in half by the golden armor guards' exaggeratedly large broadswords. The ease had shocked every Shouja who had wavered. Zuo Mo saw the situation was progressing well, and turned back to immerse himself in building the city. His new body was greatly improved. He was very satisfied with the power of the sky glass wave, and full of excitement towards building the city. In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao was slightly dumbstruck. He had assumed that building the city would torture Zuo Mo to the point of death, but seeing the mania on Zuo Mo's face, he suddenly realized he had underestimated Zuo Mo. Under the sky's normal appearance was a heart that was just as perverse as his. Skystar Peak seemed to resume its busyness, everything was on the right path. "Big brother, where are we going?" Zhang Hao asked with puzzlement. Big brother had gathered everyone up together, and traveled quickly and carefully, not leaving one person behind to hold the fort. "You'll know when we get there." Jiang Wei, who was innately cautious, did not even tell his own blood brother. He wanted that Sun City. Jiang Hao was slightly discontent. "Big brother, you can't even trust me." Seeing the dissatisfaction on his little brother's face, Jiang Wei thought since they were getting close, it didn't matter if the secret got out. After narrating what had happened before, he showed the Jade Scroll to Jiang Hao. When Jiang Hao read the Jade Scroll, he instantly sunk into extreme excitement. "Brother, this city is great. It's 100 times better than our mountain camp." Jiang Wei's thoughts were more attentive. The majority of their forces have gone out. It is their most unguarded time. If we use the chance to take down the city, even if their primary force comes back, they can't do anything to us. That city might be small, but it's definitely hard to conquer, easy to guard and hard to attack. How much farther? I can't wait. Jiang Hao rubbed his hands as he said. Almost there. Jiang Wei then said, "Tell everyone to be careful and conceal their figures. If we encounter other Shouja, take all of them down." Ha, no problem. Jiang Hao excitedly rushed out with the order. After flying for a half day, they finally entered Skystar Mountain Range. Skystar Peak was in their sight. Everyone sighed with amazement at the little city under the sunlight. When they learned that their target this time was this little city, the mood instantly became excited, everyone's blood rushing. The experienced Jiang Wei waved a hand. "Set up camp. Everyone, have a good rest, we'll try to take them down in one encounter." Seeing the other people immerse themselves in meditation, Jiang Wei beckoned over Jiang Hao and said in a low voice, "Take some people with you and inspect the surroundings. There were so many days between now and before, we don't want anything unexpected." Jiang Hao said unconcernedly, "Big brother, you are too careful. We have 500 people, all of them experts. We aren't afraid of them." Jiang Wei's face darkened. "Don't say things like this in the future. This group is of mysterious origins. Even if there isn't many people, but they are much stronger than us. If it wasn't that they didn't have many people right now, I wouldn't dare to target this city. Be careful, don't lose your life." Jiang Hao was extremely obedient of his big brother. He muttered inside, but still complied, running to find several Shouja that were skilled in concealment to go scout with him. His personality might be rough, but he was very good at traveling stealthily. The 100 Ghost Night travel scripture that he cultivated was a 5th grade scripture. It was a pity that the version he obtained was not complete. There were many parts that were lost. But even so, it was much stronger than normal 4th grade scriptures. His body shifted and turned into a shadow. A pair of eyes that lacked any life appeared in the shadow. The other people also changed. Some became wild cats, others night eagles, all kinds of shapes. Everyone cooperated well. After changing, they spread out, all of them traveling towards Skystar Peak. Zuo Mo finally finished the first formation battle watchtower. This formation battle watchtower was constructed of hundreds of formations. It was much better than normal formation battle watchtowers. From the beginning plans to the construction, he had completed all of it. No one understood better than he did what he needed. Yuan Jian looked entranced at the lonely formation battle watchtower. The formation battle watchtower was 15 zhan high, a section higher than the city walls. The entire watchtower was made up of blue gold bricks. From a technical standpoint, the entire watchtower was just a formation, or rather, an extremely complete miniature interlocked formation belt. Yuan Jiang could not understand many of the parts. This little interlocked formation belt was different than any other formation he had seen before. Was Boss at the level he could set up and match formations? Boss was just this old. However, after personally seeing so many exceptional qualities of Boss, he had started to become numb. Normal, would someone normal become a boss? He could only comfort himself so. Boss, this is a lightning formation. To show that he was not so ignorant, Yuan Zhang pretended and said. It's a hard thunder formation. Hard thunder. Yuan Jiang shook. That wasn't lightning, that was hard lightning. He forced himself to calm. Can we try it out? I was just going to. Zuo Mo didn't raise his head, inserting Jingshi in. Right now, we can only use Jingshi. In the future, he didn't say the remaining. Yuan Jiang did not notice it. Where to hit? Zuo Mo looked around after putting in the Jingshi. Yuan Jiang suddenly saw a black dot in the sky. It was an eagle. He didn't hesitate to point at the eagle and say, there is an eagle there. Okay. Zuo Mo also became motivated, and instantly activated the formation. The inner walls, ceiling, and floor of the watchtower that were filled with formations quickly lit up with a warm silver light. Translator ramblings: night eagles exist in this world and are not the same as owls. Baoyi brings an outsider perspective and educates Zuo Mo on management. Baoyi, Jiwei, Sun Bao, and even Xie Shan are experienced and better at managing people as well as living within a power structure. Zuo Mo threw the management of the captives to Gong Sun Sha, and so his own management skills need to develop now that the people he delegated to are busy. I really liked how Fong Xiang slipped in the stuff about how the forging division worked with its wages based on unit produced, since it builds up to Baoyi's explanation here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 259, Meteor Void Fire. Chapter 259, Meteor Void Fire. A hard lightning bomb floated in front of Zuo Mo. Without any visible action from him, with only a streak of silver lingering in his vision, the hard lightning seemed to disappear into the air. There was no earth-shaking roar, no oppressive presence. It was fast, so fast that Yuan Jiang didn't have the time to react. When he finally caught up, he hurriedly turned his head. The sky was empty. Nothing had been left. There was no explosion of blood and limbs, no smoke from being burned at high temperatures. The sky was light and clear as though nothing had happened. We got it? Yuan Jiang asked uncertainly. Probably, Zuo Mo answered back just as uncertainly. The speed that the formation battle watchtower had formed the hard lightning was faster than he expected. He had almost made a fool of himself. Just as he had locked onto the target, the hard lightning had flown out. The two people looked around for a while and made sure they couldn't find that eagle before confirming that it really had been killed. It seems that they will need to practice, Zuo Mo muttered. Yuan Jian wasn't in a position to give a review. Even though Boss said it was hard lightning, but he had not felt the rumored strong presence of hard lightning. Maybe this was a weakened version of hard lightning? He felt it was possible. It was a pity that it was just an eagle. If it was a much stronger Ling beast, it would be much easier to test its true power. At this moment though, Boss formation battle watchtowers had a great advantage: speed. In the blink of an eye, a round of attack had been sent. Boss, how many people can use the hard lightning at the same time here? He decided to point out problems from a technical point of view. 10, all of them above Ningmai. On average, one hard lightning bolt will consume 5 jing of Ling power, Zuo Mo said. I can only reach this level now. If I can do 2 jing of Ling power per hard lightning bolt, that would be good. 5 jing of Ling power? Yuan Jiang jumped in fright. This formation used up this much Ling power? That was not how much Jingshi it used, but the Ling power of Xiuzhe. It consumed a Xiuzhe's Ling power to activate the formation and to control the lightning. From a professional point of view, the formation battle watchtowers that Boss had designed were placed in the ranks of failed products. Before, he had felt that the speed of the hard lightning formation battle watchtowers were at least an advantage. Looking at it now, it was a failure. The cultivation of a Ningmai first stratum was between 10 to 30 jing. Second stratum Xiuzhe between 30 and 90 jing. One hard lightning bolt consumed 5 jing of Ling power from a Xiuzhe. That meant a Xiuzhe at the peak of Ningmai first stratum could only shoot 6 hard lightning bolts, and a second stratum peak Xiuzhe could only shoot 18 hard lightning bolts. The quick attack rate of the formation battle watchtowers actually became its greatest flaw. It would only take a blink for the 6 hard lightning bolts to fly out. After the Ling power of the Xiuzhe was used up, the formation battle watchtower was just a watchtower. Boss, the expenditure is too scary, Yuan Jiang decided to give a professional opinion. We can completely use some formations with higher offensive power with such high Ling power expenditure. This is the strongest offensive formation that I can find. Zuo Mo spread his hands. But our people cannot keep up. Their Ling power would be used up in a very short amount of time. After that, we will lose the ability to fight. Yuan Jiang struggled to persuade Zuo Mo geniuses were not all powerful, he thought inside. Oh, that is a problem. Zuo Mo mused. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he clapped his hands, saying, that's easy to solve. We have so many people, aren't there about 700 and so over there? Everyone can take turns. We only need 10 to a shift. The more Zuo Mo thought, the more excited he was. He said to himself, by that time, I'll get them to train hard. 10 people to a team, they will take turns. We have the black processing meditation mats, it's fast to recover Ling power. If we stagger the time, one round will follow another. That way, we can attack unlimited times. That's right, our battle strategy is to win through numbers. If one person cannot kill him, 1,000 people will do it together. Zuo Mo gritted out the last words. Yuan Jiang gaped upon hearing this. So it could be like this. When he thought back, he felt that Boss' plan was plausible. Even though it was not so honorable, but these days, weren't people competing on their hooliganism? Other than shock, he became wary. He could not offend Boss no matter what he did. Yuan Jiang didn't know if geniuses were gangsters, but when a genius became a gangster, then they would be a great gangster. This was his newest conclusion. A slender and blinding silver light flashed across the sky. Jiang Hao, who was in ghost form, suddenly froze. He instinctively felt fear from the presence of the silver light. That was the smell of lightning. Before he could react, he suddenly raised his head. In the sky, his fellow that had shifted into an eagle had disappeared. The ghost figure was shocked. He was greatly shocked. Damn it! How had the enemy found them? What terrified him even more was that the Xiuzhe that had turned to the eagle seemed to have disappeared into thin air, and did not leave anything behind. That wasn't possible. That was a Ningmai second stratum Xiuzhe. Even though he had shifted into an eagle which prevented him from using many spells, but his real body was still Ningmai second stratum. What spell could just erase a Ningmai second stratum Xiuzhe without leaving a trace? None of the spells he knew of could do such a thing. At the same time, the other scouts that had also been moving forward also stopped. Had they been discovered? Everyone's heart was beating furiously. For scouts, if the enemy had their defenses prepared and they got too close, the chance they would return alive was pitifully small. The enemy clearly also had an extremely powerful and wondrous talisman, or spell. Their gazes turned to Jiang Hao. The urge to retreat came up in Jiang Hao's heart. He looked rough usually, but when he turned into the ghost figure, he was cunning and treacherous. If they keep on scouting now, he would most likely lose his life. That strange silver light definitely was his natural enemy. Just as Jiang Hao didn't know whether to advance or retreat, Jiang Wei, located not far away, was also alarmed by the hard lightning. Jiang Wei's expression was uncertain. The power inside the little city didn't seem to be as weak as he had imagined. The enemy had already found them. His thoughts were the same as Jiang Hao. He understood his plan had failed. There would be no meaning in sending out scouts now. He hurriedly summoned back his little brother. He just had this one little brother, and he cared very much for him. Daozi, take 100 people to see what they are made of. After some thought, he decided to probe them first. If the situation wasn't right, they could turn and run away. Unless it was the last moment, they wouldn't use their full power. This was his secret to surviving until now. Alright. Dao Zi's figure was large, his face in a snarl, his beady eyes flashing with a vicious light. He was a great subordinate of Jiang Wei's. He was combative and fond of killing. When he went into a berserk rage, he never left anyone left alive. He was vicious to his enemies, and also to himself. He was vicious and did not fear death. Dao Zi quickly picked 100 people, and headed towards the little city atop Skystar Peak. Since they had been discovered, it was not necessary to keep hidden anymore. Zuo Mo was pondering the problem of the formation battle watchtowers and did not realize that danger was nearing. He suddenly felt that a light was flashing, and raised his head. He saw a strange purple light in the eyes of the female Xiao. Before he could respond, the female Xiao suddenly flew up into the sky. Zuo Mo hurriedly stood and also flew into the sky. When he saw the 100 people coming with murderous intent, his head rang like someone hammered it. Enemy attack. Before he could respond, the female Xiao had spread out her arms like a great bird and charged at the enemy, but Zuo Mo's expression changed dramatically. Danger. All of this happened extremely quickly, like a flash of lightning. When he managed to react, the female Xiao was only 500 zhang from the group. Dao Zi looked at the female Xiao coming closer and snickered, "It's a girl. Mother **** airs, no one can take this one from me." The other Xiaozha also snickered. At such a dangerous time, Zuo Mo's mind was blank. When he came back, he was already in mid-air. Everything in front of him slowed down. He could see the twisted smiles on the faces of these 100 Xiaozha, could see the light of their flying swords increase, could see her worn sleeves flapping in the wind. Everything in front of him seemed to blur. Those twisted and vicious faces became blurred like the mist. The killing intent behind each blurred face was like a bloodthirsty Yao beast. The blue sky seemed to have been shadowed over. There was only that figure wrapped in torn clothing, her arms spread like a large bird filled with resolve and will, the snow-white bare feet that reminded Zuo Mo of the most perfect porcelain. He looked, dazedly. What was in front of him was so slow that Zuo Mo could see so clearly. For some unknown reason, it was like a cord in his head had been plucked. Zuo Mo's eyes suddenly turned red, the desire for battle was like a rampaging wave of lava, like the flood bursting the dam, and took over his body in an instant, burning his body with pain. Kill! The deep howl sounded out like that of an ancient savage beast. All the Ling power in his body was channeled to the extreme, light suddenly exploding on his naked upper body. His skin became even more transparent like black jade, so much that it was possible to see threads of black energy that were continuously swimming under his skin. He suddenly leaped into the air. In the blink of an eye, he had flown up 100 zhang. His figure abruptly flipped upside down, and his legs pushed against the empty air. Pia! It was clearly void of any objects, but it was as though his feet had pushed against some invisible object and he shot off, full of force. Zuo Mo's figure changed directions and shot downwards, charging at the group of Xiaozha with all his might. The chaotic turbulence boomed in his ears. His speed suddenly broke past his usual limits. The explosion completely separated him from the outside world. Every part of his body was trembling in either fear or excitement. Hiss hiss hiss. In the chaotic air flowing around his body, a hint of red suddenly appeared. Fire. It was fire. Zuo Mo's consciousness was like an invisible hand stimulating these tiny fire snakes. In the blink of an eye, the fire exploded. The chaotic airflows in the surroundings were like dry firewood. Countless fire snakes appeared and swam restlessly in the turbulent air flowing around Zuo Mo's body. In the air, the blinding firelight and the deep sound of an explosion caused Dao Zi and the others to shift their attention to the fireball dropping from the sky. Dao Zi's expression suddenly changed, quick, spread out. Immediately after, everyone's expressions changed. The air around them seemed to solidify. Their bodies were tightly held by an invisible suction force. Meteor void fire. Mother ****ing. With the booms from the explosions, dragging a long and blinding tail of fire, Zuo Mo was like a divine being smashing down with the force of 30,000 caddies. Translator ramblings, mistaken assumptions, everything is a coincidence. Jiang Wei accidentally going along and seeing Gongsun Sha's tactical might, then finding the city and scouting right at the time that Zuo Mo was trying out his new battle towers. So a battle is accidentally instigated. Also, Zuo Mo seems to have changed color due to Jade Metalhead and the, black energies combining together. Black energies sounds so evil. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 260, The Terrifying Female Xiao. Chapter 260, The Terrifying Female Xiao. The Xiaozha that were at the front had already prepared their Ling shields, while the Ling armor on their bodies glowing prettily with light. However, these lights which usually gave them a sense of safety, now clearly reflected the terror on their faces. Many people couldn't help but raise their faces. With their extremely shaky vision, a fireball suddenly magnified and appeared in front of them in an instant. Boom! Zuo Mo heavily smashed into this crowd of people. The three people at the very front were like stone balls that had been swatted up. Before they could even grunt, they were nailed into the soil. Under this kind of blow, no Xiaozha except those who practiced body cultivation could survive. The Ling shields produced by the Ling armor were like thin paper, torn to pieces by the knife-like airflows. Zuo Mo didn't feel well after the powerful impact. The flame around him instantly collapsed. At the same time, he sprayed out a ball of bloody mist. When the bloody mist landed on the red flames, the flames suddenly erupted. Some Xiaozha who didn't dodge in time were swept by the exploding flames, and their expression changed. Void fire. The deadly void fire. Zuo Mo did not understand the power of his move, but there were a few in this group that recognized it. Meteor void fire. Other than its presence, which was as unstoppable as a meteor, half of its power was based on the void fire. Void fire was an extremely special kind of flame. It was born through the turbulence of air, as though it came from nowhere. Void fire was extremely hard to extinguish, especially since water elemental power was ineffective. Its other quality was it was extremely strong. The temperature was not high, but it could corrode the minds of people. The blood that Zuo Mo had sprayed out contained the essence of his own body. The blood caused the flame to grow, and 7 or 8 Xiaozha instantly were affected. A wound in the spirit was very painful. Several people instantly howled out. Not having used up all his power, Zuo Mo penetrated through the ranks of this group and charged at the ground. After such a fierce impact, the burning blood slowly cooled down. Zuo Mo suddenly woke up. When he saw the surrounding situation, his scalp instantly tingled, and he felt bitter. This was dangerous. Was he crazy? Why had he just charged out? His expression was pale as he muttered unconsciously. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the quickly approaching ground and hurriedly adjusted his body. Dong! He hit the ground and was rooted in an extremely sorry position. Once he hit the ground, he plucked up his legs and started to run. What had just happened was like a dream. The only thing he was clear about was that charge that he had accidentally made was quite good, but the consumption of Ling power and consciousness was very high, both of them reaching a dangerously low level. If he didn't run now, what was he waiting for? The results of his body cultivation recently final showed their effects. Without the support of his Ling power, he actually ran faster on 2 legs faster than he could fly. Also, his grandiose meteor void fire attack that he just did had shocked everyone. No one dared to chase him. After panting and running for a while, Zuo Mo saw that no one was chasing him and finally stopped to catch his breath. That impact just now had also wounded him significantly. His entire skeleton felt like it was going to fracture all over. Why did he just charge over? It was an evil spell, it must have been an evil spell. Zuo Mo furiously thought about this question. It must have been that the female Xiao had cast some evil spell on him. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have charged out. How could he do something like this, charging into the maws of death? There was a problem. There definitely was a problem. Panting heavily, he saw no one chasing over, especially when he saw the 3 golden armor guards and a platoon captain coming over with other people. Seeing that Zuo Mo was alright, the platoon leader sighed in relief. Boss, you are alright. The other platoon is recovering Ling power and will come here soon. Zuo Mo waved his hand, his other hand braced on his knee as he panted, I'm fine, you guys go help that reckless woman. Yes. The platoon leader responded. Just as he raised his head, he froze on his spot. Boss, dot. Zuo Mo found it strange hearing the platoon leader speak as though he was talking in a dream. When he raised his head, he saw the platoon captain's face filled with strangeness, dazedly looking behind him. He hurriedly turned over and followed the platoon captain's gaze before he also froze. In the sky, the female Xiao was like a ghost that had no weight, lightly wandering around the enemy ranks. Her speed was not fast, her motions were not sharp, and there was no light of Ling power. But everywhere she passed, the enemy would drop like a dumpling into the pot, and then smashing into ground meat against the dirt. It was evil. A coldness sudden rose in Zuo Mo's heart. That was too evil. What spell was that? What scripture? In this little while, there was only 30-something Xiuzhe left scattered in the sky. Gulp. Zuo Mo's complexion was pale without any blood as he instinctively swallowed. The scene in front of him had no pressure and blinding light, no keen sword essence, no booming explosions, there was nothing. Her feet bare, she confidently passed between the people. The vicious Xiuzhe dropped in front of her like sandbags, one by one. That pair of bare feet that Zuo Mo had sighed secretly over countless times, at this moment were giving off a dense deathly energy. The bone-aching coldness made Zuo Mo feel as though his bones had also froze. He was like a statue, standing there with his mouth open. Beside him, the other Xiuzhe didn't dare to breath and terror filled their faces. This was the strangest and most terrifying scene that Zuo Mo had ever seen since he could remember. Even they felt fear, so those Xiuzhe that were on the receiving end, what kind of terror did they feel? Daozi, whose face had been filled with viciousness just a moment ago, seemed to have seen a ghost, his facial muscles continuously trembling. He turned and wanted to flee, but he felt he couldn't move, not even a finger. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. The Xiuzhe were all stuck in the air, unable to move like puppets. That exquisite pair of porcelain bare feet would pass beside a person, and that person would drop from the sky. In the blink of an eye, in the enormous battlefield of the sky, there was no one left except the female Xiuzhe. A deathly silence. The wind blew past. The female Xiuzhe silently floated in the air. The sound of teeth chattering entered Zuo Mo's ears. He turned around his face, and saw all the Xiuzhe beside him were trembling and their teeth chattering. Zuo Mo had originally been feeling cold all over, his heart beating furiously. However, when he saw everyone's state, the terror in his heart suddenly became fainter. Jiang Wei and Jiang Hao's face were ashen, their bodies uncontrollably trembling. The Xiuzhe beside him were the same. The female Xiuzhe suddenly turned her face, and looked towards them. Ah! A yell filled with terror suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. A Xiuzhe's face was twisted, his eyes bulging out, several streams of blood coming out of his nostrils and mouth. He froze in this position as he softly fell on the ground. That shriek had almost caused Jiang Wei's heart to stop beating. He just wanted to swear, but when he saw the person's state his heart was even more shocked. This subordinate had followed him for a long time, and had seen many kinds of situations. Today, he was actually scared to death. When he saw the other people, he knew if he ordered them to keep fighting, he would be the first person cut down. He glanced with terror at the strange woman that was wearing a mask and looked like a clown. He knew that he would never forget this strange figure in his entire life. Run! He suppressed the furious beating of his heart, and channeled the power to shout and wake everyone up. He turned and ran first. The other people were also frightened, their faces paling. Like birds alarmed, they turned to flee. The female Xiuzhe did not pursue them, and only watched in silence. Under her pair of heart-shocking and soul-shaking bare feet were 100 corpses. Zuo Mo didn't even know how he had returned to the city at the end. His mind was blank. The shock and blow left by that last scene had been too much for him. It wasn't just him. All the Xiuzhe of the city seemed to have lost their souls. They had personally seen the female Xiuzhe's strange and unpredictable fighting. No one dared to raise their heads to look at the female Xiuzhe, or to meet her gaze. Just like normal, the female Xiuzhe stood silently near Zuo Mo. In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao's face was serious in front of Zuo Mo. This was the first time Zuo Mo had seen Pu Yao so serious. What spell is that? Zuo Mo's tone was raw. Don't know. Pu Yao clearly had been frightened by the female Xiuzhe as well. He said in a deep tone, I cannot think of any spell or secret method that is related. When I inspected her body, I found a strange power inside her body. Her body is clearly almost on the verge of collapse, it's packed with old wounds, Zuo Mo thought for a moment and said, hoping to give Pu Yao some clues. If it is like that, it should be a kind of self-harm spell or secret method. These types of spells and secret methods are powerful, but they shorten the lifespan, Pu Yao said seriously. You have to be careful. Her origins are not simple. Careful, Zuo Mo's face was more bitter than a bitter melon as he spread his hands, how can I be careful? Pu Yao didn't know what to say either. His complexion was not any better than Zuo Mo. Meeting a person whose origins he did not know, and was not matched for, made him feel defeat as one who had once been a Sky Yao. I wonder if we can ask her to help against Clear Sky Old Forefather. Zuo Mo suddenly said. She's too young. Pu Yao shook his head, even if it is a self-harm spell, the time she has spent on cultivation is too short. She may be strong, but not comparable to Jin Dan. She can deal with Ningmai like chopping vegetables, but against Jin Dan, that's a different matter. Jin Dan and Ningmai is not a difference in the kind of power, but the difference in essence of power, Pu Yao continued, the difference of the essence is not something that can be overcome with other methods. Zuo Mo found it was right after he thought about it. Tell me, did she use some kind of mental confusion spell? Zuo Mo suddenly asked, why did I just charge out? I shouldn't have. I remember there was a purple light in her eyes, but she definitely didn't use one. I'm clear about that. Pu Yao's answer was very confident, but then his voice was also filled with puzzlement, but I'm puzzled too. How come you just charged out? You are the one most scared of death. I feel the same. Zuo Mo did not feel embarrassed and nodded his head. She didn't give me any jingsher, why did I charge out? It is so evil. She isn't beautiful. If she was a beauty, Pu Yao pondered as he rubbed his chin. Beauty? Zuo Mo blared, and instinctively raised his volume. If there is no jingsher, even beauties don't work. Then why? Pu Yao couldn't understand. Why? Zuo Mo's brows furrowed, his face full of distress. This question was so strange, so confusing. If he couldn't resolve it, he wouldn't feel safe. If he went out like this again without knowing why, he might lose his little life. Just as Zuo Mo was worried about this, inside a little quiet mountain cave not far away from Nanshang village, Ma Fan and Xie Shan opened their eyes at the same time. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo and Pu Yao find he is acting out of character. Beauty doesn't work on Zuo Mo, only money. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 261, Ambush. Chapter 261, Ambush. The cave was so dark that they couldn't see their own fingers. There was only a burst of sound as they moved out. They were doing their final inspections and preparations. It was abnormally silent as no one spoke. After a while, the preparations were finished, and killing intent silently spreading through as the mountain cave fell back into silence. Depart, Ma Fan spat out the word shortly. The procession swam out. Exiting the cave, the fresh air rushed onto their faces. Everyone couldn't help but show intoxicated expressions, but they quickly recovered their calmness. No one spoke. Even Lei Ping, who usually chatted on, was abnormally silent at this time. Everyone simultaneously flew into the air. After fighting so many hard battles together, the cooperation between the troops had matured. More than 300 people were floating in the air. The scattered troops exuded killing intent like a bow that was slowly being drawn. They didn't find any scouts in the sky. Ma Fan and Xie Shan looked at each other and saw the joy in the other's eyes. After resting for 5 days, everyone was full of energy and Ling power. The desire for battle that they had suppressed for so long was like a tiger breaking out of its cage and was unable to be stopped. Our target, Nanshang village. Ma Fan crisply gave the order and moved first. The entire troop simultaneously moved to action from silence. There was no hesitation, no disguise, or trying to conserve energy. The flight speed of the troop was pushed to their limits as they headed straight towards Nanshang village. The scouts they encountered along the way stared with shock at this unfamiliar troop that had appeared out of nowhere. Ma Fan's procession did not tangle with the scouts at all, brimming with killing intent as they flashed by the scouts. The sound of wind howling in their ears, the wind blew on their faces like knives, and the scenery that flashed quickly under their feet caused the killing intent of these people to increase. In their eyes, Nanshang village was a weak, beautiful woman that was half naked and could not resist at all. Their lives were content after having such an experience. As Nanshang village appeared in their vision, everyone's battle intent rose to the peak. Even a person as indifferent as Ma Fan felt as though his blood was ignited. Raising his flying sword high, he angrily shouted, "Kill! Kill!" Everyone raised their swords and sabers, booming in their reply that shook the landscape. The troop that appeared to be one being suddenly dismembered itself in the air and divided into 14 groups. Like 14 snakes, they revealed their sharp fangs and let down at Nanshang village. Ma Fan and Xie Shan each led a platoon as they charged at the very front. The two did not make any adjustments or detours, their bodies weighing down as they charged side by side. 2 ruler straight air ripples drew through the air. The two troops were like arrows that left the bow as they shot towards the newly rebuilt village gates. The brand new village gates were like fragile cardboard, instantly torn to countless pieces that scattered in all directions. The two troops were not hampered in their speed, quickly passing through the ruler straight streets of Nanshang village. The sword energies crisscrossed. The high-speed dive greatly increased the power of the sword energies. The keen sword energies were even more unstoppable at this time. The buildings on the two sides of the main street were ground into dust. The Xiuzha that jumped out all paled as they panicked. Facing such ferocious and insane sword essences, many Xiuzha's awareness were stolen, and they lost their urge to fight. Pew pew pew. They were a destructive force, everywhere they passed innumerable bursts of blood rose. Amidst the loud roaring, the wails were not able to be heard. Boom! Ma Fan encountered the first resistance. A Xiuzhe gave a muffled grunt but took advantage of the sword energy's power to bounce in another direction. Ma Fan was slightly startled. This was an expert. Even he wasn't certain if he could escape under a charge like this own. This person should be a third stratum Xiuzhe. However, he ignored the other. One or two Xiuzhe would not dare to resist against a charge constructed like so. Even more, their morale and energy were at the best state right now. The 14 platoons were like 14 domineering and sharp sword energies flashing by in the blink of an eye. Nanshang village collapsed into pieces. Elder! Run! A pale guard pulled his xiang and quickly burrowed into the ground. There was a transportation formation in the secret room underground. Just as they burrowed into the underground room, the building on the surface broke down. The light flashed on the transportation formations and no one was left in the room. There was no need to communicate. Everyone was high on killing. Ma Fan's procession was extremely smart. They did not have targets, they just charged. They did not pursue the Xiuzhe that escaped the first charge, they focused on furiously damaging Nanshang village. In a short amount of time, Nanshang village turned into ruins. They themselves were not wounded at all. Those who were leading were all those that comprehended sword essence. All the Xiuzhe, when they faced this many attacks, all lost their courage and escaped as far as they could. After charging a few times, everyone had to stop. There's no one alive, Xie Shan said with helplessness. He had been in a rhythm, and couldn't help but complain inside that Nanshang village really didn't have enough to kill. However, he also knew that if Nanshang village wasn't so weak, he wouldn't have come no matter what. Ma Fan made a sound of acknowledgement. Everyone, rest. Let's see if there is anything we can take. Ha, and likes doing this. Lei Peng grinned as he said. However, everyone's faces were ugly as they quickly gathered together again. Which mother **** her told in the outer hall was rich. Lei Peng's face was as black as the bottom of the pot as he angrily swore, and has never seen a place as poor as this. It's clean. It's so mother **** ing clean. Unprofitable, so unprofitable. The faces of the other people were not much better. They had searched all of Nanshang village. Other than some still usable talismans and other things they could find on the bodies of the Xiuzhe they had killed, they actually hadn't found anything else of value. This was Nanshang village, the main camp of the outer hall. How could it be so poor? Just at this moment, a subordinate flew over. Darren. There's a camp nearby in the west. Everyone that hadn't found everything suddenly lit up. Was the storeroom over there? They did not hesitate to fly towards the camp. As they landed, they were full of anticipation. When they saw the entire camp filled with people who had fearful expressions on their faces, and had cultivations just in Lianxi, their expressions became extremely ugly again. Even Ma Fan, who had personally made the plan this time, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiu slaves. This entire camp was all Xiu slaves. Looking out, there probably were thousands of them. All of these Xiu slaves had Lianxi cultivation and were not of great use. The Xiuzhe that had been guarding the camp had escaped a long time ago. Ma Fan and the others had thought incorrectly. Even though Yi Xiang and the factions had been discussing business, but they hadn't transported any merchandise over. What they discussed were large orders, and transactions that would be completed in intervals. As a result, other than these Xiu slaves, Nanshang village really didn't have anything else. Both Ma Fan and Xie Shan were very unfamiliar with doing business, so they couldn't never have predicted the proceedings. They had rationally assumed that the stores of Nanshang village were bursting with mountains of resources. It had to be said that the merit rewards in the camp were also connected to their service and the spoils that they had contributed each time. They looked down on what they could hand over, that could be used to trade for good things from Boss. Boss had a lot of good things in his possession. They had been envious for a long time. Who could have thought that their plan would fail? Everyone's mood suddenly dropped to the bottom after having just achieving a victory. How about we take these Xiu slaves? Someone weakly suggested. What do we need Xiu slaves for? Also, how can we transport so many people? Someone objected. There's slave transportation boats here. Their speed isn't slow and it's convenient for transporting people, another person quickly suggested. If we take a few boats of Xiu slaves back, and also Lianxi level Xiu slaves, wouldn't we be laughed at when we get back? But we can't leave them to benefit the outer hall. Then should we kill all of them? I won't do it. I can't do something like massacring Xiu slaves. Many Xiuzhe nodded their heads in agreement with those words. They were all Xiuzhe who had experienced many battles. All of them had blood on their hands. They felt it was normal to fight to the death. However, everyone still felt it was objectionable to massacre Xiu slaves that were not able to put up any resistance. Of course, that can't leave them to benefit. The outer hall struck their hearts even more. To say nothing of having gained nothing, no one was willing to let the outer hall have the slaves. After such an attack, the two sides definitely had no room to negotiate. The people of the outer hall would hate them to their bones. Take them, all of them. Ma Fan gritted his teeth. Who cares if they are useful or not? Wait until we return first. The Xiu slaves in the camp were herded onto the Xiu slave boats. Everyone also stepped onto the slave transporting boats. The slave transporting boats were Jingshi talismans. They were extremely large, about 50 zhan long and shaped like a turtle with no sails. They could hold more than 1,000 Xiu slaves. Xiu slaves were not rare. They were mostly the natives of newly discovered Jia. Some of the natives were very primitive, others had already stepped upon the path to cultivation. However, they were powerless against those great Xiuxia sects and had all become Xiu slaves. Many sects were enthusiastic about discovering new Jia. Jingshi and ores were things they needed desperately. If they could become the Jia master, they would become the literal emperor of that place. If they did not like doing so, they could sell the new Jia they possessed to other sects and receive large amounts of resources. Searching for Jia was a high-risk and high-return profession. After the natives were captured, the sect would pass some basic scriptures to them. Xiu slaves that entered Lianqi could be bought and sold in the market. This kind of Xiu slaves could do heavy labor like mining. Those Xiu slaves who had exceptional talents would be marked with high prices to be sold to other sects to be slave soldiers. Slave soldiers would be taught more profound scriptures but, without exception, have Jingji put into them so that they absolutely would not dare to refuse the orders of the sect. Those sects who had long histories had even longer histories of bringing up slave soldiers. They would even have special slave soldier troops. Slave transporting boats were specialized slave transporting talismans. They were extremely large and could contain large amounts of Xiu slaves. The body of the boats were also extremely hard because they needed to travel between Jia and pass through the turbulence of the void. Due to that, slave transporting boats were never below 5th grade. In terms of spoils of victory this time, their biggest one was these 5 slave transporting boats. The outer hall had transported 5 boats of Xiu slaves. They had already sold 4 boatloads of slaves, so there was 1 boatload of Xiu slaves left. Naturally, Ma Fan and the others wouldn't leave the other 4 boats behind. Luckily, the boats could be shrunk when they were not in use. The miniaturized slave transporting boats were about 3 chi large, and was very exquisite. Ma Fan and the others found it extremely puzzling that the slaves hadn't run away on the ships. What they didn't know was that the camp was very close to Nanshang village, so the outer hall didn't worry at all that the Xiu slaves would dare to run. The camp was usually guarded very loosely. The people who were supposed to be guarding the slaves today had coincidentally gone to Nanshang village to have fun, and had not escaped the calamity. It was the first time many of the people had stepped onto a slave transporting boat. All of them were very curious and looked around. Some of the people who had experience on the boats moved of their own initiative to steer the big boat. The slave transporting boat slowly floated into the sky. Many people sighed with amazement at the 50 zhang boat. Everyone snickered and steered the ship into the distance with spirit. Translator ramblings, Ma Fan and the others pull off their plan successfully. More background on the bigger world. For a person who asked about the meaning of Zuo Mo's name. It is written as. The Mo is not the same one as the Mo in Yama. Zui is left, unorthodox or east. It is not that rare, but Mo can actually be a surname as well. By itself, Mo can mean nothing, do not, or negative. Also, it is a modern form of a character which means vast, as in desert, cool and indifferent. So there are many meanings, but the simplest one is nothing. Zui Mo has a surname of east or left, and his actual name is nothing. I actually prefer it as a form of the more complex character, so it means vast instead. So if we twist and do not use the common definitions, we can make it an eastern vastness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 262, and Profitable Business. Chapter 262, and Profitable Business. On the mountaintop, He Xiang looked at the ruined Nanshang village, paused for a moment, and then broke down sobbing. Zui Mo looked with slight fear at the female Xiu nearby. She seemed to have resumed her past state of motionlessness. After yesterday's battle, the female Xiu was much more sinister from every angle in his eyes. This made him slightly insecure. He would treasure his life and stay far from female Xiu. Especially strong females that knew evil spells. He had discussed with Pu Yao for a while yesterday and hadn't concluded anything. He still needed to work, so after resting for a night, he continued to build formation battle watchtowers. After such a battle, the captives in the camp were as obedient as they could be. However, the issue that arose was that no one dared to go within 3 zhang of Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo originally had a question to ask Yuan Zhang. But when he walked 2 steps towards the other, he saw Yuan Zhang's face paled and his legs were trembling. Zuo Mo suddenly remembered that some of the enemies had been scared to death by the strong girl, and his steps instantly stopped. Yuan Zhang was a rare kind of genius. If he was scared to death, it would be so unprofitable. He could only stop moving. He thought of the strong girl that wouldn't leave him alone. Wasn't he now the plague that no one would approach? Zuo Mo's mood immediately became terrible. He waved his hand for Yuan Zhang to leave. Watching as Yuan Zhang ran away faster than a rabbit as though he was pardoned from death, his mood became increasingly terrible. However, when he recalled Pu Yao's dark expression and undisguised rage, his mood instantly became better. As expected, happiness was always built upon other people's pain. Zuo Mo snickered and went back to building the city. Just as Zuo Mo had seen, Pu Yao's mood was extremely terrible. He felt great failure at the appearance of the female Xiao. He didn't know her history, nor the scripture she used, didn't know how her power really was, didn't know anything. Yet he also had no solution. If this was still the time when his strength had not been damaged, if he was unhappy, he could just pinch and make the person explode. But now his soul was extremely damaged. He had to act carefully and could only rely on Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo was the place he had put his soul in, and was now under threat from the female Xiao. How could Pu Yao feel safe like this? Also, he could not understand the female Xiao. This point caused the insecurity inside to grow. If something occurred, he could do nothing. His strength had reached the lowest point in his life. The female Xiao's strength wasn't just ridiculously strong, but extremely strange. It seems that we need to temporarily cooperate, Pu Yao gritted out to the gravestone. This woman is too dangerous. The gravestone didn't make a sound. Pu Yao smirked coldly. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to him? Other than him, do you have any other choice? The gravestone suddenly became as smooth and clear as a mirror, a figure blurrily appearing. Pu Yao smiled. After the first formation battle watchtower, Zuo Mo's construction speed increased dramatically. This was due to him acclimating to the new changes of his body. Zuo Mo gave the move he had randomly created that day the name of diving from heaven. Accidentally performing diving from heaven had made him realize many aspects of his new body. The most evident was the consciousness. His consciousness had not developed very much over time, as though it was stuck at a certain barrier. In the sky that day, when he had accidentally stirred the flames in the turbulent air, he had comprehended and instantly broke through in that moment. The improvement in his consciousness was enormous. This also caused his speed in building formation battle watchtowers to dramatically increase. The most difficult part of the formation battle watchtower was carving the formation. After his consciousness improved, it became easier to carve formations. Adding on that he had the experience of making one tower, his construction speed made people gape. Yuan Jian, who was watching from a distance, increasingly felt that boss was a monster. One female and one male monster. The demand of resources suddenly increased. Jiwei and Sun Bao instantly were so busy they were dizzy. Zuo Mo furiously built at a rate of 1 formation battle watchtower every 2 days. Tower after tower rose up. Zuo Mo used almost all of the empty ground to build formation battle watchtowers. Zuo Mo had a strong feeling that the potential of his body was slowly being uncovered. All kinds of heavy labor would squeeze out every bit of strength in his body, controlling the fire paper would consume every drop of his Ling power, carving formations exhausted his spiritual power. He suddenly felt some anticipation. When this city was finished, what would he become? The anticipation and yearning of the Xiozha in the camp increased every day. Such a strong city, adding such a dense patch of formation battle watchtowers, they thought that no one could destroy this. Just as Zuo Mo was happily busy, Ma Fan and the others arrived at the camp with the enormous slave transporting boats. Looking at the black batch of Xiao slaves, Zuo Mo was at a complete loss for words. The 1,000 and more captives that Gongsun Cha had sent back had already gave him a headache. Just after he had managed to settle them down, Ma Fan and the others had brought to him 1,000 and more Xiao slaves, and just Lianqi Xiao slaves. Zuo Mo was exceptionally angry, pointing at the Xiao slaves in front of him and asking expressionlessly, "What do I do with them?" Ma Fan, Xia Shan, and the others were very careful. They also felt that their spoils this time were somewhat absurd. Xia Shan piled a smile on his face. Xiao slaves can be used to mine. Mining? I don't believe they can do as well as Lil Pagoda, Zuo Mo said with a black face. Lil Pagoda and Zuo Mo were connected in mind. Hearing Zuo Mo praise it, it whooshed out of somewhere and smugly twisted its slightly chubby body. However, when it saw Zuo Mo's pot-black face, its figure froze and then it fled. Many incidents had told him when his daddy wasn't in a good mood, nothing good would come out of appearing in front of him. Ma Fan carefully gave a smile as he said, "Boss, you don't know how poor the outer hall is, so poor that they only have show slaves. We didn't have any solution. If we came back with empty hands, that doesn't fit in with what you usually teach us." "Yes, yes." Lei Peng hurriedly agreed as he furiously nodded his head. Zuo Mo smiled coldly. Not bad, not bad. You guys really remember my words well." "Of course." Lei Peng beat loudly on his hairy chest. Xia Shan and Ma Fan exchanged a look and obediently closed their mouths. The two of them looked with sympathy at Lei Peng. "Then you can support them." Zuo Mo glanced at Lei Peng. "You forgot the other phrase I said. We don't do unprofitable business." "Oh, I will take it from your rewards." Lei Peng gave a sky-shaking howl and grabbed onto Zuo Mo's leg. "Boss. I was wrong. I really was wrong, but..." The anger in Zuo Mo's heart erupted as he kicked Lei Peng out 20 zhang away and swore, "You also know you are wrong." "Ha! Do you know how much jingshi you people spend every day? 5 pieces. 700 people, 3,500 pieces of third-grade jingshi every day. Do you really think GE is a tycoon? Gu is so poor right now GE almost can't eat." Everyone was scared by the acrimony in Zuo Mo's words that they were shaking. They found he was right as they thought about it. They would consume large amounts of jingshi when they cultivated every day. All of the expenses were provided by boss. They had never thought about it before. Now that boss calculated it, they jumped in fright. Many people suddenly felt guilty. As long as it was jingshi for cultivation, boss was always open and had never shorted them. "Ha! Now you guys have taken back this many show slaves, you just want GE to go bankrupt." Zuo Mo's anger had not eased. Nothing could infuriate him more than going bankrupt. "Boss, we'll go steal jingshi for you." Lei Peng rolled and climbed over to express his determination. "Right, boss, we can't let you lose. We'll rob them blind." The crowd of people instantly started howling. Their killing intent scared the 1,000 show slaves into paling. Then what to do with the show slaves? Sell them? Ma Fan carefully asked. Sell to whom? The anger in Zuo Mo's heart had decreased greatly as he snorted coldly. "Wouldn't that be telling other people what you guys did Nanshang village?" Everyone stared at each other, and instantly found it was a problem. "Should we kill them?" Xia Shan hesitantly asked. The expressions of many of the surrounding people were not natural. Once the words came out, the show slaves that were nearest instantly paled and knelt down with a bang, furiously kowtowing and begging, "Darren. We can work. We're willing to do any work. Darren, we only ask for something to eat. Get up. Get up." Zuo Mo instantly had a headache. He had never seen anything like this before. Those show slaves didn't dare to get up, all of them kneeling down in a wave as they furiously kowtowed, "Darren." The already impatient Zuo Mo suddenly raged, "All of you, shut up and get the mother ****ing up. I'll kill anyone who kneels." These words were very effective at silencing everyone. Zuo Mo didn't speak another word, turning and leaving. Ma Fan and the others that remained behind looked at each other with frowns on their faces. Those people who had suggested to take the show slaves with them were full of regret, but at this time, no one was in the mood to talk. Zuo Mo found a formation battle watchtower in a dejected mood, and laid down. He might have many people under his command, but in reality, he still was a youth who hadn't seen much. Wu Kong Sword Sect also had show slaves. He had some sympathy for show slaves. They were a group of pitiful people. But life was not easy. His sympathy wasn't going to be used on show slaves he didn't know or related to. This group of show slaves were a great burden, but he couldn't do something like massacre all the show slaves. Usually, he was used to facing these things from an objective perspective. Who could have thought that something like this would one day occur to him? Little Mountain Jia was full of danger. Their goal was to quickly leave. Where did he have the energy to take care of this group of helpless show slaves? What Zuo Mo needed right now was shoujo with offensive power, and not show slaves that could not fight. These show slaves also needed to consume ling grains or jingshi. Even though it wouldn't be a huge amount, but due to the large numbers, it wouldn't be a small amount. The already heavy burden would grow bigger. Why had he encountered such a terrible matter? Zuo Mo laid down with anger and no strength. Looking at the exquisite formations on the ceiling, he fell into a daze. Suddenly, Pu Yao's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, "I have a solution." Translator ramblings, Poor Man Fan and Xie Shan. They sincerely want to be good and useful, and they try so hard. Now they've failed twice in a row. Zuo Mo finally shows some of the pressure he is under. The Jingshi has to come from somewhere, and people in Little Mountain Jia are not that rich. The stuff they get from conquering other people are not enough, especially since they have to pay the forgers for the city building materials and also Gongsun Sha's army, who probably needs more Ling power as they expend it in fighting. To continue on names, let's talk about Wei Shang. It is written as Wei is a very old surname, part of the 100 names. It also means tanned leather. Shang has multiple means. The first is victory or to win. It is also surpass, superb, and many other synonyms along those lines. It's a pretty simple name. Though nothing is as simple as pu, which is just a rush or a vine, and one of the words in the Chinese name of dandelion. Plant-based name for a species that came from plants, very easy to create names this way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 263 Zuo Mo's Determination. Chapter 263 Zuo Mo's Determination. Hearing Pu Yao's words, Zuo Mo's mind became alert. He pretended to accidentally glance at the female Xiao before secretly entering the sea of consciousness. What solution? Zuo Mo asked straightforwardly. However, when he saw Pu Yao, he stilled. Pu Yao wasn't sitting on the gravestone like he usually did, but sitting in front of it. Weren't these two at odds? Suspicion flashed across Zuo Mo's heart, but his attention was quickly attracted by Pu Yao's words. I know what you are worried about. Pu Yao's thin lips curved in an enchanting smile. Zuo Mo was slightly distracted by a nonsensical question in his mind. Why was everyone around him so evil and feminine? Even Gongsun Sha seemed to be progressing towards abnormal now. The strong girl that had appeared was also very evil. Pu Yao seemed very confident. It is a pity to waste Jingshi on their body. Zuo Mo rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Just say the solution, don't waste words. He. Pu Yao wasn't moved, his bloody pupil narrowing slightly. Why don't you consider making them cultivate Mo? Cultivate Mo? Zuo Mo instantly froze. Exactly, cultivate Mo, Pu Yao smiled. The Ling energy of Little Mountain Jie is corroded, but that doesn't affect Mo cultivation. This group of Xiao slaves have just entered Lianqi, and their cultivation is rough. It would not be difficult for them to switch to Mo cultivation. Also, cultivating Mo does not require Ling energy, and you do not need to use up Jingshi. Zuo Mo's interest was stirred by Pu Yao's suggestion. He asked with curiosity, how to cultivate Mo. There are Mo skills, Pu Yao said in a matter-of-fact tone. Hearing this, Zuo Mo was furious. He jumped off the ground, pointing at Pu Yao's nose and swearing, "Ha, you do have Mo skills. What did you say in the past to GE? You said you didn't have Mo skills, making GE practice, Skywave Fist scripture. Now you run out and say you have Mo skills, you were fooling GE." Pu Yao was speechless. The matter of cultivating Mo was quickly finalized. Pu Yao took out a set of Mo skill called Hardship Guard. The previous version of Hardship Guard was a Mo skill called Hardship Abyss. It was first created by a heart-addicted monkey. He was born very weak and untalented. He could not cultivate the heart addiction Mo skill of his clan. After many troubles, he personally created Hardship Abyss, and in the end, cultivated to the rank of Mo General. Later, this Mo skill landed in the hands of a king. He changed the Hardship Abyss, and bestowed it to one of his personal guards. This Mo skill therefore changed its name to Hardship Guard. Pu Yao proudly introduced. The greatest specialty of this Mo skill is that it is suitable for Mo that do not have outstanding talents. Oh, this group of Xiao slaves is very well suited. In any Mo Jia, this Mo skill is high-level stuff. It can sell for a good price. These Xiao slaves really picked up a bargain. After Zuo Mo finished reading Hardship Guard, he jumped in fright. Unless one had great endurance, they couldn't cultivate this Mo skill, much less to a high level. Mo skills were based on hard work and persistence. The person that made this Mo skill really was perverse. He had originally been thinking if he could cultivate it. After reading it, Zuo Mo decided to give up. This wasn't something anyone could cultivate. Pu Yao understood Zuo Mo's misgiving. Normal people aren't suited to cultivate this, but these Xiao slaves have encountered many obstacles and hardships in their life, so they are actually very suited to this Mo skill. In any case, you just don't want them to use Jingshi right now. Zuo Mo agreed with Pu Yao. In any case, he wasn't hoping that these show slaves would accomplish anything. The show slaves were reorganized into a camp called the Guard Camp. Zuo Mo counted 1,000 people. He passed down the first chapter of Hardship Guard and picked a few Shouja to supervise them before going back to his city construction work. After a few days, when Gongsun Cha returned with 800 captives, Zuo Mo finally released a breath. The two exchanged a few words before they attended to their own matters. Zuo Mo had to build the city, Gongsun Cha had to organize the captives and make new groups, and consolidate what he learned, etc. The preliminary structure of the Golden Crow City caused everyone, including the captives, to feel excitement and anticipation. After continuous construction, the formation battle watchtowers of Golden Crow City reached 36 in number. They were tightly packed together, pointing towards the sky like sharp swords. Looking at these formation battle watchtowers that rose above the city walls, everyone was filled with the feeling of safety. The completion of 36 formation battle watchtowers meant that the Shouja of the camp could start to move in. Wei Changbin followed Master Ji Wei into Golden Crow City, his expression excited. As he stepped into the city, a feeling of warmth surrounded him, feeling like he was soaking in the sun. The people in the surroundings sighed in amazement. What formation is this? It is so wonderful. Comfortable, way too comfortable. Even if you kill me, I won't return to that mountain cave. Worth it, it's worth it even if I die now. Hearing the discussion around him, Wei Changbin suddenly felt his nose was sore and almost cried. He hurriedly lowered his head to disguise his state. When he raised his head, what he saw was a flash of tears at the corner of Master Ji Wei's eye. For people like him, the Golden Crow City in front of them was the final dream in their hearts. One after the other, the formation battle watchtowers covered in complex formation scripts appeared in their vision, causing them to sigh in amazement again. Everyone's hearts was instantly comforted. The enormous group of formation battle watchtowers seemed to be announcing their power and gave them a strong feeling of safety. All right, move quickly. Master Ji Wei bellowed at the top of his lungs to wake the group of people up. We need to go first build the places we will be living in. Otherwise, we need to return to the cave tonight. Which one of you wants to return? Of course, no one was willing, so everyone hurried to start building. The Shouja that knew earth element spells usually were also skilled in building houses. The Shouja of the forging division were never properly educated. Many of them had a pretty good earth element spell. Everyone work hard. Let's try to finish before dusk so we can have a little fun tonight. Master Jia Wei waved his arms with excitement. As Zuo Mo had already divided out the different living districts beforehand, the camp was naturally the most important part. Gongsun Cha first needed to reorganize the numerous troops under his command. He didn't interfere with the guard camp. He didn't understand the things Shixian was doing with the guard camp. Just the Shouja under his command were enough to give him a headache. He didn't want to break down the organization of the 6 divisions. These Shouja cooperated very well among themselves. If new people were added, their offensive capabilities would decrease. However, Gongsun Cha was not the same greenhorn that didn't understand anything anymore. He easily worked to reorganize. The 6 divisions were the primary force, and were under the command of Vermilion Bird Camp. The fact that the first camp created was called Vermilion Bird Camp, and not Black Warrior Camp, 1, was enough to express how much everyone liked Golden Crow City from the bottom of their hearts. The Shouja that had comprehended essence and were led by Ma Fan and Xie Shan were put into one platoon, Sky Peak Platoon. What was a surprise was the Shield Guard Platoon was led by Zhong Ru. The main purpose of the Shield Guard Platoon was to protect Gongsun Cha and transmit Gongsun Cha's orders. The remaining 2,000 Shouja were divided into the eastern and western camps. In Gongsun Cha's plans, Eastern Camp and Western Camp were the reserve that would provide talented Shouja for Vermilion Bird Camp. In Gongsun Cha's vision, Vermilion Camp would have 12 divisions, 1,664 people. Adding on the quartermasters and supporting Shouja, it would be a full 1,500 people. There were just 6 divisions now, so it was only half complete. But he was also clear that Vermilion Bird Camp, which was skilled in ambushing, was not in great demand since they possessed the Golden Crow City. The most pressing matter at the moment was to train the Shouja of the eastern and western camps to use the formation battle watchtowers. The reorganization calmly progressed. As to the guard camp, that was Shixiang's headache. Having finished his preparations, Gongsun Cha quickly moved into the Golden Crow City. When the night came, Golden Crow City was very loud. The lanterns at the sides of the street filled the little city with brightness. From afar, it looked like a city that was floating in the air. Today was a holiday for everyone in the city. Many people cried from happiness. They finally had a place to rest, a place to shelter them from the elements. They finally had a place where they could relax and sleep. In the calamity-ridden little mountain Jie, Golden Crow City was one of a kind. Gongsun Cha silently watched his subordinates celebrate. Those people that usually weren't afraid of death were sobbing like children at the moment. His heart didn't feel so good. He knew more. He knew the city was just to prepare for the big battle against the Clear Sky Old Forefather. From the moment it started to be built, the fate of Golden Crow City was set in stone. He pressed together his lips, quietly leaving the partying camp to find Shi Xiang. He found Shi Xiang at a formation battle watchtower. He was slightly shocked. As everyone was partying madly, Shi Xiang was staying by himself at the formation battle watchtower. Noticing Gongsun Cha come over, Zuo Mo raised his head. I'm trying to see if I can use the formation battle watchtower to nurture the sonic lightning walnuts. Gongsun Cha became alert. Did Shi Xiang find something? It seems plausible, but I still need to test it. Zuo Mo noticed Gongsun Cha's low mood. What? Has Shitty encountered something unhappy? He understood the two Shitty very well. Chang Shitty was a person obsessed with animal keeping. While Gongsun Shitty usually seemed vicious and murderous, but in reality, his mentality was not any different than Chang Shitty. They were both very naive and did not know worldly matters. I just saw they are so happy. But in the end, there will be nothing. This city is destined to be destroyed, Gongsun Cha said dejectedly. Zuo Mo was silent. He walked to the guardrail and looked into the distance. After a moment, he smiled and said, I hadn't thought such a violent person as Shitty would be so sentimental. He paused slightly, turned his face, and said seriously, Little Mountain Jie is a cage. Can there be a paradise in a cage? What we want is to survive because we understand that if we cannot escape the cage, we will die. It is like using warm water to cook a frog, we will be cooked slowly. Among them, some understand and some do not. Those that understand are not willing to think. Why? They feel if they can live one more day, it is one day. Zuo Mo said in a deep voice, but I don't think the same. I would rather to use those miserable days to trade for a chance to escape. Golden Crow City has never been a paradise. If we succeed, even if this city does not exist anymore, they will still be able to find their paradise. Zuo Mo said resolutely. Gongsun Cha raised his head. The depression on his delicate face swept away cleanly. Those eyes that were usually covered in killing intent and people could never see into were so clear now there was no impurity. The two exchanged a look and smiled at each other. 1. The vermilion bird, Zhuke, is one of the 4 sacred/benevolent animals of Chinese culture. It is actually a 5-colored bird, not just one color. Its element is fire and the cardinal direction it represents is the south. Black warrior, Xianwu, is another name for the black turtle, Xiangui. Its cardinal direction is the north, and its element is water. In mythology, the Black Warrior is made of 2 entities, a tortoise and a snake who are 2 great generals. Due to the origins, Wikipedia, Xianwu would usually be a much better name for a military troop. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo is always sensitive to anything that can impact his bottom line. He doesn't care that a few thousand people are cultivating to be a Mo if he doesn't have to spend Jingshi. Pu Yao is now offering help without being asked. This is a large improvement compared to the beginning of their relationship. Zuo Mo's city is now habitable and the people are excited. He really points to the main problem: there is no freedom in Little Mountain Jie. If they don't rebel, they will forever be living in a place they cannot leave and at the mercy of Clear Sky Sect since they control the only entrance, and therefore the flow of all goods imported and exported. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 264, The Rudimentary Form. Chapter 264, The Rudimentary Form. Taking advantage of the fact that the old forefather was in seclusion, He Xiang concealed the matter. The other people also knew this matter had created too much of a mess. If it was revealed to the top, everyone would die, so they all kept their silence. Their greatest losses this time were the 5 slave transporting boats. The value of the 1,000 Xiu slaves was very limited. They were still able to afford the compensation for 5 slave transporting boats. Yet, the loss that made them want to spit blood was that many of the bosses that they had finished negotiating with had died in this ambush. The agreements that they had made had become a waste of effort. These factions would enter a period of chaos, reform, and choose a new leader. This meant that their work would drag on for a longer period of time. This damned group of hooligans. If he caught them, he would definitely tear their bodies to pieces. He Xiang gritted his teeth. Thinking of the factions that were in chaos, he felt his head ache. He suddenly found that from the time he had become the chief elder of the outer hall, an unfortunate sequence of bad luck had followed him. Nothing had gone smoothly. What he needed to consider now was whether he should intervene in the internal conflict of these factions. There was not much time left for him. If he could not complete this matter before the old forefather came out of seclusion, he would lose all of his chances. All of the formation battle watchtowers lit up. The warm silver lights were very beautiful in the night. 7 sonic lightning walnuts were floating at the top level of each formation battle watchtower. They were bobbing like they were in water. They occasionally flew around the interior of the watchtowers. The ceiling and walls of the towers continued to release silver dots of light. These mist-like silver dots of light would then be absorbed by the sonic lightning walnuts. Zuo Mo carefully inspected every sonic lightning walnut that was being nurtured in the top level of the watchtowers. The formation battle watchtowers were carved with the Fiend hard lightning formation. These dots of silver mist that looked harmless contained minuscule amounts of hard lightning. After being nurtured like this, the power of the sonic lightning walnut would be even greater. The construction of the city was only half completed. The remaining half was the most difficult part. In the watchtower at the very center of the Golden Crow City, Zuo Mo started to dig down into the soil. He incinerated the evacuated soil using Golden Crow fire. His body had entered the second maturation. The noise of this maturation process was much less noisy than compared to the first time. The improvement of second maturation was not as evident as first maturation, but he could still clearly feel the improvement of his body. Skyglass Wave had improved to 19 revolutions from 18 revolutions. The power had increased, but there was no qualitative change. But what interested Zuo Mo was the Mo matrix on his body. Jade Metalhead was an Mo physique. After the second maturation, a faint Mo matrix started to appear. The Mo matrix started first on his chest and it was very faint. If Zuo Mo didn't carefully inspect his body, it was likely he would have missed such a subtle change. His skin had become black and glowing. The Mo matrix patterns were also black and very faint, so they were hard to detect. Zuo Mo carefully studied them for a while and found the Mo matrix that had floated out was not complete. Many places were far too faint and hard to decipher. He concluded that they must only completely appear after third maturation. He noted it down before going back to building the city. In the span of a few short days, Golden Crow City was completely revamped. The streets were abnormally clean. New buildings neatly spread out like a forest on both sides of streets. The style of these buildings were varied. There were green brick yards, brightly colored sharp-pointed towers. The Shouja of Golden Crow City came from many different places. The only buildings that could not been seen here were the residences frequently seen in other cities to be floating in the air out of consideration for safety. The fruit trees on both sides of the street were tenderly green and heavy with fruit that gave off a tantalizing fragrance. All of the empty spaces like under the trees, and the corners of buildings were planted with flowers and grasses to make them attractive to the eyes. For these trees and grasses, all of the Shouja that had knowledge of ling farming had joined in. Many kinds of birds had been enticed over. Vitality flowed in every corner. Nian Lu, who dragged a group of Shouja back through hurrying day and night, gaped at the beautiful scene in front of him and lost the ability of speech. Baoyi bowed to Lil Pagoda that was floating in front of him, his expression slightly wary. "Pagoda Yi, are you hungry again?" The chubby Lil Pagoda tried its best to produce a proud stance, but one could not bear to look at it. Behind it, Silly Bird raised her head and pushed out her chest, her stomach tightly stretched and fat. The half-lidded eyes didn't show any intentions of properly looking at a person. On top of Silly Bird's head, the antenna of Lil Black restlessly waved as it looked around. Baoyi didn't dare to laugh. He didn't dare to offend the 3 little ancestors in front of him. He really didn't understand. These days, could talismans, steeds, and worms become so intelligent? The 3 formed a troop and would come at intervals to sweep the stores. The weirdest one was Lil Pagoda. It would swallow anything. Talismans, materials, all of it would go to its stomach. But Boss was very lenient with them, and had told him to give the talismans that could not be used to Lil Pagoda. To a miser like Baoyi, this was akin to carving the flesh out of his heart. Even though he knew that there wasn't much value in those talismans, but the smallest grain of rice was still food. Watching as they all landed in Lil Pagoda's stomach, and not having the smallest piece of jingsher come out, his heart bled blood. Wastrel. Such a wastrel. Unconsciously, Lil Pagoda had become Baoyi's greatest enemy. Of course, he didn't dare to show the enmity that was in his heart. Lil Pagoda was deeply favored by Boss. If working under Zuo Mo previously had been a decision made out of helplessness, then his heart was truly loyal now. He had never heard of a person so strong they could build a city like this by themselves, much less seen one. Right now, he seemed to understand why an expert like Xie Shan would willingly serve boss. Look at the strong offensive abilities under boss command. Oh, the god of wealth up high, Baoyi, had never thought he could personally see such a strong and vicious troop. He didn't believe there was anyone that had the power to pose a risk to them in Little Mountain Jia unless Clear Sky Old Forefather personally came. He admired Boss very much for this point. Boss had opened up his provisions of Jingshi for his subordinates. The troop of 700 people used 3,500 third-grade Jingshi a day. If it was converted, it would be 7 pieces of 4th-grade Jingshi. 7 pieces of 4th-grade Jingshi daily. Whoa! He had almost fainted when he had first learned this. Even in Little Mountain Jia where Jingshi was not worth much at present, it still was not a low number. He felt a compelling pressure. The talismans that they had gained were not able to be sold. Now that the city was constructed, he needed to think of ways for Boss to start doing business. Otherwise, if they just fed off of their savings then in the long term, they couldn't sustain it in the future. Just as he was wandering in his thoughts, he saw Lil Pagoda waving in front of him. He hurriedly refocused and suddenly found that a line of puppets had formed behind the 3. Puppets. As an experienced merchant, Baoyi had worked with all kinds of talismans, and naturally seen puppets before. Truthfully, from his angle, the construction of these copper puppets were very rough. Copper puppets were just one step above paper puppets, but still were very common mainstream items. He twisted his mouth. This kind of copper puppets couldn't sell for a good price, even if he was the one doing it. However, it was possible to see that the person who had designed these puppets had put in a great deal of thought. These puppets were designed for mining. The bottom half of their bodies were jointed in sections like a snake. That would allow them to adjust to all kinds of uneven terrain. The top half was shaped traditionally like a person, but there were 4 arms instead of 2. The puppets lined up neatly, each puppet carrying on its back a cloth bag that was larger than their bodies. Baoyi lost some of his disdain. These puppets may look ugly, but they were very strong and were pretty good puppets. He watched as these puppets came in and put down the cloth bags on their backs. Baoyi quickly found a little mountain pile up in front of him. This? Pagoda Yi, what is all this? Baoyi carefully asked. Lil Pagoda bent its chubby body and acted as it was talking. Baoyi swallowed and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He asked uncertainly, is it to let me see? Every time he faced Lil Pagoda and the other 2, it was as though he was facing an enemy. He regretted not learning how to play charades when he was young. Lil Pagoda nodded. Baoyi released a breath. He hadn't guessed incorrectly. He hurriedly ran over and opened the cloth bags. The blinding light of Jingshi reflected on his dumbstruck face and filled the room with light. Lil Pagoda ran in front of Silly Bird to ask for praise. Silly Bird used her wings to brush Lil Pagoda. Lil Pagoda instantly became happy, and hurried flying to the front to lead the way. This guy was very clever. They had become familiar after coming here a few times. With Lil Black on top, Silly Bird walked its proud stride and floated off as she brushed past the stunned Baoyi. Shu Long was the highest-ranked supervisor of the guard camp. He was an old Xiu slave. Differing from the many people who had just been captured, he had already passed through 5 owners. This caused him to hold great authority among this group of Xiu slaves. He scanned the camp. Everyone was furiously cultivating. He couldn't help but give a satisfied expression. He was full of gratitude towards his present owner. Only Xiu slaves that had passed through many owners would deeply appreciate how much the present situation was like paradise. He had actually received favor from Master to command the guard camp. He was full of excitement and terror. He was happy that he could help Master, but terrified that he would ruin the matter. What he hadn't expected was that Boss didn't get them to go work, but had them cultivate. Cultivation was very good. Even though he didn't know much, but he knew that cultivation was value. However, he couldn't help but worry. Master's action was benevolent, but in the eyes of other people, he was a wastrel. Who would let Xiu slaves cultivate? He had never heard of something so absurd. But since Master had ordered it, he could only do his best to help Master. Sometimes, he couldn't help but fantasize that some experts would be produced out of the guard camp and serve Master. It would be worth it even if he died. Master had kept them, and allowed them to cultivate. All of guard camp were holding their breath. What Shu Long was most afraid of were the new slaves. New Xiu slaves only had hatred in their minds. In their eyes, all Xiuzhou were enemies. He had also once walked that road. Shu Long, get them to come one by one. I need to inspect their progress. A thought came from the necklace on his neck. His mind became alert. Cultivating was so strange. This necklace of his should probably be a talisman. Yes. He hurriedly responded, and rang the large drum. In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao interestedly played with the necklace. The little toys that Zuo Mo forged had some usefulness. Making a troop that cultivated Mo, how interesting would something like that be? Translation ramblings: Xiao slaves are worth less than their transportation boats, which isn't so strange if you think back to how much a free Lianxi Xiaojia's wages are and how expensive talismans are. Clear Sky Sect probably just had to pay the merchant/business for the boats, not the slaves. Lil Pagoda is growing fat. Bowie treats Lil Pagoda like it is a calamity. On another note, if Zuo Mo had to have a patron god, it would probably also be the god of wealth, aka the god of danger. The puppets are pretty good in design, though I'm curious if it would be better in terms of stability for them to have multiple legs like an insect or to be like a snake like their present form. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 265, Silly Bird's Shocking Change. Chapter 265, Silly Bird's Shocking Change. Silly Bird swallowed down a piece of gray mud. This was a ball of gray mud that Lil Pagoda had just spat out. Lil Black had no interest in the gray mud. Silly Bird was the only one that liked it. The three of them had a great relationship, especially as Silly Bird occupied the position of leader with a proud and matter-of-fact attitude. The other two little ones were very obedient towards Silly Bird. So whenever Lil Pagoda had the chance, it would skip to give the gray mud it spat out to Silly Bird. Zuo Mo had been very busy recently. Where would he find the time to take care of them? If he knew how much of the gray mud Silly Bird had swallowed, his heart would definitely bleed. That was so much ginger. Silly Bird didn't have any intentions of being frugal and swallowed the gray mud as though it was her right. The talismans that were collected were of much higher grade than before. Previously, the majority had been second grade, but now it was third grade. The storage were filled with a large amount of third-grade talismans. Since they couldn't find buyers for them, and the Xiaojia couldn't use them, all of them had entered Lil Pagoda's stomach. Just by looking at Lil Pagoda's fattened figure, it was possible to see how good its recent days had been. Silly Bird had also received benefits along with Lil Pagoda. What was unexpected was that Silly Bird suddenly had a painful expression. All the feathers on its body were shaking. A faint whirlwind started to appear around its body, and spin continuously around her. Lil Pagoda and Lil Black instantly became nervous. Some gray energy threads suddenly appeared under Silly Bird's wings. As though they were alive, these gray threads of energy climbed and wormed their way up her wings. Her pain seemed to increase as her body shook more fiercely. The gray energy quickly spread over her body at a rate visible to the naked eye. In an extremely short period of time, the gray energy had spread along her long slender neck until it reached her eyes. Honk! A sound filled with pain caused Lil Pagoda and Lil Black to freeze on the spot in fright. Phew! An extremely small sound as though something had been lit. Silly Bird's entire body was wrapped in an extremely thick layer of gray mist. Looking at her from afar, she seemed like a roiling cloud of mist. Threads of gray energy spread out from the cloud, and entered the whirlwind that was swirling around her body, pulling out thin gray threads in circles. The gray thread circles increased in number until there appeared to be an invisible silkworm spinning silk. The dense layer of gray thread continued to dance around Silly Bird and gradually formed a gray silk cocoon. At the very center of the gray cocoon was a ball of mist that continued to spew gray smoke. Honk! The painful sound seemed to come from the bottom of the heart. Bao Yi, who had been disturbed, changed expression. Lil Pagoda and Lil Black were so scared they lost their minds. The gray cocoon suddenly flew into the air, leaving behind a gray shadow, as it disappeared into the horizon. Zuo Mo, who had been working on the city's construction, suddenly changed his expression. Damn it! His legs pushed off as he flew into the air. I'll sort you all out when I get back. Zuo Mo's furious voice passed back. Everyone at the ground looked at each other in ignorance. After a while, Xiashan tried to ask Gongsun Sha, "Boss, should we send someone to follow?" Gongsun Sha glanced at the people that were yearning to go. Do you guys want to slack off? Don't even think about it. All of you, stay alert. Every one of you added together wouldn't be a match for that woman. The other people instantly faltered. They remembered that the female Xiao who always followed boss was a terrifying existence. Zuo Mo hurriedly followed in pursuit. Silly Bird that was wrapped in the gray energy flew extremely fast. He used all his power and could barely manage to keep up. He was both furious and panicked. Little brat, when Ji catches up to you, just wait. Lil Pagoda was connected to him. In an instant, he had known what had happened. The more he thought, the angrier he got. Ku was working hard and was so tired, and you guys made trouble, you guys don't want to live. His mind prepared the series of tortures that would occur once he caught Silly Bird. It may have been due to the stimulus from his rage, his speed increased by another faction. The thunder-flowing light wings were pressed to their limits. He was like a bolt of lightning. No matter how fast he flew, the female show managed to follow without any effort. But at this point, Zuo Mo didn't have the attention to spare. His mind only had one thought: faster. Faster. Even faster. All of his mind was engrossed in operating the thunder-flowing light wings. After building the city, from the Fiend Hard Lightning to the 36 Hard Lightning Formation battle watchtowers, without noticing it, his understanding of lightning had reached another level. Flowing light was a kind of lightning. Very quickly, he comprehended it and grasped the trick to it. The light of the thunder-flowing light wings exploded. The wings disappeared. They became a ball of lightning that wrapped around Zuo Mo. His speed increased yet again. Boom! As the lightning flashed across the sky, it gave off a heart-shaking vibration. The sound was small, but it passed into the distance. However, after chasing for several hours, Zuo Mo still lost Silly Bird. No matter how much he accelerated, he could only watch as the gray shadow distanced itself from him and gradually disappeared. Do you know where she went? Zuo Mo stopped abruptly and asked the female Xiao. The female Xiao stood to one side silently as though she hadn't heard anything. Which direction? Tell me. Zuo Mo awkwardly added on hand motions, his voice extremely panicked. The female Xiao was like a statue and did not speak. Speak! Zuo Mo suddenly raged. The female Xiao was not affected and did not move. Looking at the female Xiao silently gazing at himself, the furious Zuo Mo suddenly calmed down, the anger in his eyes disappearing bit by bit. Sorry, I lost my temper just now. Zuo Mo sincerely gave an apology. Even though he knew the other could not hear it, he had lost control of his temper. Calm, he needed to be calm. Pu Yao, do you know which direction she went? Zuo Mo entered the sea of consciousness to ask Pu Yao. Just now, it was to the east, Pu Yao said with helplessness. My strength has been greatly used up, the range of my consciousness is much smaller than in the past. Towards the east. Zuo Mo did not hesitate to keep on flying towards the east. That damned silly bird. When GE catches you, GE will pluck you clean. How will you fly then? Zuo Mo thought hatefully. He continued to channel Ling power to maintain the thunder-flowing light wings as he flew across the sky. Fortunately, his body had strengthened greatly in the past while. Of his body, consciousness, and Ling power, the improvement of his Ling power was not as visible as his body, but the recent progress was not ordinary. His Ling power had reached 25 Jing, only 5 Jing away from the second stratum. What Zuo Mo didn't know was how shocked the world would be if he spoke of such a crazy progression speed. In each stratum, preliminary growth would always be rapid, but the rate would become slow as they got closer to the peak of the stratum. 5 Jing of cultivation didn't seem like much. However, many people would expend 3 years, 5 years, or even longer on these 5 Jing. Zuo Mo knew that while his cultivation growth rate had slowed, but the decrease was much smaller than normal Xiaojia. He didn't know if it was caused by the Mo physique or something else. At this time, he didn't have the attention to spare. He gathered his Ling power and flew with all his power towards the east. Flying without rise until sunset, there was still nothing to be found. He looked in all directions, there were no traces. Zuo Mo's expression became dark, and couldn't control himself from swearing, damn it. However, his Ling power was now completely used up. He had no energy to keep flying and could only land. Taking out a few pieces of Jingshi, he made a primary replenishing formation before meditating to recover his Ling power. After reconstructing the Mo physique, the previous formations on his body had been destroyed. However, this Mo physique could automatically filter the impurities in the Ling power. Zuo Mo patiently processed the Ling power he absorbed. Even though the Ling power that was absorbed did not have impurities, they were purer if he processed them and easier to control. After 2 hours, Zuo Mo opened his eyes again, a light flashing in the dark. Just as he stood up, the Jingshi on the ground exploded into a ball of dust. This is troublesome, Zuo Mo flew into the sky, and muttered with a grimace after looking around. The night was dark, and the coldness seeped into the bones. The cloud layer was very low, dark without any light. Zuo Mo decided to fly up. After a moment, he struggled out of the cloud layer. The last bit of clouds were thrown behind him, the vast sky appearing in front. All of the stars were so bright, densely covering the entire sky. From the ground, the cloud layer looked endless. Under the starlight, it was like a black ocean. Between this cloud ocean and the stars, he was the only person. He had never seen such a beautiful scene before. He was entranced for a while. A moment later, he woke up. Looking at the female Shio that was silently floating beside him, his mood became slightly better. He said to her with a smile, "Silly bird is somewhat dumb, but silly birds usually have silly luck, she shouldn't be in trouble this time." He knew that the female Shio could not hear. Speaking this was just to comfort himself. Suddenly, a few dots of light appeared in the sky. Zuo Mo was instantly alerted and turned his head around. It was a sword light. Zuo Mo was not unfamiliar with sword lights. These were the lights that were usually created when sword Shio flew on their flying swords. These sword lights came extremely quickly. Almost in the blink of an eye, they went from the size of a sesame seed to a mung bean. Zuo Mo could barely make out that there were 4 people coming, 3 male and 1 female, all of them sword Shio. Zuo Mo's mind secretly became alert. These 4 people were not ordinary. Their speed as they flew on the sword was almost the same as when he would be using the thunder-flowing light wings with all his power. However, he didn't avoid them but moved forward. He wanted to ask the 4 people if they had seen Silly Bird. The 4 of them came very quickly. Zuo Mo vibrated his Ling power and shouted out, "Please wait." The 4 sword lights stopped at a place 50 zhan from Zuo Mo. All 4 of them looked warily at Zuo Mo. One of them opened, "Why has sire stopped us?" His tone was slightly unfriendly. Sorry. Zuo Mo raised his hands and smiled with friendliness. This one's steed was suddenly alarmed. This one has chased for a long time, but has lost it. Stopping everyone is just to ask if you have encountered a grey misty cloud? The expressions of the 4 eased. One of them said, "We did just see a grey shadow pass by, but it was too fast, we couldn't make it out." Zuo Mo's mind became alert. "Do you know which direction?" "That way," the person said as he pointed behind him. Zuo Mo hurriedly gave his thanks, rose and flew in the direction the person pointed at. "Shi Xiong, you are?" the female Shio asked with puzzlement. They hadn't seen any grey shadow along the way. He, the person laughed darkly. "We can't capture that benefit, but we can't let the person named Huang and the others to get it so easily. Otherwise, when we go back to Clear Sky Sect, our branch wouldn't even have any room. This person's cultivation doesn't seem to be high." "I saw that he is only ning my first stratum," another person said confusedly. "Haha, we can silently follow behind. You will know when it is time," this person said confidently. "Maybe we can even take advantage of the chaos and get some benefits." Translator ramblings. Zuo Mo's pets come back to remind us of their presence. Wandering Yumi of Doom thinks Silly Bird flew off because Zuo Mo told her to go fly the last time she was leveling up. That's very plausible, and if that's the case, then all of this is Zuo Mo's fault. Also, Zuo Mo is clearly not thinking with a clear mind, and Pu Yao admits his increasing weakness. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 266, A Little Harvest. Chapter 266, A Little Harvest. After flying for about an hour, there were still no signs. Zuo Mo calmed down. He knew that panicking was not useful. Based on Silly Bird's fierce flying, she probably wouldn't stop anytime soon. As long as the direction was right, he would find her. The grey mud that Lil Pagoda spat out was a smorgasbord of substances outside the 5 elements. He didn't know what change would come after Silly Bird had eaten so much. It would be good if nothing happened to her. He was very worried. Silly Bird was the first Ling beast he had owned, and he had a deep attachment to her. Even though she was very proud and had terrible habits, like showing off and not looking at people properly, but when he thought about the first time he was wounded, and Silly Bird had done her best to carry him back, his heart still was moved. Suddenly, an extremely fine sword light flashed 20 li away from him. Zuo Mo was slightly surprised. It seemed his luck today wasn't so terrible. It required luck to be able to encounter other sword Shio when flying in the air at night, especially with the drastically reduced population of Little Mountain Jia. Not even 1 in 10 remained, but he had met 2 different groups today. He was just going forward to ask if the other had seen Silly Bird when the sword light unexpectedly curved and flew towards him. Seeing the situation, Zuo Mo didn't move and waited for the other. When the other flew close, Zuo Mo saw his appearance. The person was an extremely young Shouja in his early 20s. The light glimmering Ling armor did not look like something average. His feet were stepping on a flying sword shaped like a Ling snake. He looked very carefree as he flew in the wind. Seeing the pride on the other's face, Zuo Mo muttered inside. Before he spoke, he heard the other shout, "Hey, do you know 5 element spells?" Zuo Mo instantly was discontent, his brow unconsciously furrowing. He speculated inside that this person definitely was a disciple that had just come out of the sect to gain experience. Surviving in the outside, just this kind of arrogant and brash tone was enough for him to die multiple times. I know some, Zuo Mo still planned on asking about silly bird, so he endured it. The person's eyes lit up. Come with me. Finishing, he turned and left. Zuo Mo rubbed his nose. Where had this silly bird came from? Oh, no. If silly bird knew that he had given her and the guy in front of him had the same name, she would be humiliated to the point of hitting the wall to suicide. The ignorance of the other caused Zuo Mo to not know what to say. His mind suddenly moved. How could a guy like this have survived in Little Mountain Jie? The only place he could think of was Clear Sky Sect. Only Clear Sky Sect could have such an unworldly disciple. You are a disciple of Clear Sky Sect? Zuo Mo asked, tilting his head. Haha, you know that Yi is from Clear Sky Sect. Since you know, then obey. If Yi is happy, there's some benefit for you. If you provoke Yi, humph, no matter how big Little Mountain Jie is, there is no place for you to hide, the person said proudly as he turned around. It really was meeting one's enemy on a narrow road. Since he knew the other was a disciple of Clear Sky Sect, Zuo Mo didn't have any more worries. With a flip of the hand, a flying sword appeared. This flying sword was serenely green, with rippling waves and extremely nimble. This sword was called Serene Water Sword, peak of 3rd grade. It was even better than the water drop sword that Zuo Mo previously had. Zuo Mo would only pick the talismans that he liked or found useful from what they had captured and put them into his ring. His ring at this time was piled full with fine talismans and rare materials. This Serene Water Sword was just 3rd grade, but its entire body was forged from serene green water, and was rich in water element power. It was already the peak of 3rd grade talismans. With the Serene Water Sword in his hand, Zuo Mo seemed to be walking on the ground in the air. Pia pia pia, taking a series of small paces. Wind rose when his feet touched the air. Zuo Mo held no fear when facing an Ningmai. He had defeated Ningmai Xiuzhe when he had been in Juji. Now that he had broken through to Ningmai, his confidence had grown more. Even more, his fantasy enemy during this period of time had been the Clear Sky Old Forefather. Compared to the fear of a Jindan, a Ningmai 3rd Stratum expert didn't seem so scary. His first attack was, Li Water Burning Heavens. In an instantly, the body of the Serene Water Sword was covered in water-shaped flames. These clear and transparent flames were like a piece of living crystal as it flickered. Compared to the flame of the past that had been multiple zhang long, the water-shaped flame was now just a short one qi, silent and serene. This meant that Zuo Mo's sword essence was even more condensed and had improved. Li Water Sword scripture was only a 3rd grade scripture, but Zuo Mo had comprehended sword essence. If he persisted in walking down this path, tempered his sword essence, and experimented with variations, he may be able to create new sword moves. Zuo Mo had not expected the sword essence he comprehended the most of all the sword essences was Li Water Sword essence and not Ice Dragon Sword essence. In his hands, the sword scripture that was just a small 3rd grade seemed to change. It was as though he did it without any effort. There was no pause. His little trot created countless afterimages, the sword in his hands serenely burning. A gentle slice upwards. There was none of the past explosiveness, or the sword essence radiating out, or the howling. As clear and serene as water, as bright as fire. A serene, light, and almost careless spark flashed. The face of the Clear Sky Sect disciple changed greatly. He shouted angrily, "How gutsy! You dare!" The voice suddenly stopped. His expression changed greatly. A sword essence that was almost tangible securely locked onto him. Sword essence. He was actually an expert that comprehended sword essence. Clear Sky Sect was also a sword show sect. He naturally knew the dangers, and understood that he had offended the wrong person this time. Among the Clear Sky Sect disciples, only 3 of the Shixiang had comprehended sword essence. He had actually randomly encountered such a person. He was full of regret. The internal competition of Clear Sky Sect was very fierce. The power of the Shixiang had long been impressed into his mind. Gritting his teeth, his hands swiped, and an extremely small light shot at Zuo Mo. In the air, Zuo Mo's figure did not move. His wrist flicked lightly, and produced a round wall of fire. The wall of fire was like a great net that caught the light. Zuo Mo stopped his figure, and grasped at the air. The clear flame wrapped around the light that slowly flew towards him. Sky Sand. Zuo Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and spat out a thread of pure golden flame. It was Golden Crow Fire. Once Golden Crow Fire appeared, Zuo Mo retracted the sword essence. The transparent flame turned to vapor and evaporated into the air. The golden crow fire drew out a line of fire and wrapped around the light. Golden crow fire. This clear sky sect disciple paled and exclaimed, his voice trembling. Once the golden crow fire wrapped around the sky sand, Zuo Mo couldn't help but shake his head. It really was a waste of something good. Sky sand was the essence of earth element. This sky sand that was the size of a sand particle and was 800 caddies in weight. Such a precious treasure of the earth, yet the impression method was so crude. Zuo Mo, who had always been frugal, felt his heart was in pain. The golden crow fire easily wiped away the formation on the sky sand. This sky sand revealed its original appearance. Square and symmetrical, it was an extremely precise cube. The color was deep gold. Entering his palm, Zuo Mo felt his right hand was weighed down, and he almost dropped it. So heavy. A special ethy energy spread out. Zuo Mo suddenly felt as though he was situated in dense sand. Good thing. Zuo Mo was overjoyed, and instantly threw it into his ring. This piece of sky sand might be small, but it was a rare 4th-grade material. If he could forge it well, he would have another good talisman. The clear sky sect disciple was dumbstruck. This particle of sky sand was his life-saving talisman. He gaped upon seeing the other easily subdue it. After a while, he managed to react, and swore, pointing at Zuo Mo, you. After ing for a while, Zuo Mo didn't hear any further words and snickered. He examined the other from top to bottom. I really hadn't seen it. You brat, you do have some oil on you. You, what do you want? The clear sky sect disciple instantly panicked when he saw the greedy gaze Zuo Mo had. I don't want much. Everyone should share good things. Zuo Mo snickered as he spoke. A few yellow and red rope pieces appeared on his hands. Each red rope was just the thickness of a chopstick. Immortal tying chain. The clear sky sect disciple almost fainted. Coming out of a big sect like clear sky sect, one could be unskilled at other things, but their knowledge and experience would definitely be stronger than those from small sections. That stack of red in Zuo Mo's hands were all immortal tying chains. Immortal tying chains were the general name for a type of talisman. There was only one use for them, to tie up the enemy. The first impression he had of the immortal tying chain was that it was very valuable. Because it was to imprison the other, immortal tying chains were mostly woven and forged out of materials that were not easily damaged by flying swords. That would guarantee they were strong enough that the enemy could not easily break free or cut it. He had never seen someone taking out 8 immortal tying chains at once. Even more, he had never thought there would be a day he would have to face 8 immortal tying chains at once. You're pretty knowledgeable, Zuo Mo said. However, his hands were not slow, the 8 immortal tying chains flying out. Once the immortal tying chains left his palm, they grew to 10 zhan long. The 8 immortal tying chains caused it to appear as though the sky was covered in immortal tying chains. The other basically had no power to resist. After struggling for a few moments, he was tied up tightly. However, when Zuo Mo saw the gigantic rope egg made from the immortal tying chains making 8 layers around, he was dumbstruck too. He hurriedly took down the extra immortal tying chains, leaving behind one. When he saw that clear sky sect disciple again, the other had already fainted. His eyes then lit up. This was a pretty good battle tactic. Immortal tying chains were 3rd-grade talismans, only had one purpose, and were very expensive. He hadn't noticed them before, only finding them somewhat interesting, so he had put them into his ring. The scene just now had made him realize the power of this move. One immortal tying chain was not strong enough, the other could dodge or escape, but the immortal tying chain had one benefit: it didn't require much control. When Ling power was channeled, each immortal tying chain would be 10 zhan long. 8 pieces of chain 10 zhan long was enough to create a secure and large net in the sky. Unable to be dodged or blocked. If he had to face such a thing, he couldn't help but shudder. Just having thought of a new tactic, Zuo Mo's mood was very good. When he looked at the clear sky sect disciple tied up like rice dumplings, Zuo Mo's mood became even better. As expected, one had to leave the home. If they didn't leave, there would be no gains. His hand beckoned lightly, and the clear sky sect securely tied up flew in front of him. Zuo Mo hummed a little tune and started to methodically plunder. No ring. Then he will take the clothes. Oh no, take the Ling armor. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo goes back to being a scalping zombie weirdo. I wonder if I should label this the first time Zuo Mo encounters a typical young master person. This one is one naive greenhorn. One who is going to be completely naked since he committed the terrible crime of not having a spatial ring to put his treasures. A person commented a few days ago on a chapter near the beginning they were going to stop reading because of how bad Pu Yao was. Then someone commented they wanted more Pu Yao and Zuo Mo action where Pu Yao torments Zuo Mo and he misses their past interactions. Taking a step back, Feng Xiang tried to flip the cliché of the old wise master on its head by making him a selfish one that torments and occasionally hampers Zuo Mo. There's still a lot more to go in the story and Pu Yao will evolve, but where do you guys fall in terms of your opinion of Pu Yao at present? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 267, Ambush. Chapter 267, Ambush. Zuo Mo was very experienced and practiced. In an instant, the Clear Sky Sect disciple only had his pants left. The only thing he felt regretful about was that this guy wasn't as rich as he had thought. He had searched through this guy's entire body and hadn't found a second sky sand particle. This result clearly could not satisfy him. His hand opening slightly, water quickly gathered at his palm and formed a ball of water. Zuo Mo slammed the water ball onto the face of the Clear Sky Sect disciple. The Clear Sky Sect disciple slowly woke up. The coldness of his entire body made him realize in the shortest amount of time what had happened. He was like a pure little lamb, trembling and looking with terror at Zuo Mo. I'm going to ask you a few questions. If you answer them, I'll spare your life, Zuo Mo grinned, baring his teeth. This grin in the eyes of the Clear Sky Sect disciple was like a big grey wolf opening its jaws in front of him, flesh and blood still lingering on the sharp white teeth. He uncontrollably shuddered all over. He finally understood that this black-skinned person in front of him wasn't afraid of Clear Sky Sect. His mind was blank. How was that possible? How could there still be a Xiuzha in Little Mountain Jia that wasn't afraid of Clear Sky Sect? Looking at the other's dazed eyes, Zuo Mo became slightly impatient. His killing intent showed. Gu doesn't have the time to wait for you. The other shook and woke up from his daze. He swallowed. Darren, please ask. Please ask, dot. Have you seen a gray shadow recently? Moving at very fast speed. Zuo Mo stared at the Clear Sky Sect disciple's eyes. Gray shadow? What gray shadow? The eyes of the Clear Sky Sect disciple was still confused. Zuo Mo's heart suddenly dropped. He had been staring straight at the other's eyes and knew the other had not lied. Had those 4 people lied to him? Suspicion rose. He said coldly, I just saw 4 people right now. They said they seen it, and was in this direction. I haven't seen, the Clear Sky Sect disciple suddenly yelled, 4 people? Was there also a woman? Yes. Zuo Mo saw the other's expression and knew he had been tricked. Mother *******. Lu Donghua, you bastard, you dare to make trouble for Yi. The Clear Sky Sect disciple that was swearing saw Zuo Mo's cold eyes, and explained, Darren, you were tricked. Those 4 are also disciples of my sect. They purposefully directed you over here to mess up our good matter. He suddenly closed his mouth. Good matter? What good matter? Zuo Mo narrowed his eyes. No, nothing, just that our Shixiang. Seeing the other nervously stammer, Zuo Mo didn't waste words, his hand grasping around the other's neck. The terrifying strength passed on from Zuo Mo's fingers caused his soul to fly out. He didn't dare to hesitate and rapidly said, It's a secret realm. A secret realm. We found a secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm needs Xiuzha that understands the 5 elements to open it. We don't have anyone that is skilled in the 5 elements. Lu Donghua and the others want to get a share, but were driven away by Huang Shixiang. So. Hearing this, Zuo Mo finally realized. So it was a secret realm. He had been wondering why the Clear Sky Sect disciples would run to Little Mountain Jia. Now he knew the cause, he couldn't help but grimace. His heart was stirred by the secret realm, but at this time, finding Silly Bird was more important. He then asked, Where did you get this sky sand? Don't tell me there is only 1 particle. Humph. This particle of sky sand was bestowed when this one's master was alive. There is only 1. Seeing the disbelief on Zuo Mo's face, he grimaced and said, Sky sand is the treasure of the sect, and produced by the sect's sect protector Ling Beast Crouching Soil Rhinoceros. 1 particle is produced every 3 years. Right now, the Crouching Soil Rhinoceros is kept by the old forefather, no one dares to think of obtaining it. You don't have this, you don't have that, you still want to lie? Zuo Mo said coldly. Frightened by Zuo Mo, this disciple instantly didn't know what to say. Suddenly, he became alert. Gray shadow. Gray shadow. I remember now. I didn't see the gray shadow you spoke of, but I heard a Shixiang mention it. Seeing the faint scorn on Zuo Mo's face, he was even more panicked. Really? I swear. I definitely am not lying. It was Lei Shixiang who said it. He said he had just seen a gray shadow. He thought it was a treasure that had come out of the earth and wanted to catch it. But the gray shadow was too strong. Lei Shixiang said that ball of gray energy was not something inside the 5 elements, and should be a treasure. Hearing this, Zuo Mo's mind jumped. Everything could be to fool him, but that phrase, not something inside the 5 elements, made him believe it slightly. Where did the gray ball go after that? I don't know, Lei Shixiang didn't say. What is he called? Lei Hao. How many of you are there? 22. Zuo Mo asked a few more details. This disciple didn't dare to conceal anything. After he finished questioning the disciple, Zuo Mo gave a satisfied expression, and his hand lightly squeezed. The disciple's neck instantly was snapped, an expression of disbelief still remaining on his face. Zuo Mo lightly flicked his hand, and threw the lifeless corpse into the cloud layer. He hadn't planned on letting this guy go in the first place. He and the Clear Sky Sect were enemies. Even more, this was Little Mountain Jia. Only disciples like him that came from the sect would believe someone would let them live. The female Xiao stood motionlessly next to him. His mind suddenly moved, and his body sank down, hiding among the thick cloud layer. He turned and looked. The female Xiao was still beside him. Through the mist, he could only see a faint outline. Zuo Mo smiled slightly. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he couldn't feel the female Xiao's presence at all, even though the other wasn't even a zhang away from him. This was always the case. No matter how much he scanned using his consciousness, he couldn't detect any bit of the female Xiao's presence. Many times, the female Xiao would give him the feeling of coldness. He could feel the strange power, but could not find the presence of life. Zuo Mo took away his gaze, and took out the shadowless cape from his ring. Once the light shadowless cape was put on, his presence became fainter. After a while, his presence disappeared into the air. A while later, 4 figures arrived at Zuo Mo's former position. He had stopped here for a time. There also seems to be that idiot Lu Hui's presence. Lu Donghua carefully inspected the surroundings, and gave a satisfied expression. It seems they already had a conflict. There is only the 2 of them. Huang Zhuoguang has more than 20. The shitty beside him shook his head. It could be seen the leader of the 4 was Lu Donghua. Lu Donghua appeared to be in his 40s, the light in his eyes hidden away. He chuckled. Maybe not. This person's strength isn't ordinary, and especially the woman beside him has unfathomable strength. Our sect's disciples are probably not a match at it. This strong? The 3 people all had shocked expressions. Lu Donghua's expression was solemn. And, everyone, be careful, don't get into conflict with them. These 2 don't have common origins. Don't underestimate the Xiaozha of Little Mountain Jia. They are used to killing, which we cannot compare with. The other 3 gave unconcerned expressions. On their journey, if they stated their identity as Clear Sky Sect disciples, the other people either flattered them or had faces full of fear. Seeing the situation, Lu Donghua knew that he was wasting his words and did not speak further. We should be careful. Seeing the lack of concern on their faces, he slowly said, if Huang Zhuoguang and the others knew we are still chasing after them, everyone won't have good days in the future. When he mentioned Huang Zhuoguang, the other 3 reflexively gave terrified expressions. Lu Donghua looked at them, and prepared to speak when his expression suddenly changed. Careful, dot. Several red shadows suddenly burrowed out of the cloud layer and leapt at them. Immortal tying chains. They exclaimed and hurried to summon their flying swords. Mother *****, why is there so many? Don't use flying swords, use fire to burn them. Lu Donghua reminded loudly. Talismans like immortal tying chains were hard to damage with flying swords, but things like fire and ice were their enemy. The people that had planned on using flying swords to slice quickly dodged. The female Xiao took out a jade tablet. This was a beast service card. Its entire body was bright red as though it was made from fire jade. A bright red fox was nimbly depicted on the surface. Seeing her take out the beast service card, Lu Donghua and the others released a breath. The beast service card sealed a 3rd-grade firetail fox. This firetail fox had already produced a firetail and was perfect to subdue these immortal tying chains. But before he could rejoice, he suddenly saw the air behind Shimmy Ripple. His face suddenly changed. Careful! Shimmy raised her head with confusion, not understanding why. A flying sword suddenly appeared 1 chi away from the back of the Clear Sky Sect female Xiao's head. A smear of light flashed. There were no Ling power ripples, no sword moves, just a simple thrust. Pew! The Clear Sky Sect female Shio who didn't detect it didn't have the time to respond before the sword flashed, and her head separated from her body, a pillar of blood thrusting high into the air. Shimmy! The other three Shioja were infuriated when they saw how terrible Shimmy's death was. Lu Donghua felt his head ring. Shimmy and he had had a good relationship from youth. Damn it! When he saw the person behind Shimmy, his pupils suddenly shrank. The fury and killing desire swept away, his heart sinking to the bottom. It was him. It's you! Lu Donghua gritted his teeth and said hatefully, I underestimated you. Zuo Mo sighed inside. This shadowless cape was really the best weapon for assassination. He had come so close to the other from behind and the other had not detected him. But it was a pity that if he moved, he would reveal his presence. To completely conceal his presence, it would need almost 2 breaths. 2 breaths were not a long time, but in battle, it was enough to be fatal. This caused the shadowless cape to have only one chance to attack, and greatly limited its usefulness. However, that was more than enough for Zuo Mo. As for Lu Donghua's hate-filled words, it didn't cause any ripple in his mind. As expected, this was a greenhorn. Facing the enemy and wasting so many words. Without the firetail fox, the other 3 instantly sank into an extremely reactive state. The 8 immortal tying chains were like 8 red snakes dancing in the sky and chasing after the 3 people. If one of them was brushed, even a little bit, it would be like a ling snake and coil around a person. These immortal tying chains were abnormally nimble and chased them tightly. For a shoujo like Zuo Mo who had high spiritual power controlling many talismans at the same time was their most skilled technique. A viciousness flashed across Lu Donghua's eyes. He reached and took out a talisman. Translator ramblings, well, poor disciple from Clear Sky Sect who got betrayed by his fellow disciples, know that some of your fellow disciples are meeting the same fate as you. Also, for those of you wondering, they see the masked female accompanying Zuo Mo. It's late and I'm tired as I am scheduling this post, so this rambling is super short. There's things in this chapter one want to talk about but I'm too sleepy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 268, 9-turn Sky Soil Disc. Chapter 268, 9-turn Sky Soil Disc. Clear Sky Sect was a sword sect, but it had other branches. Lu Donghua was a successor of one of those branches. His branch specialized in earth element spells, but their branch had declined in power. However, Lu Donghua was still able to establish himself by relying on a treasure, the 9-turn Sky Soil Disc. The 9-turn Sky Soil Disc was a talisman passed down from a Jindan of their branch. Clear Sky Sect produced Sky Soil. Even though Sky Soil was slightly less valuable than Sky Sand, but it was still a rare earth element material. Among the earth element materials, it belonged to the 3rd grade. This ancestor had used 9,000 caddies of Sky Soil, and entered into seclusion for 10 years in order to forge the 9-turn Sky Soil Disc. The day the talisman had formed, the earth energy around all of Clear Sky Sect had spread, and shook. Their sect had become famous. At the time, their branch hadn't been like it was now. That elder had been the 2nd most powerful expert in the sect. In the end, they lacked the support of profound spells. After this elder, the branch had gradually declined and became poor. When it came to Lu Donghua's generation, there were the 4 of them. This 9-turn Sky Soil Disc had passed into Lu Donghua's hands. Generation after generation of forging lasting 400 years, this 9-turn Sky Soil Disc had actually birthed a hint of cognition and became a 6th grade talisman. This was one of the reasons that large sects were so strong. Even sects like Clear Sky Sect who did not have relatively long histories or deep foundations were not something normal sects could compare to. At this time, Lu Donghua was holding the 9-turn Sky Soil Disc in his hands. His expression was stern, all the ling power in his body flooding into the disc. The 9-turn Sky Soil Disc was entirely dark yellow and not at all eye-catching. The surface was covered in fine golden patterns on one side, the other with concentric circles, dividing the 9-turn Sky Soil Disc into 9 parts. A golden palm was carved into the very center. A faint brown light rose from the 9-turn Sky Soil Disc in Lu Donghua's hands. It appeared as though he was holding a ball of light. Boom, the light suddenly exploded. Zuo Mo felt the sky above his darken, all the starlight was completely covered. The surroundings were filled with yellow-brown earth energy that covered him like a mist. He instantly felt an invisible force squeeze him, his expression couldn't help but change. These minuscule yellow-brown dust particles around him were actually very heavy. Zuo Mo felt as though he was at the bottom of the deep ocean. The heavy pressure enveloped him, pressing on him so that he couldn't breathe. What talisman is this? Zuo Mo was shocked. He struggled to turn his head and saw the female Shio. The female Shio was silently standing in the yellow mist, her eyes flashing with a purple light that made Zuo Mo's bones shiver. Among the soil mist, the immortal tying chain seemed to have been stopped in midair motionless. Suddenly, the earth mist started to slowly flow. Zuo Mo instantly felt the pressure increase. Ka ka ka. Light sounds came from the bones in his body. Zuo Mo's body uncontrollably trembled. The shocking invisible force came squeezing from all directions. Zuo Mo felt as though he had been dropped into a meat grinder. Pooh, what is this thing? Zuo Mo hollered. It is an earth element talisman. You have to be careful, Pu Yao's voice sounded in his mind, containing a rare gravity. This talisman is at least 5th grade, possibly 6th grade. 6th grade. Zuo Mo wanted to spit blood. Since when was it that Ningmai could bring out 6th grade talismans? And he had to meet one? Creak creak creak, dot. The slowly flowing earth mist contained uncontrollable force, squeezing so much that Zuo Mo's innards had almost condensed into a ball. Zuo Mo watched helplessly as his body slowly flowed along with the slowly flowing earth mist. He stayed motionless, but his face had changed shape as though it could explode at any time. The 3 people from Clear Sky Sect were not affected at all by the earth mist. If the mist neared them, it seemed to encounter an invisible wall and could not proceed further. Shixiang's 9-turn sky soil disc is so powerful. I think that in the sect, other than old forefather's clear sky sword, then it should be Shixiang's 9-turn sky soil disc. Yes. When Shixiang cultivates bright soil scripture to the 5th level, even Huang Zhuguan won't be a match for Shixiang. The two saw Zuo Mo's sorry state and laughed. This person is going to meet a tragic end. Shixiang likes Shimmy and definitely won't have mercy on this guy. If he doesn't grind this guy to meat paste, he definitely wouldn't stop. Shimmy has also died, oh. The other person couldn't help but be slightly depressed. When this affair is over, I'm planning on going to Sky Waterjia. Ah. Why are you thinking of going to Sky Waterjia? The sect is a mess right now, there's nothing interesting, he smiled mockingly. Anyways, I'm not a core disciple, the sect will let me go. The other person was silent. He suddenly noticed the female Shio and was shocked. That woman is weird. The body of the female Shio was covered in a faint layer of purple light. She seemed to be nailed to the air. No matter how the earth mist in the surroundings flowed, she did not move. The two of them were speechless from shock and gaped. The earth mist was fine, but it was forged from 9,000 caddies of sky soil. Any living being could not possibly resist inside the earth mist. The 9-turn sky soil disc was a 6th grade talisman, a talisman that Jindan used and should not have appeared in the hands of an Ningmai. This woman was able to resist the 9-turn sky soil disc. Lu Donghua also noticed the female Shio, shock flashing across his mind. He rarely used the 9-turn sky soil disc. One reason was that he was worried that other people would see it and become greedy. Another was that this treasure was naturally powerful, but it was beyond his cultivation. It was extremely hard for him to activate it. But of the few times he had, there wasn't a time he hadn't been easily victorious. He had never met someone who could resist. On the 9-turn sky soil disc, light flashed and circled on the outermost layer of the surface. This was the first turn of the 9-turn sky soil disc. After a while, the female Shio still remained motionless. Even the dark male, who seemed quite disheveled, was also struggling to resist. A bad feeling appeared in Lu Donghua's heart, but he didn't believe the two people could resist the second turn's power. In this short while, a third of his Ling power had been consumed. He knew that he had to activate the second turn immediately. Otherwise, even if he wanted to activate it, he wouldn't have enough Ling power. He closed his eyes, and the second circle of the 9-turn sky soil disc lit up. The earth mist suddenly became dense. Before, it had only been a hazy earth mist. Now, the density multiplied, and the color turned dark. The two Shidi were shocked and their expressions became serious. The two knew that Shixiang had activated the power of the 9-turn sky soil disc's second turn. The earth mist was extremely dense, so much that one could not make out their fingers. The dust in the air was irritating to the nose. The earth element power was so rich it was almost tangible. Zuo Mo felt the pressure multiply again. He couldn't control himself from wailing, and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. As the blood landed in the earth mist, it was ground into minuscule particles and mixed among the earth mist. A frightening hint of red appeared in the brown earth mist. The terrifying power slowly flowed. His body seemed to feel it was crushed between two mountains. The terrifying pressure could not be avoided and made him helpless. Under the shocking burden, every blood vessel, muscle, and bone of his body were on the verge of failing. Death was so close to him. It seemed to be next to his face, coldly staring at him. Zuo Mo's mind was blank. Enormous pain and hopelessness filled every corner of his body. Calm and clarity had disappeared completely. The only thing Zuo Mo possessed was the most basic instinct to survive. Zuo Mo furiously shouted. Spells, tactics, in this instant, they were all forgotten. Ling power in the consciousness was furiously channeled. The power of every muscle in his body was pushed to their peak instinctively. The earth mist felt Zuo Mo's intention to resist. The surrounding earth mist flooded towards Zuo Mo, the flowing rate increasing and the pressure suddenly mounting once again. Zuo Mo had completely lost all of his senses. He was in his death throes, but since his body was restrained by the earth mist, he couldn't move. The light flashed on his body, sometimes sword essence, then fire, then fist energy, then hard lightning. The color of his body continued to change. It would be pure golden yellow as though it was made from gold, then it would be like black and shining jade, clear, and then there would be threads of black energy burrowing about. Inside Zuo Mo's body, the 5-element glass bead also detected danger and automatically activated, 5-element power spreading into Zuo Mo's body. Zuo Mo went completely berserk, his features twisted. He was like a wild beast trapped in a cage making his final struggle, ferocious and crazy. Zuo Mo's body became a chaotic battlefield. He couldn't even move a finger, and couldn't send out any spell. All kinds of forces randomly flowed through his body and rampaged. Adding on the pressuring power from the outside, it turned to a mess. Damn it! Pu Yao's expression changed. The entire sea of consciousness relentlessly trembled, showing signs of collapse. The immortal tying chains that had been stuck in the mist and could not endure such strong power, they were ground into dust. The female Shio had noticed Zuo Mo's state. The purple light surrounding her shot up, and her entire person seemed to be covered in a ball of purple fire. The eerie purple fire was not affected at all by the earth mist, and flickered eerily. That pair of fine and perfect jade feet, with extremely slow speed, rose up. The mask could not endure such a strong pressure. It turned to dust, and revealed that ugly and scabbed face. The female Shio still did not have an expression. The dense scabs on her face could not endure the pressure, and exploded. Ball after ball of blood flowers blossomed on her face. In the blink of an eye, no part of her face was whole, and was completely covered in blood. She did not attend to it, allowing the blood on her face to slowly drip down and off her chin before being swept away by the mist to become a bloody mist. The purple fire rose again. The eyes that were flashing with the purple light actually dimmed down at this time. Her face was expressionless. Every movement required her to use all her power. She could only slowly move bit by bit. There was just a zhang between the two of them. Usually, that would only require a step. Among the heavy and fatal brown-colored earth mist, a figure covered in purple fire slowly neared its snail's pace towards another figure. Translator ramblings: Zuo Mo's foot fetish is still active even when he is in deathly danger. Lots of conflict within the Clear Sky sect. Compared to that, what Wu Kong Sword Sect had was just a little minor conflict. Also, 6th grade talisman. How much Jingshire is this worth? You guys pretty much covered what I wanted to say about Zuo Mo's growth and experience in questioning the other person last chapter. Lastly, Phoenix has made this really cool text splitter program which splits the Chinese and English part, so if I do not forget to use it, you guys won't see leftover Chinese text again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 269, Who the Mother F*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
F ****ing are you? Zuo Mo was like a wild beast without any avenue of escape.
The earth mist surrounding him was thousands of caddies heavy as it flowed. His body was uncontrollably swept up in the flow of the earth mist. The female show stopped, raised her face covered in blood and looked at Zuo Mo, who had separated a bit more from her, before continuing to move forward. Those perfect and flawless bare feet stepped on the eerie purple fire, traveling slowly through the heavy and dense earth mist. Lu Donghua's face was as pale as paper. He had not expected these two people were so hardy. It was the first time he had used the second turn of the 9-turn sky soil disc. He had underestimated the expenditure of Ling power. Right now, he was also had no way to back down. His Ling power was almost depleted, yet the two people were still resisting. Mother ****, where had these two terrifying people come from? He had assumed that the female Shio was immeasurably powerful, but the hardiness of the black male surpassed his imagination. There wasn't one disciple in his sect that could hold up under the power of the 9-turn sky soil disc's second turn for so long. Not even Huang Zhuguang could do it. What kind of weirdos were these two? His heart started to become terrified. He forced himself to calm down. He knew that there was no solution other than persisting. The black male didn't look as though he still had any capability to fight, and that female Shio, while her face was covered in blood, shouldn't have been wounded heavily. If he took away the 9-turn sky soil disc, the two shitty wouldn't be able to stop this strange female Shio with their abilities. The purple fire was very scary, but Lu Donghua guessed that it came at great expense. The two sides had entered a standoff to see who could last longer. The depletion of Ling power made Lu Donghua feel a weakness he never felt before. His face was as pale as paper, but he knew that it was time to go all in. Viciousness flashed through his eyes. A Ling Dan appeared on his hand. He did not hesitate to shove it into his mouth. Ling power suddenly exploded inside his body. A smear of red floated on his white face. The expressions of the two shitty changed. With this Ling primary Dan going down, Shi Xiang's cultivation would be damaged for at least 3 years. Shi Xiang was putting his life on the line. The two stopped breathing. They hadn't thought that a situation they were in control of would become one where they were risking their lives. But they knew the result of this would decide if the two lived or died. Shi Xiang, bring us over. The shitty that had been planning on going to Sky Water Jia after this battle ended suddenly shouted. The other shitty looked with slight puzzlement at him. Shitty, we'll channel Ling power to Shi Xiang. This shitty gritted his teeth and nodded. Right, we're in this together. Lu Donghua rejoiced inside and hurriedly cast the spell. The light flashed, and the two appeared beside him. He didn't have the energy to speak now. Seeing the situation, the other two shitty didn't waste words, each person reaching out to put a palm to his back. The three cultivated the same scripture, and the attribute of their Ling power was the same. Ling power flowed continuously from the arms of the two shitty into Lu Donghua's body. Lu Donghua felt that the Ling power in his body had never been so plentiful. His confidence growing, the light of the 9-turn sky soil disc brightened. Zuo Mo was like a wild beast at the precipice, howling angrily according to his instincts. Threads of black energy suddenly appeared on his body. The brown earth mist still was as heavy and murderous as before, but these hair-thin threads of black energy did not falter against the earth mist which could grind anything. As though nothing else existed, they climbed and squiggled on Zuo Mo's body. Immediately, they burrowed into Zuo Mo's body and disappeared. Just now, Zuo Mo's body had been very chaotic. Right now, there were only two colors left, red and black. A dark red alluring flame was swaying like the waists of the belly dancers. The black mist was as dark as ink and motionless. The two were clearly divided like two greedy beasts that consumed all the energy they encountered along their path. In a short amount of time, all the other powers that were roaming through Zuo Mo's body were swept away. In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao sat with his legs crossed. The originally white and pale face had become even more pale. Beside him, the black clouds that always shrouded the gravestone had disappeared. The black clouds and the Yao fire were like two vicious beasts resting in Zuo Mo's body as they faced off. Zuo Mo's body calmed down. His consciousness also was slowly pulled back. Even though his body was still locked in place, but he could not feel the terrifying pressure of the earth mist any longer. Just having escaped with his life, Zuo Mo didn't have time to sigh in relief. He quickly found the red and black forces that were facing off in his body, and almost died. He knew the dangers. The dark red flame should be Pu Yao's power. Before, the vast sea of flame and his sea of consciousness had seemed like another world. Afterwards, it may have been that Pu Yao was wounded or for some other reason, and the sea of flame had disappeared. He also recognized the black clouds. It was the black cloud that always was around the gravestone. Compared to Pu Yao, who called himself a Sky Yao, the origins of the gravestone were even more mysterious. But Pu Yao seemed to be unwilling to speak of it. The connection between the Yao and the gravestone was extremely strange. They seemed to be enemies, but they were also very familiar with each other. He could never understand it. The viciousness and brutality of the two kinds of power were not disguised any longer. Just having escaped one calamity, Zuo Mo once again sank into a heart-racing situation. What Zuo Mo rejoiced about was that the two sides had not attacked each other. Without warning, the Yao fire transformed into an extremely slender thread of fire that burrowed between Zuo Mo's brows. The black cloud seemed like water pouring into sand, quickly seeping downwards. Zuo Mo could clearly see it was sinking into his bones. What were these two guys doing? Zuo Mo was somewhat angry. But before he could express his anger, the pressure came pushing back from all directions. Damn it! Zuo Mo suddenly gave a light exclamation. The pressure was still unable to be resisted, but it was not as painful as before. It seemed to be almost tolerable. Zuo Mo quickly discovered that it was not his imagination.
Had something happened again to his body? This question flashed across his mind. Before he could inspect it, he suddenly saw a figure covered in purple fire out of the corner of his eye. All of Zuo Mo's thoughts suddenly stopped at that moment. His gaze was stunned. The female Xiao was close to him, the purple fire covering her entire body as she slowly inched over. What shocked Zuo Mo was her face, the face covered entirely in fresh blood. Blood was all over her face, so he could not see anything clearly except that pair of eyes that were slightly dim. Seeing the female Xiao move extremely slowly towards him like a puppet, for a strange reason, Zuo Mo suddenly had the impulse to call for her to stop. "Who are you? Why?" Zuo Mo looked dazedly at the female Xiao. For the first time in his eyes, the purple light didn't hold any kind of fear in darkness. Even though he didn't understand the reason, even though there were too many mysterious, but Zuo Mo suddenly understood she didn't have malicious aims. No. Looking at that face covered in blood, the steps as slow as a snail, she definitely did not have malicious intentions, but she definitely had a certain connection to him. Maybe they knew each other before? He didn't know anything, but at this moment, a certain chord in his heart was struck. His gaze landed on the blood-covered face of the female Xiao, watched as the blood dripped off her chin into the earth mist and be ground into bloody mist before spreading throughout the earth mist. As he watched, for some unknown reason, anger suddenly rose in his heart. It was just a talisman. An indescribable fury suddenly filled Zuo Mo's chest. His eyes instantly turned entirely red, and two balls of fire could be seen to be bouncing. His body could not move, the pressure made him feel helpless. Zuo Mo started to channel his Ling power. The Ling power filled his arms and started to circulate with astounding speed. 1 revolution, 2 revolutions. 10 revolutions, 11 revolutions. 18 revolutions, 19 revolutions. The furiously revolving Ling power had no intentions of slowing down. The anger was like a flood. A desire to destroy suddenly rose in Zuo Mo's heart. The slowly flowing, awe-inspiring earth mist was such an eyesore to his eyes, such an object of dislike, so much so that he wanted to destroy it. Since the moment he had first opened his eyes, this was the first time he had such a strong impulse and desire to destroy something. 20 revolutions. 21 revolutions. The flame in Zuo Mo's pupils shook fiercely and were filled with craziness. 23 revolutions. The skin on his arms cracked open, marks of blood crisscrossing. 24 revolutions. Pia pia pia. Suddenly, blood exploded forth from the glass-like arms. The flame in Zuo Mo's eyes danced crazily like a deep sea of flame. His features twisted, the tendons bulging. Each fiber of muscle was trembling, each bone was cracking. "Get up!" Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. He used all the energy in his body to push at his arms. Crack crack crack. He heard his bones crack. His eyes were all red as though he was insane. "Get up!" Blood streamed out of his fiercely trembling arms as they slowly moved upwards. The sea of flames in the deepest part of Zuo Mo's eyes grew and filled every corner of his eyes. He was like an enraged beast, bellowing angrily, "Mother ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** suddenly sped up in their movement as though the restraint of the earth mist had lost effect. The glass-like arms, that were covered in bloody crisscrossing marks, rose up and slightly cocked back. Zuo Mo inhaled deeply, his fire-red eyes widening as he gathered the last threads of his strength. He was like a brutal prehistoric demonic god as his arms punched out. Mother ****ing die. Two fists that appeared to be carved from glass left his hands. A dignified and stern face could be seen on the surface of each fist energy. Lu Donghua's expression changed. The two fist energies viciously entered the earth mist, flew straight for 3 zhan before suddenly exploding. Heavens! It was like someone had shouted in a low booming voice. The sound was like muffled thunder, like the beat of a drum, that made one's heart shake. The earth mist that had been flowing slowly suddenly started to roil. Lu Donghua and the other two simultaneously gave a grunt, blood flowing out of their noses and mouths, their faces pale. It was as though the 3 people had been struck by lightning, remaining motionless like they were made out of wood. 24 Revolution Skyglass Wave. The earth mist suddenly disappeared, the terrifying pressure that could not be stopped also disappeared. Starlight once again fell onto Zuo Mo's body. The 3 people nearby suddenly dropped down like stumps of wood. The female Xiao that was no longer constrained took a step and appeared next to Zuo Mo. All of Zuo Mo's energy had been used up. His eyes empty, his body softened. The female Xiao picked him up with one hand. The face covered with blood was blurry. Zuo Mo's vision grew increasingly dark. He tried to open his eyes, and his mouth, his voice like that of a mosquito. Who the mother ****ing are you? Translator ramblings, lots of blood. This is a great example of a powerful earth talisman.
Yes, swords can cut you into pieces, but this earth talisman can grind you into the ground and it can be used without understanding any essence. Also a great example of teamwork from the Clear Sky Sect disciples. It was in vain, but they still stood behind their Shixiang in an admirable show of loyalty. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 270 Great Harvest. Chapter 270 Great Harvest.
Zuo Mo slowly woke up and saw the female Xiao meditating nearby. A layer of blood scabs had formed on the female Xiao's face like an ugly and terrifying mask.
Zuo Mo noticed her presence and was slightly surprised. He couldn't help but speculate. Was she injured? After being injured, control over one's presence would lessen.
However, his attention quickly returned to his own body. No great pain like he had imagined was present. His entire body was in comfort like he had just had a great nap. His body was filled with energy.
He instantly detected a difference.
The power inside his body was so strong that he felt it unfamiliar. It seemed that his body had broken through again. He hurriedly sank into his sea of consciousness to find Pu Yao. In the bare sea of consciousness, there was only Pu Yao and a gravestone.
Ah, how come it's like this? Zuo Mo glanced around with curiosity.
Pu Yao stared at him as though he wanted to eat Zuo Mo.
Sweeping across the surroundings, Zuo Mo saw Pu Yao's gaze and jumped in fright. What are you doing?
I didn't steal your Jingshi.
Pu Yao snorted and didn't speak. His gaze still looked with unfriendliness at Zuo Mo.
Zuo Mo thought of the dark red Yao-fire, and then the black gravestone, and said uncertainly, the Yao-fire and black cloud, it isn't that I don't want to give it back to you guys, those things, they can't be controlled, you know.
As he spoke, Zuo Mo felt it wasn't right.
His tone suddenly changed, his eyes widening. That's not right.
I haven't even taken you guys to task. What do you guys mean? Ah. Is Ji's body a trash center and you can throw anything you want inside?
Pu Yao almost spat out a mouthful of blood, and the gravestone that always remained motionless shook frantically. Pu Yao's eyes almost sprouted fire. After a beat, his finger shook as he said, don't play dumb after getting the benefits, but...
Zuo Mo did not feel he was unreasonable in the least.
He raised an eyebrow, and suddenly jumped up.
Benefit? What benefit? Ku almost lost this little life. Before, when it was one of you that was messing around, GE endured it. That's great now, you guys are even more outrageous, both of you going at it? Don't think that GE doesn't know what you two are doing. Let me tell you, be good in the future. An antique that can't keep up with the times, an old rock that can't even fart, you guys want to get benefits from GE? Ha, perish the thought.
Zuo Mo pointed at Pu Yao and the gravestone from high up, and started to swear. Pu Yao's face was filled with shock. When he managed to react after a while, his face turned red and then white.
After his rant, Zuo Mo snorted and left.
After he exited the sea of consciousness, he suddenly remembered why he had gone to find Pu Yao and instantly felt bitter. He had just aimed to vent right there, and forgot his actual business.
It was over.
If he went to find Pu Yao now, that was akin to slapping his own mouth. Even though it was said that men could bow and kneel, but when he thought of Pu Yao's scornful expression, Zuo Mo decided to wait a while. In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao gritted his teeth, his face switching between green and white. Beside him, shadows floated from the gravestone. The figure that had been lightly depicted on the gravestone was now a pile of messy lines.
Never has there been a Sky Yao that was humiliated in such a manner. Never.
Pu Yao's bellow echoed in the sea of consciousness. The messy lines on the gravestone simultaneously lit up, countless black clouds sprouting out. In the blink of an eye, the black cloud roiled, brimming with killing intent. Zuo Mo didn't know that he had forced the two guys in his sea of consciousness to ally together again.
His gaze landed back on the female Xiao. The female Xiao's terrifying face covered in scabs didn't feel the least bit dark or terrifying in Zuo Mo's eyes. He still didn't have too many clues about the history of the female Xiao.
The only thing he could think of was that she was connected to the past that he could not remember. But this was just his guess. There was no evidence.
His gaze unconsciously landed on the female Xiao's bare feet that were breathtakingly perfect.
The first time he saw this pair of bare feet, he couldn't help but sigh with admiration. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the bare feel of other female Xiao. Xiaoguo's feet had also been very beautiful, round, and adorable. But the female Xiao's pair of bare feet could only cause him to sigh with admiration. They were just too perfect, so perfect there was no flaw.
It made an especially deep impression when such a perfect pair of bare feet appeared on a female show that was as ugly as a clown. But no matter how wonderful the bare feet were, they were not as good as going to find talismans. Zuo Mo quickly moved aside his gaze to look at the corpses scattered in the surroundings. He instantly became excited. Taking spoils was a very wonderful matter, and to take from his enemies was even more wonderful. His first target was that soil disc that was enormously powerful. That thing was truly too strong. After personally experiencing the power of the 9-turn sky soil disc, Zuo Mo could not think of any talisman that could rival it. Of course, what he remembered most deeply was Pu Yao's exclamation of at least 5th grade, possibly 6th grade. What kind of world was this? As he sighed, he smiled as he picked up the 9-turn sky soil talismans. His consciousness probed, and was almost ground to pieces by the dense earth mist inside. He hurriedly withdrew his consciousness. Yikes! It really was 6th grade. Ooh! He struck it rich. Really rich. Zuo Mo couldn't stop himself from dancing crazily. This time, it wasn't that he was someone who was not experienced. Right now, he did have some wealth, and a few 4th grade talismans on his body. In only my shouja, he could be considered wealthy, but all the talismans and materials on his body added together could not compare with this 9-turn sky soil disc. If he took it out to sell, wow, the jingsher would be enough to drown him. This kind of talisman was the kind that would be a sect treasure in any sect of Little Mountain Jia. How could Zuo Mo not be happy now that something like this had landed in his hands? After a while, he gradually calmed down and studied it. He rejoiced in his good luck. The 9-turn sky soil talisman was very powerful, but it wasn't a talisman that Ningmai Shouja could use. The expenditure of Ling power was too much. Lu Donghua had a cultivation of peak 2nd stratum Ningmai, and was just able to activate it. With Zuo Mo's first stratum cultivation, he couldn't even activate it. In the short term, he couldn't use this talisman. Should he sell it or keep it? Zuo Mo thought and kept it. It was easy to sell talismans of this level, but it wouldn't be easy to buy another one. He hadn't used a 6th grade talisman before, but he was clear there was a chasm that was hard to cross between 5th and 6th grade. This 9-turn sky soil disc had been a 5th grade talisman when it was first forced. After more than 400 years, and generations of people nurturing it, it finally birthed a thread of intelligence, and became a 6th grade talisman. Carefully putting the 9-turn sky soil disc, he went back into his salvaging work. However, after seeing the 6th grade 9-turn sky soil disc, Zuo Mo's eyes couldn't be lit up by any of the other spoils of victory. After a while, Zuo Mo shook his head. These 4 people clearly hadn't done so well in Clear Sky Sect. Other than the 9-turn sky soil disc, they didn't have anything good, and were worse than the first guy he had scalped. It seemed that the two were not of the same group, and clearly, the guy he had scalped was much richer than this group. The female Shio did not stand after a long time. This caused Zuo Mo to have a bad feeling. He walked next to the female Shio, and laid a hand on her shoulder to inspect her body. The inspection instantly made him jump. The strange purple power that always existed inside the body of the female Shio was so faint it was hard to detect. Her body had lost the restraints of the purple light, and showed signs of collapsing. Zuo Mo instantly realized that it wasn't good, unhesitatingly put the female Shio on his back and leaped into the air. At the same time, he expanded his consciousness. After flying for a while, he found a mountain cave. He hurriedly carried the female Shio into the mountain cave. This was a normal cave that only had bats inside. When the two of them flew inside, they instantly alarmed the bats that flapped like a black cloud out of the cave. Zuo Mo cleaned out a patch of ground with a blow and carefully put down the female Shio. He shoved a black processing meditation mat under the female Shio. This move was visibly effective. Threads of Ling power burrowed into the body of the female Shio and turned to purple light. After a while, the purple light inside the body of the female Shio increased slightly in brightness. Zuo Mo saw the situation, and thought this wouldn't be over a matter of hours. After some thought, he set up a medium-sized primary replenishing formation around the female Shio. It could continuously provide Ling power to the female Shio. Zuo Mo found the purple light of the female Shio was similar to the Mo matrix on his body and was not afraid of the impurities in Ling power. This allowed him to be daring in his actions. After guarding for a while, and the situation of the female Shio had stabilized, Zuo Mo decided to leave. He needed to find Silly Bird. As more time passed, there was a lower possibility of finding Silly Bird. He left a jade scroll for the female Shio telling her the direction he was going in. To prevent other people from disturbing her, he set down a circle of formations at the cave entrance. Illusory formations were locked and layered with killing formations. It wasn't just difficult to find, but if it was activated, it would cause a whole string of killing moves.
Zuo Mo really invested a lot in creating it. The power of the killing formations he set down were very high. Under the interlocking killing moves, other than Xiuzha at the peak of 3rd stratum Ningmai, normal Ningmai could not escape. Even Xiuzha at Ningmai 3rd stratum would definitely be severely wounded if they didn't have some precious treasure or obscure method to shield themselves. Even though his heart hurt, but Zuo Mo still spent a large batch of valuable materials. After setting down the big formation and re-examining it, he looked worriedly at the cave before flying away in the direction that the Clear Sky Sect disciple he had stripped clean pointed in. After flying for more than half a day, he suddenly met a large group of Xiuzha. You! The Xiuzha at the front pointed at Zuo Mo and said without any politeness, "Come over." Zuo Mo saw the apparel of this person was similar to the previous Clear Sky Sect disciples he encountered. His heart moved, and he moved forward, pretending to be timid and saying, Is there something I can help with? I still have something to do. Come over and follow. That Clear Sky Sect disciple pointed at the group behind him and said impatiently. What? You aren't willing to help Clear Sky Sect? The other Clear Sky Sect disciples beside him looked with hostility at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo rejoiced inside, putting a fearful expression on his face as he silently flew into the group. Translator ramblings. The first few times I read this chapter, I always felt something was bothering me about what Zuo Mo did by leaving the female show alone to search for Silly Bird. Here was someone who just risked their life to save him, and he was leaving to search for his pet. But I've actually realized that it isn't about the pet versus a person. Silly Bird also saved Zuo Mo before, and Zuo Mo has known Silly Bird for a much longer time than the female show. So going out to search for Silly Bird is actually a more logical decision than it looks to start with. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 271 Opportunity. Chapter 271 Opportunity. Zuo Mo did not stand out in the group. Ningmai first stratum Xiuzha could just barely survive in Little Mountain Jia. Everyone was silent, but the Clear Sky Sect disciples conversed freely. These days, no one cultivates 5-element spells. I heard that Lu Hui still hasn't responded, don't know where he ran off to. How is it possible to find a person that knows all 5-element spells so quickly? Lu Hui's brain has never been too bright. Qi Ji's method is best. We can find some more people to get all 5. Ha ha. Zuo Mo heard these people chat as though no one was around. A low voice spoke to him. Bro, what should we call you? Me? Zuo Mo pointed at himself, a face full of puzzlement. Haha, I see that this little brother's aura isn't ordinary and I desire to become acquainted with you. Sorry for the offense. The one who was speaking was a clever-faced middle-aged male. There were 7 or 8 people beside him. They looked to belong to the same group. Zuo Mo made up a fake name. I'm called Wang Hong, what should I call you? This one is Lu Gue. The middle-aged man bowed with folded hands, and probed, which side does Brother Wang live in? Zuo Mo parried, all over. He then pursed his mouth, are these your brothers? Brother Wang has keen eyes. Lu Gue said with a smile. After this short conversation, he understood that he would not get anything out of Zuo Mo, and stopped conversing further. The expressions of those beside him were stern and didn't seem to be in the mood to chat. It wasn't just them. All of the people in the surroundings had worried expressions. Zuo Mo suddenly asked in a low voice, why is everyone so docile? He couldn't understand. There were just 3 Clear Sky Sect disciples, and they were able to herd almost 20 Xiuzha. Lu Gue was shocked inside. Just now, he had seen the person hide among the group with an expression of fear, but he had now asked something like this. He didn't seem to be a coward. He said without expression, there's nothing we can do. They are from Clear Sky Sect. Zuo Mo smiled and didn't respond. After a while, the more Lu Gue mused, the more he felt Zuo Mo's words contained hidden meanings. Seeing Zuo Mo maintain his silence, he couldn't resist and spoke in a small voice, what solution does Brother Wang have? Glancing at him, Zuo Mo said with a smile, what solution can I have? Lu Gue increasingly felt this young person seemed high and unfathomable. Before, he appeared weak, but he looked calm now, and unworried. Lu Gue had met many people. He trusted his eyes. The presence exuded by this person didn't seem like an ordinary person. Was this a powerful Xiuzha? He flipped through all the famous Xiuzha that he knew, but didn't find anyone that was similar. Because he was too young. Brother Wang looks very young, Lu Gue couldn't help but probe. You look to be in your 20s, so young, yet you are Ningmai, your talent is truly outstanding. Zuo Mo only smiled, and didn't say anything. However, what he didn't expect was that Lu Gue's words had stirred the attention of his fellows beside him.
Usually, most of the people that broke through to Ningmai in their 20s were sect disciples. Men usually did not care much for their appearance. The price of eternal appearance stan was not cheap. Very rarely would men spend that amount of jingsher. Consequently, it was hard to judge the ages of female Xiao, but it was possible to see hints with male Xiao. Zuo Mo's face was easily a very youthful face. However, the attitude that unconsciously revealed itself on his face had a maturity that surpassed his age. This one is Zheng Zhong, their Shixiang, the leader introduced himself. His words instantly startled the other disciples. They all raised their heads and looked with bewilderment at Shixiang. Even Lu Gui had a shocked expression. In their experience, Shixiang rarely spoke. This time, he had proactively spoken. They couldn't help but look at Zuo Mo. Nice to meet you, Brother Zhang. Zuo Mo bowed with folded hands. He didn't dare to underestimate the other. His consciousness was abnormally sensitive. This Zhang Zhong had his eyes directed downwards, but he was a Ningmai third stratum expert. In Little Mountain Jia, Ningmai third stratum Xiuzha were the top experts. Experts like these may not be able to oppose Clear Sky Sect, but they definitely were not people that a few Clear Sky Sect disciples could order about. Unless they had other aims? Zuo Mo became wary. He didn't want to have uncontrolled factors influence his plan. He didn't care too much about the earthly treasures in the secret realm, but he was very worried about Silly Bird's safety. That idiot's intelligence was pitifully low. As a bird, she was arrogant and outrageous. It would be a wonder if she didn't get in trouble outside. Little brother's skill is not ordinary, this one is full of admiration. Zheng Zhong said seriously. The others instantly had shocked faces. They looked at Zuo Mo like they were looking at a weirdo. Zuo Mo felt slightly uneasy as he became the object of attention, and hurriedly said, "Haha, what is Brother Zhang saying? This one is just a first stratum newbie, everyone, please take care of me." Zheng Zhong did not refute it, smiled and lowered his gaze. Zuo Mo's hairs rose at Zheng Zhong's smile. He decided to stay a bit further away from this group in case trouble occurred. He was now sure that these people were after the secret realm. He didn't care about the secret realm, he only wanted them not to damage his plan. "Shixiang, I cannot see where this person is outstanding." A shitty said though a secret language. They could communicate through a secret communication method that others were not able to detect. Lu Gui glanced over and said through the secret communication method, "I feel that this person's origins aren't simple. Look, he doesn't seem nervous at all." Zheng Zhong suddenly said, "There's killing intent on his body. He has recently killed at least 4 or 5 people." The others shook in fright. No way." A person stammered out. "Doesn't he just have first stratum cultivation? How can he kill 4 or 5 people at once?" Disbelieving expressions came onto the faces of the other people. It was hard to imagine a first stratum Xiuzha killing 4 people in succession in Little Mountain Jia. First stratum was the lowest level of power in Little Mountain Jia. In other words, every person that he killed wasn't weaker than he was. One person killing 4 people that were not any less weaker than he was, it was extremely difficult to do. Maybe he has a powerful talisman? One shitty said through the communication method. "Don't cause trouble." Zheng Zhong said in a solemn tone. "This person's strength isn't simple. Everyone, be careful." Zuo Mo noticed these people occasionally glancing at him and grimaced inside. Had he become a target of these people? That wasn't good. There were about 20 people in the group. Zuo Mo suspected that these Clear Sky Sect disciples had stopped every Xiuzha they encountered. He could occasionally hear these people talking, but those Clear Sky Sect disciples never controlled them. After flying for 2 hours, they encountered 2 more Clear Sky Sect disciples. One Clear Sky Sect disciple said, "You guys are too slow. Huang Shixiang has been waiting for you, and also Lu Hui. We don't know where he ran off to, not taking care of business. He won't get a share this time." The Clear Sky Sect disciple that had been hurting the group said, "That's great. Maybe we can get a few more items each." The other people laughed. "It seems you guys had a good harvest. Quick, Huang Shixiang has been waiting impatiently." Zuo Mo's blood felt cold inside. These Clear Sky Sect disciples really had great pageantry. It seemed that they really thought of Little Mountain Jia as their backyard. The group flew into a little mountain valley. The mountain valley was heavily guarded by Clear Sky Sect disciples holding flying swords and talismans as though they were facing a great enemy. There were already about 20 or so Xiuzha that had been gathered. Huang Zhuoguang stood proudly at a mountain peak, looking down at the Xiuzha, and asked in a deep tone, "Have we found all the people that know 5 element spells?" Huang Zhuoguang had narrow eyes and long eyebrows, his nose was high, his chin slightly narrow. He was wearing a bright yellow Ling armor, a deep red cape on his shoulders, a copper circle tying up his hair. His hands were wearing dark blue gloves, a pair of tiger head boots on his feet. He looked extremely grand and warrior-like. He was the most outstanding of the second-generation disciples of Clear Sky Sect, and belonged to the most powerful branch. He himself was the most favored disciple of Clear Sky Old Forefather, and undoubtedly the leader of the Clear Sky Sect disciples. "We still lack someone skilled in water element spells," said a shimmy in a soft tone. She was wearing a goose-yellow palace robe, her eyes full of seductiveness. She said in puzzlement, "Shi Xiang, why didn't we get the outer hall to assist us? Wouldn't that be more convenient?" "The outer hall?" Huang Zhuoguang snorted coldly and said, "That group of trash, they can't even defend Nanshang village, how can they be relied on to help us?" "Ah." The shimmy was very shocked. "What happened with the outer sect? Someone dares to make enemies with our Clear Sky Sect, Humph. Who cares who they are?" Huang Zhuoguang narrowed his eyes, his voice was sharp and full of killing intent. "Just kill them. After this affair, we'll go right back." Master had given the outer hall to Yi Xiang. "I hadn't thought this guy who failed so badly. Master is in seclusion, as his disciple, it is naturally up to me to help share the burden." Shimmy looked with intoxicated eyes at Shi Xiang, feeling he was extremely magnificent. "You there, which one of you knows water element spells?" Someone shouted at Zuo Mo's group. No one responded. A cold smirk floated at the corner of a Clear Sky Sect disciple's mouth, and followed, "Those that know water element spells, stand up and help us. We'll give you a 4th grade flying sword as reward." He raised the flying sword in his hand. This flying sword shape was very unique, like the fangs of a monster. Its body was made out of a material that was stark white. From 2 to 3 zhang away, it was still possible to feel the waves of killing intent clearly. Such a vicious weapon. Zuo Mo was very shocked. This flying sword wasn't ordinary. Just the pure and keen killing intent was enough to make countless swords show crazy. As expected, the crowd that had been motionless instantly exploded. "I know. Me. Instantly, 7 or 8 hands rose up. Zuo Mo also raised his hand. He wanted to see what this group really wanted to do. He noticed that Zheng Zhong also raised his hand. He secretly glanced around him, trying to match the information he got from Lu Hui's mouth to the Clear Sky Sect disciples he could see. His gaze quickly landed on the bright figure that was on a little mountain peak. The hero of Clear Sky, Huang Zhuoguang. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo sticks out a bit to those who are more perceptive. Zheng Zhong is smart. Would one of the weakest cultivation run around in a lawless land as fat sheep for other people unless they had something to rely on? I miss Zuo Mo and his need for secrecy back when he was selling the Yin fire beads. He had avoid being noticed and also used concealment methods. Now that he's gotten a new face which is less noticeable, and since there is no need, he hasn't used those disguises he used in the past. Thank you for all your comments. It's been a busy few days and I've been spotty in replying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 272 Huang Zhuoguang. Chapter 272 Huang Zhuoguang. Clear Sky Sect had many branches and many second-generation disciples, but no one could shake Huang Zhuoguang's position. Besides the support of Clear Sky Old Forefather, Huang Zhuoguang's strong individual strength was the most crucial factor. Before the change in Little Mountain Jie, Huang Zhuoguang had been labeled the most accomplished of the younger generation in Little Mountain Jie. The name of the Clear Sky hero had spread from that time forward. He entered Ningmai at 16. At this age, many people had just started Juji. At 17, he comprehended sword essence and quickly became the brightest name among the Little Mountain Jie younger generation. What truly pushed his fame to the peak was what happened during the calamity. At that time, the situation had been chaotic. Many people had attacked Clear Sky Sect. At that crucial time, Huang Zhuoguang stood out, killing 20 people with his sword. The row of bloody heads were hung at the gate of Clear Sky Sect. This action instantly shocked those Xiuzha that during the chaos and allowed the sect to hold out until Clear Sky Old Forefather returned. It had to be said that half of the reason that Clear Sky Sect held its current position in Little Mountain Jie could be attributed to Huang Zhuoguang. That battle had let his brutal reputation spread throughout Little Mountain Jie, and firmly established his position as second in the sect under the Old Forefather. Huang Zhuoguang was brutal and domineering, but he did not lack cleverness. The other disciples were filled with respect and fear towards him. Since so many people had raised their hands, a competition was naturally required. However, what was being tested wasn't individual power, but who had the strongest skill in water element spells. The Xiuzha that raised their hands were asked to cast a water element spell. This wasn't a problem to Zuo Mo at all. He casted the little art of cloud and rain, and a miniature white cloud floated 1 chi above his palm as it started to rain. As the drops landed on Zuo Mo's palm, they disappeared. This pure and skilled water element spell instantly defeated the great majority. Zuo Mo was slightly surprised by Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong did not speak, and lightly tapped a jade card hanging on his waist. A blue water dragon instantly came out. The water dragon was about 1 chi long, the blue scales on its body flashing with an enchanting light. It was extremely smart, a pair of dragon eyes curiously scanning the surroundings. A beast service card. Zuo Mo was slightly shocked. He didn't know what kind of dragon this water dragon was. Maybe Chang Shidi would recognize it. Without a doubt, the grade of this water dragon, whatever its kind, would not be low. As the blue water dragon flew out, Zuo Mo instantly felt that the water element power in the air thickened. The water dragon innately belonged to water. It was most skilled in water element spells. The disciple holding the white Fong sword had a dilemma. Zuo Mo might have cast a little spell, but it could be seen with a glance that his skill was not low. Zhang Zhong's water dragon was a natural expert at control of water. Both of you come up. Huang Zhuoguang's voice sounded at this time. Zuo Mo's heart jumped. Huang Zhuoguang's voice was not loud, but it held a unique kind of pressure. He could be considered to be experienced now, but it was the first time he encountered an expert of Huang Zhuoguang's style. The only one Zuo Mo felt was slightly similar was Chang Heng. However, there was a difference between the two. Huang Zhuoguang was dominating, and Chang Heng was vicious. If these two people fought, that would definitely be very spectacular, Zuo Mo muttered inside. He noticed a Xiuzhe with a pale complexion in the corner. That was Lei Hao, the person Lu Hui said had been wounded by Silly Bird. Lei Hao was Zuo Mo's target. The two followed behind the disciple with the white Fong sword. Huang Zhuoguang flew down from the mountain peak and said to the shimmy beside him, "Tell them to prepare to start." The other people were herded away from this area. Go, none of your business here. In 5 minutes, whoever remains within 50 li cannot blame my flying sword. A Clear Sky Sect disciple said maliciously. A change suddenly occurred. A sword light like a smear of snowy light suddenly shot towards Huang Zhuoguang. Many Clear Sky Sect disciples paled. That sword light had been too sudden. The snowy and bright sword energy blinded them. The sharp sword essence was like countless shards of sharp snowflakes dancing. The shimmy beside Huang Zhuoguang paled. This bit of snowy and bright sword light filled every corner of her vision. Everything was white. In the blink of an eye, the sharp sword essence stole away her urge to resist. An extremely domineering sword light suddenly lit up. Ha ha! I just knew that there was a problem with you. Huang Zhuoguang laughed, and then his expression became cold. But to scheme against me, you aren't enough. In his tone, a strong confidence was expressed. Zhang Zhong's fellows moved at the same time, sword energies crisscrossing. These Clear Sky Sect disciples did not have Huang Zhuoguang's strength, and the situation instantly became chaotic. The wails and panic of the Clear Sky Sect disciples didn't cause Huang Zhuoguang to move away his eyes. He locked tightly onto Zhang Zhong and smirked. "Oh, so it is a third stratum. No wonder you were so gutsy." Zhang Zhong's eyes were not lowered and half-lidded as previous. In his calm eyes, killing and battle intent flashed. Huang Zhuoguang smiled. "Let's go up." Finishing, he flew into the air. Zhang Zhong did not hesitate in following him into the sky. Zuo Mo looked right and left. No one was paying attention to him. Instantly, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, this was actually suitable for him to carry out his own affairs. He noticed Lei Hao panicking and wanting to flee. The Xiuzhe that had been captured were already filled with hate towards Clear Sky Sect, but due to Clear Sky Sect's might, no one dared to speak up. At this time, as Zhang Zhong moved, and the situation was chaotic, Lu Gui fanned the flames, deliberately shouting, "Flying sword! That flying sword! Don't let him escape!" Once those words came out, it stirred the hearts of many people. That flying sword had such pure killing intent. It definitely was a rare top of the 4th grade sword. Who dares? Wanting to steal something from Clear Sky Sect? You don't want to live. The disciple shouted with a stern expression. Lu Hui hid among the crowd and grumbled, "The daring die from overeating, the cowards die from starvation." Who knows who? Everyone thought. Yes, such a chaotic situation, they wouldn't know who stole it. Which Xiuzhe that had survived in Little Mountain Jia up until now was a friendly person? In a moment, dozens of sword lights howled as they shot towards the Clear Sky Sect disciple. Zuo Mo, who had flown away, was also scared by the scene. He celebrated that he had left early enough. Otherwise, he would have also been affected. That disciple was both frightened and angry. Before he could finish speaking, he was chopped by tens of sword energies into pieces of meat and froze Zuo Mo's heart. Everyone instantly went to grab the sword. After a period of chaos, a shoujo with good eyes and fast hands grabbed the flying sword before turning and running for his life. The shoujo that didn't get the flying swords didn't let go of the other things on this disciple's body. The shoujo that didn't get anything quickly moved their red eyes towards the other Clear Sky Sect disciples. They suddenly found that after losing the halo of Clear Sky Sect, these disciples were the best fat sheep. The situation became even more chaotic. After a few dashes, Zuo Mo flashed next to Lei Hao and grabbed him as he was fleeing. Lei Hao was frightened half to death, his entire body shaking, his words nonsense. I give you everything. Zuo Mo furrowed his brow, and raised his hand to slap him a few times to restore him to clarity. I'll ask and you answer. You, please ask. Lei Hao was stunned from the blows, and recovered from his soulless state. Even though he was still frightened, but he could manage to speak. Zuo Mo's hand suddenly flashed, his left hand casting a young fiendish hard lightning. Hiss! It directly hit a flying sword. With a burst of blue smoke and a clanging sound, the flying sword landed on the ground. A sword show nearby gave a grunt. His flying sword ruined, his consciousness was also wounded. He looked in terror at Zuo Mo, and stumbled as he turned to flee, not even daring to pick up his flying sword. Zuo Mo didn't pursue him. This scene had been seen by many people. The shoujo that had been charging towards Zuo Mo all turned in fright and went towards other targets. Lei Hao, who was hanging from Zuo Mo's hand, swallowed in terror. Heavens, how had he landed in the hands of such an expert? What is with the wounds on your body? Zuo Mo asked word by word as he stared at Lei Hao. Lei Hao felt his hairs raise at Zuo Mo's gaze. The pale face became even more white. He stammered, I encountered something gray. I thought it was a treasure and wanted to catch it. But that thing was very strange. When I touched it, I was wounded. A burst of joy came into Zuo Mo's heart. He had just inspected the wounds inside Lei Hao's body. His body had truly been harmed by a power not inside the 5 elements. Where did the gray shadow go after? Zuo Mo asked. It flew into the secret realm, Lei Hao obediently responded. Isn't the entrance to the secret realm closed? How could it fly in? I don't know. Zuo Mo suddenly thought of how the entrance to the secret realm required 5 of the 5 element spells to open and of Silly Bird's present attribute of not being within the 5 elements. That was a possibility. Where is the entrance to the secret realm? Zuo Mo asked a last question. Over there. Lei Hao pointed to a mountain valley nearby. Zuo Mo snickered at him. You answered well. As he finished, he raised his hand and threw Lei Hao back into the chaotic battlefield. Instantly, the people converged on him. Zuo Mo looked at the 2 people fighting in the air, and regretted that the time wasn't right. If it wasn't that he was in a hurry to find Silly Bird, he would definitely take the chance to kill Huang Zhuoguang. Huang Zhuoguang was the second-ranked expert of Clear Sky Sect. If he could be killed, it would greatly weaken Clear Sky Sect. He suddenly found that he had underestimated the strength of Clear Sky Sect. Huang Zhuoguang was very powerful. Zheng Zhong had my 3rd stratum cultivation, but he was at the disadvantage. This shocked Zuo Mo. Seeing Huang Zhuoguang's sword essence, Zuo Mo suddenly understood a bit. The sky in Clear Sky Sect wasn't all to do with the sky soil, but with the sky itself. It was the sword of the sky. The sword essence was vast and intangible. There was clearly nothing, but it made one feel that it could not be stopped. Huang Zhuoguang's sword became even brighter with a hint of with sunlight-like warmth. No matter if it was the sword energy or his movement, when in the air Huang Zhuoguang was like a fish in water. Zuo Mo's consciousness was exceptional. He had a feeling that Huang Zhuoguang's flying sword had a kind of unspeakable connection to the sky. He was astounded. How was it possible? Did this person start cultivating when he was inside his mother? In this moment, Zuo Mo decided to kill the other. If he missed this chance, it would almost be impossible to get a chance to kill him in the future. An ingenious idea came to mind. Translator ramblings, Ningmai at 16, in comparison, Zuo Mo and Wei Sheng are all in their 20s. The reveal with the sky and its connection to Clear Sky Sect is a bit more dramatic in Chinese because the word used for sky in Clear Sky Sect is not Tian but a less common character of Shao. That character also means clouds and night, so the name had multiple meanings. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 273, The Critical Sword Point. Chapter 273, The Critical Sword Point. Huang Zhuoguang stood in the air. Zheng Zhong's cool eyes unconsciously showed hints of terror. He had been fooled. The dominance on Huang Zhuoguang's face had long disappeared, his eyes scornful. The brutality and dominance was just his disguise. Zheng Zhong realized that he had been tricked. From the start, he thought that Huang Zhuoguang walked the path of domination and strength. At this time, he discovered he was completely wrong. The sword of the sky was ethereal, empty and vast, invisible and intangible. His sword essence was extremely strange. Zheng Zhong had never seen it before. What was most scary was that the entire sky seemed to have become his support. Meeting Huang Zhuoguang's eyes that were as cold and deep as the blue sky, the battle spirit in Zheng Zhong's heart was unconsciously weakened. Zheng Zhong was skilled in fighting. His cultivation was also slightly higher than Huang Zhuoguang and he had instantly detected it. However, he wasn't willing to escape like this. He could see the situation below. He knew that if he could keep stalling for a while, he could rely on his shitty to come help him. No matter how difficult Huang Zhuoguang's sword essence was to handle, or how many transformations his sword moves had, he believed if he and his shitty worked together, they could kill the other. At this point, Zheng Zhong was already defeated but his goal was very clear. He wasn't in attempting to defeat Huang Zhuoguang but to get the secret realm. Therefore, he was dragging the battle out. Your shitty have all been killed, Zheng Zhong suddenly said. Huang Zhuoguang smiled unconcernedly and said, who cares if the trash die?
There was none of the dominance and overbearing presence on his face. His eyes were cold and composed. Zheng Zhong's heart felt a chill. This was a vicious and emotionless person.
He said, why don't you run?
Run? Huang Zhuoguang seemed to have heard a great joke.
Why should I run? I know you are stalling and waiting for your shitty to come help you. There wasn't any panic in Huang Zhuoguang's voice.
His mouth curved, his eyes slowly narrowing.
It is a pity that you do not know that the difference in our power isn't something that can be made up by quantity.
Zheng Zhong was slightly shocked. The confidence in Huang Zhuoguang's voice wasn't a pretense, but he was still puzzled. He was at a disadvantage, but the difference in their strengths wasn't as large as Huang Zhuoguang stated.
Unless Huang Zhuoguang had hidden his strength?
Zheng Zhong's heart suddenly jumped.
Zuo Mo was very quick.
Like a bolt of lightning, he reached the entrance to the secret realm.
The entrance was inside a cave.
Outside the cave, it was already chaotic, the sword energies were flying, everywhere and multicolored talismans flashing about.
The Ling power inside the little valley was a total mess.
When Lu Gui and the others saw Zuo Mo, their faces changed slightly. Shi Xiang had told them not to provoke this person. They had also seen Zuo Mo's young fiendish hard lightning with their own eyes, and were wary.
Seeing Zuo Mo coming to the secret realm, they instantly knew it wasn't good.
7 of them had been hiding in the chaotic crowd. They were also very careful, and had earned a significant amount. However, this amount of gains could not compare to a secret realm that had never been explored.
Zuo Mo had already noticed Lu Gui and the others by the secret realm's entrance.
Seeing the wariness on their faces, he knew if he proposed his plan, the others probably wouldn't believe him. Making a decision, Zuo Mo did not hesitate and took out the serene water sword. Inhaling deeply, he stepped hard on the ground and jumped. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he charged up 7 dozen zhang. At the highest point, he suddenly crouched and hugged his knees, flipping forward. However, he only performed a half flip. When his head was pointing downwards, the legs that were curved upwards suddenly pushed off the empty space above him.
Bam!
It was like there was an invisible wall above him, his legs pushing on it, he blasted off.
All the Ling power in Zuo Mo's body moved at that instant.
His body stretching out, it was a straight line from the tip of the sword to his heels. His entire person had transformed into a flying sword. A sharp howl suddenly sounded, muffling over every other sound in the valley. Everyone jumped and unconsciously stopped what they were doing. When they raised their heads to look up, it was as though they were struck by lightning. It was possible to see a figure blurred by shuttle-shaped air ripples. The air inside the entire valley started to tremble, the fierce convulsions of the air rippled towards the ground. The ground shook like trembling dice.
Zuo Mo had completely forgotten everything at this point.
The booming of air beside his ears causing him to be unable to hear anything. The pleasure of extreme speed caused the temperature of his blood to increase exponentially.
Uncontrollably, he gave a long howl. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate more.
He seemed to exercise all his Ling power and strength in this short 100 zhang. The furious air turbulence exploded around him, the temperature also rising. He thought of the meteor void fire in the past. In the beginning, he had named it diving from the sky. Later, he had learned that the name of this move was called meteor void fire, a very famous move of Diana Xiao. However, Zhong Ru had tried many times, but could not create void fire.
Zuo Mo found something unique.
The air turbulence around him would not scatter during his charge. When his speed reached a certain level, he could tear apart the turbulence created from air, and create a certain kind of suction. This suction would cause the turbulence to stay close to his body, and form a turbulent area. The void fire was birthed in this turbulent area. Like when two hard pieces of rock collided together, it would create sparks. This turbulent area was like an area of rock made out of pieces of stone moving against each other high speed, so sparks naturally formed. Zuo Mo's consciousness was like many tiny tentacles, accurately stirring the turbulence.
Hiss crack!
A thread of fire shot out of the turbulence around his body. Quickly, the area of turbulence lit up around Zuo Mo's body was like wood soaked in turpentine. More than 10 threads of fire snaked their way around Zuo Mo's body. But immediately after, Zuo Mo felt an unexpected change happen. These fire snakes seemed to have smelled blood, all of them flooding towards the sword tip of the flying sword. The sword tip was like a powerful whirlpool, continuously consuming flames. In the blink of an eye, all the fire around Zuo Mo was absorbed into the sword tip. At this time, the sword tip was burning bright with a blinding red light. In the eyes of everyone in the valley, there was a burning red light with astounding speed drawing out a bold straight line across their vision. All of the sword essence, all of the void fire was compressed in the needle-sized area of the sword tip. Everyone was shaking in fright.
Mother asterisk. Run!
It wasn't clear who first said it, but the group suddenly woke up. Instantly, wails rose. They hated that their parents hadn't birthed them with another pair of legs. Stumbling and crawling, they sprinted towards the sides of the valley. In the blink of an eye, the entrance that had been blocked was cleared.
Lu Gui and the others all changed expressions.
When Xixiang reminded them not to provoke the person, they had not been concerned. Even when they were wary of Zuo Mo's young fiendish hard lightning bolt, but that was just wariness. Until this sword appeared, this sword that compressed all the sword essence and explosiveness to the extreme. They truly felt respect and terror. None of the 7 people dared to go stop this blow. They stood at their spot like wooden puppets, their faces raised, their mouths open as they looked dazedly at the blinding light. What weirdo was this? Their perception was better than average. The dot of red light that was compressed to the limits made them instinctively feel a suffocating sense of danger. The Ling power and air turbulence that had been created by the fights inside the valley were now like wild horses that had been broken and simultaneously calmed down. The shaking ground seemed to also have detected the danger and became silent. Other than the panicking people that were feeling, everything else in the mountain valley seemed to freeze at this moment. They seemed to be waiting for the conqueror to arrive. Light flashed in Huang Zhuoguang and Zhang Zhong's eyes. In the sky near them, a blinding red light was at the front of a diving figure. That dot of red light made both of them change expression. A strange light flashed across Huang Zhuoguang's face.
He noticed the nervousness on Zhang Zhong's face.
His mind moved, and purposefully said, this person isn't weak.
Is he fighting against your shitty?
Huang Zhuoguang's words were exactly what Zhang Zhong was worried about. However, he trusted that his shitty would not be so impulsive and shot back, no matter.
If he gets the secret realm, it's better than you getting the secret realm. You have animosity towards me?
Huang Zhuoguang narrowed his eyes again.
Animosity? Zhang Zhong laughed coldly. Is there anyone still alive in Little Mountain Jia that doesn't have animosity against you?
That's true, Huang Zhuoguang nodded.
The world is like this. If you are angry, be angry that your luck isn't good.
Zuo Mo, who had made such a ruckus and stopped the crowds, didn't have any smugness on his face. Wrapped in the turbulence, his face was as pale as paper, his eyes terrified, his heart at his throat.
These was only one thought left in his mind.
He really had played a terrible hand. Serene Water Sword was a water element flying sword. He was used to the Li Water Sword scripture, and had picked this water element flying sword. Serene Water Sword was a good flying sword, its entire body made from serene water, and pure in water element power.
But damn it!
The pure water element power became the most crucial threat. There was no problem in compressing the Li Water Sword essence, but Zuo Mo had not expected that the compressed sword essence would create a strong suction and absorb the void fire, thereby also compressing it at the sword tip.
Now, the problem was huge.
Void fire was an extremely volatile flame, and a flame that Zuo Mo was extremely unfamiliar with.
Water and fire could not merge in the first place.
As the void fire entered the serene water sword, the only outcome he could think of was an explosion. Even more, the void fire inside the serene water sword had been compressed to its limits. Mother ******. Even if this thing wasn't inside the serene water sword, even if it was just a drop of water, there was only one outcome. Boom, a loud sound, and no bones would be left remaining in a radius of 30 zhang. Right now, there was something else that was also dangerous, the sword essence that had been highly compressed. The addition of the sword essence had kept the three factors in an exquisite equilibrium, but it was very unstable. In other words, if Zuo Mo let go, the flying sword would instantly explode. Adding on the sword essence that was compressed. If this exploded, then an area 50 zhang in radius, 80 zhang in radius, not a hair would remain. Looking at the ground that was coming increasingly close to him, Zuo Mo's face paled, his hand trembling, crying without tears. Save me. Translator ramblings. This chapter is like being on the uphill part of a roller coaster and right before the great downhill part, the ride gets stuck. Clear Sky Sect is doing something terrible and its head disciple is not anything good. About Zuo Mo's age. I guess it takes a bit of speculation and some of Occam's razor. First, he was Lianqi 4th level when he was picked up with amnesia by the sect leader. That's actually pretty normal for a young person if they are not geniuses. It is also simpler to think that he is normal rather than he was very powerful before and was weakened. Second is that we are going by Feng Xiang's slightly sexist logic that males do not try to eat any pills to maintain their youthful appearance. It might be a bit of a leap, but it is plausible that Zuo Mo's age has not been disguised or changed. If changing features makes a zombie face, changing one's age through skeleton will really make Zuo Mo a complete zombie. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 274, You Eat Meat, We'll Drink Soup. Chapter 274, You Eat Meat, We'll Drink Soup. What do I do? What do I do? Zuo Mo was so panicked his innards were burning up. What presence, what scheme, all of it was thrown away. The howling suddenly changed in tune, from being full of killing intent to being like a rooster that was clucking as it was being strangled, with a long afternote. The sword in person that had been burning suddenly paused, their speed decreasing. After a while, they were like a little bird that was too fat and couldn't fly as they swayed and unsteadily landed on the empty ground beside the cave. Everyone collectively turned to stone as they watched such a strange scene. Zuo Mo released a breath. The serene water sword tip was still bright red, but it was evidently not as frightening as before. Right now, he wanted to throw this flying sword as far away as possible, but considering that the flying sword would instantly explode if it left his control, he could only keep a tight grip on it. The mountain valley was deathly silent, everyone looking dazedly at Zuo Mo. Had it been an illusion? Was this person bouncing about in front of them really the same person that was so peerless just a moment ago? This change was too comedic. Because it was so sudden, and the difference too large, it caused everyone to be unable to react. This group of people stared straight at Zuo Mo, none of them fighting. Dissipate, dissipate. Zuo Mo recited at the serene water sword. His voice was very light, but since the surroundings were too quiet, it was abnormally clear. When everyone heard it, many people wanted to roll their eyes. The mood instantly became awkward. Everyone looked at each other but no one moved. The mountain valley that had been so noisy and full of fighting was abnormally peaceful and silent. The void fire and sword essence that lost pressure quickly dissipated. After a while, the burning red tip of the serene water sword also dissipated. The serene water tip also resumed its normal appearance. Zuo Mo's heart finally landed back in his stomach. He felt his body relax and he sat down on the ground. So risky. He had almost tripped up. If he killed himself, wouldn't it be a great joke? He was full of regret as he panted. After 2 breaths, he suddenly froze. It wasn't right. Why were the surroundings so silent? He turned around, his heart slightly insecure, and saw a circle of people standing there silently as they looked at him. A hair-raising feeling spread. He almost shrieked. However, he finally remembered he could be considered the leader of a large group of people, swallowed, and stood up. Why aren't you fighting? No one spoke. Lu Gue didn't know what to say. The chaotic situation they had put so much effort to create had been interrupted with such a strange method. But they didn't dare jump out at this time. This wasn't a joke. The slightly black guy in front of him was clearly stronger than they were by a large margin, and was extremely terrifying. They didn't know what problems Zuo Mo just had, but his power was displayed right there. Without knowing his intentions, jumping out was akin to trying to seeking death. The other people's thoughts were very similar to Lu Gue. Zuo Mo's half of a move had frightened everyone. Zuo Mo saw that no one responded to him, and instantly faltered. He turned to face the entrance of the secret realm. Without a call, these people flooded forward. Zuo Mo turned in fright. "What are you doing?" A voice suddenly sounded among the crowd. "Big bro, you eat the meat, but let us drink some soup." Yes, dot. Big bro, you pick what's good first, and let us get some benefits. Calls like this instantly sounded among the crowd. Zuo Mo was dumbstruck. Lu Gui and the others were dumbstruck. No one had expected the situation would reach such a strange step. "You bear to part with that?" Zuo Mo said thoughtlessly. "Big bro is joking. You are the strongest, it's right that you pick first." The person who spoke first saw that Zuo Mo wasn't a hard person to interact with. His courage rose and he stood out. "Right. That's the rationale." Every person agreed. Lu Gui and the others didn't dare to speak. Other people might not know what they had just done, but this person of mysterious origins knew. If they stepped forward at this time, and the other might reveal what they had just done, and they would be sliced to death. Zuo Mo gradually calmed down and said with slight amusement, "You guys trust me this much? Big bro, you didn't even look at the white fang sword just now. How can anything normal enter your eyes?" The man was a smart one. As to better things, we don't dare to think about it. That's right, who dares to be greedy and covets big bro's things, everyone will chop him. Chop him. The people all agreed. Lu Gui shook with fright. These people were all very experienced old-timers. They knew that they, a random bunch of rabble, could not possibly get anything out of the secret realm. Zuo Mo's heart was slightly insecure. He liked the white fang sword too, but he had been thinking of the gray bird then and didn't have the time. Gu really hadn't disregarded it. However, he quickly understood what these people were thinking. Before, he had only thought of tripping up Huang Zhuguang. The present situation was way out of his predictions. However, he responded quickly. "If that's the case, then let us work together to kill Huang Zhuguang first. If we don't kill him, this secret realm won't be ours." As Zuo Mo said this, many people instantly hesitated. They were only pursuing wealth, but didn't want to lose their lives. The vicious reputation of Huang Zhuguang had long been engraved their hearts. The man who had just spoken said, "What are we afraid of? If Huang Zhuguang escapes, who among us will be able to escape the consequences in and being connected to the deaths of the Sky Sect disciples?" Zuo Mo silently praised the person for his cleverness. As expected, the people that had hesitated instantly started to shout, "Do it! We have this many people, we can slice him to death with one blow from each of us." Zuo Mo threw out at a good time, "There's some good talismans on Huang Zhuguang's body. Afterwards, it will depend on who has the best luck." These words were instantly effective. Nothing was more tempting than talismans. Their courage instantly rose. Lu Gui and the few people were joyous upon hearing this. If this expert of mysterious skill could team up with Xixiang, Huang Zhuguang would have a hard time escaping. "Big bro, say what to do, and we'll do it." Lu Gui hurriedly shouted. Zuo Mo suddenly found the situation was better than he had imagined. With this group of people, he could more easily set it up. Even though it wasn't possible to rely on them to do something difficult, but not all things were difficult. As he continued to issue out orders, the people that received them were filled with puzzlement. They could not understand at all what use the things Zuo Mo was asking them to do had. Zuo Mo requested for most of them to continuously release sword energies and spells inside the valley. Even though their faces were filled with puzzlement, but they still followed and released spells and sword energies at empty areas. The entire mountain valley became filled with all kinds of colored light. Zuo Mo stood at the entrance to the secret realm. The secret realm entrance was a floating ball of light. Looking at the entrance, his grasp of the situation rose. This entrance was a natural 5-element formation. It wasn't hard to open, but it required using all 5-element powers at the same time. He looked at Lu Gui. Seeing Lu Gui nod, he started to rapidly send 5-element power towards the entrance. As the 5-element spells entered the ball of light, 5-colored light exploded. In the sky, Huang Zhuguang's expression changed, killing intent filled in his eyes. His figure suddenly disappeared. This group of damned bastards. The reason he had been so confident before was largely due to his assumption that this group could not open the entrance. He had observed the entrance to the secret realm. It required putting in 5 kinds of 5-element spells at the same time. It was easy to find people that were skilled in one element or several, but it was rare to find those Xiuzhe skilled in all 5. Finding 5 Xiuzhe to cast spells at the same time was an action he had resorted to out of helplessness. He knew that in reality, this method couldn't open the entrance to the secret realm completely. He didn't worry at all. No matter how many Xiuzha possessed the entrance, if the entrance wasn't opened, then this secret realm would belong to Clear Sky Sect, no one could take it away. So when the light flashed as the entrance was opened, he was both terrified and furious. His figure flashed into the mountain valley, aiming for Zuo Mo. The other Xiuzha were a school of little fish in his eyes. The reality was just as he thought. When he appeared in the mountain valley, the Xiuzha flew into the sky like a group of alarmed birds. Huang Zhuoguang instantly saw Zuo Mo in front of the entrance. My eyes had failed me.
So you are skilled in all 5 elements.
A cold light flashed in Huang Zhuoguang's eyes.
I hadn't thought I would encounter another expert today.
Such good luck.
Madman. Zuo Mo rolled his eyes. Look at the time. He was still rambling.
Without his hesitation, he raised his hand for a young fiendish hard lightning bolt. Young fiendish hard lightning was the move of little thousand-leaf hands that he was most familiar with.
At present, he almost didn't have to think and could cast it. Hard lightning?
Huang Zhuoguang was slightly surprised, but he was not shocked.
Just this thing, and you dare to attack me? Zuo Mo suddenly sent out a bolt of young fiendish hard lightning with his right palm. With a hiss, it seemed to strike something invisible. Huang Zhuoguang finally had a shocked expression. How was it possible? How could this guy so easily find his sword energy?
His clear sky sword energy was invisible and intangible, extremely hard to detect. Zuo Mo didn't feel anything. Speaking of invisibility and intangibility, there probably was no sword energy that could compare to the void sword scripture that Wei Shang Shixiang cultivated. While Huang Zhuoguang's sky sword essence was also invisible and intangible, but these qualities were not outstanding. The reason that people continuously were defeated by Huang Zhuoguang was that his sword essence was too ethereal and hard to find, but Zuo Mo had an exceptional consciousness and Ling eyes, so these qualities were not scary. At this time, Zheng Zhong also appeared behind Huang Zhuoguang. Lu Gui and the other 6 appeared at same time, the 8 people forming a complete circle.
Zuo Mo reversed and retreated. A smirk appeared at the corner of Huang Zhuoguang's mouth. Gang fighting?
What they probably didn't know was that he was the least afraid of gang fighting. The more people there were, the more power his sword scripture could release.
Stupid.
He decided to let these ignorant people see just how wrong they were. Just as he was going to attack, the smirk at his mouth suddenly froze.
Translator ramblings. I find it amusing how Zuo Mo scorns Huang Zhuoguang's inexperience in combat, since he really doesn't too much combat experience himself. Though I am not sure how much combat experience makes a person experienced. Is it 2 tournaments, 5 life-threatening battles, or can everyone call themselves battle-hardened if they have fought?
Poor Huang Zhuoguang, he had to encounter a young Ling plant farmer that knows all the required 5 element spells. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 275 Circle Kill. Chapter 275 Circle Kill.
When Huang Zhuoguang suddenly appeared, the space surrounding him became chaotic.
Countless Ling power flows, countless air turbulence flows.
The small mountain valley was like an area of turbulence. What was most terrible was, he didn't need to raise his head to know that his connection with the sky had been cut off.
In a flash, he realized, a trap.
This was a trap that had been prepared for him. The Ling power of the mountain valley randomly flew and collided in an unstable state. Some scenes that he had disregarded before flowed through his mind. Coldness rose through his heart. The group of Xiuzha that had panicked and rose when he entered the mountain valley had looked like a group of birds startled by an angle, so helpless, so weak, so alarmed. But now, he realized that this group of pitifully weak people had used Ling power and turbulence to create a net above the mountain valley without him noticing, a net blocking him from the sky. He was separated from the sky. Such a poisonous trap. Some admiration rose. This group seemed like a rabble, and was low on battle capabilities. It really was admirable that the other could think of such a great idea, and execute it effectively. His gaze landed on Zuo Mo, who was guarding the entrance to the secret realm. So this person was actually the most powerful of the bunch.
Huang Zhuoguang's eyes narrowed for the second time. Facing a predicament, after the initial shock, he wasn't afraid. Quite the opposite. His desire for battle was instantly ignited. He felt the temperature of his body continuously increase. There never had been someone that could force him to such a predicament. To such a sorry state. Without the sky, you dare to challenge me? Huang Zhuoguang's eyes brightened, the flying sword in his hand suddenly sweeping up. A strong presence expanded. The fine turbulence around him instantly cleared. Zheng Zhong and the others did not hesitate in stepping forward. This was also the reason Zuo Mo had retreated.
Zhang Zhong and his group could work together. If he was in the middle, he would actually disrupt their cooperative battle capabilities. It was better to withdraw and wait for an opportunity. The area of the mountain valley was narrow and small. In this kind of battle, what people competed on were their reaction times, little techniques, and talismans. Huang Zhuoguang had never experienced this kind of battle before, but he did not fear it. His body was entirely covered in 4th-grade talismans. The Ling armor on his body was a 4th-grade Earth Element Ling armor, one of the finest pieces produced by Clear Sky Sect, called Dusty Sky Ling armor. It was made from sky soil. Out of affection for him, Clear Sky Old Forefather had added 3 grains of sky sand into it. This caused the grade of the Ling armor to increase greatly, especially its formations. Clear Sky Old Forefather even used the 9-turn sky soil disc to copy formations that gave it the ability to defend and attack enemies. There was a layer of sand mist that continuously wrapped around Huang Zhuoguang's body. One shouldn't underestimate these sand mists. They could easily break 2nd-grade flying swords, and the most damaging ability was that it could always corrode the other. Dusty Sky Ling armor was definitely a great weapon for close combat. People usually could not see his flying sword because it would always be hidden in the sky. The flying sword forged from the essence of Cloud Soul, Sky Inquirer, was like an invisible flow of water silently spinning above Huang Zhuoguang's head. Even the jade pendant on his body and the hair tie were also not ordinary, all high-level items. Zhang Zhong and the others instantly looked much poorer when compared to him. Other than the silver snowy flying sword in Zhang Zhong's hand that was low 4th grade, all that the other people had were 3rd grade. Zuo Mo had to shake his head on the inside. It seemed that they didn't have an easy time surviving. 4th-grade talismans were extremely expensive. For example, Zuo Mo's thunder-flowing light wings were intermediate 4th grade, and cost him 60 pieces of 4th-grade jingshi. It had to be said that one piece of 4th-grade jingshi was equivalent to 500 pieces of 3rd-grade jingshi. In other words, this talisman required 30,000 pieces of 3rd-grade jingshi. This price was not something that normal people could tolerate. Zuo Mo had won many things in Little Mountain Jie, enough talismans to make a small mountain, but the number of 4th-grade talismans could be counted on his fingers. In the present Little Mountain Jie, 3rd-grade talismans were the mainstream armaments. 4th-grade talismans were all on the hands of the experts. As to talismans like the 9-turn sky soil disc, even if you had one, you didn't dare to use it. Of the many talismans, 4th-grade flying swords were the rarest, and the most welcome. There was no way about it, Little Mountain Jie's shoujo were mostly sword shio. Zuo Mo unconsciously inventoried his own wealth and found to his surprise that he had some assets. But things like the thunder-flowing light wings, 7-star sword boots, they were mostly things that he bought using jingshi he earned from selling Golden Crow Fire. Seeing the difference in talismans between the two sides, Zuo Mo knew it would not be an easy fight. The reason the price between 4th-grade and 3rd-grade talismans was so large was that, other than the materials being rarer and the abilities more outstanding, there was another area, formations. 4th-grade talismans frequently would have their own formation techniques. The sand mist that the Dusty Sky Ling armor exuded was a formation combat technique called Mist Kill. The formation combat technique of Zuo Mo's 7-star sword boots were more unique. That was a sword formation. The majority of 4th-grade talismans had formation combat techniques, it was rare that they did not have them, like the thunder-flowing light wings. This kind of talismans that did not have formation combat techniques were able to qualify to 4th grade due to one reason. It was that one of its attributes was too strong, like the speed of the thunder-flowing light wings. A good talisman in the hands of a novice was just a pile of scrap metal, but in the hands of an expert, it could be wielded to its greatest potential. And if an expert was covered in good talismans? Zuo Mo started to have a headache. The situation kept on changing unexpectedly. At the start, his plan hadn't changed very much. He had planned on using little thousand-leaf hands to mess up the turbulence even more. He hadn't expected these people to be willing to listen to him. The plan had been even more perfect. But now he found, no matter how much they planned, Huang Zhuoguang was not suppressed like he had imagined. Huang Zhuoguang did not fear being surrounded and attacked. The formation combat technique of his Ling armor, Mist Kill, at full power, his entire person seemed like a person-shaped meat grinder, unreasonably charging and smashing about. The double tiger-eye boots on his feet were not average. Each time he stepped on the ground, the earth trembled. It had the same abilities as Zuo Mo's 10,000 appearances gloves. If the other showed the slightest weakness, the flying sword above his head would suddenly strike. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Zhong and his fellows cooperated well, many of them would already have been killed. As Huang Zhuoguang became familiar with this kind of combat, he responded with greater ease. His feet suddenly shoving off, he was like a cannonball shot out of a cannon, smashing towards Lu Gui with astonishing speed. Lu Gue was very shocked, the flying sword stabbing multiple times in front of him, and a sword curtain appeared in front. But he suddenly tapped the ground on the way, his figure changing directions and leapt at someone else. That person had been trying to go up to help Lu Gue, and didn't expect Huang Zhuguang to suddenly turn around. He didn't have the time to respond, and Huang Zhuguang had charged in front of him. Terror rose in his eyes. Just as he was about to be ground by the sand mist, a snow sword light stabbed at Huang Zhuguang. Zhang Zhong's attack was perfectly timed. Huang Zhuguang was still very wary of Zhang Zhong. He swerved and flashed past the sword light. Before Zhang Zhong could sigh in relief, a spark suddenly appeared above the shitty's head, a flying sword flashing and disappearing. Huang Zhuguang's gaze suddenly landed on Zuo Mo's body. He hadn't expected Zuo Mo was able to detect his well-concealed attack. Zuo Mo shook his head as he kept on watching. This cooperation between this group was much worse than Lil Miss Group's. It was far less than what he predicted. Out of helplessness, he could only shout, "Everyone else to the sky, let Brother Zheng deal with him." Lu Gue and the others had hesitant expressions. Zhang Zhong unhesitatingly said, "Listen to him." The other people flew into the sky, emptying out the mountain valley. Only Zuo Mo and Zhang Zhong were left to face Huang Zhuguang. Huang Zhuguang's confidence had grown as he fought. He laughed, "Both of you can come together." Zuo Mo was not affected. "Old Zhang, use your flying sword." Before he finished, a layer of light suddenly covered his eyes. Ling Ai. He raised his hands for a bolt of young fiendish hard lightning. His target was not Huang Zhuguang, but the space above Huang Zhuguang. Hiss crack. A flying sword revealed its true form, countless lightning arcs flashing on its body. With a sorrowful wail, it trembled. "You dare to damage my flying sword." Huang Zhuguang was enraged and tried to charge at Zuo Mo. Zhang Zhong instantly understood what Zuo Mo had planned. His wrist shook, and several silver snowy white sword energies lit up and pushed Huang Zhuguang back. Zhang Zhong's flying sword was also 4th grade, so he did not fear the sand mist of Huang Zhuguang's Ling armor. Since the mountain valley was now empty, he did not have to worry about accidentally wounding his fellows. The sword lights flew from his hand. In close combat, controlling the sword from the distance was not as good as holding the sword. Huang Zhuguang cut a sorry figure as he was dodging the sword energies and called back, "Sky Inquirer." Zuo Mo didn't care and continued to smash young fiendish hard lightning towards Huang Zhuguang's unique flying sword like they didn't cost Jinxure. The Sky Inquirer's sword was made from the essence of cloud souls. It was both water element and yin. Something like young fiendish hard lightning, which was both yang and hard, was its natural enemy. After suffering 20 bolts, it finally stopped trembling, and slammed to the ground like a piece of ordinary metal and stayed there. Anyone with some knowledge knew that this flying sword was now ruined. Many of the Xiuzha who saw this from the air all sighed. Such a good flying sword. It had been 4th grade. Ruined like this. His beloved sword ruined, Huang Zhuguang was completely enraged. The hair tie suddenly exploded, his hair standing on end. His eyes were red as he gave a sky-shaking bellow, "Die!" All the Ling power in his body moved. He was like a lion that had lost all reason as he charged at Zuo Mo. Pia. Several sword energies hit his body. He ignored them all, still charging at Zuo Mo. Boom, the dusty sky Ling armor shattered to pieces, the sand mist instantly disappearing. But in that instant, the crazy Huang Zhuguang had arrived in front of Zuo Mo. What welcomed him was a fist as exquisite as glass. Even though he was furious, Huang Zhuguang still had some rationality. The fingers on his right hand coming together to form sword essence. Without a flying sword, the danger of the sword essence was many times lower. He had to send out 7 sword essences in a row to destroy this glass fist. The distance between the two was now only 3 zhang. The bloody light in Huang Zhuguang's eyes grew. His left foot pushing off hard, he was like an arrow released from the bow, his right leg kicking towards Zuo Mo. At the tip of his foot, a double-eyes white tiger had suddenly appeared with a howl. Double-eyed tiger head boot, formation combat technique, tiger howl. A fist covered in countless lights imprinted itself without technique on the forehead of this white tiger. Translator ramblings, a description of talismans and the grade system which I personally think should have come way earlier, possibly when Lil Pagoda was bought way back in Sky Moonjia. Huang Zhuguang is even more of a fat sheep than the people of Linging sect. If this was in the past, Zuo Mo would have gone into a rage at damaging such an expensive talismans. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 276, An Unparalleled Good Bird. Chapter 276, An Unparalleled Good Bird. Sky Glass Wave. The light around the arms crashed inside the tiger head with this punch. At the same time, countless formations on the surface of the glove seemed to come alive and flew quickly. A 14-revolution skyglass wave, adding on the formation combat technique of the 10,000 appearance gloves, 10,000 elephants. 2. The vicious tiger head seemed to pop like a bubble. The sound was very small and did not seem like the collision that was imagined. Huang Zhuoguang's vicious and twisted face suddenly froze. The white tiger disappeared. That punch landed on his leg. Boom! The enormous sound made people's heart jump uncontrollably. Half of Huang Zhuoguang's body suddenly exploded, flesh and blood blooming like a goddess spreading flowers. Everyone's breathing stopped. Their movements unconsciously stopped as they stared dazedly at the blood mist in the air, their minds blank. Zhang Zhong, who had been going up to help support Zuo Mo, had lowered his guard and was sprayed directly by this bloody rain. Even though he was used to life and death, his face was pale from fright. Half of Huang Zhuoguang's body had disappeared, his expression frozen there. Zuo Mo sighed in relief, and panted rapidly. That moment had been very risky. Huang Zhuoguang's speed was faster than he had expected. He had only had the time for 14 revolutions. Luckily, he had the 10,000 appearances gloves. Otherwise, his little life would have ended here. The power of the 10,000 appearances gloves were stronger than he assumed. Of the 4th grade talismans, the 10,000 appearances gloves were relatively cheap because its formation technique, 10,000 elephants, increased physical strength and could only be used in close combat. Most of the battles between Xiuzha happened in the sky. Close physical battle was extremely rare. If its formation technique was something like fist energies and could deliver long-distance attacks, then its price would shoot up. He looked at Huang Zhuoguang, who only had half a body left. There was no breath there. Zuo Mo had to admire how tough this guy had been. If it wasn't for the fact that he was prepared, and the other was not, he and the other people might not have been able to kill him. Zuo Mo had learned many things from this fight. First, this fight showed that no matter how strong the spell or the individual's strength, they could not defend against scheming. In reality, Huang Zhuoguang was strong, the sword scripture he cultivated was strong. Most Xiuzha battled in the skies, and was the place his sword essence was most powerful. This sword scripture was really powerful. But even the strongest sword essence could be stopped if its weakness was found. The second point had strengthened Zuo Mo's desire to take his spoils. The other had been so strong even when attacked at his weakness, it was all due to support from his talismans. Truthfully, if he hadn't been here today, Zhang Zhong and the others wouldn't have been able to trap him. At important times, talismans could save lives. Even though the scene was slightly bloody, it could not stop Zuo Mo's decision to scalp. However, he only picked one thing this time, Clear Sky Sword Scripture. When he held it, Zuo Mo knew he made a profit. He didn't plan on cultivating this, Clear Sky Sword Scripture. Right now, there were too many things he had to practice. Reality showed that his talent in the consciousness and body cultivation were stronger. Adding on that he had to study formations, he wanted to cut himself in half. After discovering that Clear Sky Sword Scripture was suitable for aerial battle, he thought of Lil Miss subordinates. If they could cultivate this, then that power, hee. At the very least, a complete 5th grade sword scripture could sell for a high price. Nothing was left on Huang Zhuoguang's body, not even the remaining double-eyed tiger head boot. Other than Zhang Zhong, who picked an item, the rest were divided among the people. There were more people than talismans, so everyone looked at Zuo Mo. Luckily, Zuo Mo was used to being a leader and used the simplest method, drawing straws. Everyone had an equal chance. The people who got it were happy, the people who didn't could only sigh at their bad luck. The other people had even more respect for Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's punch that killed Huang Zhuoguang had frightened them half to death. That was Huang Zhuoguang. In their hearts, Zuo Mo's strength had reached a level they could not comprehend, and Zuo Mo was fair. He wasn't like other leaders that took everything. Everyone could respect this kind of person. Zuo Mo saw them look at him, and was clear to their thoughts. He said, "Since you all want to enter the formation, then let me first say the rules. If there is danger, I am not responsible for saving you. You have to think of ways to protect yourselves. The division will be like just now." Everyone instantly became cheerful. They had never entered a secret realm before. Zuo Mo slowly scanned over everyone and said in a deep voice, "I'll say the ugly things first. Don't blame me for being rude if any of you cause trouble." Finishing, he didn't look at the people behind him, turned, and entered the secret realm. The scenery in front of him suddenly changed, but it made him freeze where he stood. Zhang Zhong, who followed behind him, turned to stone instantly. Every person who came in afterwards had dazed expressions. This secret realm was really too small. The scene in front of them could be encompassed within their field of view. It was a place the size of a yard, only 10 zhang in radius. In the middle, there was a sweetly sleeping gray bird. There was nothing else in the area. Other than the Ling energy slightly dense than the outside, there was nothing. Zhang Zhong said in a low voice, "This should be a secret realm that just formed." He saw that Zuo Mo was still frozen there and assumed that Zuo Mo was very disappointed, so he hurriedly explained. He had great admiration for Zuo Mo. Even though the other was much younger than he was, not in terms of moves and aura, he could not catch up. He had seen many of the leaders in Little Mountain Jia, and no one could rival this youth. That gray bird was sleeping well, a string of saliva hanging from its mouth. Due to the small space, it was possible to hear the rise and fall of its snores. The anger instantly flamed up in Zuo Mo's heart, his expression instantly becoming twisted and frightening Zhang Zhong and the others. Zuo Mo darted forward and, Pia, slapped Silly Bird's head, the feathers flying. Silly Bird opened her eyes dazedly. "You idiot, GE nearly died to find you, had to fight other people, and killed all the way over here. You're great, had a nice sleep." "Aha! Pia." Another slap. "Eat, eat, eat. You glutton. You ate so much. Got into trouble. Will you die if you don't eat? I'm telling you that from today onwards, you can't eat anything." Zuo Mo's swearing stunned the group of people. They were puzzled. What were the origins of this gray bird? Zuo Mo hadn't been this angry even when he was facing Huang Zhuoguang. Just as Zuo Mo's saliva flew, Silly Bird resumed clarity. It slowly stood up, methodically preening the feathers on its body, not even looking at Zuo Mo straight through the entire process. The people in the surroundings were stunned again. Zuo Mo saw the bird still had a proud expression as though she had no regret, and anger rose. He suddenly grabbed Silly Bird. This bird just lacked discipline. Gu will educate her. Unexpectedly, the gray shadow in front of him flashed, and his grasp was empty. In another corner, Silly Bird looked at Zuo Mo out of the corner of her eyes with a gaze that was as proud as usual. Zuo Mo shouted in fury, "Great! If GE doesn't discipline you today, you don't know how high the sky is, how wide the earth is." Zuo Mo's body flashed. Before he could reach out, an astoundingly fast gray shadow brushed past him. So fast. Zuo Mo paused, his hand coming up empty again. In another corner, Silly Bird raised her head, still stepping her unique bird walk as she walked gracefully towards the crowd. Clank! The people that were completely amazed by Silly Bird unconsciously stepped back to form a path. Silly Bird was not courteous, calmly walking towards the entrance. Was what just happened a delusion? Zuo Mo wasn't sure. Had this bird gotten some benefits this time? He looked at the empty and bare secret realm. He felt it was increasingly likely. This bird was a glutton. All the good things probably ended up in her stomach. This could not stand. He had to interrogate her when they got back. Zhang Zhong's expression changed slightly. Of the crowd, his cultivation was the highest. He had seen that scene clearly just now. That gray bird was almost impossibly fast. He clearly saw that when Zuo Mo moved, it had brushed past Zuo Mo and passed to the other side. What did that mean? It meant that the gray bird's speed was many times faster than Zuo Mo. Zhang Zhong's cultivation was higher than Zuo Mo, but there wasn't a great difference in speed between the two of them. Multiple times faster than Zuo Mo meant it was multiple times faster than him. Zhang Zhong felt he was going insane. Heavens! What world was this? How could so many weirdos come out? He already felt the next generation was terrifying due to Zuo Mo's strength. Now there was a bird that was multiple times faster than he was. Zhang Zhong didn't dare to even think about what other abilities this gray bird had. Just its lightning-fast speed was enough for it to be undefeatable. Completely speechless, Zhang Zhong felt even more curious about Zuo Mo's identity. So young and such power, with such a strong Ling beast, he definitely wasn't an average Xiuzha. Was it a disciple of a large sect? He felt that it was plausible. He always believed that what Clear Sky Sect was doing to Little Mountain Jia could not continue for long. The reason was very simple. Coenluan certainly would allow such a matter to occur within its borders. When he had been young, he had interacted with a Coenluan disciple, and it left a deep impression on him. Zuo Mo had faced Huang Zhuoguang and didn't hesitate in killing the other. Any factions that existed in Little Mountain Jia wouldn't be so impulsive. Young, of incomprehensible strength, a strong Ling beast, and not afraid of Clear Sky Sect seeking revenge. With all these conditions added together, Zhang Zhong increasingly felt that Zuo Mo could possibly be a disciple of Coenluan. Oh, even if he wasn't, he was at least the disciple of a large sect. Just as Zhang Zhong was thinking hard, Zuo Mo had ran out of the secret realm. The others still searched in the secret realm due to dissatisfaction, wanting to plow the ground 3 chi deep, but still did not find anything.
Zhang Zhong was cunning and tightly followed Zuo Mo. He already made the decision to follow Zuo Mo. If Zuo Mo was a disciple of a certain big sect, then they wouldn't lose if they followed. If Zuo Mo wasn't a disciple of some large sect, and relied on himself to get to this step, then he was a monster. Having made the decision, his face was full of smiles. Once a person's attitude changed, their feeling when they looked at something was completely different. The more he looked, the more he felt that silly bird had an aura and mannerisms. Good bird. An unparalleled good bird. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo cleans out Huang Zhuguang and silly bird cleans out the secret realm. Someone commented and guessed this in one of the previous chapters, but I cannot remember who you are. Silly bird truly learned everything Zuo Mo knows. Silly bird has leveled up. Not humanoid right now, sorry to disappoint those of you who wanted that to happen. But why be human? Birds can fly faster, they have sharp beaks and claws. There's advantages to being a bird and I'm not seeing the benefit of a humanoid shape. Zhang Zhong gives his viewpoint of Zuo Mo. I do think he is overthinking it, but he's still quite perceptive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 277, Detection. Chapter 277, Detection. Wu Kong Mountain. Mushi suddenly stood up. What? Stars in daytime appeared in Little Mountain Jie? Yes, Darren. The middle-aged person responded. He was somewhat puzzled. But we clearly had searched on our way here. It isn't possible. Mushi waved her hand. That isn't a mystery. If this Darren does not want to meet us, they naturally will have ways to avoid our scans. She sank into thought. After a while, she raised her head. It isn't a coincidence that stars in daytime happened here and in Little Mountain Jie. Search to see if there is anyone from Wu Kong Sword Sect that has not moved to Bright Wave Jie. Use every resource we have, and notify the other Darren to look into this matter. Also, tell our scouts in Little Mountain Jie pay attention to the Shouja that moved to Little Mountain Jie from Sky Moon Jie, especially those that had previously been Wu Kong Sword Sect disciples. The middle-aged person said, we didn't leave enough people in Little Mountain Jie. Then send more, Mushi said decisively. Send a 300-man troop immediately to Little Mountain Jie for this matter. This information shall be immediately reported to the Elder Council. Urge that the supporting troops should advance and quickly take over Little Mountain Jie. Yes. The middle-aged person said cleanly. Not long after, a Yao troop of 300 people hurriedly flew away. The mood of Wu Kong Mountain became tense. However, even Mushi would never have thought there was a group of people hiding in the mountain beneath her feet. They've started to move. A 300-strong troop. Looking at the direction, they seem to be going to Little Mountain Jie. A young person with sharp brows said. In front of him was Lin Qian. There was a person standing beside Lin Qian, it was Wei Shang. Little Mountain Jie? A pondering expression flashed through Lin Qian's eyes. Did they find something in Little Mountain Jie? Brother Wei, how many shitty do you have in Little Mountain Jie? Wei Shang's brows furrowed slightly, but he truthfully answered, only Zhuo Shitty and the others. Had my eyes failed me? Lin Qian muttered to himself. Wei Shang did not reply. The mood instantly became slightly awkward. They were currently in the sword cave Wei Shang had trained in before. He was very familiar with the place. No one would have thought that there was an elite force hidden in here. This was the strongest troop that Wei Shang had ever seen. They were well trained, and had great endurance. What shocked him the most was their individual strengths. Most of them were of similar age to him, no older than 60 years old, and all of them had Ningmai cultivation, each just slightly weaker than him, and about the same as Luoli Shitty. In a slightly smaller sect, this kind of cultivation was enough to become a core disciple, but here, they were just average members. 800 people. He could not think how powerful this faction was to have gathered such a strong force. Lin Qian's identity became even more mysterious in his mind. It was clear these people respected Lin Qian from the bottom of their hearts. He was certain that if Lin Qian encountered danger, every person here, except himself, would be willing to give up their lives to defend him. But no matter how much power Lin Qian had, Wei Shang still did not like him. Because Lin Qian was suspicious of Wu Kong Sword Sect. Even though the sect had already migrated and settled down in Bright Wave Jie, Wei Shang was filled with deep attachment towards everything of Wu Kong Mountain. On the matter of Zuo Shitty's disappearance, he maintained his silence. He had a deep bond with Zuo Mo. He could understand the sect's actions, but he could not completely accept them.
Presently the sect was much larger than before, but the flavor had changed. Not just him, even Luoli and Xiaoguo maintained their silence. The desolate wood reef had received a destructive attack from the Yao army. The chance that Shidi was still alive was small. He wasn't willing to take Lin Xian and his group to hide in the sword cave, but due to the sect leader's orders, he carried it out. He decided to just observe. He was familiar with every place in Wu Kong Sword Sect, and never found any place that was unusual. Yet what he hadn't expected was that the Yao army had come to Wukong Mountain and established their base here. His head was lowered as he thought. He suddenly felt that if it really was Zuo Shidi and the others that were the problem, it wasn't a bad matter. At least, it meant that Zuo Shidi was still alive. Thinking about that, his brow relaxed. In a secret realm in Sky Moon Jie, Bo Feng listened to the report of his subordinate and said heavily, "Little Mountain Jie?" After a while, he shook his head, "Let's just observe." Zuo Mo was very depressed, extremely depressed. Silly Bird was extremely fast now, flying close and far away. Her eyes undoubtedly showed the attitude of an ungenerous person who had become powerful. Showing off, boldly showing off. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth. He had thought many times of raising his hand to throw bolts of young fiendish hard lightning at Silly Bird. He really saw the bird clearly. Usually, she was a proud show-off. Now she was even more so with the support of her faster speed. This could not be tolerated. Before he could think of an idea, he heard Zhang Zhong praise from beside him, "This bird is really wonderful. As fast as lightning, it is rare to see, really rare to see." Lu Gui and the others agreed. Zuo Mo almost spat blood upon hearing it. He glanced and saw the smugness in Silly Bird's eyes had increased, the gray feathers at her tail rising towards the sky. "Go finally knows why you guys have had such a hard time, you don't have good eyes." Zuo Mo ignored them. There were 18 Xiozha that decided to follow him. The others chose to leave. Zuo Mo didn't try to get them to stay. Of this group, other than Zhang Zhong who he felt had some skill, the strengths of the other people were just average. Without him realizing it, his eyes had become much picker. He had felt this especially clearly in the fight this time. If it was the batch of people that Lil Miss had trained, if he had had one platoon, then he had the confidence to kill Huang Zhuguang. If this group met a group from Vermilion Bird Camp, one-on-one, the two sides would be fight to a stalemate. 5 versus 5, Vermilion Bird Camp would win. 10 versus 10, there was no meaning. 100 versus 100, Vermilion Bird Camp wouldn't even have one fatality. He heard that Vermilion Bird Camp was trying out new battle tactics now, and he felt anticipation. Gonsun Shidi had settled into his role even more, and became even more outstanding. The female Xiao flew silently beside him. Zhang Zhong and the others felt she was slightly strange, but held no fear towards her. Yet Silly Bird was extremely afraid of the female Xiao. Even though she continuously came up to Zuo Mo to show off, she didn't dare go near the female Xiao. Zuo Mo glanced at the female Xiao and sighed. Even though it looked as though she was fine, but in reality, her body had been severely wounded this time. When he got to the mountain cave, the female Xiao was still meditating. He took the chance to inspect her body, and found a strange situation. Her body was even more damaged, but the strange purple power inside her body had become even greater. This was a situation that Zuo Mo felt he could not understand. This purple power was like a net trapping every part of her body. Her body had already become split into pieces. The only reason she had not collapsed was due to this purple power. However, Zuo Mo also found the more damaged her body was, the stronger this purple power was, and the tighter it enveloped her. An evil skill. Other than these two words, Zuo Mo had no other words to describe it. "Boss, where's our territory?" Lu Gui carefully asked. "Sky Star Peak," Zuo Mo carelessly responded. Lu Gui jumped in fright. "Sky Star Peak? There are many factions in that area." "Oh." Still thinking of the female Xiao, Zuo Mo was unconcerned. "Not anymore." Lu Gui's heart steadied. Looking at it now, boss faction likely wasn't small. He usually had many avenues of information, and had interacted with some of the factions of Skystar Peak in the past. He hadn't expected that boss had swept all of them clean. In Little Mountain Jie, there was nothing more assuring than entering a powerful faction. Lu Gui snicked and said, "Little Mountain Jie is somewhat chaotic. I heard that Nanshang village was torn to pieces. Now that we killed Huang Zhuguang, Clear Sky Sect is going to be angry. People really are brave these days, they even dare to attack Nanshang village. TSK, so powerful. So great." Lu Gui smacked his lips, admiration on his face. The other people also felt the same. Zuo Mo made a sound of confirmation and said, "You don't need to admire them, we did it. The surroundings instantly became deathly silent. Lu Gue was so frightened he almost dropped from the sky. He then looked at the others. All of them had gaping mouths as they looked dazedly at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo looked strangely at them. "What's with your expressions? Nanshang village isn't as hard to attack as you imagine." All of the people, including Zhang Zhong, could not pull themselves out of their shock. Zhang Zhong responded the fastest. At the beginning, he had thought that Zuo Mo was a disciple of a large sect. This seemed to prove his speculation. In Little Mountain Jia, no one had ever been willing to oppose Clear Sky Sect this openly. Suddenly, a crowd of black dots appeared on the horizon. The little black dots flew extremely quickly. After a while, they were 20 li away. They finally saw them. It was a group of about 20 people. Zhang Zhong's heart jumped, shock flashing through his eyes. He shouted loudly, "Everyone, on your guard!" The group of 20 or so Xiuzhi flew extremely quickly, but what shocked Zhang Zhong the most was the formation of their troop. Flying at such high speed, the troop's formation had not changed, like a sharp blade breaking through the ice. From far away, he could feel a sharp presence hitting him in the face. They were flying straight at them. Zhang Zhong's expression changed again. In his eyes, the 20 people seemed like one body. Their energy, breathing, and Ling power were so well attuned that there was no flaw. Everyone felt they had dropped into a crevasse. Without even needing to fight, their confidence was destroyed. The other came as fast as lightning without any intentions of concealing themselves. The howls in the air roared in waves like thunder, the target was clearly them. Some of the Xiuzhi paled from fright and scattered to escape. Zuo Mo's expression suddenly turned dark. However, only 5 Xiuzhi had fled. The remaining 13 people were still by his side. So powerful. Zhang Zhong's heart leapt wildly. He forcibly suppressed the terror in his heart. He was a third straight Mningmai Xiuzhi, but facing the charge of these 20 people, instinctive terror rose. However, he still moved in front of Zuo Mo. He couldn't defeat this crowd, but he would do his best to protect Zuo Mo and escape with him. Unexpectedly, the 20 people suddenly decelerated, making an immediate stop in front of them. "Boss!" The person at the fount shouted with joy. Zhang Zhong felt he had gone from hell to heaven in an instant. Before they could be happy, they heard Zuo Mo's deep and murderous voice. "Those 5, execute." Translator ramblings: It is my personal theory that Feng Xiang was in a different mood the day he wrote this chapter because this one has such a different and heavy tone compared to the one yesterday. Last chapter was all humorous and lighthearted. Look at silly bird who was prancing about and refuses to obey Zuo Mo. Today is a reminder many people are after Zuo Mo and either want to find him, capture him, or possibly kill him. The Yao are moving back towards Little Mountain Jia. Think how much effort they could have saved if they took over Little Mountain Jia the first time they invaded rather than prioritizing getting to Sky Moon Jia as fast as possible. However, their priorities were actually correct. Who would have thought that Zuo Mo would coincidentally be sent away from the sect, land in the place closest to the Jia River, and manage to slip right under them when they reached their destination? Also, plot-wise, this chapter has more development than the last 10 chapters combined. I'm not sure if Feng Xiang just decided it was better to put it all together so it was easy to write, or if he forgot it and the readers wanted to know what was happening elsewhere. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 278, The Insane Outer Hall. Chapter 278, The Insane Outer Hall. Wei Changbin's mood was very good these past 2 days because boss had returned. It wasn't only him. Every person he passed on his way also had a sunny smile on their faces. It was strange. No matter if it was individual power or skill in command, boss wasn't the strongest, but he was every person's pillar of support. The few days that boss had been absent, every person in Golden Crow City had been very worried, like they had lost their souls. Wei Changbin knew that with Gongsun Darren present, nothing would happen to Golden Crow City. But there was still a layer of darkness that uncontrollably came over his heart. Fortunately, boss had returned, the dark cloud over their hearts had dissipated. Every person in the city believed that as long as boss was here, any problem would be easily solved. In this recent while, his forging skill had furiously grew, especially in forging small parts. Even Master Jiwei would praise him occasionally. In a short amount of time, he formed an affection for this place. The forging masters he usually interacted with, especially Masters Jiwei and Sun Bao, all were very skilled, took good care of him, and never skimped on guidance. The only person he didn't like interacting with was Baoyi. That slender bamboo stick was very miserly. It took a lot of effort to get some materials from his hands. Even Master Sun Bao and Jiwei didn't like interacting with Baoyi, so the burden had landed on his head. With no other way, he could only force himself. Each transaction was a fierce and terrible battle. But today, Bowie was unusually easygoing. It seemed that even the thin bamboo stick had a good mood now that Boss was back. In contrast to Golden Crow City's happy mood, the faces of everyone in the outer hall was deathly. What? Huang Darren was killed? He Xian's lips were trembling, his hands cold. The news has already spread. The Shouja that found the news also had a trembling note in his voice. Huang Darren and the others went to search for a secret realm. Others schemed, and he was killed by multiple opponents. Impossible. He Xiang said sternly, how could Huang Darren be killed by many people so easily? Where's the other people with him? All killed. In total, more than 20 inner sect disciples. Bang, He Xiang's legs weakened and he collapsed on the chair, his face filled with hopelessness. Every elder present had faces so pale there was no blood. Everyone understood that the affair was too big this time. So big, they could not conceal it. The entire outer hall would face the anger of the old forefather when it was time. No, the entire Little Mountain Jia would have to face the anger of the old forefather. He Xiang suddenly achieved clarity. He seemed to have grabbed onto the last life-saving piece of grass, and suddenly stood up. Who did it? Who did it? This subordinate is still investigating. Investigating my ass. He Xiang's eyes were entirely red, his anger unrestrained. If these people won't let us live, then we won't let them live. He took a deep breath, and calmed his emotions, gradually calming down. He looked at the elders that had sank into hopelessness, and said with craziness, we only have one path. Everyone blankly raised their heads. They really couldn't think of a path they could take. We need to find the perpetrator that killed Huang Darren and give them to old forefather as penance. He Xiang said in a low voice, this time, whether or not our penance is acceptable will determine if we can survive. Many people had doubtful expressions. The matter this time was too serious. They didn't believe that the old forefather would forgive them even if they found the perpetrator. This is our only chance. He Xiang said crisply, and then added meaningfully. Old forefather will still need people to take care of affairs. If we can let old forefather see our abilities, the hope we can survive is greater. Everyone all became alert. Even though they didn't believe it, but He Xiang was right, this was their only chance. They had no route to escape. The power of the outer hall was gathered together again. Every elder and all the Shouja were sent out. He Xiang decided to use the stupidest method, moving through faction by faction. He didn't believe that he couldn't find the perpetrator. Little Mountain Jia started to boil again. With Silly Bird found, Zuo Mo went back to building the city. Huang Zhuoguang was killed, the state of Little Mountain Jia would definitely become tense. There wasn't much time left for him. Thankfully, Little Mountain Jia, while a small Jia, would still take a large amount of effort to search for one person. But Zuo Mo deeply felt he was pressed for time. He built crazily. Zuo Mo spat out the soil from his mouth. His entire body was covered in mud, only his eyes were exposed. Looking at the finished tunnels, he had a satisfied expression. The tunnels between the city and the other 6 mountain peaks were finished. The remaining work was to set up formations. What he felt the most from digging tunnels was that this thing really was something for Diana Shou to do. Without physical strength, he definitely couldn't have persisted. When a sword show was powerful, they could slice through a mountain peak with one blow, but if a sword show had to come dig a tunnel, it was like they were blind. Thinking of his gigantic formation, he felt that his body was filled with inexhaustible energy. He bent his head too and kept working. Without rest or sleep, Zuo Mo worked for more than 10 days, and finished all the tunnels. In these 10 days, Little Mountain Jia had become a mess. The outer hall seemed to have gone crazy as they searched everywhere. They even put out a most wanted list. The most famous on there was Zhang Zhong of Ningmai 3rd Stratum Cultivation. Many others also recognized those like Lu Gue. The only one that was unknown was that black-looking person at the top of the list. What people didn't know to laugh or cry about was that there was also a bird on the ranking, a big gray bird. Had the outer hall gone insane? Many people hadn't placed any importance on the list when they first received it. However, the outer hall used their following actions to demonstrate that they were not joking. In a short 10 days, 5 factions had been massacred. The troops of the outer hall didn't seem to show any signs of stopping, and continued to push outwards, not leaving anything behind. Instantly, Little Mountain Jia became a mess. Many factions, upon seeing the terrible situation, instantly pledged their allegiance to the outer sect to avoid the calamity. Those factions that were not willing to enter the outer sect could only keep retreating backwards. The outer hall that faced no resistance moved even faster. After a while, the factions that had joined the outer hall quickly were divided into cadet halls of the outer hall, and each put in charge of an area rich in ores. With this, everyone understood what the outer hall was planning. The outer hall wanted to swallow all of Little Mountain Jia. They were no longer content with holding the throats of all the factions. They demanded complete control.
Gongsun Cha in a panic went and found Zuo Mo.
After Zuo Mo heard Gongsun Cha's report, he thought for a while, and said, "We need to first get rid of the outer hall."
He then explained. There's really too many people in this batch of people from the outer hall. If we don't get rid of them bit by bit, it's slightly dangerous.
I'm worried that the old forefather might not be so proud. Then no matter how good our trap it cannot stand against a battle tactic of using sheer numbers.
The best path is to lower the power of the outer hall.
That way, the clear sky old forefather would have no other option but to come find us.
Gongsun Cha nodded. They only had one chance.
If they were exposed, the clear sky old forefather wouldn't be so dumb as to be tricked a second time.
Can we defeat them? Zuo Mo asked Gongsun Cha worriedly.
The Vermilion Bird camp now had more than 700 people. The eastern and western camps had 2,000 people, but Zuo Mo was doubtful regarding their combat abilities. The forces of the outer hall had expanded rapidly, their numbers reaching more than 10,000 people. The difference in numbers was too large.
Gongsun Cha smiled shyly and said, "We can try." Since he understood Shi Xian's thinking, Gongsun Cha quickly responded.
He no longer needed to worry about the safety of the Golden Crow City. The 36 formation battle watchtowers were enough for self-defense. He moved out with the Vermilion Bird camp. The eastern and western camps were to stand guard, and to control the watchtowers when it was time.
As to guard camp, Gongsun Cha didn't even go there once. Who could depend on a group of Xiu slaves to do anything? Gongsun Cha's departure was silent.
The great majority of people in Golden Crow City were ignorant.
Zuo Mo also realized the tense situation. He instantly responded, quickly sending out orders.
Without noticing it, the inside of Golden Crow City started to become tense. Especially the forging division. Every person could feel the tenseness that spread through the air.
After a few days, a group of Xiuxia appeared near Golden Crow City.
When Vermilion Bird Camp had been present, Gongsun Cha had arranged for patrols to stop people from approaching Golden Crow City. Now that Vermilion Bird Camp had been deployed, there hadn't been anyone to maintain the patrols. When the Xiuxia that were training on the formation battle watchtowers saw the crowd of dots on the horizon, they became nervous and hurriedly sent out an alarm.
The Golden Crow City was on alert. Heavens! When had there been a city here? The Xiuxia at the front looked in disbelief at the little city on the faraway mountain peak.
Everyone else was also staring with wide eyes, their expressions stunned as they looked at the little city. At this time, a beam of light penetrated the clouds like a sharp sword, and landed on the Golden Crow City.
Golden Crow City instantly lit up with a faint light. The faint golden light exuded the presence of the sun.
Even from tens of li out, it still caused trepidation.
Miracle! This is a miracle!
The Xiuxia at the front muttered to himself. All of the people were deeply shocked by Golden Crow City.
Their gazes couldn't bear to move away for more than a second. They flew on soullessly.
When they flew to a distance of 10 li from the city, the little city was even more realistic in their eyes.
It was a city of the sun. They could not imagine what people could construct such a beautiful city.
But when they unconsciously went closer, the Xiuxia at the front suddenly smelled a dangerous presence.
Dots of silver light lit up on the little city. Everyone instantly stopped in their tracks.
When the Xiuxia at the front saw the watchtowers that were higher than the city walls, an unfamiliar term flashed through his mind.
His soul instantly left his body.
He shouted hoarsely in terror, "Retreat!
Quick, retreat!"
Every watchtower that lit up looked like a silver dot from a distance.
The silver dots lit up one after the other. All 36 silver dots bathed in the sunlight.
The Xiuxia at the front retreated in panic, his expression shocked, and eyes filled with terror.
Formation battle watchtowers. Those were formation battle watchtowers. Translator ramblings. Formation battle watchtowers are things that require exclamation points. The fight between Clear Sky Sect's Outer Hall and Zuo Mo's factions has been pushed early by the death of Huang Zhuguang.
Keep in mind they don't actually know who did it at this point, so they are going around blaming and killing anyone that resists. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 279, Transaction. Chapter 279, Transaction.
After receiving a strong fright, the Xiuxia retreated 20 li before stopping. Luckily, the silver dots from Golden Crow City did not approach and they calmed down slightly.
Head, what are formation battle watchtowers?
The subordinate asked, puzzled. The other Shioja also had bewildered faces, but some Shioja had fearful expressions.
Great weapons to protect a city.
The head looked at Golden Crow City and warned, you have to be careful. If you ever see a city that have things like what you just saw, you have to be careful. The power of formation battle watchtowers are very high. They are used to stop enemies from attacking.
Usually, they can only be seen in larger cities.
I hadn't expected such a small city to have 36 of them.
It's just 36 of them. We have this many people, one charge, and we can take it down, the subordinate objected, unconvinced.
Charge? The head smiled coldly.
Don't cause trouble for me.
The other side is much stronger than our people.
Don't look down on those 36 formation battle watchtowers. That thing's expensive.
Even if we sell ourselves, we won't be able to trade for one of them.
That expensive? The subordinate's eyes widened as he gaped.
Very expensive, the head said.
Think about it.
Right now, we are worried about Ling grains every day, but the other has the ability to build formation battle watchtowers.
Is there a need to fight? No one spoke.
This comparison was simple and straightforward, able to be comprehended at a glance. In Little Mountain Jie, everyone was in a half-starved state. The rarity of Ling grains were something every faction had to face.
If they don't lack for Ling grains, can we buy some Ling grains from them?
The subordinate suddenly asked. The head stilled, and thought. He was right. The other had the ability to build such a city, they shouldn't lack for Ling grains. In Little Mountain Jie right now, even if you had the Jingshi, there was no place to buy Ling grains. Just at this time, several people were seen flying out of Golden Crow City. They were extremely fast, arriving in front of them in a short while. There were 4 people, the leader a male Shio that was both tall and thin. Beside him were 3 guards dressed in golden armor. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the exaggerated fire-red broadswords the golden armor guards were holding. The 3 Shioja were completely enveloped by the golden armor as they stood coldly. The head's heart shook. He could not see the true power of these 3 golden armor guards, but the presence and faint viciousness that spilled out made him smell danger. This one is Bowie, the main manager of Golden Crow City's businesses.
Bowie made an elegant bow.
Ever since he had followed Boss, what he had done was watch over the stores. Now, it was finally time for him to go back to his old profession. At this moment, his tears almost streamed over his face.
Bowie?
The head felt that this name was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it.
However, he didn't let the puzzlement stay long on his face, and filled it with a smile. Nice to meet Manager Bao. The people noted down the name of this city, Golden Crow City. My apologies. Bao Yi's expression made everyone's hearts tense. Detecting expressions were basic techniques that every businessperson had to learn.
As one of the best, Bao Yi naturally had great skill. His expression was indifferent, but he was very satisfied inside. Before, he had only been a little black market dealer. Now, he could cause such a large crowd of Shioja to feel nervous. This batch of Shioja was about 500 or so people, and could be considered a significant faction. He felt satisfied, but he didn't want to ruin his first business transaction. He put on a friendly smile. Due to our city being too small, it cannot hold everyone.
You can set up camp outside the city. All fighting is restricted within 20 li of the city. If you would like to camp inside this area, you will need to pay a fee, and we will direct you to an area to camp. You can also choose to set up camp outside this 20 li area, and not have to pay any fee. Also, our city has a market inside. It will have many surprises for everyone. If you have any needs, our city will open every day at sunrise, and close at sunset. We will do our best to provide services for everyone. When the head heard such formal words, he thought inside that this was truly a large faction. Look at the mannerisms, the composure. They were even so skilled in demanding Jingshi, to the point you couldn't get angry. Swallowing, the head said, "What do you take in trade?"
Little Mountain Jie was extremely chaotic, all kinds of order had collapsed long ago. Many factions traded in all kinds of weird things. Jingshi 3rd grade and above is accepted. Also, to provide convenience, we have specialized conversion services. Acceptable materials are those 3rd grade and above, talismans and jade scrolls need to be 4th grade and above.
Hearing this, the head was even more shocked.
Look at that, they only take in jade scrolls and talismans of 4th grade and above. In their group, there were only 2 4th grade talismans. Compared to the other, they were so poor they were practically beggars. His heart feeling even less confidence, his voice became smaller. then we will camp outside the 20 li.
The friendly smile hung on Bao Yi's face. No problem.
He then handed the head a paper crane, saying, if needed, you can contact me at any time.
Everyone, you have had a long trip, I will not disturb you, goodbye.
Finishing, he bowed courteously before taking the 3 golden armor guards and flying back to the city.
When Bao Yi left, this head instantly asked, who has Jingshi?
There were many that kept some, but the total was pitifully small.
At this time, a subordinate reminded him, head, don't we have a batch of white bone stone? We can sell to them.
The head hit his head.
Right.
White bone stone was shaped like white bone, hence the name. It was a rare 3rd-grade material.
Instantly feeling that his wallet wasn't so empty, the head instantly was lively. And, we will go look around the city tomorrow, and see what things we can buy.
At this time, the subordinate suddenly remembered.
Boss, I remember now. Remember what?
The head turned his face.
Bao Yi. This subordinate said. Bao Yi is a black market dealer.
He had went to Nanshang village, but the chief elder of the outer hall had enmity against him.
Don't you remember?
At that time, you even told me to never go to him to buy anything so the outer hall wouldn't hold a grudge against us.
I remember. After this reminder, the head instantly recalled it. It seems he caught on to a big tree this time, and struck it rich.
The owner of this city is really daring to not even give face to the outer hall.
Boss, say, could it be that it was this group that did Nanshang village?
The subordinate said in a quiet voice. The head shook and jumped in fright. He instantly reprimanded in a low voice, don't speak nonsense.
You can't say these things, you can be killed for this.
Yes.
The subordinate's face was slightly pale as he nodded continuously.
Waving his hand to push the subordinate to the side, the head couldn't help but think. For some reason, what the subordinate just said whirled through his mind like a ghost haunting him.
Had it been this group who did that?
Before today, he had never thought there could be any faction in Little Mountain Jie that could be this powerful.
Even the outer hall couldn't compare.
Everyone had already discussed in depth what happened at Nanshang village, and had come to a consensus.
The attacking side's abilities were not smaller than the outer hall. If it really was them.
The more the head thought, the more scared he was. It was fated that he would have a sleepless night.
Golden Crow City, Zuo Mo worked as he asked, how was it? Bao Yi stood respectfully at the side. They don't seem to have too much Jingshi. No problem, Zuo Mo said, we can loan them some. Loan? Bao Yi was very shocked. Then wouldn't it be unprofitable for us?
Loan it to them, and they can then sell to other people.
Zuo Mo clearly had great enthusiasm towards Jingshi.
He even stopped doing his work and snickered. As long as there is Jingshi to be earned, they will work harder than anyone else.
But what if they take the stuff and run? Bao Yi said, full of worry. What are you afraid of? Zuo Mo was unconcerned. Where can they run to? They won't run. Here, they can continuously make Jingshi. Seeing Bao Yi was going to speak, Zuo Mo waved his hand and said. Even if we lose, it won't be a lot.
Other than making Jingshi, it is more important to sell the black processing meditation mat.
Bao Yi was confused. With the black processing meditation mat, do they still need Ling grains? Zuo Mo asked. They don't need it.
Bao Yi shook his head. That's the point, Zuo Mo patiently explained. If they don't need Ling grains, they will not be controlled by Clear Sky Sect. In the future when we are fighting Clear Sky Sect, they would not be pressured to help Clear Sky Sect.
This is more important to us. Jingshi is much easier to get than Ling grains.
If Clear Sky Old Forefather comes, they wouldn't dare, Bao Yi said.
A single Jindan ruling Jia, have you ever heard of it? Zuo Mo asked. Then he answered his own question, I've never heard of it. Why is everyone so afraid of Clear Sky Sect?
It is not Clear Sky Old Forefather, but the Ling grains. Without the threat of Ling grains, everyone will think, I can't defeat you, but you can't do anything if I stay away from you.
I don't need your help.
In other words, Little Mountain Jie is still a cage, but inside the cage, people won't have to worry about their cultivation collapsing in the short term, Zuo Mo said.
No one likes Clear Sky Sect.
In the short term without the threat of Ling grains, they won't help Clear Sky Sect when we fight against Clear Sky Sect.
Bao Yi finally realized and then asked, will they help us?
If we get rid of Clear Sky Sect, it would be a benefit to everyone. No, Zuo Mo's answer was clean.
You aren't giving Jingshi to them, why will they help you? They also have to consider, what if we are defeated?
They still have to stay in this cage.
Bao Yi was silent.
He knew that boss wasn't wrong, but for some reason, he was slightly disappointed by this answer.
Zuo Mo knew Bao Yi's emotions and comforted. It's alright, we hadn't been planning on depending on them in the first place. We rely on ourselves. And, boss, I know what to do.
Bao Yi nodded his head firmly, an undetectable cold light flashing in his eyes. His heart was full of enthusiasm for battle. As a successful black market businessperson, he decided to use the truth to tell them why he could establish himself in the black market, and the difference between black market businesspeople and normal businesspeople.
It was all one word. Black. Translator Ramblings, Zuo Mo brings his own unique perspective of the state of Little Mountain Jia.
It is not the complete truth, nor is it completely accurate, but I guess that Fong Xiang's skills shine through here as he is able to keep the plot happenings and the perspective of the main character separate yet have them join together when necessary. Zuo Mo's ignorance is deliberately written and it is a long journey to see him enlightened. It is also deliberate, but I still find it ironic that Zuo Mo's running into trouble because of Ling grains considering his profession as a Ling plant farmer.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 280, Prelude. Chapter 280, Prelude. Outside of Nanshang Village.
They definitely would never expect that we would return. Lei Peng looked at the newly rebuilt Nanshang Village, his bearded face snickering. The other people all had strange expressions. No one had expected that Lil Miss would sneak all the way to Nanshang Village. However, they were full of enthusiasm about destroying the enemy's main base again. Everyone was drooling while staring at Nanshang Village, howling as they charged at Nanshang Village. Hopelessness floated on to the faces of the enemies.
Golden Crow City.
We have all kinds of talismans for all types of shouja, the offensive type, the defensive type, the supporting type.
You can see them all. A good talisman can save your life at a critical moment, and they are not expensive.
This is a special product of our city, 4th grade Golden Crow Fire.
I think that I don't need to introduce this. If you have enough Jingxure, we can provide you with an unlimited amount.
Of course, something as good as this needs a price suitable for it. What you see right now is a top-secret talisman, Black Processing Meditation Mat. When you possess this, you do not need to worry about relying completely on Ling grains.
What? You don't believe me? Oh, I can understand. No matter, what can be more effective than personally experiencing it? Out of consideration for our customers, we provide trial service. Please come with me. You do not have enough Jingxure? Oh, I need to consider this. You know that all of our merchandise are good items that are in high demand.
No shouja would be able to refuse this Golden Crow Fire.
Black Processing Meditation Mat, oh, this definitely is in Mighty Talisman. Yes, it is not outrageous to use Mighty to describe it. It can help you get rid of your reliance on Ling grains. Oh, so it's like that. I can understand your difficulties. Since you are so sincere, we can both move back a step.
You can first borrow a batch of merchandise from our city, but it will not be a huge amount. I trust that you have the abilities to quickly sell all of it with your power. We will not interfere with how much you sell it for. I feel that the large profit involved is enough for your purchasing power to quickly increase in a short time. But considering that we do not have a history of cooperating together, you need to provide a guarantee.
Anything can work. I see that your 4th grade flying sword appeared very good.
Oh, a gentleman will not take another's items.
Since it is so meaningful to you, then this one will not demand it.
Then we only have one option, a lean through people.
You only have to provide 100 people as collateral. We will have a great relationship.
When the head came out of Golden Crow City, he shook his slightly inflated head.
That slender bamboo rod really knew how to talk.
Those good items still seemed to be swaying in front of his eyes. The cold wind that blew against his face cleared his mind.
Looking at the faraway mountain peak, he took a deep breath. He knew an outrageously good opportunity was in front of him.
If he could catch this chance, his strength would quickly go up a few levels.
Shu Long carefully listened to the voice that came out of the necklace.
However, the person who was speaking this time seemed to be arguing with someone.
They can only cultivate Mo, they can't do what the Yao do.
Shu Long was very familiar with this voice that was always slightly scornful. It was this one that had taught them how to cultivate. Boss subordinate was so mysterious, he had never shown his true face.
However, he didn't dare interrupt. This Darren's temper was not good. Oh, you aren't wrong. The boy is even more outrageous now. We can't let him continue to be so smug. We are people of status. Okay, we can try what you suggest.
Listening to this Darren talk to himself, Shu Long perceptibly stayed silent.
Shu Long, the necklace passed through the Darren's call. He hurriedly responded, "This one is here.
From today onwards, the cultivation plan is being changed."
Yes.
Shu Long did not argue or object.
They would cultivate whichever way Darren said to. Before this, they didn't know anything about cultivation. Darren listed all the places that needed to be modified in detail.
Shu Long noted all of them down.
When he met places he did not understand, he would ask for clarification.
Pu Yao clearly was very satisfied with Shu Long's attitude, but he still added, "Oh, you need to supervise them.
With your turtle speed, when will you even cultivate to an acceptable level?"
"Yes,"
Shu Long seriously answered. "Especially that Crow Fiend Mo killing formation, you need to rehearse it well." In the tunnel, Zuo Mo wiped the sweat off his forehead, a satisfied expression on his face.
The four sides of the tunnel had to be carved with formations to create a complete formation. The amount of work Zuo Mo had to complete this time was vast. The 9 formation belts interlocked together, each of them with a 4th grade formation as the core, and 13 3rd grade formations set up in the perimeter. 9 4th grade formations, 117 3rd grade formations.
He almost didn't even dare to think about it.
But he still gritted his teeth and started. If he couldn't charge out of here, he would die in here sooner or later. He had struggled greatly when setting up these formations. Every day, his ling and spiritual power were greatly exhausted. However, his labor hadn't been wasted. He had finished 1/3 of it. Thinking about it, he felt it was impossible. He had never completed so much before. Releasing a long breath, the golden threads of fire flying in the air were as mischievous as pixies and flew in front of him. In the firelight, he looked at the female Shio nearby. She stood there motionlessly like wood. There was a mask on her face again. Zuo Mo had reforged a black mask for her. Her eyes were gray and empty, only flashing with the purple light when she was fighting. This woman who was covered in mysteries. Looking at her, Zuo Mo's thoughts wandered.
"Who are you?"
He shook his head hard and threw away these stray thoughts. Right now, he needed to think how to finish the big formation. For him, he had never thought of such a large formation belt before. From the planning to fruition, it had been all completed by him. Every time he thought of it, his blood heated up. When GE gets this done, what heroes pass, what sect Jinji, all of that is nothing. He gathered 120% of his mental effort and went back to his work. In the forging division, Sun Ba wiped away the sweat and said with a grimace to Ji Wei, "Boss pace is too astonishing, we really have it hard."
Ji Wei could only grimace along. "What can we do? I don't know if boss is made out of metal or something. We forged so many parts, he shouldn't be so fast even if he was eating them." The two could only grimace at each other before bending down to forge. Gongsun Sha looked at Nanshang village under his feet that had been once again turned to ruins, his face expressionless. He knew this was only the start. It was like a war that had just started. The following battles would be their true test. "Darren, where are we going now?" Xia Shan asked with anticipation.
He was totally won over by this head who was much lower in cultivation than him. Boss and Lil Miss ages were not high, but why were they so strong? Supposedly, they were disciples of the same sect. It was very rare to see such strong disciples at such a young age. The ambush this time was not as fierce as last time, but this kind of discipline style made Xia Shan feel very good inside. In such a short period of time, everyone had made such large improvements. He felt it was incredible when he thought back. The other people looked towards Lil Miss with anticipation. When Lil Miss personally led the troops, he would always give them unexpected surprises.
Didn't they create cadet halls? Pick one to start with.
Gongsun Sha's face had a rare cold expression, his tone murderous.
This group of battle maniacs instantly became excited.
Only a rare few realized the abnormality of the mission this time and from Lil Miss' unusual attitude. They looked at each other.
Was the final battle going to start?
Skywater Jia, a grand yard filled with grass and ling beasts frolicking about. In the very center, there was an ancient copper diffuser as high as a person. Beside the stove, there was a middle-aged Shioja sitting cross-legged on a meditation mat, surrounded by the smoke. Suddenly, a paper crane flew out of the sky and landed in front of the middle-aged Shioja. The middle-aged Shioja opened their eyes, and looked at the paper crane with a surprised expression. He hurriedly opened the paper crane. After carefully reading it over, he sank into deep thought. After a while, he raised his head. His finger flicked and a sword light flew out. Shortly after, a female Shio flew in front of the middle-aged Shio, and bowed slightly. "Why has Darren summoned me?" The female Xiao wore deep red Ling armor, her features pretty and her mannerisms restrained.
Do you know the situation of Little Mountain Jie? The middle-aged Xiaojia asked solemnly. I know some.
Oh, speak. Little Mountain Jie is managed by Clear Sky Sect presently. After the Yao army passed through, the Ling energy there has withered. Many Xiaojia have become trapped inside because the Clear Sky Sect blockades the Jie River. The female Xiao paused slightly. The 100 Flowers Alliance and other sects have relationships with Clear Sky Sect, and have made private transactions.
Clear Sky Sect's guts isn't small. The face of the middle-aged Xiaojia was slightly heavy.
It looks as though they want to turn Little Mountain Jie into their own private property.
Who's the leader of Clear Sky Sect right now? It is Clear Sky Old Forefather.
That old man, the middle-aged person said with a smirk. There naturally will be people to sort him out.
The female Xiao did not speak and waited silently. The middle-aged person took out a token and threw it to the female Xiao. Go pick 200 people to go with you to Little Mountain Jie. With this token, that old person will not block you. What is this subordinate's mission?
You only need to accomplish one matter this time, the middle-aged Xiaojia said.
Stars in daytime appeared in Little Mountain Jie. You will go investigate this matter. Stars in daytime?
The female Xiao had a shocked expression. Yes, it has also appeared once in Sky Moon Jie.
There is most likely a connection between these two occasions.
You have to pay special attention to those Xiaojia that escaped from Sky Moon Jie to Little Mountain Jie.
If we find this person, what should I do? The female Xiao, bowing. Bring them back. The middle-aged person said. I understand. Translator ramblings, the title says it all about this chapter. Bao Yi's sales tactics are truly devious.
I would call him a snake oil salesman, except what they are selling are actually effective in what they are said to do.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.
Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 281, Gradual Advance. Chapter 281, Gradual Advance.
Nanshang Village had been destroyed again. This was like a peerlessly loud slap that landed heavily on He Xiang's face. He Xiang felt a rush of blood rush up his throat and he almost fainted. The expressions of the other elders were also terrible. They had achieved great victories recently, and saw the hope of survival. But at this time, they were hit over the head with a stick.
Who? Mother ****ing who?
An elder lost control of his emotions, and shouted at the top of his lungs.
It definitely is that group. It has to be them. The crowd was furious.
All of the elders were like a pack of wolves that were pushed to the precipice, their faces red as they breathed heavily. He Xiang steadied his mind. He tried to calm himself down.
He raised a hand and stopped the shouts of the elders, saying, we need to retaliate. A hard counterattack.
Old Forefather is watching at us.
All of Little Mountain Jie is watching us. If we are so easily defeated, no one will listen to us again.
Old Forefather will lose his last thread of patience, and we will be finished.
Catch them. Defeat them. At any cost.
He Xiang gritted through his teeth.
The final battle has started. This is our final battle. This battle will determine if we live or die. No one spoke.
The eyes of every elder were red, their faces twisted.
Jiwei and Sun Bao carefully entered the tunnels. Their eyes uncontrollably looked at the complex formations on the walls of the tunnels with intoxicated expressions.
They were like unworldly country bumpkins that had entered the city for the first time, feeling as though their eyes were not enough to take in the sights.
Their gasps occasionally rang out in the silent tunnels. Look at this, it can be interlocked like this.
Jiwei pointed at a place, and praised. I don't know what is inside Boss' head that he can think of a solution like this.
Yes. Sun Bao replied, but his gaze didn't bear to move away. Boss learning in formations is growing deeper.
Oh, I feel that Boss might be able to get a formation Grandmaster medal to play with, Jiwei said. Boss won't be interested. Sun Bao got a hint, and contentedly shifted his eyes away.
What use is that formation Grandmaster Jade medal to Boss? Will Boss depend on it for his meal ticket?
We should probably get some so that we won't end up without the qualifications to be Boss assistants.
Look at these formations, they are as beautiful as a picture. There's nothing to say about Boss' skill with fire. I say that if Boss forged, we could only be his assistants. Think about it, how old is Boss? Hearing this, Jiwei nodded emphatically. You are right. We need to work on the little group of brats. AI, it would be great if they had half the talent of Boss. Sun Bao smiled scornfully and said, half of his talent, don't dream.
We aren't young people, but have you ever seen someone as monstrous as Boss? Heavens, he isn't a person. He built this Golden Crow City by himself, and used fire forging methods. You might not have noticed, but I was dumbstruck on the spot. Ji Wei nodded with empathy. Yes, I was also stunned. Even with all of us assisting, we almost didn't manage to keep up the supply. I didn't sleep well any of those days in fear we couldn't keep up. Boss's fire paper technique, TSK, it is a pleasure to see. I didn't want to move away. Sun Bao snickered. Everyone is the same. Who has seen such wonderful fire forging technique? It is enough to scare me to death. And those formation battle watchtowers. 36 towers. Mother we're lucky Boss is boss. If it was any other person, everyone else would lose their meal ticket, but with the city, and the formation battle watchtowers, our Golden Crow City is probably unique among Little Mountain Jia, Jiawei said, full of pride. Of course. Sun Bao also had a proud expression. He looked around, and then lowered his voice to say, but from what I see, Boss might not stay in Little Mountain Jia. Look at these tunnels, this formation belt. It is very big. Other than Jin Dan, I can't think of anyone who needs such preparations. Ji Wei was silent for a moment before saying, in any case, I'm planning on going with Boss. I'm not young anymore, I see the world clearly. There's nothing to say about how Boss treats us. As to the other, life and death, I'm too lazy to think. Your words are wasted on me, Ji Wei said unconcernedly. No one among us will run now. If any of the brats dare run, watch me break his legs. I'm confident in Boss. Just this Little Mountain Jia cannot trap Boss. Then why are you saying this? Ji Wei glanced at the other out of the corner of his eyes. Sun Bao said excitedly, aren't you excited? We are going to deal with a Jin Dan. Jin Dan. Ji Wei rolled his eyes, and said rudely. You're a pretty old person, why are you still so childlike? Quick, stop wasting time. We need to deliver this to Boss, he's waiting. You aren't excited at all? Jin Dan, that is a Jin Dan. Oh, very excited. You aren't excited at all, how can you not be excited? You? Since you have this much energy, go back and forge some more black processing meditation mats. The slender bamboo almost can't meet the demand. Bowie looked at the mountains of tincture and materials in the storeroom and his face blossomed. Boss was right. The domino effect was really too fast. After that head had left, several more group of Shioja had arrived shortly after. Some people had bought black processing meditation mat from others, and then came in search of more. Others were just passing by. They had to thank the outer hall. As the outer hall pushed forward, the Shioja along the way continued to retreat and run. Consequently, many Shioja would pass by Golden Crow City. Every Shioja that passed by would gape when they saw Golden Crow City, so shocked they would almost drop from the sky. And what the city was selling made everyone go crazy. The appearance of the black processing meditation mat was a great explosion. The number of people that came to buy black processing meditation mat every day was so much they had lined up. It wasn't realistic for each person to buy one. Usually it was a group and they would buy a few dozen each time. About 3 people would share a single mat and could satisfy their daily needs. However, the direct result of the black processing meditation mat was the jinsher that everyone had thrown to the side before increased in value. With the black processing meditation mat, jinsher was equivalent to ling grains. Many Shioja couldn't bear to use jinsher to purchase, and mostly traded using materials. So all kinds of materials flooded towards Golden Crow City, causing Bao Yi to increase the standard for taking in materials. Bao Yi's face was flushed, his mind excited. He had been a black market dealer for so long, but had never done business like this. What he was selling now would directly change the situation of Little Mountain Jia. He felt so happy he was going to faint. The supply was not keeping up with demand, and gave him enough space to express black to its limits. Talismans, materials, jinsher. We'll take them all. Expensive? Oh, very sorry, we don't have discounts. The feeling of richness that he never had before took over his entire body. His life like this, what else could he ask for? The sky was dark and bloody, the ground was barren. This was a certain place in bloody sky metropolis Jia. A troop of Yao camped surrounding a spring that looked like fresh blood. This was a blood spring. Blood springs were frequently seen in bloody sky metropolis Jia. For Yao Ma, blood springs were very good places. Yao could use it to calm their energies, and Mo could directly consume the spring blood to recover their strength. But for Shioja, blood springs were a terrible place. The closer it was to the blood spring, the more brutal and restless the Ling power was. The spring blood of the blood spring was also a fatal poison for Xiuzhe. If Xiuzhe under Jindan came into contact with the slightest bit of it, they would be poisoned. If they were not careful, they would die. This troop of Yao was about 1,000 people. How far away are we from Little Mountain Jie? The leading commander asked. About 15 days of travel, his vice commander hurriedly said. Suddenly, a bead on the bracelet on his wrist lit up with a blue light. He made a light sound. Blue hyacinth. Orders from the Elder Council. He took down the bead glowing with blue light and threw it onto the ground. Pia. As the bead landed, it burrowed into the ground. Quickly, a blue plant grew with speed visible to the naked eye, flowered, and produced fruit. From beginning to end, it took just 2 breaths. The blue fruit produced a faint blue mist. The mist moved and roiled, forming an old face. Sir Tianshang, after the discussion of the Elder Council, you have been commanded to move your division at the fastest speed possible to Little Mountain Jie, take over and hold the Jie River of Little Mountain Jie to Sky Water Jie, and are not permitted to fail. Yes. Tianshan gravely responded. Pa, the mist dissipated. This blue hyacinth quickly withered and turned to dust. With a gust of wind, nothing was left. Send the order down. Gather immediately to travel, Tianshang said gravely. Yes. The vice commander hurriedly followed the order. Tianshang was still thinking over the order just now. In all the military orders of the Yao military, only the orders from the Elder Sect could use blue hyacinths. In other words, this order had come directly from the Elder Council. This kind of situation was extremely rare, and the first time he had encountered it. Something definitely had happened in Little Mountain Jie. Even though they had not rested for long, and everyone had not recovered from their exhaustion, the good discipline of the Yao military was fully expressed now. They quickly packed up. Little Mountain Jie, travel at our fastest speed. Dongcheng idly stretched out. It was very hard to be able to live such an idle life in Little Mountain Jie. He was secretly proud of his perceptiveness. As the first faction to submit to the Outer Hall, he became the example, and was put in charge of the first cadet branch of the Outer Hall. The first one of the Outer Hall. He narrowed his eyes, and enjoyed the sunlight falling on his face. Just this name was enough for him to have a good life in the future. Even though each month's jobs were not light, but it was a great improvement over his past life. Oh, he had to make a request for a batch of Shio slaves from the main hall. Suddenly, a subordinate stumbled into the yard and shouted in panic, Darren! Darren! It's not good, it's not good. Dong Cheng's dream was disturbed, and he was very discontent. He furrowed his brow. What are you panicking about? I haven't died yet. It's not good. Darren! It really isn't good. Say, what isn't good? Dong Zhang was even more discontent. He decided that if this guy couldn't mention a great matter, he would punish the other well. Someone has attacked us, . My ass. Dongcheng snorted. In Little Mountain Jie, no one dares to come to our outer hall to. His voice suddenly stopped, his body freezing as he looked dazedly at the sky. In the sky, a troop was looking down at them. Suddenly thinking of something, Dongcheng's face was drained of blood in an instant, his limbs went cold. Translator ramblings, I wonder if Zuo Mo knows that he can gain a formation's jade medal, he's only ever focused on getting the Ling farmer one, so I wonder. If this was a time of peace, he would be making loads of jingshi. As the chapter title says, this will proceed gradually. Patience is needed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 282, Fire Sickle Rock. Chapter 282, Fire Sickle Rock. It wasn't the first time Rong Wei came to Little Mountain Jie, but when she saw how damaged Little Mountain Jie was, she was still shocked. The house guards that came with her were also shocked. Clear Sky Sect isn't really a good thing. Look at Little Mountain, what have they done to it? Someone muttered. Yes, they will be punished by the heavens. Is the Marquis going to move against Clear Sky Sect? Don't guess randomly. Listening to the mutterings of her subordinates, Rong Wei did not speak. Her mind was slightly unfocused. After a moment, she refocused. She hadn't seen Clear Sky Old Forefather. The Marquis token had been presented, and they were let into Little Mountain Jie. She could clearly feel the nervous mood of Clear Sky Sect. She heard that someone had encountered something. Had something happened again in Little Mountain Jie? The incident of stars in daytime in Sky Moon Jie had disturbed many people at the time. She knew that the Marquis had paid special attention to the matter. Even though she had been brought up by the Marquis from childhood, she rarely saw the Marquis so concerned over a matter. The origins of the Marquis were deep and mysterious. She had never seen him attend to the major matters that occurred in Sky Moonjia, but for the first time, she had seen a grave expression on Marquis' face concerning the stars in daytime. This was the second time, and was also due to the stars in daytime. There were many jade scrolls and old records in the Marquis compound. Growing up from childhood in the compound, Rongwei's knowledge was much wider than the great majority of Xiuzha. She knew a bit about what stars in daytime meant. She felt slightly puzzled. The impression that Marquis usually gave her was that of an idle person. She couldn't help but feel nervous that he was so concerned about such a matter. She focused, and slowly said, "Let's go." The compound guards instantly closed their mouths. Miss Rome was not of Marquis' legitimate line, but in terms of favor, she was first in the compound. Also, Miss Rome had not failed the Marquis teachings, and was outstanding in all areas since childhood. It was just that she rarely left the compound, so her reputation was not known. The compound guards, regardless of their experience, were all respectful when they saw her, and didn't dare to do any posturing. Rongwei's head started to hurt. Where should she start investigating the stars in daytime? Jiang Hao looked at the most wanted list and drooled, "Big brother, we are going to get rich now." The other people also showed undisguised greed. Jiang Wei was also swallowing hard, but he was calmer than his younger brother. Whenever he thought of that strange and terrifying female Xiao, he would sink into deep terror. "Don't forget about that female Xiao." His voice was hoarse. The surroundings became deathly silent. Terror was imprinted on everyone's eyes. After seeing that silent massacre, 3 among them had their cultivation collapse due to long-term terror. The wails before their death still seemed to echo in their ears. The flames of greed in everyone's eyes were doused by a bucket of cold water. Jiang Hao shook. He forced a smile and said, "The one that will go find them is the outer hall. No matter how powerful the female Xiao is, she is just one person." His voice became increasingly light, and his face increasingly pale. "No matter how many the benefits are, we will need to live to experience them." Jiang Wei's eyes were bloodshot, and he said gravely, "Since the outer hall is searching for them, they will be able to find them. The collision between the two sides is beneficial to us. Maybe we can even leave this damned place." "Brother, you think too highly of them," Jiang Hao said with a forced smile. "It's not that I think highly of them, but I hope they can do it," Jiang Wei sighed. The other people were silent. In Zuo Mo's vast tunnels, the surroundings were filled with formations. His heart was excited. Finished. He finally finished. To set up such a large formation just with his power, he had enough to be proud of. Thinking it over, working day and night, only he knew how difficult it had been. Starting from when he began building Golden Crow City, he had never truly thought he could finish it. The increasingly tense situation was like an invisible whip continuously urging him to be faster. When it truly was finished, Zuo Mo felt he was in a dream. "Is this real?" He suddenly turned and asked the female Xiao. The female Xiao didn't seem to hear and didn't respond. Zuo Mo snickered and was not concerned. He muttered to himself, "Please don't let this be a dream." In this period of time, his consciousness had improved greatly, his skill with fire deepening with every day so that the later portion of his work had been completed quickly. With his previous skill level, it wouldn't have been possible to complete such a vast project without using the better half of a year. Pu Yao hadn't lied to him this time. He had improved greatly through the entire process of building the city, so much that even he was shocked. The jade metalhead had entered third maturation. What excited him the most was that his consciousness had grown more than 3 times. Right now, he felt as though he was a basin of water, with so much water that it was almost overflowing. His consciousness probably wasn't far from a breakthrough. He also had a feeling that if his breakthrough could succeed this time, the degree of improvement would be very large. Looking at the surroundings, Zuo Mo was suddenly filled with confidence. Even if what he was facing was a Jin Dan, right now, there was only one thing left to do. Zuo Mo didn't tell anyone the work had been completed, but the first person who felt the effects was Baoyi. The supply of black processing meditation mats couldn't keep up with demand. Baoyi felt proud, but also frantic. Yet suddenly the production of black processing meditation mat increased dramatically. He perceptively realized what had happened. Only if Boss did not require any supplies on his side, then the people of the forging division would be able to put all their effort into making black processing meditation mats. Of the 2 most famous products of Golden Crow City, one was Golden Crow Fire, the other was black processing meditation mat. Other than the batch that Baoyi deliberately held back, the remaining Golden Crow Fire had all been sold. Only Boss could make Golden Crow Fire. Now that no one could find Boss through the day, who had the time to hope he could produce Golden Crow fire, but Golden Crow City only sold one product now, black processing meditation mats. The wondrous ability of the black processing meditation mat spread throughout Little Mountain Jia like it had wings. Countless shoujo flooded from all areas towards Golden Crow City. In a dusky mine shaft, Lil Pagoda floated in the air like a dutiful supervisor as it directed those puppets to continuously work. The abnormal change had frightened the timid Lil Pagoda half to death. Even though Zuo Mo had not scolded it, it still expressed an attitude of fulfilling its duties well. This caused the production of Jingshi and or recently to grow dramatically. The cheer on Bao Yi's face had grown even more. Suddenly, a copper puppet stopped what it was going, looking dazedly at the strange item in front of it. Lil Pagoda instantly detected the abnormality, and hurriedly flew over. It was a bright red rock that exuded a strange presence. Lil Pagoda tilted its head and looked with puzzlement at this piece of red rock. Zuo Mo instantly received the information Lil Pagoda passed over and rushed over, since Lil Pagoda was connected to Zuo Mo. This rock is strange. Zuo Mo went over and tapped it. The red rock was the size of a table and appeared like a piece of red jade, spreading threads of warmth. However, what was most unique was that it contained strong vitality. If one came close, they could make out the sound of a heartbeat. Was this something alive? Zuo Mo felt it was so fantastical. After circling the rock and thinking hard, he couldn't think of what this red rock really was. Puyao, what is this? Zuo Mo ran over to ask Puyao. Puyao sat in front of the gravestone and resting, acting as if he was ignoring Zuo Mo. Seeing Puyao's state, Zuo Mo understood that this guy was in a mood. However, he had long forgotten what he had done. A real man could bow and scrape, GE will endure. Zuo Mo piled on the smiles. Puyao, you are a honored Sky Yao, what are you doing holding a grudge against a little character like me? Go, oh no, if this little brother has done something wrong, please have tolerance. Puyao's eyes were still closed, and there was no movement, but Zuo Mo noticed that Puyao's spine had straightened slightly. It worked! Puyao, you are a millennia-old Sky Yao. The breadth of your mind, the composure, it is as wide as the sky, as deep as the ocean, your knowledge, your... Okay. Stop with the flattery. Puyao's expression was impatient, but the smile at the corner of his mouth revealed his pleased mood. Zuo Mo mocked him inside. As expected of a 1,000-year antique. He bent under just this little bit of flattery. He piled on a fawning smile, some guidance? Puyao gave a light cough before slowly drawling. It's not embarrassing that you haven't seen this before. There aren't many shoujo that have seen it. This is fire sickle rock. After absorbing the essence of moon and sun for a long time, it has borne an intelligence. If nothing had changed in Little Mountain Jia, this piece of fire sickle rock would just be an earthly treasure about 5th grade. Then now? Zuo Mo perceptively asked. Presently, the Ling energy of Little Mountain Jia has withered, and the power of the chaos has risen. But since this piece of fire sickle rock has an intelligence, it couldn't absorb Ling power, so it absorbed the power of chaos instead. Zuo Mo didn't understand. Power of chaos? Chaos is the originator of all power. No matter if it is shoujo, yao or mo, power comes from chaos. But because everyone walks a different path, the result is completely different. What Yama do is to go with the flow, while shoujo chose to resist. The Ling power of the shoujo is a natural enemy to the power of chaos. You mean he became a Yoma? Zuo Mo pointed at the rock and asked with shock. Become Yao. Puyao was clearly smug. There is a fire Yao being nurtured here, but before it comes out, I don't know what kind of fire Yao. The intelligent souls of flora will become Yao, the intelligent souls of wild beasts will become Mo. If you throw Ling beasts into a place like Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia, and after corrosion by the power of chaos, it will become Mo. Zuo Mo was slightly disappointed. So it's just a Yao, then shouldn't I kill the Yama? Puyao's face instantly became black. Who are you killing? Zuo Mo shook. He remembered the guy in front of him was a Sky Yao. He smiled, joke. He then said, I'm just too disappointed. I thought I dug up a treasure, and didn't expect it was something useless. Who says it is useless? Puyao was clearly slightly excited. You just don't know it. Treasure, even if it was put in front of you, you won't recognize it. Then what is the use? Zuo Mo hurriedly asked. Puyao closed his mouth and made a proud posture. Zuo Mo wasn't tricked. He took out a flying sword from the ring, and moved it to the fire sickle rock. If I can't use it, I can't let other people have it. So let's kill it. Seeing the situation, Puyao said, Fire Yao isn't too different than your Ling beasts. You can use some of its abilities. Oh, so that's it, but I don't know how. Just drip blood. Once Pu Yao finished, he knew he was tricked. As expected, Zuo Mo cheerfully turned the flying sword and swiped across his finger. He squeezed out a drop of blood onto the fire sickle rock. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo has learned. Threats and flattery used together. Pu Yao lost this round. Wandering Gummy of Doom pointed out that what the Yao did in corrupting the Ling veins creates more Yao. It's not a bad strategy if you think about it. It's essentially colonizing the place, but I'm not sure that there are that many potential 5th grade materials lying about. Poor Jiang Wei, he has to root for the person who defeated him. I think Fong Xiang is using him as the voice of the other Xiuzha. If Jiang Wei, who fought Zuo Mo before, is, reluctantly, rooting for Zuo Mo, there is definitely other people out there doing the same. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 283, Lil Fire. Chapter 283, Lil Fire. The red light of the fire sickle rock exploded forth, and the temperature rose drastically. After a while, the red light started to flicker, and with a light sound, a burning flame rose out of the fire sickle rock. The flame was extremely hot. Zuo Mo was slightly shocked. Right now, his jade metal head was in 3rd maturation, but he could just barely tolerate such a high temperature. If it was a normal Xiuzha, they probably would have to activate their Ling armor to hold up. Such a powerful fire. A copper puppet was unable to avoid it and started to melt. Zuo Mo stared at the burning fire sickle rock. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice passed into his mind. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Even though he could not understand, but Zuo Mo could feel the closeness and joy it passed on. He couldn't help but grin. The vitality coming from the fire sickle rock inside the flame became even stronger. He could clearly feel something alive inside it. After burning for 2 whole hours, the fire sickle rock suddenly split from the middle. A red shadow shot out rapidly. The fire shadow suddenly stopped in front of Zuo Mo. He finally managed to see this fire Yao. It was the size of a fist, shaped like a ball of fire as it continued to chirp. It happily flew nimbly around Zuo Mo. You'll be called Lil Fire. Zuo Mo made up a name on the spot. Lil Fire seemed to understand and was even happier, chirping continuously. Lil Pagoda was curious and timidly came over. Lil Fire was not shy, and quickly started to play with Lil Pagoda. The pagoda and fire flew quickly in the air as they chased after each other. Zuo Mo's mood was very good. The scene in front of him made him feel very warm inside. Even if Lil Fire didn't have any spells, he felt it was alright. After a while, a grey figure flashed into the cave like lightning. It was Silly Bird with Lil Black on top of her head. She elegantly reached out with her bird claws and gently landed on the ground. When Lil Pagoda saw Silly Bird, it was even more excited. It took the little brother it just met and ran in front of Silly Bird. Lil Fire circled around Silly Bird in curiosity. At this moment, Silly Bird was like a big sister. She used her long bird beak to nudge Lil Fire. Lil Fire was like a rubber ball as it flipped through the air. It became even more excited and chirped. Seeing the little ones interacting harmoniously, Zuo Mo was even happier. The only thing that caused discontent was Silly Bird. From the moment this one landed, she didn't even look at him properly. This brat! Zuo Mo gritted his teeth but couldn't do anything. He didn't know what had happened, but she was even faster than his flying sword. He couldn't do anything to her. What are you playing around for? Go work! Zuo Mo blared at Lil Pagoda. Lil Pagoda, that was playing happily, instantly withered, dejectedly directing the puppets to start mining. Little brat, dare to fight against GE. Zuo Mo left in satisfaction. When Zuo Mo left, the 4 little ones gathered together again as they chatted. Lil Black quickly climbed down from Silly Bird's head, moving its short legs like a wisp of black smoke to quickly circle around the cave, its antennae waving. After a while, it stopped on a piece of rock in the cave. It waved its antennae at the other 3, and then flipped its short legs, running off the rock. Silly Bird made a small jump and spread her wings. With a fierce flap, a sharp howl suddenly sounded inside the cave. Like a flash of grey lightning, it struck the rock that Lil Black had pointed out. The hard rock was like a piece of tofu as Silly Bird pierced through it like a sharp arrow. A large hole appeared in the rock. After a while, a grey shadow flew out of it. Silly Bird stopped in the air, shook off the shards of rock, and resumed her elegant composure. Lil Fire chirped and turned into a thread of fire, burrowing into the deep cave that Silly Bird bored out. After a while, countless threads of fire crisscrossed in the cave like a red spiderweb. After a while, Lil Fire wavered drunkenly as it flew out of the cave. Rumble rumble. Large pieces of rock continued to fall like it was raining. In a moment, the tunnel was filled with pieces of rock. Lil Pagoda happily turned in the air, and the copper puppets instantly leapt over. After a short while, the ore was piled up in mountains. The four little ones started to play again, the cheerful chirping of Lil Fire echoing in the tunnels. The third cadet hall. Lei Ping smacked his lips. Hee, Lil Miss is serious this time. Nian Lu took out a mirror, and combed his bangs that had been blown into disorder by the wind. He said, "It's a pity there aren't any female show. Without their furious shouts, I'm really not used to it. Such a waste of the beautiful scene that is I." Lei Ping ignored him and said, with Lil Miss personality, since he decided to act, he definitely wouldn't be hitting the cadet branches just to vent. "Who do you think that we are going to attack next?" There were many people that also had the same question as Lei Ping. Xia Shan was one of those. Ma Fan held a stalk of grass in his mouth as he lazily laid on the ground. "If it was me, I'd hit the reinforcements." "The reinforcements?" Xia Shan had a thoughtful expression. As the two most offensively powerful people of Vermilion Bird Camp, their relationship had gradually deepened. Ma Fan had many ideas. After being the core for a while, his perspective when looking at a problem was very different than normal Shouja. We've attacked so many of their cadet halls, the outer halls certainly wouldn't rest. They will definitely send people to attack us. Ma Fan had a thoughtful expression and said, "We don't have many people. If we end up surrounded by the enemy, our days will end. We need space, we need to continuously pull along the enemy so we have opportunities." Xia Shan's eyes lit up, clapping his hands as he praised, "Right. This way, we will slowly consume the enemy." Ma Fan smiled and said, "We can think of it, how can Lil Miss not think of it? Don't worry, I'm not sure about other places, but there definitely is no one in Little Mountain Jia that can defeat Lil Mississippi." "Ha," Xia Shan said with a smile, "that's true, dot. How long do you have until Jindan?" Ma Fan suddenly asked. "I don't know, but I feel that I will break through soon." "As expected, combat is the best training," Xia Shan said with a smile. "After Jindan? Where are you going?" Ma Fan said with slight gravity. "You don't need to feel me out," Xia Shan smiled and said, "I'll definitely still follow boss. Actually, I'm slightly curious." "Curious about what?" Ma Fan asked. "I'm curious how far boss can really go." Xia Shan looked into the distance. "Just because of this? I don't believe it." Ma Fan shook his head. "Of course that isn't all of it. I've gradually come to understand just how much I'm worth. Boss is a pretty good boss, and I feel that boss has a good future." Xia Shan listed with his fingers, talented, hardworking, humble. Most importantly, young. Way too young. It's the first time I've met such a powerful person. Boss origins are probably not as simple as we think. Adding on Lil Miss, and the band of brothers we have now, it's nothing to just conquer a territory and live a good life. He laughed self-mockingly. "I've been the leader before, it isn't easy being the leader. I feel that it is pretty good right now, I get all my benefits, I don't have to worry about any problems, and can do anything that is needed. My progress in this past half year is more than the progress of the last 3 years combined." Ma Fan didn't speak, but his expression lessened. "Don't worry, I guarantee that the none of the brothers now will leave." Xia Shan's voice was filled with confidence. Ma Fan chewed the grass stalk and made a sound of acknowledgement. Suddenly, a sharp bugle call sounded. "Let's go, it's time to work." He Xiang was extremely busy. He hadn't had good sleep in these days. He hadn't expected the mysterious troop that suddenly appeared behind him to be this slippery. He had sent a troop to kill them, but after 2 days, he received the unexpected news that a cadet hall was destroyed. With anger, he sent out another troop. The other's movement was hard to predict. After a few days, another piece of news came through. A cadet hall located extremely far away had been massacred. After that, every 1 to 2 days, he would receive the bad news that a certain cadet hall had been destroyed. The news seemed to spread through Little Mountain Jia like it had wings. Their progress instantly became much harder. The factions that had thought of submitting to the outer hall started to hesitate. The outer hall could not be stopped, but clearly, that mysterious troop also could not be stopped. The news that the cadet halls were attacked spread through all the cadet halls. Each hall had prepared, but they could not stop this mysterious force. From this, it was possible to see the power of this force. But the factions couldn't bear to surrender the territory that they had won through hard work. If they lost these territories, and they were swallowed by the outer hall, they wouldn't have any leverage to negotiate. These factions instantly found it hard to advance or retreat. As the advance of the outer hall met resistance, the pressure on He Xiang and the others' bodies increased heavily. We need to find their base. In the time of 10 short days, He Xiang seemed like a completely different person. His entire face was shockingly thin. It definitely isn't the matter of a few days to train such a strong force. If we can find their base, then they will definitely be forced to go back. At that time, we can surround them. But we've searched for so long, and there hasn't been any news. An elder said. Just at this time, an elder suddenly stumbled in. I found them. I found them. All the elders abruptly stood up. Where? What place? All of you, shut up. He Xiang shouted sharply. Instantly, everyone obediently closed their mouths. In this short period of time, He Xiang had successfully built up his authority. It truly wasn't luck that the old forefather had picked him. The elder that charged in was flushed and extremely excited. Let me first show you something. He Xiang suppressed the irritation inside. A black meditation mat was placed in front of everyone. The elders hurriedly came over and examined it. They all recognized good things, and instantly saw the trick. All of them inhaled sharply. They weren't dumb. This little meditation mat was a decisive influence on the situation of Little Mountain Jia. This is a talisman produced by a place called Golden Crow City. I probably don't need to introduce the abilities. Golden Crow City is at the Skystar Peak. After a group occupied it, they built a city. Everyone couldn't help but inhale sharply again. Built a city. I'm not sure who the true master is, but Elder He is definitely very familiar with their chief business manager. He Xiang's expression changed. Who is it? Bao. The elders' faces instantly became strange. He Xiang's face instantly became heavy. According to the Xiozha, they once saw a troop leave Golden Crow City at night. Less than 1,000 people, the elder said, so that's why I suspect it is them. Now, all the Xiozha in the Jia are moving there. If we don't defeat it soon, if this meditation mat continues to sell, our future days won't be easy. Everyone's expression instantly became heavy. He Xiang stood up, his expression vicious. Attack Golden Crow City. Translator ramblings, some of you have jumped way ahead in your guesses by about 30 chapters or so. Zuo Mo gets a new pet and doesn't know how smart his little compatriots are. But he probably doesn't have the time to worry about how much Jingshur he is losing. They are getting their revenge on Zuo Mo by denying him Jingshur and materials. I'm just going to add when Pu Yao said 100 well-trained Ningmai, he means well-trained to his standards. While Vermilion Bird Camp is pretty strong compared to everyone else, they have been training for less than a year, and Gongsun Cha has said before that from war chess, he knows it takes multiple years for an army to be trained and have preliminary combat experience. That might be for Yama, but it may also apply for Xiozha. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 208-4, Great Formation. Chapter 208-4, Great Formation. In an enormous and deep pit, Zuo Mo continuously dug down. The hole above his head seemed to be palm-sized. The depth of this place was 50 zhang below ground level. The pit was about 1 zhang in radius. The female Xiao stood nearby. Looking up, the height of 50 zhang was enough to make one feel suffocated. Suddenly, Zuo Mo stopped his movements, a surprised and joyful expression on his face. Let's go up, he said to the female Xiao. Even though the female Xiao couldn't hear, but he still said it. Then he started to fly up, the female Xiao followed closely behind him. As he flew up to the entrance of the hole, Zuo Mo stopped and took a deep breath. With all his power, he punched out a sky glass wave. A glass-like fist brutally entered the pit and smashed heavily on the bottom. Boom! Bright red lava sprouted out, continuously sprouting up like an ancient wild beast released from its cage. From far away, Zuo Mo was still able to feel a burning presence rush against his face. The deep red lava would occasionally spit out flames. Facing the power of nature, Zuo Mo's expression couldn't help but change. If he accidentally got caught by the earth fire, unless he had Jindan cultivation, his bones would not survive. Other than shock, joy also made its way onto his face. He pulled the female Xiao as he kept on flying up. The lava finally reached the surface. This place was the core of the big formation Zuo Mo had set up. The deep red viscous lava slowly flowed. As it flowed into the tunnels, the formations on the walls of the tunnel started to light up. Zuo Mo finally could not stop himself from showing a smile. He had succeeded. Finally succeeded. Right above his head, Golden Crow City suddenly lit up in the night. Countless golden lights like golden fish leaping against the current flew into the sky above Golden Crow City. These small golden energies spread and gathered above Golden Crow City. All the people in Golden Crow City were alarmed by such a loud change. They all walked out of the buildings, raising their faces to look at the golden energies covering the sky, but the shoujo that were skilled in formations all changed expressions. They could occasionally see the shadow of formations in those golden energies that swam like fish.
Was this some powerful formation? This was so unfathomable. They didn't know what kind of formation could create such a world-shaking apparition.
The large factions that had camped outside the camp were also disturbed.
What is that? Is it some treasure coming out of the ground?
In the dark of the night, Golden Crow City's lights grew dramatically. It was covered in a blinding golden cage of light like a sun against the black sky. Such vast craftsmanship.
On a mountain peak, a bearded middle-aged person sighed with shock.
Beside him was a stocky large male.
How so?
The large male asked.
This city most likely is hiding a very powerful formation.
This presence clearly is the scene that occurs when a large formation has just formed. When we entered the city yesterday, I had found that the materials used in the city are extremely special.
Darren definitely cannot guess it, the middle-aged person said with a smile.
Oh, what kind of high-level material did it use? The large male was slightly curious.
It is just the opposite of what Darren is thinking. The bricks used in the city are just normal bluestone.
How is it possible? The large male paused and then shook his head. If bluestone can create such an impenetrable city, Little Mountain Jia should be covered in cities. Haha, it is bluestone, but this bluestone has been forged in Golden Crow fire.
The middle-aged person grinned.
So that's why. The large male finally understood.
Admiration floated onto the face of the middle-aged person.
This person is very clever. Even though the city is small, the method he really used is forging methods.
Forging methods? Did he think of Golden Crow City like a talisman?
The large male was stunned again.
Exactly.
All of Golden Crow City is covered in formations.
All of the buildings are connected into one entity by formations.
It forms a situation where all of them prosper or fall together.
During the day, the sunlight will form a pillar of light and enter the city. Has Darren noticed it? Is there something about that too? The sunlight contains slight amounts of Golden Crow fire which is continuously absorbed by Golden Crow City.
Over time, this city would become even purer.
Isn't this a forging method?
The eyes of the middle-aged person flashed as he sighed in praise.
The daylight is good, but it requires time.
This city master clearly cannot wait that long.
If I am not wrong, he should be using earth fire to temper this city.
This is why this subordinate calls it great craftsmanship.
Using earth fire to temper this city? The expression on the large male's face was slightly stunned.
After a beat, he shook his head and said, I hadn't thought that such powerful people were hiding in Little Mountain Jia.
Someone this powerful.
If I just let them slip by, I am not satisfied.
What does teacher think, can we hire them? The middle-aged man shook his head. It is good that Darren is desirous of those with virtues.
However, I see that this person already has his own power.
He actually has battle generals. His origins are probably not simple. Even more, Darren's command posts have been filled. If we get him, where shall we put him?
Hearing this, the large male paused for a while before sighing.
Darren doesn't have to be sorrowful, the middle-aged person comforted.
Our sect's power is vast and full of resources.
We only need Darren to first establish himself in the sect. It is not difficult for Darren to find talented people. This time, the sect leader's intentions of nurturing Darren is evident through sending Darren to investigate the affairs of Little Mountain Jia. Darren only has to complete his duty. There is no need to feel frustration over one person. Teacher is right.
The large man's expression turned normal.
Then anger was evident on his face.
Clear sky old man is too daring, he dares to ruin a Jia so, he doesn't want to live. What he had seen on the way here was peerlessly cruel.
Now that the news has spread, his days won't be easy.
The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a cold light. It is retribution that his disciple was killed. This one speculates other factions will soon enter. The large male suddenly said.
Do you think that it might be the people inside that killed Huang Zhuguang?
He pointed at Golden Crow City. The middle-aged person paused, and then his mind moved.
It is possible. However, this doesn't have much to do with us.
He thought, and said as he shook his head, we have our business to attend to.
The appearance of stars in daytime is a rare opportunity for Darren. Darren's luck is not bad.
They had been sent to investigate the matter of the Yao army appearing in Little Mountain Jie, and to find the Chaos Rift. They hadn't expected to encounter the apparition of stars in daytime in the middle. But we do not have any results even now, the large male said helplessly. We can proceed slowly, rushing does not help. The middle-aged person also had no solution. Little Mountain Jie had become a mess. The unprecedented moves that the Outer Hall has made in the sudden rise of Golden Crow City had caused the two to become the most popular topic of Little Mountain Jie. All kinds of information were continuously passed out. Only 1/3 of the Outer Hall's cadet halls still remained. Not 2 days after that, they heard that mysterious troop had successively defeated 3 troops of reinforcements the Outer Hall had sent out. The Xiuzha that had been defeated and fled all described the power of this troop. The fear still lingering on their faces became the most convincing evidence. The news quickly spread, and the Outer Hall, in complete reversal of its usual attitude, gathered its power and advanced continuously towards Golden Crow City. Those that had the slightest smarts instantly realized the connection between the mysterious troop and Golden Crow City. The factions positioned between the two forces quickly relocated behind Golden Crow City's location. Everyone was waiting to see the clash between the two major factions. The clash this time would be the clash between the two strongest factions of Little Mountain Jie. Nothing more had to be said about the Outer Hall. Even though they had lost 3,000 people, but they still had an enormous troop of more than 7,000 people. This enormous troop was like a juggernaut. All factions that dared to resist in its path were crushed under them completely with the weight of Mount Tai. Golden Crow City leapt into view. In tens of days, it had jumped to become an existence just below the Outer Hall. Golden Crow Fire, Black Processing Meditation Mat, the 36 Formation Battle Watchtowers, and the mysterious troop had caused Golden Crow City to become the center of Little Mountain Jie. Golden Crow City seemed to not feel the pressuring steps of the Outer Hall. It still was furiously selling Black Processing Meditation Mats. This also caused it to become an essential stop for the Xiuzha that were retreating. Everyone did everything within their abilities to buy Black Processing Meditation Mats. Black Processing Meditation Mats might be expensive, but compared to Ling grains, it had too many benefits. In the midst of it all, many factions suggested they could help defend the city, but Bao adeptly refused them. This caused everyone to be even more curious. After they bought the Black Processing Meditation Mats, they didn't leave, but set up bases behind Golden Crow City. Looking from far away, it was not possible to see the end of the densely packed Xiuzha behind Golden Crow City. Half of all the Xiuzha of Little Mountain Jie had gathered here. They wanted to personally see this rare clash between titans. The result of this clash would directly relate to their future life. Privately, about 8/10 of the Xiuzha favored the Outer Hall. The terrifying power of 7,000 Xiuzha combined made everyone fearful. Even if that mysterious troop belonged to Golden Crow City, but their numbers were too few. They could be used to harass, but they were not able to be significantly effective, especially with Clear Sky Old Forefather, a Jin Dan, standing guard. They were just curious how long Golden Crow City could withstand the Outer Hall's attack. But contrary to everyone's expectations, the Outer Hall started to slow down its advance. While the speed of the army's advancement slowed, the pressure only made them feel more suffocated. Those that had some knowledge understood the Outer Hall was resting up and preparing for the final battle. Golden Crow City still performed business as usual. Many of the Xiuzha behind the city were sighing. If Golden Crow City really landed in the hands of the Outer Hall, it really was good for them. No one could determine how much wealth Golden Crow City really had, but the items definitely were piled up in mountains. Black Processing Meditation Mats were not cheap. Golden Crow City was the wealthiest place in the present Little Mountain Jie. After opening the flow of earth fire, Zuo Mo became idle. Half of his heart had landed when the formation was finished. A big battle was coming up, but he was not panicked, instead he acted calm and casual. When each person saw Boss was so composed, the nervous atmosphere instantly relaxed to the highest degree. Everyone's enthusiasm quickly grew. As long as Boss was here, they didn't have to worry about anything. Zuo Mo flew to the Formation Battle Watchtower. The 36 Formation Battle Watchtowers had become the busiest places. The eastern and western camps were nervously training before the battle. They were all clear they were the main force in the battle to defend the city this time. Each person was rubbing their hands and furiously trained. If they performed well, they may even be promoted to Vermilion Bird Camp. That was the place that everyone in the eastern and western camps yearned to go into. This battle was their best chance. Zuo Mo exchanged a greeting with the commanders of the eastern and western camps, and flew to the highest level. He had come this time to look at the lightning sonic walnuts that had been nurtured in the Formation Battle Watchtowers. Translator ramblings, we're getting closer and closer. This is like the sword test conference. Fong Xiang needs to put down preparations before the fight. Some more people have arrived to look at the spectacle, and even more people have come for the stars in daytime.
Zuo Mo, do you know how much Jingshi is being spent to search for you?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 285, Comprehensions Gained from Forging. Chapter 285, Comprehensions Gained from Forging. Sonic Lightning Walnuts, 4th grade, hard, righteous, and breaks evil.
Before this, Zuo Mo didn't have many 4th grade materials on his hands, and did not understand much about 4th grade materials. The amount of jade scrolls and old records that talked about 4th grade materials were pitifully few in places like Sky Moon Jia and Little Mountain Jia. 4th grade materials were so valuable that normal people rarely were able to even see them. Only sects with some power could use them for practice and gain experience. Wu Kong Sword Sect clearly didn't number among these sections. Zuo Mo had memorized many jade scrolls, but there were just a few phrases that related to 4th grade materials, and most of them were vague. As the amount of 4th grade materials on his hands increased, he gradually learned some things. The biggest difference between 4th and 3rd grade materials were in their formations. The natural formations on 4th grade materials were of higher level, more complete and complex, than that of 3rd grade materials. Zuo Mo didn't know if the predecessors of Xiuzha had learned formations from materials, and only sighed at the wonders of creation. The forging skill level of a Xiuzha could be said to be a measure of the degree the Xiuzha could activate the natural formations of the material. The formation techniques of 4th grade talismans had a close connection with the natural formations of materials used. After being nurtured by hard lightning in this period of time, the sonic lightning walnuts looked like rotten silver, its surface carved with pits and grooves. It was heavy in his hand, even with its volume having shrunk. However, it was covered in the light of dense blue lightning, so to hold it Zuo Mo had to use his Ling power to cover his palm. When he inspected it, he instantly felt the lightning element inside.
Zuo Mo gaped. This sonic lightning walnut was something good, but it was very dangerous.
If he wasn't careful when forging, it could explode and easily harm him. He recalled Pu Yao had suggested he use the method Farine fire beads to forge the sonic lightning walnuts.
However, he had been so busy previously he hadn't thought about it.
After some thought, he seemed to understand. Pu Yao would never do anything meaningless, but what he suggested didn't always work. There were many methods listed in the Yin Fire Bead chapter to forging fire beads.
Zuo Mo was always astonished by the variety of Yin fire beads. Due to being unable to find a Yin fiend ground, he couldn't make Yin fire beads, so he had thrown the jade scroll to the side. Now that his knowledge was far better than before, he had a completely new experience when he reread the jade scroll. Gradually, a sliver of understanding formed.
The most important part of the Yin fire bead creation methods was a place he hadn't noticed before: it must be forged with Yin fire. Yin beads had an attribute of Yin, so the forging fire had to be Yin as well. The stalagmite fire Zuo Mo had before was Yin. Technically, when the attributes were the same, the two should feed off each other and gradually merge into one entity. The most wondrous part of the Yin fire bead chapter was that it could let the two stay in a kind of semi-merged state, the most explosive state.
Zuo Mo was intoxicated with such a wondrous transformation.
He didn't know how the elder who had created the Yin fire bead had thought of such a wondrous spell. If he was to use the Yin fire bead method to forge sonic lightning walnuts, then he needed to use purely Yang fire.
It was perfect for Zuo Mo.
The golden crow fire on his hands was one of the best of pure Yang fires.
However, he needed a help.
Sonic lightning walnuts were 4th grade, and were much higher grade than the Yin beads he had created in the past. Zuo Mo's mind suddenly moved. He thought of Lil Fire and Lil Pagoda. Lil Fire was a fire Yao, and Lil Pagoda had all 5 elements in one body, and could control fire. He was connected mentally to Lil Pagoda.
When his mind moved, Lil Pagoda knew.
In a short while, Lil Pagoda led Lil Fire to fly to the formation battle watchtowers. Silly Bird also followed with Lil Black. When Lil Fire flew into the formation battle watchtower, it floated around in the air like a fire-red ball, playing happily by itself.
Lil Pagoda was at the side silently listening to Zuo Mo talk. Zuo Mo took out more than 10 mini boxes from his ring.
These were the golden crow fires that he had especially held on to. The rest had all been sold. Golden crow fire was not difficult for him to gather, but he didn't have the time right now. Lil Fire, who had been flipping in the air, suddenly froze. When it saw the mini boxes, it instantly gave happy chirping sounds. It turned into a fire wisp and leapt at the mini boxes. There was a smell of flame that came from inside it and was a fatal attraction for Lil Fire. Zuo Mo didn't stop it, and saw it swallow all the mini boxes in one gulp. He instantly gaped, his hand frozen in the air. After a while, he recovered. The first thought in his mind was, this was another glutton. Lil Pagoda wasn't angry, and skipped around Lil Fire. The round body of Lil Fire instantly became even rounder like a red bubble. Suddenly, a fingernail-sized gold star appeared on its forehead. However, upon closer inspection, Zuo Mo couldn't tell if it was Lil Fire's forehead. This guy was way too round. He stared at Lil Fire for a while. Nothing seemed to happen to Lil Fire. Lil Fire continued to cheerfully chirp and play with Lil Pagoda in the air. Lil Pagoda would use the tip of the pagoda to poke Lil Fire, and Lil Fire would nudge Lil Pagoda with its round body. The two little ones clearly were having fun, causing Lil Black's antennae to wave in the air as it watched from the side, wanting to join in. Zuo Mo stared tightly at Lil Fire. There still wasn't a change. After playing for a while, Lil Fire noticed Zuo Mo staring at it, and gave a cheerful chirp. It flew into Zuo Mo's embrace, and snuggled around. Zuo Mo reached to grab this guy. The round body was really like a bubble, warm and soft. However, Zuo Mo clearly was not moved by its fawning. Reaching to grab Lil Fire, he dangled it in front of his eyes, and squeezed Lil Fire into all kinds of shapes, gritting through his teeth. Little brat, you swallowed that much golden crow fire, but there's no change? Do you know how many jingsher that was? You ate so much jingsher with one gulp. Lil Pagoda's body shook and it silently started to float away. Lil Black, that had been wanting to join in the fun, suddenly stopped moving its antennae. The calmest one was Silly Bird. Zuo Mo's rage could not be stopped. He had originally planned on giving Lil Pagoda and Lil Fire one each, and hadn't expected this guy to clean him out with one gulp, and not even leaving the boxes behind. Can you breathe fire? Zuo Mo said, full of killing intent. No? You don't know how to breathe fire? You dare to not know? Do you know how much jingsher? Lil Fire hurriedly spat out a little wisp of flame on his hands. You do know how to breathe fire. Zuo Mo's face instantly became curious, and he put Lil Fire in front of him. He inspected it carefully, speaking to himself. You don't have any orifices, where did you breathe it out? Lil Fire's fleshy body instantly froze. Lil Pagoda instantly raised its eaves to cover its face. The entire pagoda was bright red like a cooked shrimp. After studying for a while, Zuo Mo still didn't have any results. He decided to not waste any more time. He really was grasping at straws when he had hoped this crowd of gluttons could be of help. He should never have any illusions about these gluttons. Zuo Mo's heart was bleeding. So much jingsher was gone. The four quickly left for the mine as though they were being pardoned. Zuo Mo decided to do it by himself. However, he didn't dare to experiment on the formation battle watchtower. If he wasn't careful, the entire tower would be bombed into dust. He picked a third-grade lucky cloud from the stores, sat on it and slowly floated into the sky. The lucky cloud was extremely soft like cotton. Basically no one except hedonists used it. Compared to ling beasts and flying swords, its flying speed was too slow. However, there were some high-grade lucky clouds that were extremely fast, like the famous flying nimbus. Among 5th-grade steeds, its speed was in the top 10. The lucky cloud might be slow, but there was a benefit. It did not need to be controlled to stay afloat. This ball of lucky cloud was the size of his palm. When it was thrown out, it instantly grew to about 10 zhang in radius. It could hold many people, so the female Xiao stood at a distance not far from him. Zuo Mo ignored the dense populace of Xiaojia that were camping on the mountains. With the formation battle watchtowers and the female Xiao present, he didn't have to worry about people interrupting his forging. He took out the sonic lightning walnut, spat out the golden crow fire, and started to forge. The most important part of the Yin fire bead forging was to freeze the state of the Yin bead and the Yin fire in the instant before they merged. In front of Zuo Mo, a thread of golden crow fire enveloped the sonic lightning walnut. After 2 whole hours, the golden crow fire finally removed the layer of hard lightning on the exterior of the walnut and revealed the true seed of the sonic lightning walnut. After another hour, the creased surface of the silver walnut started to show signs of melting. The silver liquid flowed slowly along the patterns of the walnut. The thick lightning element made Zuo Mo's heart beat rapidly as though he was on thin ice. 4th-grade materials were as extraordinary as expected. Zuo Mo's mind was deeply immersed in this forging process, but it was also a rare chance for him to learn. Both the golden crow fire and the sonic lightning walnut were rare 4th-grade materials. When the two merged, they gave rise to many changes, most of which he had never seen before. The natural formations on the sonic lightning walnut were continuously broken in the forging process and reformed like pieces of wooden blocks, forming new pictures. Some were formations, some were nonsense patterns. Forging needed the Xiaojia to choose and experience the changes in the formations. Different Xiaojia would gain experience through different changes, to comprehend different things, but the underlying nature was the same.
Without this kind of experience, no matter how deep their cultivation was, how abundant the Ling power inside their body was, one still could not break through to other stages and would still be small and weak. Zuo Mo was immersed in this mystical world. The feeling of walking on thin ice slowly disappeared, and he forgot himself. The flickering of the golden crow fire in front of him suddenly slowed as though a wild stallion had been tamed. The sonic lightning walnut also changed rapidly. The walnut patterns that had covered the surface disappeared. It was entirely smooth like a perfect silver ball. Threads of golden crow fire burrowed into the silver ball and beautiful golden patterns started to float into the surface of the silver ball. The number of gold patterns increased like a golden vine furiously growing along the surface of the sonic lightning walnut. Zuo Mo suddenly opened his eyes, the sonic lightning walnut falling into his palm. The golden patterns on it were complex like flowers that covered the surface of the silver ball. It seemed like a normal silver ball without any of its presence exposed. Translator ramblings, the outer hall is, on their way. Very confident and unhurried. They have the advantage of numbers and the backing of the most powerful local person. I'm not going to touch what happened with Lil Fire, but I do pity it for having ended up as Zuo Mo's pet in this chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 286, Arrival. Chapter 286, Arrival. Rongwei watched the troop disappear into the horizon. Her heart was filled with shock that she could not voice. After personally watching the entire battle, this troop of 600 or 700 people had left a deep impression on her. The knife-sharp charges had caused her to momentarily think of turning and fleeing. There was no challenge in the entire battle. It ended in an extremely short amount of time. This troop was like a keen blade that dismembered the enemy in moments. Yes, other than dismembering, she could not think of any other descriptor that could express the scene she saw. Their opponent had been a troop of 1,000 people. The compound guards next to Rongwei stared in disbelief with gaping mouths at the empty sky. The scene just now had given them too much of a blow. The unstoppable and keen charges pierced their hearts like a bolt of lightning. The 1,000-man troop had seemed to be made out of papier-mâché. With one clash, they had shattered into pieces. Rongwei had never thought that when the howls and sharp presences of sword energies gathered together, that it could be so spectacular, so soul-stealing. Even they, the spectators, felt their scalps prickle, their limbs cold. What must it like to be the troop that was facing such a terrifying scene directly? No one laughed at the troop that was defeated. How could there be such a strong troop in Little Mountain Jia? Even in Skywater Jia, there were only 1 or 2 troops that were said to be at such a level. Head, there are people following behind us, Xie Shan said to Gongsun Cha in a low voice. Many of the people in the troop had noticed a troop of people following behind them. However, they were not worried, just slightly curious. After fighting for so long, people who saw them fight all fled with the wind. It was the first time they saw someone who followed them like this. Gongsun Cha looked back. Oh, go ask. Xie Shan admonished himself for being chatty. Wasn't that finding more work to do for himself? However, since Lil Miss commanded it, he could only fly towards that troop. Truthfully, Rongwei's heart was also very insecure. If the other unreasonably charged over to kill without any cause, they could only flee. However, she noticed that the other side didn't seem to be obsessed with killing, and hadn't pursued their enemies who had fled. She was really too curious about this troop. She was very learned, and naturally could see the bones of an army in this troop. She knew very well that building an army was not a simple battle. The members had to be picked with thought, there had to be skilled members, and there were enormous expenses. There were many sects in Skywater Jia, but only 2 had an army. She had followed the Marquis for many years, and knew the Marquis had had the notion for a long time. However, he struggled with the problem of manpower. The only people that had the abilities to build an army were battle generals, but only large sects had the abilities to groom battle generals. The compound guards under her command looked like the elite, but if they were compared, the difference was instantly visible. Rongwei's eyes were not ordinary. She could see the average power of the troops Xiuzha wasn't as high as the compound guards under her command. But if the equal numbers of people were fighting, the ones to die first would be the compound guards. She actually wanted to see if she could hire this battle general, or hire this entire troop. But she knew that it was a fantasy. It clearly had been some time since this troop had formed. A sect that didn't have some power wouldn't be able to support them, but since they had been raised, then the sect supporting them definitely had power. The possibility of hiring them was minuscule. One reason that she had given the order to follow was curiosity. The other reason was that she was clear that such a strong troop definitely was a significant power in Little Mountain Jia. Even if she could not recruit them, it wasn't a bad choice to partner up with them.
Hadn't she been puzzled regarding the question of how they were to investigate stars in daytime? If she partnered up with such a strong faction, it would be much easier to accomplish. But the compound guards did not know Rongwei's thoughts. Each of them were shaking in their boots, preparing to take Rongwei and flee at any second. Suddenly, someone from the troop up ahead flew towards them. The compound guards instantly became nervous. Rongwei's heart settled down. What she was most worried about was the other would kill without asking any questions. Since the other had sent someone over, then it meant she had the room to speak. "Who are you? Why are you following us?" Xia Shan asked. Rongwei bowed and said, "We are disciples from Skywater Jia's house of Marquis Wu, and have come with an order to investigate the stars in daytime in Little Mountain Jia. Is it possible to travel with your division? It is for safety. This is a small token of our appreciation, please take it." She took out some pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. Xia Shan looked at the Jingshi on her hands but did not take them. He nodded and said, "I'll report the request for you." Finishing, he turned and went back to the troop. "To travel with us?" Gong Sun Cha was slightly surprised. "Or does she want to pursue one of us?" Lei Ping snickered. At the side, Nian Lu shook his bangs, and followed up, "Who else other than me?" Everyone ignored them. Even Zhong Ru couldn't bear to look at them. How had he been on the same team as these two clowns before? So embarrassing. "That's what she said, and they are from Skywater Jia's house of Marquis Wu," Xia Shan continued. "Which of you have heard of them?" asked Gong Sun Cha. "We are all country people, who's been to Skywater Jia," Ma Fan mocked. "What do you want to do?" Xia Shan gazed at Gong Sun Cha. "We don't have the time to tangle with them." Gong Sun Cha shook his head. "Such a pity, that is a great beauty." Xia Shan's tone was slightly teasing. Gong Sun Cha glanced at him and Xia Shan instantly shut up. "Do not provoke Lil Miss, otherwise, their outcome would be very tragic." A paper crane suddenly flew out of the sky and landed in Gong Sun Cha's hand. Opening the paper crane and taking a quick look, Gong Sun Cha's expression changed slightly. The paper crane was passed quickly onto the hands of other people. Everyone's faces became grave. No one joked, no one wasted words. The mood instantly became tense. The Vermilion Bird Camp instantly organized their ranks and raced with their fastest speed to Skystar Peak. Rongwei looked with astonishment at the troop that disappeared at the horizon. What was this? The compound guards all released a breath. They had been scared half to death. A compound guard carefully said to Rongwei, "Miss, they've gone away." Rongwei woke from her trance and responded, "Follow them." The compound guards that had just released a breath instantly grimaced. Rongwei ignored them and flew out first. The other people could only follow helplessly. Zuo Mo opened his hand, and a lightning bullet twirled in his hand. This was the Yang Fiendish Hard Lightning that he was so familiar. Yang Fiendish Hard Lightning required using the consciousness to manipulate the sparse lightning power in the air to form hard lightning. Due to the unique method, the hard lightning created was both extremely young and hard. Zuo Mo was extremely familiar with this move now. With one thought, the hard lightning would form. He continued to gather hard lightning, and then beat it to smithereens. He was experimenting. The process of forging the sonic lightning walnuts was very successful. He had comprehended some methods for hard lightning, and hoped to merge these understandings into the spells that he knew. Yang Fiendish Hard Lightning was his primary attack move. It was faster than Skywave Fist and was extremely powerful. The only flaw was that there was a lack of variation. When Zuo Mo had comprehended those hard lightning formations, the first thing he thought of was Yang Fiendish Hard Lightning. Continuously adding comprehensions to spells was something every Xiozha had to do. This was also why disciples of the same sect would practice the same spells, but the results were different. Each person had different comprehensions, and the road they walked was naturally different. The lightning bullet continued to change in his palm. Suddenly, a net with a small mesh size covered all of Zuo Mo's palm, and then it suddenly turned into a lightning arrow. The lightning arrow suddenly dissipated and turned to countless tiny lightning snakes. The snakes suddenly gathered and turned to a lightning bird. Gradually, Zuo Mo felt he had gained greater control. The hard lightning on his hand seemed like a part of his body and could change according to his thoughts. Zuo Mo quickly judged the quality of each change. Hard lightning heavily leaned towards offense and seemed to have almost no defensive power when it turned to a lightning shield. When it became a lightning arrow or spear, it was unstoppable. The other attribute of hard lightning was that it was extremely quick. It probably was one of the fastest of all the spells. Hard lightning was hard and ferocious, and extremely hard to compress. Zuo Mo had tried all he could, but could not condense the lightning power even more. It was possible to see the value of sonic lightning walnuts from this.
The amount of lightning power contained in sonic lightning walnuts was so much one couldn't imagine it. After forging, the power of the sonic lightning walnuts had increased. Zuo Mo was full of anticipation about its power, but he didn't test it as he couldn't bear the loss. Zuo Mo suddenly opened his eyes. Looking into the distance, a cold smile came onto his face. He controlled the lucky cloud to slowly land in Golden Crow City. Once he landed, he stored away the lucky cloud. Zuo Mo's calm and unflustered state resolved some of the nervousness of the Xiuxia in the two camps. Everyone, pay attention.
They have come, Zuo Mo shouted out.
Everyone's hearts jumped.
However, they had already prepared for battle, and lined up neatly. The lights of the formation battle watchtowers started to light up one after the other. The city gates slowly closed. All of the noise inside the city instantly disappeared. The Xiuxia behind Golden Crow City also noticed it and started to shift.
The outer hall has come. The outer hall has come. It's going to begin. Everyone, careful. If you see the situation isn't right, start running.
Ha ha. I've never seen something as big as this is really broadening my vision. The noise of the surroundings passed around. The middle-aged person, the large male, and their group also flew into the sky. Infected by the others around him, burning desire for battle lit up suddenly in the eyes of the large male, and a slight blush came onto the face of the middle-aged man.
Who had ever seen such a large-scale battle before? You have to watch closely. This is a rare chance. Just a little bit will be enough to greatly benefit you, the middle-aged man lectured the guards around him. The large male knew the middle-aged man was actually reminding him. However, he was staring fixedly at the distant horizon.
A large dense patch of black dots appeared on the horizon like a black cloud, and slowly flew over. The noisy Xiuxia all simultaneously inhaled sharply, the sky completely silent.
As the outer hall neared, everyone's faces couldn't help but pale.
7,000 Xiuxia gathered in the sky like a flood that could not be stopped as it rolled forward. It was not very fast, but the pressure that came with it made the people feel suffocated. It seemed to be using this method to show its power to destroy everything.
Translator ramblings, normal people have prelude and then action.
We have prelude, follow-up to prelude, a chapter on fun ways to, unknowingly, torment your newborn pet, and finally, more outside perspectives before, introducing.
Lil Cliffy.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 287, Cloud Formation Silk. Chapter 287, Cloud Formation Silk.
As the army came closer, the Xiuxia on the formation battle watchtowers shifted, but quickly calmed down. The sun disappeared into the thick clouds, the sky darkened, and the air filled with the scent of death.
Zuo Mo shook his head. In the end, the eastern and western camps were too inexperienced. Gongsun Shidi hadn't put his focus on these two camps.
The two camps lacked greatly compared to Vermilion Bird Camp.
He raised his hand and threw out the Buddha sound hoop.
As the golden Buddha sound hoop flew, it rose into the sky above Golden Crow City and turned into a shining sun with numerous golden threads that dangling down tied onto the 36 formation battle watchtowers. Upon the golden thread were countless golden rings. The Buddha sound hoop had been tempered by Golden Crow fire and hard lightning. At this time, its attributes matched with Golden Crow City and the formation battle watchtower. As it rose, the scene was far more extraordinary than when he used it at Desolate Wood Reef.
Zuo Mo had put much effort into the placement of the 36 formation battle watchtowers.
Other than being able to form Skyring Moonshine Formation with the Buddha sound hoop, they could form a formation on their own.
Zuo Mo was full of confidence for this battle. This confidence was not in anything else but Golden Crow City.
No one knew just how much effort and thought he had put into this city that he had built with his own hands. The dignified and stern Buddha sound formation seemed to be chanting into one's ear, yet almost imperceptible at moments.
The terror in the hearts of the Xiuxia in the city lessened. What is this formation?
Shock flashed across the eyes of the large male that was watching from far away.
This formation's presence was not normal. The middle-aged person narrowed his eyes.
From what this subordinate sees, this formation should originate from Skyring Moonshine Formation, but its attributes are exactly the opposite.
Domineering, hard and fierce, primarily for killing. This person's formations interlock together and are very strong. How so? The large male asked for guidance. The middle-aged person explained, Darren, please look. That golden hoop should be a Buddha sound hoop. Buddha sound hoop?
The large male had not heard of it before.
Is it powerful?
It's just a normal third-grade sound-type talisman, but this Buddha sound hoop clearly has been specially tempered. If this subordinate has not guessed wrong, it should have been processed in fire and lightning. This hoop has risen to 4th grade already. Oh, 4th grade. The large male didn't seem to care. 4th grade talismans were rare, but were not much to him. This city master's thoughts are extremely clever. The power of the Skyring Moonchime formation might be large, but setting up the formation is complex. This person used the formation battle watchtowers as the base. This way, he only needs this Buddha sound hoop to set up the formation at any time. Since this hoop has been processed by fire and lightning, it is hard and fierce. This city can also continuously provide fire and lightning. With this formation and the formation battle watchtowers, Golden Crow City has become one body, and the power has been multiplied many times. The middle-aged person could not disguise the admiration. At this time, the large male finally understood, anticipation growing on his face. Listening to the Buddha sounds, Zuo Mo looked at the army that had already entered 20 li of Golden Crow City with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Other than Jin Dan, no one had ever heard of Ningmai Shouja that could attack outside of 20 li. The sword energies of Ningmai Sword Show was not effective outside of 3 li. In other words, if the other wanted to attack Golden Crow City, it must come within 3 li of the city. But the attacking range of formation battle watchtowers was 10 li. The hard lightning formation battle watchtowers that Zuo Mo constructed had an astounding attack range of 15 li. Why were formation battle watchtowers still essential constructs for a city even though they were so expensive and hard to build? Because of its great power. When Zuo Mo first constructed Golden Crow City, all of his setup was for battle. He had used almost any kind of attacking move he could think of on Golden Crow City. When He Xiang and the rest of the Outer Hall elders saw Golden Crow City from a distance, their faces were filled with amazement. I hadn't really expected someone built a city. Really hadn't expected it. Greed was in every elder's eyes. When a person first saw such an exquisite and beautiful Golden Crow City, their first idea was to take it for themselves. Only us Outer Hall has the qualifications to live in such a good place. He Xiang said firmly. He couldn't wait for 1 second. If they could take down this city, and make it the headquarters for the Outer Hall, how grand would it be? Even old forefather wouldn't be able to calmly face such a city. He also heard there were piles of valuable materials and talismans inside. This was a treasure city. The other elders all gave their agreement. Each person's eyes were heated. The struggles they had previously encountered were thrown to the back of their minds. At this moment, there was only this city in their eyes, a city of the sun. Who is going first? He Xiang turned and asked. The elders all closed their mouths. They were not stupid. The presence of Golden Crow City was heavy. The light coming from the large formation made all of their hearts shake slightly. In their view, it was time to harvest. If they could take down Golden Crow City, they would definitely be on the achievements list. However, if they died at this last step, it wasn't worth it. The Buddha sounds floated from across the distance. The golden sun above Golden Crow City also reminded them to be careful. He Xiang knew these people very well. He smiled coldly inside, and said, the first person to get into the city is the first to pick the spoils, they can pick 3 pieces. The eyes of the elders instantly turned red. With great rewards, there would always be brave ones. With Golden Crow City's wealthy, it was possible to imagine the richness of the spoils. The first to pick, and to pick 3 items, it would at least be 3 4th grade talismans. No one could remain unmoved by such a rich reward. Who first? He Xiang asked again. Me first. Me first. The elders instantly leap, their enthusiasm for battle growing. Even second elder who was usually at odds with chief elder couldn't resist speaking. Then we shall first trouble second elder. He Xiang said without showing his emotions. Seeing second elder take his troops and joyfully prepare to attack, imperceptible smugness flashed across He Xiang's eyes. He was very devious. When he saw Golden Crow City, he knew this was a tough nut to crack. He was happy to see second elder willing to go die. He Xiang was filled with confidence at taking down Golden Crow City. With this many people, he could just drown the other side. By that time, he was certain he would have the spare energy to plan some other affairs. Among the elders, second elder's rank and power was below He Xiang. He naturally understood what He Xiang thought. He had his own confidence of success to dare to speak up. He picked out 1,500 people in one go. Going with him were 3 elders. When second elder took out a talisman, the faces of the other elders, including He Xiang, turned uglier. A faint cloud energy was released from his hand, and swam among the Shouja. In moments, a faint thread of earth energy was around every one of the 1,500 people. Cloud Formation Silk. The middle-aged person watching from afar exclaimed, "He actually possesses Cloud Formation Silk." What is Cloud Formation Silk? The large male saw the middle-aged person lose his composure and couldn't help but ask in curiosity. Cloud Formation Silk is a very rare talisman. The expression of the middle-aged person was grave. It is not of high grade, just 4th grade. It is made by the Skyjoy Workshop in Cloud Jia who harvest cloud thread to forge into a talisman. It is rare for it to end up outside. Its purpose is very unique. It can create a cloud energy that can defend. Like a Ling shield? The large male asked. Approximately. This cloud energy's defense is not as strong, but it is extremely hard to disperse. Its strength lies in that it can be used on more than one person. Look at them, all of them have a thread of cloud energy on them. The more people there are for this Cloud Formation Silk, the stronger it is. The eyes of the large male flashed. It really is a waste for such a good treasure like this to end up in this person's hands. The tone of the middle-aged person was grave. This isn't good for Golden Crow City. Seeing the large male was unconcerned, he said, "The cloud energy isn't strong, but if every person's defense was slightly strengthened, it is very terrifying when it accumulates." The large male thought, and instantly shook. He felt the extraordinariness of the item even more. It really was a great weapon for a large battle. He couldn't help but say, "Is it possible to buy this Cloud Formation Silk?" The middle-aged person shook his head. "Cloud Jia is too far from us." The large male was slightly regretful. The public might not know the origins of the Cloud Formation Silk, but the ability of this talisman was easily seen. 1,500 people with this Cloud Formation Silk, the strength of the troop instantly rose up a stage. The complexions of the elders were dark. Second Elder possessed such a powerful talisman, but they had never seen it in the many battles before this. Of course, what they cared about the most was that Second Elder could possibly take down Golden Crow City in one attack. Zuo Mo was also shocked. The other's talisman was so strong. In large-scale battles, what was most scary were talismans like Cloud Formation Silk. However, he didn't have much he could think of to do at this point. Fortunately, his heart was strong. Even though an unexpected event had occurred, he wasn't in a panic. Second Elder's face was filled with smugness. He sang, "You could never have thought that I would have Cloud Formation Silk." The other elders also were overjoyed. The morale of the 1,500 Shouja grew greatly and they activated their Ling armor. The attributes of each person's Ling armor were all different, and so their colors were naturally different. Watching from a distance, the sky was filled with a dazzling variety of colors. The faint cloud energy was not eye-catching under the light of the Ling armor. "Everyone, listen well." Second Elder spoke slowly, his voice passing out. "This is our last battle. After this battle, we will live in this city. I will reward the first person that charges in with a 4th grade talisman." Everyone was instantly excited. It was extremely difficult for normal Shouja to obtain a 4th grade talisman. These Shouja's eyes instantly turned red as they breathed heavily. They felt their blood boil, their desire for battle roiling as they wanted to attack at this exact moment. Seeing that the morale had risen, Second Elder proudly ordered, "Attack." 1,500 Shouja howled and exuded killing intent as they charged at Golden Crow City. Everyone pushed their Ling shield to the largest possible. Those Shouja that had defensive talismans took all of them out as they howled and charged at Golden Crow City. In the sky, streak after streak of 5-colored light lit up. 1,500 streaks of light filled the sky. They were eye-catching as they carried killing intent and leapt crazily towards Golden Crow City. Zuo Mo sat at the formation battle watchtowers, and did not panic at all. At this time, all of his stray thoughts were thrown to the back of his mind. In his eyes, there were only the enemies that were flying closer. Staring at the enemy, he silently calculated the distance between them. Suddenly, light flashed out of his eyes. He raised his right hand and chopped down heavily. His voice was like the roar of thunder and heard over the entire city. Kill. Translator ramblings, for the person on Reddit that asked about using Ningmai to search for the person that started stars in daytime. After the first stars in daytime, several Jindan from Bright Wave Jia were sent to look for the person responsible. That was on the order of a Gem Master, who probably has authority of some kind over all the sects in that Jia, so lots of Jindan that might follow his orders or do a favor for him. Rongwei's group is searching for the same entity that caused the second stars in daytime, but this is on the command of this Marquis who was the leader of a faction in the neighboring Jia, not a Gem Master, so he probably doesn't have as many Jindan to order around, or he might not have Jindan he can order about at all. Second, the Yao troops which are sent out are equivalent in cultivation to Ningmai, but that does not mean their battle capabilities are the same. If we still use 100 Ningmai to take down a Jindan as Pu Yao said it, then the Yao have sent the equivalent of quite a few Jindan. Rongwei might have only been sent with compound guards, but I actually think that the Marquis is not expecting her to capture the Yaoma, but to follow it. We know that Yaoma of higher cultivation cannot pass through the Chaos Rift easily and without a price, so the Yaoma might not be able to go through, and so the only way out of Little Mountain Jia is Skywater Jia, which is Rongwei's home. The hypothetical Yaoma, who was probably seriously wounded since it caused 2 incidents of stars in daytime, would have to leave Little Mountain Jia for Skywater Jia if they can't go through the Chaos Rift, and if they are weak enough, Rongwei might get luck in capturing it. Otherwise, Rongwei can just keep an lookout and track the Yaoma to notify others who can prepare for its capture. There is also one more reason, but I'm not going to write it here because it is a spoiler of a kind and also implied rather than stated outright. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 288 Fight. Chapter 288 Fight.
The 36 formation battle watchtowers suddenly light up, the dazzling silver light breaking through the clouds. The outer hall Shouja that were charging felt their vision fill with a snowy brightness, so bright they could not keep their eyes open.
The charge of the outer hall Shouja could not avoid pausing.
Hundreds of streaks of silver lights shot out of the formation battle watchtowers like sharp swords.
Pew pew pew. Dozens of Shouja wailed as they were instantly penetrated by the hard lightning.
No matter if it was the cloud energy that flickered around their body, or the Ling shield of the Ling armor, they could not stop the hard lightning for even a moment.
Zuo Mo had used the young fiendish hard lightning as his basis for building the formation battle watchtowers.
The power was even stronger than the young fiendish hard lightning that Zuo Mo himself could cast. How could these Shouja that wore just third-grade Ling armor stop such a destructive attack? The loss of several dozen members was not much towards a troop of 1,500 people.
Second elder shouted, "Charge! Don't stop!"
The speed of the formation battle watchtowers are very slow. Hundred of hard lightning bolts only stopped them for a moment.
The middle-aged person that was watching from a distance couldn't help but shake his head. The city master doesn't seem to know how to use formation battle watchtowers. The rhythm isn't right.
How so? The large male hurriedly asked. Formation battle watchtowers are powerful, but the time it takes time to prepare.
Due to this, the rhythm is extremely important, the middle-aged person said. The 36 formation battle watchtowers can cover for each other and continuously attack.
That way, they can drag down the enemy's rhythm and obtain more time for themselves.
So that's it.
The large male understood. Golden Crow City's attack didn't hold anything back, firing all at once.
There will definitely be a short pause. The middle-aged person stared unblinkingly at Golden Crow City and said, "For the outer hall, this is a chance."
If they could get close, even if the formation battle watchtowers start attacking again, they cannot stop the outer hall from advancing.
The situation was as he expected. The formation battle watchtowers of Golden Crow City stopped firing.
The speed of Shouja was fast to start with, and quickly charged to within 10 li of Golden Crow City. There were occasionally some bolts of hard lightning that shot out of Golden Crow City, and struck a few Shouja, but this kind of scattered attack could not stop the advancing steps of the outer hall Shouja.
The morale of the Shouja led by second elder rose.
Looking as Golden Crow City came closer, everyone became extremely ecstatic. They howled crazily, activating the Ling armor as they raised the flying sword in their hands in anticipation of reaching Golden Crow City and slicing down.
There were countless Jingshur and talismans waiting for them.
The hard lightning shooting from Golden Crow City was still scattered. Under such a ferocious attack, it seemed so weak and helpless.
8 li.
The Shouja that were watching Golden Crow City from a far side.
It was over, Golden Crow City was finished.
If they went another 4 or 5 li, the outer hall Shouja could attack Golden Crow City. Even a Jindan would not be able to stop the simultaneous attack of 1,500 Shouja, even if it was the accumulated power of a second-grade spell from each person.
A Jindan could not destroy 1,500 Shouja. When Jindan could not win, they could run.
This meant that he always had the initiative in battle.
The coordinated charge of thousands of Shouja was a nightmare once they closed in.
Spells and sword energies would rain down, unable to be stopped. All of them could predict the terrible loss that was waiting for Golden Crow City.
Second Elder's blood was boiling in his body. He was so excited he was trembling. He would become the first elder to enter Golden Crow City. He could pick 3 talismans of his choosing. The shining accomplishment would give him more power in the outer hall.
Kill! He furiously yelled.
Kill!
The Shouja around him all simultaneously bellowed.
Zuo Mo narrowed his eyes.
Every formation battle watchtower under him was filled with Xiuzha at this point.
Stand at the positions. Prepare to take over at any moment. Don't hold any energy back. Use everything when you get up. When your Ling power is used up, immediately give up the position. Remember the location of the exit and do not block other people. Don't panic, just be like when we usually practice. Don't aim, just throw at places with more people. Each formation battle watchtower was extremely tense. The faces of every Xiuzha was grave. They were not afraid. Even though they were captives, they had lived for a long time in Little Mountain Jia. Their discipline had been loose before, but after this recent period of training, they finally looked somewhat acceptable. The backbone of the eastern and western camps had come from Vermilion Bird Camp. They had completely transferred Lil Miss people over. When the last order was issued, every stray noise disappeared. Each person's nerves were tight as they waited for the order from the boss. The 36 formation battle watchtowers were so quiet at this moment it was possible to hear a needle drop to the floor. Zuo Mo looked at the Xiuzha covering the sky as they raced closer. Having gotten used to Gongsun Sha's 3-section wave killing charge, there wasn't any ripple in his heart when he saw the enemy's charge. His mind furiously calculated the distance between the two sides. His eyes were looking at the sky without blinking. As the distance grew smaller, the ranks of the other side became tighter as well. The outer hall Xiuzha furiously flew towards Golden Crow City, but Golden Crow City was only a little city. If they wanted to get close, they naturally had to squeeze towards each other. In the eyes of the spectators, these 1,000 and more Xiuzha were like a flood when they gathered together. The sound of howling in the air multiplied and shook their souls. The Xiuzha in the surroundings felt the sky and earth change color, the mountains collapsing, and the earth breaking. Each of them paled. The lips of some of the less brave Xiuzha uncontrollably trembled. Looking at the others' dense ranks, Zuo Mo's eyes suddenly became sharp. It seemed to heavily come out of his chest, the killing intent undisguised as it echoed in Golden Crow City. Kill! In an instant, the dim 36 formation battle watchtowers suddenly bursted with light. Countless hard lightning bolts gathered like a silver flood. It was too fast. The outer hall Xiuzha felt their vision fill with light and were extremely shocked. Before they could react, they felt they had been heavily struck by something. The two opposing waves collided without any finesse. Pia pia pia. The rattle of collisions was like a rushed drumbeat. The Xiuzha at the front that were pierced lost control and their speed dipped. The Xiuzha in the back did not have the time to slow, and could only stare as they crashed. More than 1,000 people instantly turned to a mess. The hard lightning had arrived so rapidly, no one was able to dodge in time. As their speed had been pushed to their maximum, they did not have the energy to do any other action at this time. Charge over! Charge over! The elders shouted at the top of their lungs. Their faces were slightly pale. Charge! An elder's shout suddenly stopped. 5 bolts of hard lightning hit his Ling shield at the same time. The 4th grade Ling armor broke. He was torn to pieces by the powerful force. The power of hard lightning was clearly displayed at this moment. Normal 3rd grade Ling armor could not stop it. It would frequently penetrate through one Xiuzha, and the hard lightning would still have enough energy to strike the Ling shield of a second Xiuzha. The 36 formation battle watchtowers had all concentrated their shots in an area no wider than 10 zhang, and didn't give any space to dodge. This attack came so suddenly and ferociously that the outer hall Xiuzha were dumbstruck. The 36 formation battle watchtowers had also become chaotic at this time. Don't keep Ling power back, do not aim at a target. Quick, with all possible speed. Faster, faster. Next rotation. Good, go. Several people were to assign to a team that would shoot out as much hard lightning in the shortest time possible before instantly flying away. Then the next team that had already prepared would rush to the set positions and take over in a cycle. Hard lightning continuously flew out from the formation battle watchtowers, and smashed into the ranks of the outer hall that had squeezed into a ball. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the outer hall had fallen, leaving slightly more than 500 people. Second Elder had been struck dumb by this round of fierce attacks. However, he truly was a character, and knew that the situation had reached its most dangerous moment. At this time, he couldn't spare the effort for anything else, and took out all the defensive talismans he had. Several layers of Ling shield appeared on his body. His eyes red, he suddenly charged to the very front. Kill! He was like a wild beast being backed into a precipice. If he lost this battle, there would be no place for him in the outer hall. The hard lightning hit his Ling shield. Pia, one Ling shield broke, a talisman on his body broke. He ignored it, and did not slow down. As Second Elder led the attack,
the morale was instantly boosted. Everyone crazily charged towards Golden Crow City. At this time, there were less than 500 people left, so they were not as tightly arranged as they had been. Adding on they deliberately spreading out, the situation instantly turned for the better. The response from Golden Crow City was half a beat slower, and their accuracy rate lowered drastically. The outer hall Xiozha took the opportunity to get even closer. 3 li. At this time, they had already entered the attack range of the Xiozha. The remaining outer hall Xiozha were even more excited. Even though there were less than 300 people remaining, but everyone believed that the others' moves had all been used. They were only one step away from conquering Golden Crow City. The flying swords they had already prepared were going to be sent out. Sitting on a lucky cloud, Zuo Mo sighed inside. The skill level of the eastern and western camps were still lacking when compared to Vermilion Bird Camp. When the enemy had suddenly scattered just now, their rhythm instantly stumbled. More than half of the hard lightning had missed. If the rhythm hadn't stumbled, the enemy fatalities would be another 100 people. However, he also knew this was the necessary learning process. This string of changes dazzled the eyes of the spectators. They almost forgot to breathe. From the outer hall's confident charge, everyone had thought that Golden Crow City was finished. But the battle situation was completely unexpected. The brief pauses of Golden Crow City's defenses had clearly been planned. That was just a trap dug for the outer hall. When the hard lightning flood and the Xiozha flood smashed together, everyone's minds went blank. They lost the ability to think. They could only gape as they watched the collision, such a magnificent yet cruel scene. A brutal yet tragically beautiful scene. Then they watched as Second Elder went to charge at the front, the outer hall Xiozha furiously charging towards Golden Crow City. The presence of the remaining 100 people suddenly became savage. Everyone was dumbstruck where they stood and inhaled sharply. They watched as Second Elder led his people to within a li of Golden Crow City. There was only one thought in everyone's mind. Golden Crow City was finished. But just at this time, in the sky above Golden Crow City, the very center of everyone's attention, the young person sitting on a lucky cloud moved. He stood up. Translator ramblings, I'm afraid that your acquaintance with Lil Cliffy is to be extended. This is the first time attack ranges of swords are mentioned, but it is rational to expect that the energy in a sword strike would dissipate over long distances. Zuo Mo's souped-up battle formation towers are pretty deadly, and Wandering Yumi of Doom said this was trench warfare like the World Wars. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 289, The Reappearance of the Soundstorm. Chapter 289, The Reappearance of the Soundstorm. The city master of Golden Crow City was an extremely mysterious individual. No one knew his origins, and nothing was learned from the spies that the factions had sent in. Before the battle started, this young person had sat on the lucky cloud, a mask-wearing female Shio standing by his side, his expression calm. From beginning to end, he had only spoken 2 words, kill. He completely didn't realize that he was the center of everyone's attention. No one dared to underestimate this young person. Even if he looked very young, so young that it seemed almost impossible. But no one dared to doubt his abilities. How many people could found such a property in Little Mountain Jie? The trap just now had also been outside of everyone's expectations. The results had also been unexpected. At the most dangerous moment, everyone's heart suddenly rose for some unexpected reason when they saw him suddenly stand up. After he stood up, Zuo Mo detected that the hard lightning released by the formation battle watchtowers had stabilized again. It was time. His mind moving. Lil Pagoda, who was connected to his mind, suddenly started to rapidly spin. The light from the golden sun grew, and turned to a flaming ball of fire. The fire followed the threads that dangled down in the sky and spread throughout the formation. When it passed by a ring of light, the ring of light would shake and lightly ring. For some unknown reason, this sound made everyone's hearts jump. It was like a golden goddess blow, deep and murderous. Clang, clang, clang. The continuous and rapid string of deep chimes made their minds tremble. Like a relay, the chimes became even deeper and powerful, accompanied by an ethereal chanting that made their hearts beat rapidly. If people from Sky Moon Jie saw this scene, they would definitely recall that scene at the sword test conference. Second Elder's expression changed slightly. As an my third stratum, his sense of danger was more sensitive. Not good. Clang. Like the ringing of a faraway temple's bell, this ring seemed to strike his heart. The sound was first too soft to hear, but then suddenly rose. The hard and dignified presence was like water breaking through the dam, and sweeping forth unstoppably. The strongest killing move of the Skyring Moonchime formation, Moonchime Soundstorm. This moonchime soundstorm had tormented the disciples from various sects at the sword test conference. Now that he had added the 4th grade Buddha sound hoop, and the Skyring moonchime formation used the 36 formation battle watchtowers as a foundation, it was much stronger than the Skyring moonchime formation made that day using metal nails and jade tablets. Zuo Mo had also discovered the formation technique of the 4th grade Buddha sound hoop.
Buddha chant.
The Buddha sound was like a knife that killed without blood. If one wasn't careful, it would corrode their minds and was unable to be dodged. In everyone's eyes, an invisible ripple suddenly exploded outwards with Golden Crow City as the center. The outer hall Shouja were unable to dodge in time and received the full brunt of the attack.
No one escaped. Shouja who were slightly weak instantly bled from their orifices, their innards pulverized. Shouja who were stronger, like Second Elder, paled, and their figures couldn't help but pause.
This pause was a chance to the Shouja inside Golden Crow City. The hard lightning from every formation battle watchtower instantly smashed towards the remaining Shouja. The Buddha sound in the ears of the Golden Crow City's people was like a blessing from the heavens. Their exhaustion disappeared, and their minds cleared. The energy of the two camps instantly grew.
With the aid of the Buddha sound hoops chanting, the Shouja inside the formation battle watchtower performed above their usual skill.
The hard lightning they shot was frighteningly accurate. The Shouja who had been wounded by the Buddha sound were at their weakest state. Even if they had the energy to block the hard lightning, they were still penetrated. Bloom after bloom of blood-red blossoms appeared in the sky, and the energy of death rose. After a single wave of hard lightning, there were only a few Shouja left in the sky.
Second Elder was one of them.
His face was ashen as he looked dazedly at the corpses on the ground. He suddenly raised his head, shouting furiously with all his power, "Master of Golden Crow City!
Do you dare fight?" On the lucky cloud, Zuo Mo rolled his eyes.
Idiot! Even Silly Bird couldn't resist rolling her eyes at Second Elder. Zuo Mo saw there was no noise from below him, and was very discontent.
He shouted down, "What are you doing standing around? Do you want to invite him in for dinner?"
The formation battle watchtowers below had a ruckus. Whoosh, a large patch of hard lightning flew out and dazzled the eyes. Second Elder's eyes were open very wide, his face filled with disbelief. There were at least a dozen hard lightning bolts that struck him. He stared fixedly at Golden Crow City, as he dropped from the sky like a bag of sand.
The 1,500 people had all been killed.
The outer hall Shouja lost their capabilities of speech. Each of them had pale white faces. They had had smooth sailing previously, and had only needed to use the slightest of efforts to flatten the factions that had tried to resist. They had never encountered such fierce fighting before. Outside the Golden Crow City, more than 1,000 burnt black corpses were scattered everywhere.
Dismembered limbs and flesh could be seen everywhere.
The Ling power turbulence lingering in the air reminded everyone just how cruel and fierce the fight had been. Even Yi Xiang, who wanted Second Elder to die, did not feel any joy right now. His face was as pale as paper. He had finally realized how idiotic his optimistic prediction had been. This bone was much harder than they had imagined. The dark circle of spectators was also completely silent. They had remained here because they wanted to see a good fight, but right now, they were shocked by the fierceness of this fight. Usually, everyone would charge up together, furiously competing to take the spoils from the corpses. But looking at the mountains of corpses, they had no impulse at all. They only dazedly looked.
The middle-aged person and the large man also had dazed faces.
They were also shocked.
Yama were rampaging about now. Everyone knew that large-scale battles could not be avoided.
But when they finally saw a large-scale battle, they found that these battles were far crueler than they could imagine.
What is the use of individual bravery?
The large man sighed emotionally with slight dejection. For a long time, increasing individual strength and going to bloody Sky Metropolis Jia to become famous was the path to success of every young Shouja. Now, he found that the individual strength they had pursued with such hardship was almost ineffective in large-scale battles. The middle-aged person knew the large man had received a blow and urged, "Darren, there is no need to be demotivated.
If a Jindan came, the results would be completely the opposite."
The large man's expression cheered up slightly. Upon further thought, he found that it was right. If a Jindan came, they would have defeated this city long ago. They had all seen the strength of Jindan experts before. Even such a strong city would probably be unable to stop the steps of a Jindan expert.
Contrasting the deathly silence, the cheers coming from inside Golden Crow City rolled into the surroundings.
In reality, Golden Crow City was also on its last legs. The Ling power of the two camps was almost completely used up. If they didn't have so many people, with such ferocity and unfettered disregard of the consequences as they released the waves of hard lightning, they would have quickly left all of the Shouja unable to even stand up. Lil Pagoda was drooping. That moonchime soundstorm had used all of its power. Zuo Mo carried it in his hand with heartache. He had to throw a few talismans to it before it recovered some energy. Good son, Daddy knows you are the best. Lil Pagoda was very happy at receiving praise and twirled in Zuo Mo's palm. Silly bird looked disdainfully at Zuo Mo. That disdain seemed to say, fooling little child. Zuo Mo faltered slightly. However, he decided to disregard this unlikable person. He couldn't help but mutter inside. Silly bird's expressions were becoming increasingly varied. It seemed she had gained many benefits this time. Scanning Silly bird, Zuo Mo increasingly felt this one was fat and rich. He wondered if he could squeeze some oil out. Seeming to detecting the danger coming from Zuo Mo, Silly bird hurriedly increased her distance from Zuo Mo. Lil Fire, on the opposite hand, found it fun and chirped. Like a bubble, it slowly flew over to join the fun. Boss, outside the city, Bowie put out his head and twisted his lips at the outside. Outside the city? Zuo Mo's expression was puzzled, and then he realized. He rubbed his chin and said, get the guard camp to go. Shulong's expression was stern as he methodically listened to the Xiuzha that came to pass on orders. In reality, his attention was completely focused on the bellows coming from inside the necklace. First mission, all of you, pay attention. Whoever makes a mistake, whoever makes me lose face, just wait. Ishem, as the first batch of subordinates of this seat for nearly 1,000 years, if you humiliate my name as a Skyao, I will kill all of you. Once out of the city, instantly assemble in the formation. Take out everything you have trained usually. Seeing the Xiuzha who had delivered the orders leave, Shulong swallowed and said, but Darren, boss orders is only for us to take the spoils. My ass. Using the troop of a honored Skyao to do something like pick up trash? I cannot bear the embarrassment. Listen well, this mission is your monthly test. If you make a mistake, there will be good days for you next month. His heart shook, and coldness shot up from the bottom of his feet. The monthly test was the most terrible days in a month. Every time it occurred, wails rang into the landscape. This Darren was not some generous one. It would be more accurate to describe him as one that would always get even. If they provoked him this time, everyone could not live in the future. Also, in the deepest part of his heart, he wanted boss to see their results. Even though they did not have to worry about food, shelter, there was no hard labor, and they only cultivated every day, but whenever danger approached the boss would never think of the existence of guard camp. All of guard camp were holding a breath. They knew their foundations were terrible, and their strength weak. They could not do anything major. Consequently, everyone cultivated using their life. Injuries due to cultivation were the most frequent event in guard camp. This breath was like an invisible whip furiously striking them. Had their day finally come? Under Shulong's weathered face, his heart started to ripple. He adjusted the Ling armor on his body and suppressed his excitement. He tried to make his steps as steady as usual and walked out of the tent. Outside the tent, everyone in guard camp had finished gathering. Everyone had excited expressions. It was possible to see that they were trying their best to suppress their excitement. Looking at the organized troop with new uniforms, Shulong suddenly blanked. The scenes of the past flowed like water past his eyes. Panicked and in a sorry state as they huddled together, their clothing unable to cover their bodies, their hopeless and dead eyes. He took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the talisman on his hand. All of the scenes in his mind instantly shattered. Looking at the gazes full of life, his gaze became determined as he ordered. Depart. Translator ramblings, highest body count for Zuo Mo as commander so far. I actually wonder how high Gongsun Cha's accumulated body count is. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 290, The Guard Camp Steps onto the Stage. Chapter 290, The Guard Camp Steps onto the Stage. Xiang's heart was beating like a drum. The other elders were all pale. They had not recovered from watching the battle just now. 1,500 people had all died. Their power instantly shrank by 1/5. The corpses scattered across the mountains made it seem like a hellish landscape. The elders who had been scrambling for the opportunity to attack the city first were now filled with fear. If it had been them. Truthfully, second elder had performed very well. He had a great weapon in the cloud formation silk, he had the bravery to lead from the front. None of the elders here could have performed better than he had, but he still died. The whole troop had died. It wasn't that he hadn't performed well, but the enemy was too strong. What kind of formation battle watchtower was that? The hard lightning it released seemed endless like a tide. If it wasn't that they had seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that there were such powerful formation battle watchtowers in this world. Even if there were, how could they appear in this minuscule little mountain Jie? If this came out, how could everyone live? And that Skyring Moonchime Formation, could that still even be called the Skyring Moonchime Formation? Bro, you weren't the only one that played around with a Skyring Moonchime Formation before. Are you sure that what you have is still a Skyring Moonchime Formation? The elders looked at Golden Crow City with sorrowful rage. Bro, be nice, you were so strong, don't come running to Little Mountain Jie to steal food from us little people. Why? Even He Xiang didn't know what to do next. Continue to fight? He looked at the elders around him. Every one of them was dispirited and had lost their courage. Even if there was an elder that had the courage to attack, the people under them wouldn't be willing. He could clearly feel the morale of his troops had reached bottom. But with everyone watching them, he felt he couldn't retreat like this and lose face. Just as He Xiang was struggling with his dilemma, Golden Crow City acted again. Many people suddenly appeared on top of the walls of Golden Crow City and jumped down from the walls. He Xiang's eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at the people continuously jumping down from Golden Crow City's walls. Were they going to attack? For an unknown reason, he suddenly shook. He turned to look at the other elders and stilled again. The elders that had surrounded him had all disappeared. Only when he turned his face around did he see that they had retreated 3 zhang away from him. Terror was on everyone's faces. The movement of Golden Crow City had attracted everyone's attention. The Xiozha that were watching from afar moved their eyes towards this group of people that flooded out of Golden Crow City. This group of people were all wearing black heavy armor, but their movements were light and agile. After watching for a while, everyone had puzzled expressions. Almost no one used heavy armor among the various types of Ling armor because the majority of Xiozha battles were in the air. The heavy Ling armor would greatly affect their speed. The popular Ling armors were mostly light and carved with formations to be activated during battle. Usually, the defensive abilities of the Ling armor were not reliant on the Ling armor itself, but depended on the strength of the Ling shield activated from the Ling armor. It was possible to see that the black Ling armor on these people was very heavy. Only body cultivating Xiozha could support such heavy Ling armor. Looking at the nimble movements of these people, they did seem like body cultivating Xiozha. There was a continuous stream of armor-wearing Xiozha jumping off the city walls. Their movements were extremely quick and well-trained, flowing like water. A group of Xiozha quickly gathered outside the city, and when the number of Xiozha reached 1,000 people, the spectators all inhaled sharply. He Xiang and the others had ashen faces. Who said that Golden Crow City didn't have many people? It was very hard to calculate how many people were needed to man the 36 formation battle watchtowers, but it definitely wasn't less than 1,000 people. Now, 1,000 body cultivating Xiozha had come out. How many people were really hiding inside Golden Crow City? He Xiang didn't even have the energy to swear. The other elders could only stare at each other. 1,000 heavy armor Xiozha quickly gathered, their movements clean and without any fuss. In a short span, they finished organizing their formation. 1,000 armor-wearing Xiozha stood solemnly without a sound. All noise had disappeared. The wind blew past and stirred the dust and dried leaves to swirl in the air. The killing intent was as cold as a knife. The 1,000 people were like a heavy rock pressing on everyone's chest, making them unconsciously feel that breathing was slightly difficult. Shu Long had a small headache. First, they could not resist Boss' mission. Boss had told them to collect the spoils. If he went on a different path, Boss definitely would not be happy. Even he wasn't willing to do so. However, the words of the Darren inside the necklace could not be dismissed. That was his direct teacher. If that person was offended, his days would become very dark. His mind suddenly moved and had an idea. The people that were paying attention to the Black Armor Troop were of 2 different opinions. One side chided the master of Golden Crow City for being so dim to create such a trashy troop. No matter if it was Sword Xiu or Diana Xiu, they emphasized the ability to fly. The mainstream battlefield was the sky. If this group of people flew up into the air, they would be like turtles, only able to wait for death. The other side was very curious. Up until now, every move of the master of Golden Crow City made people feel amazed. How could such a person make such a shallow and low-level mistake? There had to be a deeper meaning. The middle-aged person and the large male held the second opinion. It's very hard to say with precedent, the eyes of the middle-aged person flashed as he said gravely. Only people that can break convention are true heroes. The large male stared at the Black Armor Troop outside the Golden Crow City. Other people might feel that this troop was hilarious, but he had seen true elite forces before. This troop couldn't be called elite, but it seemed to have a presence that others could not dismiss. Other people might not concern themselves with this, but the large male knew it wasn't so easy to form such a presence. This master of Golden Crow City was really talented. The eyes of the large male became even hotter. Hardship Guard was an extreme Mo skill. It wasn't possible to cultivate unless one had perseverance. If they could tolerate pain, the progress was far faster than any other MO skill. When Nat King first obtained Hardship Abyss, he had felt it wasn't bad, but thought that it didn't progress quickly enough. He didn't have the patience to slowly nurture his personal guards, so he had made the appropriate changes to the skill and made the newly formed Hardship Guard. It became a quick Mo skill, but the pain involved naturally multiplied. To the king, he had countless people. Even if the elimination rate was astounding, he didn't care at all. He probably would never have thought that this MO skill would one day be given to a group of Shio slaves. These Shio slave had gone through many hands. Those that could survive were those with resilience. Also, Pu Yao naturally didn't have any kind of emotions like pity. To prove the value of Sky Yao, he had furiously urged them on. Today was the first time the guard camp showed themselves. What did this weird troop want to do? Just as everyone was puzzled, they saw the organized ranks suddenly spread out. Each troop was like a stream of water, suddenly turning to 10 smaller flows. With 36 of them to a platoon, they quickly sprinted among the mountain. Their speed was very fast, the heavy armor on their bodies seemed to not affect them at all. What was most praiseworthy was that even at such fast speeds, the shape of the troop was not affected at all. At the top of Golden Crow City, Zuo Mo made a small sound of surprise. After working with formations for so long, he was abnormally sensitive to formations. With one glance, he recognized the platoon of 36 people were maintaining a kind of battle formation. His mind moving, he opened his Ling eyes. Above each little troop, black energy shifted like dozens of black serpents swimming around, brimming with killing intent. Zuo Mo instantly jumped in fright. What battle formation was this? The killing intent in this formation was so heavy that Zuo Mo had never seen anything comparable. Even the killing intent of Gongsun Cha's Vermilion Bird Camp was far less than the guard camp's present battle formation. As expected, Pu Yao still had a trick up his sleeve. Zuo Mo rubbed his chin as he thought. Sweat continued to flow down Shu Long's head as he heard the Darren inside the necklace bellow. What have you trained? Ah. This is only the 36-person little MO kill, you've only gotten to this. Then that 1,000 people great MO kill, can you even train? Pu Yao didn't have any of the composure that he had in front of Zuo Mo. His shots were like thunder and made Shu Long's heart tremble. He was clearly very dissatisfied. Shu Long's orders quickly passed to every little team. Everyone's heart shook. Already full of desire for battle, they raised themselves to 120% of their usual attentiveness. The killing intent of each platoon became even more tangible. At this time, even the Shioja who didn't have Ling eyes could see the extraordinary aspects. Such keen killing intent. For the first time, the middle-aged person had a shocked expression. His expression was grave as he said, "This formation has the heaviest killing intent that this subordinate has seen in life. I wonder who could create such a vicious formation. Any formation that can kill people is a good formation." The large male was very liberal with this point. He stared attentively at the constant movements of the black armor camp guards. The killing intent was tangible. There were black snakes that seemed to be flipping above the heads of each platoon and inspired fear when looked upon. The people that had been mocking Zuo Mo before were gaping now as their hearts beat rapidly. Even though they had not seen this black armor guard troops attack, but just this shocking killing intent was enough to rob many of their courage. As powerful as expected. Zuo Mo, who possessed the Ling eye, could see more clearly than the others. Once they were touched, the killing intent that had turned to black serpents would instantly coil around the enemy. Each platoon was like a wild beast that devoured people. Inside the killing formation, the pupils of each camp guard had turned bloody red, and exuded a terrifying presence. If it wasn't that they cultivated Hardship Guard and had indefatigable personalities, they would have broken under such dense killing intent. Zuo Mo couldn't help but be curious what it would be like if this battle formation encountered an enemy. He really wanted to go ask Pu Yao, but if he went to ask it this time, that guy's nostrils would face the sky. He ended the thought. Suddenly, he finally responded. Didn't I tell them to go strip the talismans? What are they rehearsing for? Upon second thought, when he looked at the ground full of corpses and scattered talismans, Zuo Mo instantly was furious. It definitely was Pu Yao that was the culprit. So much Jingshi. Just as he was going to swear, he suddenly saw out of the corner of his eye dozens of sword lights flew in from the horizon. Translator ramblings of question and answer. Question 1. Person commented on the use of Moonchime Soundstorm after everyone was depleted and not as the first line of defense since the Soundstorm attack is more powerful. So it was a waste for the Soundstorm to be used on a few hundred people and not the whole bunch, and it may have been rash. I do agree that it does seem quite rash, but I don't think it was wasted. It could be that Zuo Mo was rash and inefficient, so he had it attack a few hundred people. But there are possibly trade-offs in using the Soundstorm that I think affects how to use these two attacks. First, we don't know the range of the Soundstorm, but hard lightning works very well as a long-range attack. The sound might weaken over distance, so that could have been a concern. It is a mid-range or less attack. The formation also requires Lilt Pagoda's power to control and is a one-use technique, as Lilt Pagoda is exhausted by the end of it. That means it should only be used when it will be most effective. Hard lightning can be produced as long as the people have the power, so it can be used with less care. Getting the enemy to go through a rain of lightning, and then at the end, setting off something totally unexpected is a relatively better tactic than setting off something at the beginning that puts them on their guard and then using something weaker as the enemy approaches. Unless it was for intimidation, the Soundstorm might also be less effective the more people it attacks at once. In that case, attacking a few thousand people would result in less effects on each person, which might be negligible. The Moonstorm is one of Zuo Mo's attacks, and while it is effective here, there are more in his arsenal, so how he uses them depends on what he has left in the future chapters. Any thoughts? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 291, Hong Junxian. Chapter 291, Hong Junxian.
Dozens of Shouja with flying swords under their feet and their bodies flashing with light, their faces cold, landed among the outer sect disciples. The first among them pointed and started to scold He Xiang just as he stopped.
He Xiang!
You have guts.
Eldest Xiang was killed. You dare to conceal this and not report it. He instantly ignored He Xiang's explanation, his face cold as he swept the other elders. This seat is old forefather's second disciple Hong Junxian. Starting from now, this seat will be managing the outer hall. Anyone that disobeys will be killed.
The expressions of the other elders all changed, but no one dared to speak up. Many of them had seen Hong Junxian before.
This seat will give you a chance to make up for your crimes.
Hong Junxian's eyes were filled with killing intent. He pointed at the guard camp outside of Golden Crow City and said darkly, "This seat will permit you to take 1,000 people.
If you can defeat this group of country bumpkins, I will pardon your crimes.
If any of you do not dare to fight, then don't blame this seat for being unmerciful." The faces of the elders were ashen. They didn't know the battle capabilities of that troop, but the killing intent was so dense their hearts trembled.
They couldn't gather up any courage when they looked. What?
Hong Junxian's face grew even colder.
You are not willing?
The other Clear Sky Sect disciples also looked with unfriendliness. If He Xiang and the others dared to make the slightest move to rebel, they would act. He Xiang's face was like ash. He knew that he didn't have the chance to change anything now. Clear Sky Sect's patience with them had reached its limited.
He said difficulty, "I'm willing."
There was only one route left to him, seeking life and death. Hong Junxian and the others wouldn't give them any other route. As to escape, he never thought about it. No matter how big Little Mountain Jia was, there wasn't another place that would take him in. Seeing He Xiang speak, the gazes of the other elders were undecided, especially the few elders with Ningmai Third Stratum cultivation who now had thoughts of fleeing. But the Clear Sky Sect disciples had encircled them. They also knew that escape would not be so simple. They silently stood next to He Xiang. Hate flashed across the eyes of the Clear Sky Sect disciples like Hong Junxian. The death of Huang Zhuguan was like a lightning bolt on a clear day for Clear Sky Sect. These Clear Sky Sect disciples mostly idolized eldest Xiang. The death of eldest Xiang, especially in Little Mountain Jia where they had never felt there was any danger before, was unacceptable to them.
He Xiang knew explaining would not be useful. He didn't speak and picked 1,000 people.
The sudden arrival of the Clear Sky Sect disciples instantly caused the battlefield that had relaxed to become tense again.
Everyone's eyes gathered on Hong Junxian's body.
This made Hong Junxian feel excited like he had never been before.
Eldest Xiang wasn't here, so it was now his turn.
He had waited for this day for a long time. If he could take down this city, control of Little Mountain Jia would land back in the hands of the sect, his status would rise with this accomplishment and would certainly take eldest Xiang's place as the new leader of the younger generation of disciples. As to He Xiang and the others, they were useless in his eyes.
If it wasn't for them, the situation of Little Mountain Jia would never have gotten to such a terrible state.
The Clear Sky Sect disciples are like this, they really cannot be cured. The large male shook his head, his tone filled with unspeakable dislike. Those whom the heavens wish to destroy, they first make mad. Darren should not argue with them. The middle-aged person laughed lightly. That's true. The large male nodded, and then had an expression of anticipation. That's a good thing. This way, I can see just where this black armor troop is special. It wasn't just the spectators that saw the change in the outer hall. Shu Long had also noticed it. His expression instantly became solemn. Glancing at Boss on the top of Golden Crow City, he conversed in a low voice with the Darren in the necklace. Darren, they seem to want to attack. Attack? The voice of the Darren inside the necklace instantly became excited. Good. Very good. Kill. Kill all of them. Shu Long jumped in fright. This Darren's killing intent was really strong. However, he didn't take the words seriously. He examined the situation and saw there was no time to gather the spoils of victory. He instantly became slightly depressed. Boss had sent them to scalp, but it seemed that they could not finish the mission now. Shu Long was very discontent that they could not complete the first mission that Boss gave the guard camp. But at this moment, he knew what was more important. The other had divided out 1,000 people. It definitely wasn't to invite them to a meal. He did not hesitate and ordered for the platoons to gather. The guard camp that had spread out on the ground instantly gathered with Shu Long as the center. Shu Long seemed to be a great magnet to attract them to him. The heavy black armor was not a hindrance. Even though they could not fly, but each person's movements were nimble. With a few jumps, they returned to the camp formation. Zuo Mo nodded on the inside as he sat on the lucky cloud. Shu Long was quite dependable. He didn't speak, but had the formation battle watchtowers prepare to give aid at any time. Any troop would be useless in the end if they did not undergo real battle. Before, he had assumed that the guard camp wouldn't show any results after such a short period of time. Now, he found that the progress of guard camp far had surpassed his imagination, and instantly felt some confidence. That short encounter just now had almost consumed all of the battle capabilities of the eastern and western camps. The aid that the formation battle watchtowers could give was limited. Zuo Mo could only direct them to hurry and recover Ling power. He was also very curious what powerful moves guard camp had. With his understanding of Pu Yao, if this guy didn't have a grasp of the situation, he definitely wouldn't come out to embarrass himself. Pu Yao could only ever do one thing: show off. The guard camp merged back with their fastest possible speed. Shu Long did not order for them to return to the city, but to prepare to welcome the enemy outside the city walls. They have their test, and you have yours, but... The words of the Darren in the necklace caused Shu Long to pale in fright. I've taught so much. If you worked hard, you should be able to deal with this kind of minor situation. Pu Yao's voice didn't hold any emotion. If you can't deal with it, you don't need to live. Your boss might be soft-hearted, but if you are useless, you would only be a burden. Shu Long wasn't angry. He was several decades old, and had been a Xiu slave for more than 20 years. What pain hadn't he encountered, what hadn't he seen? Darren's words were not pleasing to hear, but they were not wrong. He tightened the black armor on his body, and raised his head. Determination was the only thing remaining in his eyes. If they couldn't deal with something as minor as this, how could they face Boss? He slowly scanned around him and said in a deep voice, "This is our first battle. I know everyone has waited for this day for a long time. We cultivated with our lives, for what? For this battle. Even if we die today, we need to build up the reputation of the guard camp." His voice was not loud, but every person in guard camp was suddenly full of passion. Zuo Mo could not hear their words. He looked with shock at the roiling black energy above guard camp suddenly become somewhat stronger. It became as black as ink in his eyes. Even he couldn't help but have a strong feeling of danger. Such a powerful battle formation. Zuo Mo was stunned. An eerie purple light suddenly lit up in the eyes of the female Xiu as she stared at the guard camp. With his Ling eyes, he saw threads of black energy sprout out of each camp guard. As the black energy came out, it would enter the formation and swim inside the formation. In the blink of an eye, the formation was filled with countless small threads of black energy. "Let's go," He Xiang said heavily. The other elders silently took out their flying swords and activated their Ling armor. Behind them, 1,000 Xiuzhi took out their Ling armor and activated it as well. The sky was once again covered in light of various colors. Everyone's gazes once again gathered on these two troops that were going to collide. Based on strength, the outer hall definitely was at an advantage. Their Ling armor was far better than the heavy armor of guard camp in the eyes of many Xiuzhi. It was the first time they had seen people use such clumsy and rough heavy armor. Based on individual power, the outer hall was at an even greater advantage. There were several Ningmai third stratum Shioja among the outer hall elders. As for the guard camp, even though the scripture they cultivated was very obscure, their individual power was average, and there was no eye-catching expert. Many people unconsciously glanced at Zuo Mo and shook their heads. Hong Jun Xian smirked icily. Heavy armor, they still think this is thousands of years ago. They even managed to come up with something like this antique. Who told me that they are very rich? So many from the outer hall have been killed by this group? Trash is trash. Even if they entered our Clear Sky sect, they would not be acceptable. That's true. They can't compare to Shixiang. It's easy now that Shixiang is in command. A shitty flattered. Not just Golden Crow City. Even if there was a few more, Shixiang can easily conquer them. Hong Jun Xian was content. When we take down this city, everyone's service will be repaid. Shixiang is wise. We can only benefit from association from following Shixiang. The other shitty flattered Hong Jun Xian. Hong Jun Xian's ego was satisfied like it never had been before. He waved a hand. Let's see just how useful this group of trash is. The other people's eyes all turned to Yixiang. Let's kill. Yixiang didn't waste words, and took his sword to charge at the very front. The other elders didn't speak either and tightly followed. The 1,000 Shioja didn't dare to disobey. Piercing howls sounded in the air. The light was like rain as they leapt towards the guard camp outside Golden Crow City. 10 li. No move. The silver flood that everyone had predicted did not appear. This made everyone feel surprised. Maybe the power of the formation battle watchtowers have been used up? The middle-aged person was puzzled. Or the master of Golden Crow City has full confidence in this troop? The large male's face was both shocked and doubtful. Both possibilities were extremely likely, but they represented completely different meanings. Yixiang and the elders had been planning to face the rain of hard lightning, and hadn't expected that Golden Crow City did not shoot even one bolt after flying for a while. This caused them to be overjoyed. Morale exploded. The elders that had been planning to flee instantly felt assured. The outer hall Shioja behind them instantly became confident. What they were most afraid of was the hard lightning. Now that the biggest threat was gone, the other side was just some bumpkins dressed in heavy armor. What was there to be afraid of? Yes. What was there to be afraid of? Having seen the hope of survival, Yixian's desire for battle suddenly boiled. He shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" 1,000 outer hall Shioja shouted together, "Kill!" 7 li. 5 li. 3 li. The Shioja that were diving down began magnifying with astounding speed in Shulong's vision. The Mo skill ramped up to the limits. Shulong opened his eyes. In his blood-red eyes, a dash of black energy flashed past like a black knife. He suddenly shouted, "Kill!" Translator ramblings: yes, heavy black armor is antique, just like Pu Yao and his fire beads. Stuff from 3,000 years ago. Cultivation civilization development might be slower, and in some stories, non-existent, but that is us humans going from the Iron Age to modern times. Actually, I'm not sure how cultivation society can develop. They have artificial intelligence in the form of weapon spirits, terraforming in the ability to reshape environments easily, near-instant communication, the ability to go into space and cross galaxies. Actually, do cultivators breathe oxygen or do they just feed off the energy of the universe? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 292, Little Mo Kill. Chapter 292, Little Mo Kill. Shulong ramped up his Mo skill to its limit. Countless threads of black energy rapidly burrowed inside his body. His body quickly expanded, forcibly growing more than 1 chi in height. The weathered face became vicious and authoritative at this moment, the black armor and red eyes shocking people's hearts. It wasn't just him. The camp guards beside him all shouted, each of them growing taller. What weird scripture is this? The large male gaped with wide eyes. It is not clear. The face of the middle-aged person was serious. It's a bit like the ghost general arrival of the ghost formation sect and divine staff beating technique of Diana Xiao. There are many sects that have these kind of secret methods. They had been glorious during the 1,000-year war, but not many have survived until now. Why hasn't more of it remained? This kind of secret method emphasizes killing, with less focus on cultivating the body and skills that create wealth, like forging or dam making. It's natural that they would decline more quickly, the middle-aged person explained quickly, his eyes tightly locked onto the battlefield. It was another scene in Zuo Mo's Ling eyes. Each camp guard was shrouded in black energy like numerous slender black serpents swimming around their body. An even higher-pitched howl suddenly sounded. The outer hall Xiozha simultaneously sent out sword energies. Countless sword energies of various colors were like an enormous and dense school of multicolored fish howling as they leapt towards guard camp. The scene of 1,000 Xiozha simultaneously releasing sword energies was very spectacular. Those who saw the scene all felt their hearts shake. After Shulong's bellow, all of the guard camp sank into a strange silence. The thick killing intent also disappeared. At this time, Zuo Mo couldn't help but have a shocked expression. The black energy was tightly restrained inside the big formation. It was like a wild beast that was trapped in a cage. It furiously smashed against the cage. However, Shulong and the others seemed familiar with these black energies and dismissed them, staying in their positions and allowing them to charge. It was only when the sword energy attacks had reached their heads that Shulong had shouted, "Kill!" His kill was not loud, but it had a unique rhythm, deep and restrained. The big formation of the guard camp suddenly moved. The rampaging black energy inside the formation seemed to be unwilling to be used. They furiously rampaged inside the formation, but it was useless. The guard camp wearing black armor were expressionless as they marched with determined steps. As the camp guards quickly marched inside the formation, an invisible force formed inside the formation and carried the black energy to accelerate. An enormous whirlpool appeared above guard camp. The whirlpool darkened at a rate visible to the naked eye. The dense killing intent once again was revealed. The sword energies that were like rain in the sky seemed to be attracted by a strong force and were pulled towards the whirlpool. The faces of the outer hall Xiozha changed. They lost control of their sword energies. How was it possible? The great majority of them had never encountered such a strange situation before. The rain of sword energies entered the whirlpool made from black energy and disappeared without a trace. The entire battlefield was deathly silent. Everyone looked dazedly at the enormous black whirlpool that was silently churning above the guard camp. What is that?" The large male exclaimed in shock. The middle-aged person was so shocked he couldn't speak. How was it possible? How could such a powerful formation appear in Little Mountain Jie? The master of Golden Crow City truly had extraordinary origins. If it wasn't a sect more than 700 or 800 years old, they definitely could not possess such a terrifying battle formation. Which sect did this person come from? Why did he come to Little Mountain Jie? Did he have the same goals as they did? 100 thoughts ran through his head. The expression of the middle-aged person was also uncertain. Hong Junshan looked at the enormous whirlpool and his expression changed. His interest in watching flew away. He Xiang and the others were shocked. The slowly moving black whirlpool above guard camp was like an ancient beast that could consume everything. 1,000 sword energies had silently been swallowed inside. As expected, there was something strange. He Xiang gritted his teeth. "Let's go closer. They cannot stop our flying swords." The other Xiozha had hesitant expressions, but Hong Junxian and the others were behind them. If they retreated at this time, they would definitely be executed by the sword. Only by charging forward was there a possibility of survival. The elders exchanged looks. Without wasting words, they channeled their Ling power. Seeing the situation, the 1,000 people behind them could only follow behind. What reassured them was that they were in the sky, and that strange troop clearly was not suited to flight, so they could not do anything. If they were careful, and didn't go near the black whirlpool, there shouldn't be a problem. He Xiang led the approach. His heart was slightly drumming. This troop was too strange. The black whirlpool looked extremely shocking. Their hearts beat rapidly. Unexpectedly, the whirlpool did not react to them as they neared. Maybe this whirlpool was only effective against things like sword energies? Everyone's courage grew a few fractions. They tried to go closer. As expected, there was no effect. Now their hearts were greatly reassured. The other people also saw, and for some unknown reason, the middle-aged person unconsciously released a breath. This vicious formation had given him pressure he had never felt before, pushing on his chest like a heavy rock. Such a powerful killing formation should not appear in Little Mountain Jia. Only Zuo Mo could see the profoundness involved. The black whirlpool had become even bigger after absorbing so many sword energies. Even more terrifying was that the enlarged black energy passed into the formation. The black energy inside the formation was more than 10 times as dense as it had been. Zuo Mo couldn't move his eyes away. For an unknown reason, he suddenly thought of the 9-turn sky soil disk's earth mist. The earth mist had been as heavy as a mountain, and this black energy was vicious and brutal. Inside the formation, Xu Long and the others were wrapped in thick black energy. The threads that had been like snakes before, but now it was like they were swimming in black water. The closer it was to them, the thicker the black energy. The sound of the black whirlpool was still shocking, but in Zuo Mo's eyes, it shows signs of fading. Was it? Zuo Mo's mind moved. At this time, Xu Long roared again, "Kill!" Everyone's heart jumped. Before they could respond, they heard the 1,000 camp guards roar, "Kill!" The killing intent that was let loose was like a fierce tiger that had left its cage, roaring and unstoppable. The organized troop suddenly spread out. Each platoon was like a ball of black cloud that spread into the surroundings. At the same time, dozens of black serpents flew out of the formation, twisting as their barrel-thick bodies leapt towards the outer hall Xiuzha in the air. Hiss hiss hiss. The stream of serpents hissing made everyone's scalp prickle. The spectators only saw dozens of enormous black serpents that were dozens of Zhang Long suddenly leaping out of the black whirlpool, bearing their black fangs as they charged at the outer hall Xiuzha in the air. The distance between the two sides was not far. The enormous black serpents were like arrows leaving the bow. With an unstoppable presence, it charged in front of the Xiuzha. A blurry black shadow suddenly shot before him. Xiang's head rang and then blanked. He was not the only one. None of the elders managed to react. Whoosh! A fishy wind blew past. The pain they imagined did not come. Xiang shook and suddenly woke up. He found that he was surrounded in a patch of black. A strange terror filled his heart. He swallowed difficulty. Where was this? Cold and murderous without a hint of life, he seemed to be located in a void. Loneliness and terror continued to charge at his heart's defenses like waves. Calm, he had to remain calm. This definitely was an illusion. Xiang repeatedly told himself and tried to calm down. A voice full of killing intent suddenly passed into the void. Kill! He suddenly felt an enormous pain from his back. When he lowered his head, he found to his terror a hand shrouded in black energy had emerged halfway out of his chest. Why? His mind dropped into an endless darkness. Xu Long felt the temperature inside his body was astoundingly high. He seemed to be burning to ashes. He could only grit his teeth and bear it. It was common to encounter this kind of situation when they cultivated hardship guard. Just now, he had activated the MO skill to kill Xiang in one blow. However, he did not have any joy at this moment. There was only a furious desire for battle in his heart. He once again raised his palm. His entire palm was wrapped in thick black energy. His eyes became even more red. A heart-boring pain passed from his right arm, but his arm did not shake at all. Any kind of power could not come out of thin air. To gain power, one had to pay. With a safe scripture, what was paid was time. For a quick scripture, even though it saved time, it required payment of other things. Kill! A deep roar squeezed out of his chest. He suddenly flipped his palm, his fingers turning to claws as he grabbed towards a Xiuzha in the air. A black palm left his hand, and suddenly imprinted on one Xiuzha's chest and passing through as though the dazzling Ling shield seemed to not exist. This black palm easily passed through. This Xiuzha's body shook, and then his vitality instantly disappeared as he dropped down. What the outsiders saw was a very strange scene. When the black serpents were just going to collide with the Xiuzha troop, they suddenly turned to a ball of black energy, and covered all of the Xiuzha. The Xiuzha covered in the black energy seemed to freeze like puppets in the air. Balls of black energy instantly flew out of the guard camp below them and hit the frozen outer hall Xiuzha. The Xiuzha in the sky dropped, like dumplings into a pot. When some Xiuzha were still dropping from the air, their corpses were already gray and without life. Pia. Outer hall Xiuzha continued to drop. In a few short breaths, nothing was left in the sky. No Xiuzha had escaped. The outer hall troops had all been defeated again, including all of their elders. The elders tried to struggle, but inside the black energy, they were like headless flies. They flew randomly, but still could not escape. In the end, they were hit with dozens of black energy balls. The entire battle was so short it was unimaginable, so clean and crisp it was terrifying. 1,000 people versus 1,000 people. One side was completely obliterated in the blink of an eye, and the other side had no fatalities at all. Everyone did not feel shock anymore, but instead felt terror. Deep terror. This group of people dressed in black armor was as terrifying as Yama. No, even if it were Yama, they definitely could not kill 1,000 Xiuzha so easily. Hong Junxian's face was bloodless, and as white as paper. He unconsciously opened his mouth but did not produce any sound. At his side, the calves of the other Clear Sky Sect disciples uncontrollably trembled. Even the large male and the middle-aged person had fearful expressions. Who were they? What was that black energy? What was that battle formation? Translator ramblings, no Lil Cliffy today. My reserve of chapters hasn't recovered from having house guests over. Accumulating chapters is very difficult. The Outer Hall and the Clear Sky Sect disciples present right now are overconfident, but like chess, there are only select strategic opening moves. Xian only sent a portion of the people in a first attack, which isn't a bad move since they didn't know much about Golden Crow City. It might have been possible that Zuo Mo pulled a rabbit out of the hat and would have something that could kill all of them at once if all their forces attacked the city together. Hong Jun Xian is slightly different. He wants to win, but his own forces are the Clear Sky Sect disciples and not the Outer Hall. He can only use the Clear Sky Old Forefather to threaten Xian to attack the city. But if Hong Jun Xian sent all of the Outer Hall and was also defeated, then he would be in big trouble. In terms of numbers, Clear Sky Sect would be outnumbered, and most importantly, it would be a mark against him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 293, Great Unexpected Wealth. Chapter 293, Great Unexpected Wealth. Shu Long bit down hard. The black energy was burning against his body like fire. He knew what the black energy was, it was killing essence. The Crow Fiend Mo killing formation could condense killing essence to wound the enemy, but the killing essence was like a double-edged blade. To wound the enemy, it had to first wound them. Channeling Hardship Guard to his limit, the black energy was slowly being absorbed. His body uncontrollably trembled all over. Pain and struggle was the best nutrients for this MO skill. Different than what others saw, using little MO kill was barely achievable for the present guard camp. In the usual practice, the success rate of little MO kill was not high. But today, no platoon had failed in activating their little MO kill. But Shu Long felt threads of black energy burrow into his body like worms and burning every part of his skin. He didn't dare to move. He was afraid that if he made the slightest movement, he would suddenly lose control. He was not the only one. All the other camp guards were nailed to the ground like wooden posts. They were covered all over in black energy. They gritted his teeth and bore it, furiously channeling their Nemo skill. Return to the city immediately. Inside the necklace, Puyao's voice was not shouting like he was previously, but with a rare kind of solemnity. Shu Long could not speak. He bit down harder, the black energy on his body increasingly dense. The black energy seemed to show signs of turning to flame. He couldn't even move his feet to walk. The black energy increasingly grew heavier in Olive Guard camp. Zuo Mo also saw the wrongness. Theoretically, the black energy should have dissipated by now, but the black energy inside the large formation was becoming increasingly heavy. If this continued, guard camp would be consumed by these brutal and sharp killing essences. Black water. Quick! Puyao's voice suddenly sounded inside Zuo Mo's head. Zuo Mo first stilled, and then his expression instantly changed. He flew outside the city, and sprinkled down black water. At this time, he couldn't care about how valuable black water was. He was afraid that the amount wasn't enough, and just rained down all the black water he possessed on guard camp. Each drop of black water was heavy as lead. With cracking sounds, some landed on the ground, and smashed out a small hole, dust spraying out. But when it hit the bodies of the camp guards, it was like landing in sand, instantly entering their body and disappearing without a trace. Previously, the Moon Eye Black Water Beast Zuo Mo and the others had killed was 3,000 caddies heavy. Zuo Mo had taken as much as 1,500 caddies of black water. All of that 1,500 caddies of black water was raining down on the bodies of the guard camp. Black water was a frequently used third-grade material, but that did not mean that it was so cheap. The Crow Fiend Mo killing formation caused everyone to feel terror, but when the spectators saw Zuo Mo continuously sprinkle down 1,500 caddies of black water, they almost went insane, and felt great pain. Their eyes were so jealous they were entirely red. More than 1,000 caddies of black water. Was there anyone that was so wasteful? Looking at the black energy decreasing, the expressions of pain on Shu Long and the others' faces decreased greatly, Zuo Mo felt slightly reassured. He suddenly recalled that he had 4 semi-spheres of Moon Eye. He hurriedly asked Puyao, "Are Moon Eyes useful?" Puyao was slightly surprised. "Moon Eyes are very expensive. So it means they are effective?" asked Zuo Mo. "Oh, it's effective." Just as Puyao's words landed, Zuo Mo took out the 4 semi-spheres of Moon Eye. Moon Eye! The spectators did not lack for those that recognized it, who then exclaimed, "Black water! Moon Eye! He must have killed a moon eye black water beast. Very strong. That thing is very expensive. What does he want to do? Zuo Mo put the moon eyes into the center of his palms and then scrubbed hard. Instantly, the moon eyes turned to a pile of white powder. All the exclamations suddenly stopped. They looked with abject shock at Zuo Mo's hands. Zuo Mo gently channeled Ling power into his palms. The moon eye power instantly turned to a ball of white smoke and covered guard camp. This master of Golden Crow City definitely is of uncommon origin. The middle-aged person's expression was admiring. I don't know which sect he is a disciple of. This person is very generous and has high aims. Darren may want to get acquainted with him. The large male also had admiration. To say of nothing else, it wasn't so easy to be so generous to one's subordinates. He was confident in the judgment of the middle-aged person. Without a doubt, the master of Golden Crow City definitely was the heir to an ancient and hidden sect. Such a vicious formation, such powerful subordinates, these were things only disciples of those large sects would have. What made him so certain was the 1,500 caddies of black water, and the 4 semispheres of moon eye that Zuo Mo had taken out. He was too familiar with these motions. Just this mannerism wasn't something a small sect could afford to give. Thinking about himself and his group of people throwing down the 1,000 jing to get a beauty to smile, it was embarrassing compared to this person today. So embarrassing. The large male made the decision that he would definitely request a meeting with the Lord of Golden Crow City when this battle finished. Shu Long and the others knew the value of black water in moon eye. Mist rose in their eyes. The black energy almost lost control. They had always been ordered about, beaten, and sworn at. No one had ever spent so much on them. Never before. The voice of the Darren inside the necklace sounded again. Gather your minds, return to the city immediately, move slowly. Shu Long suppressed the excitement inside. He didn't say anything, reaching out with a hand to make a motion towards the others. They slowly moved towards Golden Crow City. The city gates of Golden Crow City were wide open. Compared to the crispness and nimbleness when they jumped down from the walls of the city, they were as slow as turtles at this time and had no presence. But no one dared to underestimate them. When their eyes landed on guard camp, they would unconsciously hold a hint of terror. It was this troop that looked as slow as puppets, it was these bumpkins mocked for wearing clumsy and heavy black armor, that had just destroyed a troop of 1,000 Xiuzha. When guard camp entered the city, they went directly back to their camp to process the killing essence, black water, and moon eyes. Zuo Mo wasn't in the mood to face the others, and had the formation battle watchtowers keep up their guard. He ran to the residence of guard camp and saw the armor-wearing Xiu slaves standing like wooden posts shrouded in black energy. He worriedly asked Pu Yao, "What happened today? Is there a problem?" "Right, what formation did they use?" "Crow Fiend Mo killing formation, a type of slightly obscure formation," Pu Yao said. "It is the most appropriate to use with hardship guard. This battle formation was something it got after killing a Mo general." "It?" Zuo Mo was slightly puzzled. "That steel," Pu Yao said irritably. "Oh." Zuo Mo didn't understand but noted it down. It seemed the gravestone was as extraordinary as he had expected to be able to kill a Mo general. He continued to ask, "What happened today?" "The first skill of Crow Fiend Mo killing formation is called Little Mo Kill, that's what you saw today," Pu Yao said. "Even though it doesn't have much technique, the time they have spent cultivating is too short and it was too hard for them to use." "Then what are they doing now?" Pu Yao was slightly discontent. Originally, he had been planning to show off in front of Zuo Mo, but hadn't expected that the other had to come and rescued him. This made him feel as uncomfortable as though he had swallowed a fly. Seeing Zuo Mo stare at him, he could only twist his mouth and say, "They have received good fortune due to this calamity. The killing essence has corroded their body. To other people, it is fatal, but for them, it is a good chance to make a breakthrough. Since you have black water, and use the moon eyes, if they still can't break through, they are pigs." Zuo Mo's heart was instantly reassured. He smirked. "I don't dare to say if they are pigs. I say, old Pu, you have to be more reliable in the future. You said you wanted to manage guard camp alone, okay, I immediately consented. But look, after this long, you only practiced a dumb, the second, formation and a self-mutilation skill. Please, you are a Sky Yao, you need to take out something acceptable. A person can't be so miserly, no, a Sky Yao can't be so miserly. You even needed GE to run over for a rescue. Do you think black water and moon eyes doesn't cost Jingshi? Honored Sky Yao, it is very expensive." Finishing, he didn't look at Pu Yao's white and green face, turned, and left the sea of consciousness. Once he came out of the sea of consciousness, Zuo Mo couldn't stop himself from roaring with laughter. When he thought of Pu Yao's green and white ugly expression, he felt his body was unspeakably comfortable. After 2,500 people had fallen outside Golden Crow City, Hong Junxian, who saw it all with his own eyes, had to tuck up his tail no matter how arrogant he was. He definitely could not accept leaving pitifully like this, but he didn't dare to mount another frontal attack. He Xiang and the others had all been killed in this battle. He had paled just from watching. Where could he get the bravery? Out of helplessness, he could only set down camp and slowly brainstorm. The night came quickly. Golden Crow City, that usually was filled with light, was pitch black today. But the camp of the outer hall was lit up like it was day. They were afraid of a sneak attack from Golden Crow City. The Xiuzha that were watching from afar were waiting for the day to arrive. It seemed like nothing would happen tonight. Time quickly flowed until midnight. Suddenly, the city gate of Golden Crow City was pushed open a sliver. Lil Pagoda sneakily peeked out with half of its body, saw that no one was there, before walking out without any worry. Behind it, a row of copper puppets tiptoed as they streamed out. Each copper puppet had a cloth bag on its back. Lil Pagoda slowly flew at the front, occasionally looking around. The copper puppets leapt towards the corpses below with a nimbleness and speed completely opposite its clumsy bodies. Their movements were uncoordinated as they tore down the talismans and ling armor from the bodies of the corpses, and then put them into the cloth bag on their backs. At the beginning, their movements were extremely raw, but then they slowly became smooth. Very quickly, the cloth bag on a puppet's back was full. At this time, a gray shadow flashed past its back and flew away with the bag. The copper puppet slowly took out a second cloth bag and continued to work. On the morning of the next day, when everyone looked at Golden Crow City, they were stunned. The corpses that had been scattered on the mountain were now completely bare. This. Looking at the bare corpses on the mountain, everyone completely lost their abilities to speak. When Hong Junxian saw the scene, he didn't know what to say. So vicious. In Golden Crow City, Bowie completely sank into mania as he looked at the mountain of talismans. An exhilarated blush floated on his face, he forgot exhaustion as he started to sort the talismans. Lil Pagoda was at the side, continuously throwing talismans into its mouth. Before, Bowie had quite an opinion about Lil Pagoda swallowing talismans, but he was abnormally cooperative today. He even took out a large pile of talismans and put them in front of Lil Pagoda. When Zuo Mo saw results of Baoyi's inventory, it was like someone whacked him on the head. He felt extremely dizzy. Rich. They really struck it rich this time. So the actual phrase in Chinese roughly translates to 1,000 gold to gain a beauty smile. The idiom comes from the story of King Yu of Zhuo, who had a queen with the surname Bo that did not smile. He said that he would pay 1,000 gold to the person that made her smile. Of course, he did a lot of other things that ended up with him deposed. Gold, Jing, is changed to Jing, so it becomes 1,000 Jing for the smile of a beauty. 2, dumb, and kill, are different tones that are very close to each other and have the same pinyin but pronounced differently. So Zuo Mo mangles the killing formation into a dumb formation. Translator ramblings, no Cliffy at all. Silly bird and the rest pay for their keep, well, some of it. The scalping corpse freak makes a reappearance. There is very little to go on, but there's enough information for me to think Huang Zhuoguan was a better leader than Hong Junxian is being right now. Hong Junxian is really cautious with his life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 294, The Return of Lil Mississippi. Chapter 294, The Return of Lil Miss. The spoils from 2,500 people was astounding. Other than large amounts of normal third-grade talismans, there were also 12 fourth-grade talismans. The elders had been very rich. Of course, that cloud formation silk naturally wouldn't have been lost. The number of materials and jingshur were also very astounding. The spoils this time filled all of the date seed ship. This was an astonishing amount of wealth. So when Zuo Mo saw the inventory list Bowie gave him, he was turned dumb by such enormous wealth. However, upon further thought, he felt it was normal. The outer hall Xiuzha were wealthier than the average Xiuzha to start with, and since it was 2,500 people at once, the amount could be imagined. In the next few days, Zuo Mo was immersed in great happiness. Hong Junxian did not dare to act rashly. He had personally saw the guard camp destroy 1,000 people with the flick of a finger. He was especially wary of the deathly black energy that could ignore Ling's shields. He sank into a situation where he could not retreat. What good ideas do you have? He Junxian's eyes were bloodshot and his voice hoarse. The other shitty looked at each other. After a while, a shitty said, "There's so many Xiuzha behind Golden Crow City. Why doesn't Shi Xiang recruit them?
I saw that the state of those heavy armor shoujo wasn't so well after the battle. Golden Crow City may not be as strong as we imagine. If we can recruit more people, our chances of victory would increase. Hong Junxian shook his head. If we win and order them to submit to us, none of them would disobey. But now that victory is undecided, they will only watch. They would only obey if Master came. Everyone sank into silence again. They had been hoping to get some achievements this time. Looking at it now, there was no hope left. It was a disappointment that they would not get any achievements, but it was much better than losing their life. The strength of Golden Crow City was beyond their imagination. Unless Master personally came, they didn't feel that any faction in Little Mountain Jia would be able to conquer this little city. Hong Junxian knew what the shitty were all thinking, but he didn't have a solution at this time. It was a great misstep to have come this time. The authority that he had managed to accumulate would probably be lost this time. But he was a decisive person. He understood the only solution now was to ask for aid from Master. Before Master came, if he could preserve the power of the present outer hall, even if he did not earn any great accomplishments, he would be noted for his work. After thinking it through, he instantly made his response. Let's stay on the defensive. I'll trouble one shitty to go make a trip and send a letter to Master for me. Several shitty instantly jumped out. They all wanted to leave this nightmarish place faster. Seventh shitty happily put away the jade scroll that Hong Junxian handed over, and made his farewells. He quickly flew into the air and left on his sword. The other shitty were all discontent, but they didn't have any way around it. Seventh shitty flew the fastest among them all. Just as everyone was grumbling, a sword light flew at astounding speed towards the camp. Why has seventh shitty come back? One of the people remarked in puzzlement. They saw seventh shitty land in the camp with a terrified expression. The moment he stepped on the ground, he stumbled, his face full of panic. Second Shixiang. Second Shixiang. Not good. People are coming over. Boom, the camp instantly became a mess. All of the Clear Sky Sect disciples had expressions of anger. Had Clear Sky Sect really become a softie for anyone to squeeze? Any random person could run and shit over their heads? Hong Junxian, who had lost at Golden Crow City, instantly became angry. They really dare to rebel against the heavens. After this Golden Crow City, they all think that they are Golden Crow City. The Clear Sky Sect disciples hurriedly agreed. With a rumble, everyone rose into the sky. After resting from battle for a few days, the shoujo in the surroundings had become slightly bored. Seeing the outer hall fly into the sky once again, they instantly became alert. Were they going to continue to attack Golden Crow City? Many people secretly shook their heads. Many of them had been thinking, out of boredom, these days on how to attack Golden Crow City, but they found that this little Golden Crow City wasn't something they could swallow. Only 2 of Golden Crow City's cards had been revealed, and they destroyed 2,500 people from the outer hall. Who knew how many more tricks did they have up their sleeves? To say of nothing else, just the city walls that exuded a faint solar aura was already extraordinary. These people had all went inside Golden Crow City to buy black processing meditation mats. The dense and dizzying formations that could be seen everywhere in Golden Crow City made many shoujo that thought they were skilled in formations feel embarrassed. If there wasn't a Jindan expert, such a strong city could only be taken using lives. However, the direction the outer hall was facing seemed to be opposite to Golden Crow City. Everyone watched in astonishment. What was the outer hall doing? They saw a 700 or so troop appear in their view and understood. The news that the cadet halls of the outer hall had been attacked had long spread throughout Little Mountain Jia. Many people speculated this unusually mysterious and strong troop was very likely to be a force from Golden Crow City. The 6 divisions of Vermilion Bird Camp silently floated in the air as they faced the outer hall. Such an elite force. A bright light suddenly exploded in the eyes of the middle-aged person who couldn't help but exclaim. How so? Their numbers seem too few, said the large male as he looked with shock at the middle-aged person. It was extremely rare to hear this person praise others usually. He hadn't expected that Golden Crow City, and now this troop, would receive such high praise in the last few days. The only weakness is that there is not enough people. The middle-aged person said, Darren, look closely at this troop. The shape of this troop is not as strictly organized as the armor-wearing shoujo from 2 days ago, but in reality, it only appears loose on the outside, but is tight on the inside. This is a quality that would only appear on troops that are experienced at battle. Facing so many enemies, they are not the least bit panicked or rushed. This means that they are confident. If this kind of troop is in our sect, what could it rank? The large male asked in curiosity. It should enter the top 10, the middle-aged person said gravely. The large male suddenly changed expression. He finally started to look seriously at this troop that was only 700 to 800 people. The top 10 troops in his sect were all famous in their jia. His dream was to possess a troop that could enter the top 10, but up until now, he was very far from his goal. People who had keen eyes were not few. The biggest feeling that Vermilion Bird Camp gave everyone was a pressure that blew straight at them. They just stood there, yet an invisible pressure unconsciously spread out. Gongsun Sha glanced at the naked corpses that covered the mountain, a rock inside his heart landing. Mirth floated at the corner of his mouth. Only Shi Xiang could create such a spectacular scene. To not leave even one pair of pants behind, that was the classic style of Shi Xiang. Narrowing his eyes to look at the other side, Gongsun Sha smiled again. With his present eyes, he could see with a glance that the outer hall had been greatly impacted, their morale at a low. It seemed that Shi Xiang had been a bit heavy-handed. When the other people saw the bare corpses under their feet, all of their expressions were extremely strange. Zuo Mo received a report that Gongsun Shidi and the others had come back. He hurriedly climbed onto the lucky cloud, and took the female Shio as he slowly floated into the sky above Golden Crow City. Seeing that the expressions of Vermilion Bird Camp were slightly tired, but the morale was high, and there were no fatalities, a rock landed in his chest. He decided to exchange greetings with Shidi, but when the words reached his mouth, they instantly changed flavor. Shidi! Don't let go of any of them! Zuo Mo shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice echoed in the mountain valleys. The spectators realized at this time that this troop of 700 people was, as expected, the elite of Golden Crow City. The middle-aged person and the large male's hypothesis that Zuo Mo came from a hidden sect was reinforced by this call of Shidi. A thought floated on everyone's minds. It seemed that the master of Golden Crow City was full of confidence towards this elite force. He actually didn't want any of the enemy to escape. The grievance between Golden Crow City and Clear Sky Sect seemed to grow. Golden Crow City wanted to massacre the outer hall. As expected, this wasn't an ordinary person. Just this mannerism was extraordinary. Zuo Mo then gravely added a sentence, "They are all fat sheep. You can't let any of them go, but." Everyone collectively turned to stone. The praise on the face of the middle-aged person suddenly froze. Hong Junxian felt he would die from embarrassment. When were Clear Sky Sect disciples that led 5,000 people called fat sheep by others, and also not let any of them go? Humiliation. This was true humiliation. The faces of the Clear Sky Sect disciples flushed red. They stared hatefully at the procession of Gongsun Sha. They didn't dare to attack Golden Crow City. However, a troop that wasn't even 800 strong dared to be so arrogant in front of them, and said that they would all be defeated. Even if they went back to the sect now, they could never raise their heads in front of the other disciples. You don't need me to say anything. Hong Junxian said darkly, when has us Clear Sky Sect disciples been humiliated so? Don't worry, Shi Xiang. A Shidi's face was filled with killing intent. Leave none of them standing. We need to let them taste what it is like to leave none of them standing. Yes. At that time, we will also strip their corpses. Another Shidi viciously said. Hong Junxian said gravely, I won't say too much. If anyone dares to retreat in fear battle today, I will personally execute them. I believe that even if Master was here, he wouldn't blame me. Yes. Everyone's hearts shook as they responded together. Rongwei along with the 200 compound guards flew as fast as they could. That troop had been too fast. They had used all their power, and just managed to not lose track of the troop. The other clearly had an emergency and ignored their group, who followed behind. After flying for several days and nights, she was exhausted. However, she found it was unimaginably queer that the troop did not show any signs of exhaustion. How was it possible? Were they metal people? When she saw the mysterious and strong troop up ahead, she released a breath. She hadn't lost them. After following for so many days, she was finally slightly familiar with this troop. This was a true elite force. Even if they were in a crowd, she could easily find them. However, she immediately stilled. Because facing against this troop was a vast troop of approximately 5,000 people. Were they going to challenge an enemy who had numbers about 6 times their own? How was this possible? Were they crazy? After flying continuously for so many days, how could they still have the energy? Gongsun Sha did not notice this gaze that was filled with disbelief behind him. He gave a shy and bashful smile. The people around him shook simultaneously. These few days, Lil Mi's face had remained cold. Now he was showing his trademark smile, they felt their hair stand up on end. Do you all understand what boss means? Understood. Everyone instinctively replied. Then let's begin. In the depths of Gongsun Cha's shy and smiling pupils, a cold blade-like light suddenly ignited. Translator Ramblings, Warlord is back to edit after taking the month off to focus on graduation. The chapter title was a spoiler, but it wasn't as if no one didn't expect Lil Miss to come back. Thanks to everyone who commented. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 295, Battle General. Chapter 295, Battle General. Vermilion Bird Camp did not immediately act. They were like patient huntsmen waiting for their prey to reveal a fatal weakness. Continuous combat had caused them to mature quickly. Not just Gongsun Cha, it was also true of everyone else. In the present, they didn't need Gongsun Cha to send down orders. Every person knew what they should do. Gongsun Cha's eyes were sparkling, his face holding the bashful smile that was unique to him. He clearly had been induced to elation by Shixiang's suggestion. Seeing the smile on Lil Miss' face, everyone understood that Lil Miss was getting serious. They hurriedly became 120% alert and gathered their mind. If they couldn't complete it well, then what was waiting for them would be inhumane. They collectively shook. Everyone wiped their eyes clean, and revealed a light that made others feel trepidation. The first to act was the outer hall. The 5,000-strong army suddenly divided into 5 troops. 2 of the troops charged straight forward, and another 2 circled around to the flanks. They want to surround us? Ma Fan was stunned. Ha! Xie Shan smiled, filled with killing intent. Everyone could see that the outer hall wanted to swallow this elite force of Golden Crow City in one go. This troop from Golden Crow City is overconfident. The large male shook his head. At least this time, the outer hall didn't do anything stupid. They finally understand that their greatest advantage is their numbers. If they can bog down this troop, they can slowly grind them dead. The middle-aged person was silent. He didn't speak, but he agreed with the large male inside. Naturally, they were not the only ones who could see this. Rong Wei also saw this. She looked with puzzlement at this troop that was about to be surrounded. After following for so many days, she had her own opinion about this mysterious troop. This was a true elite troop. They were skilled in tactics, had outstanding individual manpower, was well organized, persistent, and had endurance in combat. How could such a troop make such a common and low-level mistake? They were elite, but the difference in numbers was truly too great. In the present situation, their best tactic was to use their own actions to continuously manipulate the enemy, and find chances to continuously gnaw on them. But Vermilion Bird Camp seemed to be unaffected about being surrounded. She felt pity inside. Such an elite troop would die here. She had originally wanted to have a partnership with the other. Looking at it now, she had to find another way. Just as the others were feeling pity, Vermilion Bird Camp finally moved. Without any finesse, they charged directly at the 2 troops that were flying at them. Everyone was filled with bewilderment. The 2 troops that were directly in front of them added together was nearly 2,000 people. It was the direction that had the greatest number of people, and should have been the least likely choice to make a breakthrough. But Vermilion Bird Camp chose to directly break through. Acceleration. Acceleration without any hesitation. In the sky, tearing howls rose. Ma Fan and Xie Shan lead the first charge. They instantly attracted everyone's gaze. Ma Fan's illusory movement method was at its highest. The howling in his ears gradually faded as they were left behind him due to his fast speed. In the sky, a string of afterimages blossomed, and then were dissipated by the members that followed tightly behind him. He didn't need to look to know that Xie Shan was definitely near him. They had partnered up multiple times and were very in sync with each other. His speed was so fast he could not even see the faces of the enemy clearly. He bent his head down, and he focused while the flying sword appeared in his hand. The enemy neared at a shocking speed. The battle intent that was simmering inside his body reached a peak in an instant, the Ling power already prepared erupting out through the flying sword. Shadowless Sword of Destruction. The intimidating sword essence gathered at the tip of each sword energy. With long afterimages trailing behind, the sword energies flickered bright and dim. The 3 Xiozhi targeted by the sword essence changed expression, and fled to the 2 sides in panic. Xie Shan had the highest cultivation, but in terms of talent in the sword and comprehension of sword essence, Ma Fan was the number 1 in Vermilion Bird Camp. Each sword essence would create 3 to 5 afterimages that made it hard to determine which was real and which was not. The sky full of sword energies made a person feel unable to dodge.
The dot of sword essence at the tip of each sword energy was extremely pure and unable to be destroyed. When every outer hall Shouja faced it, it felt as though the sword energy was pointed directly at their brow. Their hearts were stunned. The outer hall Shouja retreated to the two sides like a retreating tide everywhere Ma Fan passed. The Ling power of Xie Shan's body was channeled to the extreme. The pressure exuded by a terrifying cultivation of over 180 Jing was enough to drive a person insane. The outer hall Shouja suddenly thought of that terrifying Mingmai third stratum Shouja that had almost destroyed Nanshang village on his own. The spectators rumbled and flew into the sky to look with shock at the battlefield. Each person could clearly feel the waves released by Xie Shan. A Ningmai third stratum Shouja with a cultivation surpassing 180 Jing was the peak existence in Ningmai. However, the middle-aged person next to the large male favored Ma Fan more. It is rare for someone so young to possess such a pure sword essence. In the future, he would easily become an expert. If there is a chance, it is good to recruit him. The large male disagreed inside. In the sect, there were many shitty who possessed such power. He lacked interest in Ma Fan. The middle-aged person knew that the large male was thinking, and sighed inside. In his view, the fact that Ma Fan could cultivate such a pure sword essence in such an environment was enough to prove his outstanding talent. The disciples from the sect were good in their strength, but how much Lingdan and wondrous medicines had been used to build that up? However, he did not persuade further. Another who had the same view as the middle-aged person was Rong Wei. However, she knew the power of Vermilion Bird Camp and did not have any intentions of recruiting the other. However, the shock she had increased. This troop was filled with all sorts of talents, and was even more powerful than she had imagined. She suddenly glanced at the male that was floating on the lucky cloud above Golden Crow City. Just now, she had heard him shout shitty. Was he the one in charge? When her gaze landed on the mask-wearing female Shio next to the male, she had a strong feeling that the power of this female Shio wasn't simple, though she could not see it. This group of people were not simple. The expressions of the Clear Sky Sect disciples were all ugly. The strong combatability shown by Ma Fan and Xie Shan caused the outer hall Shouja to retreat. No one dared to block them for an instant. Quickly, for Clear Sky Sect disciples charged at the two people at the same time. Xie Shan snickered, the flying sword in his hand rising as he suddenly accelerated. His entire figure turned into a smear of multicolored light as he charged towards the four. In sync, Ma Fan's figure swerved and left the four people behind but still charging forward. Behind him, Nian Lu instantly took his place. Beside Nian Lu, Lei Peng had a snarling smile as he charged at the four Clear Sky Sect disciples that Xie Shan was covering. Beside Lei Peng, the other expects all moved forward, brimming with murderous intent. They didn't give anyone the chance to fight on their own. Taking advantage of Xie Shan trapping the disciples, the saber and sword energies of Lei Peng and the others silently flashed by. A line of blood simultaneously appeared on the throats of the four people. Their eyes were wide, terror frozen on their faces as if they wanted to say something. No one paid attention to them. None of the Shouja from the Sky Peak platoon looked at the four Clear Sky Sect disciples and raced past them. Having gotten rid of what was behind him, Ma Fan was alone as the head of the arrow. His wrist shook and the sword energies that had been prepared long ago, pew pew pew, were like a sword energy rain. Everyone suddenly felt their vision light up. The sword energies carried a sky-covering presence as the keen sword essence covered everything. Everyone felt their scalp prickle, and their expressions changed. Their minds stolen away, they instinctively dodged. Sky Peak platoon was like a burning hot blade slicing through butter. Without any resistance, it easily divided the troops in two. What was following tightly after was the 6 divisions of Vermilion Bird Camp. Different from the unparalleled keenness of Sky Peak platoon, what the 6 divisions displayed was power. If Sky Peak platoon was a sharp knife, then the 6 divisions were 6 heavy hammers, 30,000 caddies heavy, and unable to be stopped. In front of the 6 divisions, the 2,000 people were like paper mache, and easily penetrated. When they passed, they left behind a straight line of bloody rain. In the blink of an eye, the situation of the battlefield instantly reversed. Everyone gaped. Having broken through and messed up the ranks of the 2,000 people at the front, the advantages of the two sides instantly reversed. At this time, Vermilion Bird Camp held the advantage. This. Countless people gaped. They looked dazedly as Vermilion Bird Camp broke through the ranks of 2,000 people in an instant. That was 2,000 people. That number was 3 times that of Vermilion Bird Camp. The Shouja that lost organization were like headless mosquitoes moving in random directions. It was useless no matter how Hong Junxian shouted enraged. The faces of the large male, the middle-aged person, and Rong Wei changed at the same time. Their eyes were keener and more acute. The collision between the two sides had just been a short instant, but this short instant had given them too much of a shock, and too much content that they needed to digest. More than 10 shoujo that comprehend sword essence. If it was just based on numbers, the large male shouldn't be so shocked. There were many disciples inside the sect that comprehend sword essence. But those were disciples. When these disciples entered the battalions, they were the backbone. To use experts that comprehended sword essence to specially construct a little troop for charging. He had never heard of such a thing, much less seen it. It was too luxurious. The large male felt he was almost going insane. He started to doubt. Was his sect really a large sect? Why did he feel he was poor? Rong Wei looked at the chaotic battlefield in the air. She had made a high estimate previously about the combat abilities of this troop of 700 or so people, but after seeing them fight with her own eyes today, she found that she had greatly underestimated them. Battle General. This was definitely a troop that possessed a battle general, and a battle general that was not of a low rank. The brutal and sharp charge was like a blade that accurately dismembered the opponent. The cooperation and support between each troop, including their advancing paths and the timing of attack, was flawless. Rong Wei felt cold sweat stream down. The Marquis had done his best to teach her. She had also learned how to be a battle general. Otherwise, the Marquis would not have sent her on this mission. As early as when she was 15, she had received the Green Bronze Battle General Medal from the licensing office. Her talent had been astounding. Comparing herself to that young person, she secretly rejoiced that she hadn't hung that Bronze Battle General Medal on her waist. She looked from a distance at the young person that was tightly guarded in the middle, and felt it was hard to comprehend. From childhood, what she had heard the most of were praises of how talented she was. Today, she had personally seen a young person who wasn't much older than her, but was much more skilled than she was. Gongsun Sha did not detect that someone was looking at him. His eyes were like stars in the night spreading a glowing light. Constantly paying attention to the changes on the battlefield, he suddenly spoke. Prepare to begin. Translator ramblings, there is 5 troops, 2 at the flanks, 2 attacking from the front, and 1 at the back. Clears Kaisek Disciple Scoff. I like how Gongsun Sha's ragtag army of sword show is such a blow to the worldview of Rong Wei and the large man. But it is survival of the fittest. Only the relatively strong survived the chaos, then there was Lil Miss training camp, then there was the sword formation, so these people are strong for their category. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 296, Silver. Chapter 296, Silver. After such a charge, over 500 of the 2,000 people had been killed. Scum, Lei Peng's voice was full of scorn as he said and continued, so many people but they can't even stop one wave. Nian Lu said unconcernedly, isn't this better? Otherwise, we would need to have spent more effort. Careful that we can't finish boss mission. We're really going to kill all of them? Lei Peng grumbled. You think? Don't think you can get out of it. Nian Lu brushed the bangs in front of his forehead as he said, boss said it in front of this many people. If we can't finish, hee. We cause boss to lose face, that means we cause Lil Miss to lose face. If we lose Lil Miss face, you don't need me to say the rest. I know that. Lei Peng adopted the mannerism of one looking for defeat. I just feel that there is no joy in defeating this kind of enemy. Enemy? Oh, you are wrong, they are just fat sheep. The pleasure in killing fat sheep is to strip them, not defeat them. The two didn't have the time to chat. Lil Miss orders quickly passed over. The two rapidly gathered their minds and turned around. Vermilion bird camp that had just thrust their way to the back lines of the enemy had suddenly turned and charged back. The chaotic mess of over 1,000 shoujo that had just been scattered by the charge instantly started to wail. Lacking effective organization, they ran in all directions in panic. But there was no place to escape. They immediately met the Vermilion bird camp shoujo that had already sneaked their way to the flanks. After a few dozen were killed in a row, the rest of people were scared half to death and turned to run. The platoons that swam at the ranks did not pursue them. They were only responsible for hurting the shoujo that were preparing to flee back into the big group. The Vermilion bird camp that had turned back to kill seemed to be herding sheep as they continuously herded the 1,000 people that had been robbed of their courage. Hong Junxian's limbs felt cold, his expression hopeless as he stood dazedly in the sky. He continuously saw the outer hall shoujo move past him, their faces filled with terror and hopelessness. All of his setup had been disrupted. The outer hall shoujo that came flooding into the remaining 3 troops. Terror quickly spread. The troops that had already had low morale instantly collapsed, they had been routed. On top of the lucky cloud, Zuo Mo looked at the chaotic battlefield. He couldn't help shaking his head, and said, "This kind of troop is only strong on the surface." He then smiled, and snickered, "It's all ours." The female Xiao stood by him like a wooden mannequin. Zuo Mo actually was just talking to himself. He didn't hope that the female Xiao would give a response. If the female Xiao suddenly talked, he would definitely be scared. The Vermilion Bird Camp's simultaneous shouts of surrender to not die could be heard from far away. The hopeless outer hall Xiaozhe all surrendered so easily that even Zuo Mo was shocked. The direction of the entire battle was unexpected to everyone. Even Zuo Mo and Gongsun Cha almost couldn't believe that more than 4,000 people could give up resisting so easily, and collectively surrender. The other people were stunned. The middle-aged person was the first to respond. He shook his head and sighed. What the outer hall does is not righteous in the end. A troop constructed in this manner had nothing to speak in terms of discipline. There's no problem usually, but if they encounter danger, they cannot withstand a single blow. The large male objected, "If it is the elite from our sect, it is unknown who will win." The middle-aged person smiled while he spoke, "The elite from the sect can compare to this troop, but what about the battle general?" The large male stilled. 1,000 soldiers were easy to obtain, but one general was hard to request. It was hard to raise a battle general. There were rarely those that could come out of the wild. Only large sects would be able to educate some. Of all the licensing offices, the Battle General Licensing Office was always the least populous, but after the incident at Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia, the Battle General classes were as common as rain. Of course, those were just to con people of Jingshi. But from the side, it was possible to see the desire of all sects regarding battle generals. Presently, battle general had become the most popular and employable profession. The sect had 3 or 5 battle generals, but they only had bronze medals. The battle general of this troop definitely was not just a bronze-ranked general. The level above bronze medal was the silver medal. Each silver battle general was a rarely found talent. The price to recruit a silver battle general was even higher than a Jindan sword show. Was he a silver battle general? The large male stared at Gongsun Cha's bashful and delicate face. He almost couldn't believe it. Rongwei was just as shocked as he was. However, Rongwei wasn't just postulating, she was sure of it. She herself was a bronze battle general, and had a more accurate judgment of Gongsun Cha's skill. This young person with a shy and bashful smile like that of the neighbor's little boy definitely was a silver-ranked battle general. Clear Sky Sect really kicked a medal board this time. Rongwei stared at the battlefield without a word. Behind her were the shocked faces of the compound guards. Her gaze suddenly landed on the black young person sitting on the lucky cloud. That was the master of Golden Crow City. She imperceptibly furrowed her brows. The master of Golden Crow City seemed to be admiring the bare feet of the female. She hadn't expected him to be a lusty person. She felt pity inside. The future of such a young silver battle general was unlimited, but he was under the command of such a lusty person. She felt great regret. Zuo Mo stared at the perfect bare feet of the female Xiao, saying to himself, "Tell me, will Clear Sky Forefather come this time?" After the previous experience with the 9-turn sky soil disc, Zuo Mo's relationship with the female Xiao had unconsciously become closer. Even he didn't seem to realize it. The bare feet of the female Xiao would unconsciously attract his attention. At the beginning, he had been slightly embarrassed, but afterwards, he found that the female Xiao did not care at all, so he did it openly. This was in pursuit of beautiful things. Zuo Mo's reason was righteous. He should probably come soon. Zuo Mo didn't move aside his eyes as he spoke to himself. Clear Sky Old Forefather. The female Xiao was silent. Gathering the spoils was a very familiar practice for Vermilion Bird Camp. Bowie also hurried out of Golden Crow City to help. It didn't even take 2 hours for all of the captives to be completely stripped clean. The spectating Xiaozhe all watched with burning eyes. They wanted to go and get some benefits as well. However, after just seeing the strong combat capabilities of Vermilion Bird Camp, no one dared to act. When Hong Jun Xian and the other Clear Sky Sect disciples were taken to Zuo Mo, each of them only had their pants left. "If you dare to even harm one of our hares, the old forefather won't have mercy on you," a Clear Sky Sect disciple said severely. Crazy, Zuo Mo rolled his eyes. Look at the situation, saying these words, did he not want to live? Hong Junxian suddenly shouted at this disciple, "Shut up." He dismissed the disciple and turned to Zuo Mo to say, "We are all core disciples of Clear Sky Sect. If Sir can give us a way to survive, we are willing to pay an appropriate price." Zuo Mo's eyes lit up. Nothing was more attractive to him than Jingshi, but his mouth went, "Oh, but you do not have anything right now. Please give me a paper crane."
This one believes the price will definitely satisfy, sir.
Hong Junxian recovered his previous calm.
Zuo Mo thought, and then shook his head. Why? Hong Junxian instantly started to panic.
If the other did not agree, then his little life was in danger.
He thought the other was unsatisfied. 200 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi? This price. The shitty and the surroundings all inhaled sharply as they looked in disbelief at second Shixiang.
None of them had expected second Shixiang to be so wealthy.
Where had second Shixiang gotten this much Jingshi from? Zuo Mo still shook his head. And half of the profits from the outer hall.
Hong Junxian said painfully, Sir should also know how much the outer hall can earn in a year. If Sir allows us to survive, the outer hall is still under our control. Second Shixiang, you're crazy, a Clear Sky Sect disciple couldn't resist saying.
Shut up. Hong Junxian's face was black, tendons bulging. Do you want to die here? The other people instantly stopped talking.
Hong Junxian was like a gambling addict that had lost everything.
He looked at Zuo Mo. How about it? Zuo Mo still shook his head. What do you want? Hong Junxian was almost going insane.
To kill Clear Sky Old Forefather, Zuo Mo said calmly. All the Clear Sky Sect disciples first stilled and then laughed as though they had heard an impossible joke.
Hong Junxian almost couldn't breathe from laughing so hard. After a while, he stopped and said with a mocking smile, Don't joke. You want to kill Old Forefather? Just you guys? I feel that you should consider my previous suggestion. Zuo Mo said with interest, Oh, what? Our power isn't enough? It's not just that it isn't enough.
Hong Junxian said with a cold smile, Old Forefather has Jindan cultivation, his power limitless. You may have some power, but in front of Old Forefather, you basically have no room to move.
How about it?
Consider my suggestions, people have to be realistic. A hint of pride unconsciously came onto Hong Junxian's face.
Zuo Mo did not have any interest in wasting words with them. He turned and left. Everyone's perspective was different.
Hong Junxian and the others could not understand many of his thoughts. He waved his hand without turning his head. Don't keep these people, make sure they won't come back to haunt us in the future.
Hong Junxian and the others' faces instantly turned as pale as paper.
After such an encounter, Golden Crow City's name had truly spread through Little Mountain Jia. The rise of this group of people in this city was completely without warning.
No one knew their origins.
But even the dumbest person knew that the final battle between Golden Crow City and Clear Sky Sect was coming. No matter if it was the Black Processing Meditation Mat or this big battle made it so the two could only fight to the death. After this great battle, the gates of Golden Crow City remained tightly shut and under heavy guard.
No one knew what was happening inside the walls.
The sounds of explosions occasionally came from inside the city. Some shoujo that were daring desired to fly up into the sky to look, but they were almost killed by the hard lightning released by the formation battle watchtowers. The Golden Crow City that was entirely preparing for battle made the other shoujo feel the tenseness of the situation even more. There was no one within 100 li of Golden Crow City. Even though they wanted to see with their own eyes like they did previously the great battle that was coming, but they didn't dare this time. Coming from Clear Sky Sect this time would only be one person, Clear Sky Old Forefather.
The only Jindan remaining in Little Mountain Jia.
The following days were cloudy and unspeakably foreboding. A storm was approaching.
Translator ramblings, battle generals have their rankings but the author did an oopsie on the naming.
In this chapter, it is moon silver but over the rest of the story, he always used white silver. Then there is green copper before that, and in the future, these is yellow gold. To simplify things, and to avoid having to figure out if it is moon silver or white silver, I am just using bronze, silver and gold. It is also somewhat superfluous to repeat the color of the metal for silver and gold. Bronze is copper with tin added and it turns green if buried, which is what the Chinese used to name bronze.
Poor Hong Junxian. He doesn't get it.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 297, Hardship Guard Armor. Chapter 297, Hardship Guard Armor. Good. Good. Good.
Clear Sky Old Forefather said the word good repeatedly, unrestrained killing intent spilling out around him. In the sky above Clear Sky Sect, the clouds and winds suddenly changed. The black clouds were dark like lead. All over the sect, all the disciples shook in fear. I had never thought that the line of succession of Clear Sky would end in my hands. Clear Sky Old Forefather looked at his palms that were smooth like those of an infant, his voice as calm as water, but the killing intent in the surroundings was becoming increasingly heavy. He raised his head, his eyes cold. I was just in seclusion for a few months, yet so much has changed.
The heavens! Even if it is the will of the heavens, they cannot stop this old forefather.
He stood and his eyes scanned the disciples that were standing with their heads bowed below him. If I have still not come back in 10 days, you shall all run for your lives, but... When he finished, he did not wait for anyone to react before disappearing from the hall.
The atmosphere inside Golden Crow City was nervous.
In the sky above guard camp, a black energy covered the sky and did not dissipate for days. The Shouja from Vermilion Bird Camp guarded the gate. Their eyes all held hints of shock. The sharp killing essence was so thick that even they did not feel comfortable. They could not understand how those weak Shouja slaves could become so terrifying after just a few months. Zuo Mo nervously looked at the field and the rows of camp guards lined up in rows. After returning back to Golden Crow City that day, Shu Long and the others had maintained this position motionlessly for 10 days. The thick killing essence on their bodies made them look like the gods of slaughter that came from hell.
The black energy around each person was restlessly moving.
Shu Long's black energy was so thick that it was not possible to see his figure or features, they were completely covered by the black energy.
Are they all right? Zuo Mo was very worried. If they can make it through, then they'll be fine.
If they can't, then all that is left for them is death. Pu Yao's voice was unconcerned, but Zuo Mo could still hear the thread of nervousness contained inside.
All of this killing essence needs to be completely absorbed into the body?
And no one knows everything about the profound mysteries of essence.
Mo emphasized slaughter, and their killing essence is the strongest.
Their killing essence can become tangible, which is quite a coincidence. However, for them, this opportunity to make a breakthrough is slightly early.
I don't know if they can make it through.
At this time, Shu Long's body suddenly started to tremble, the black energy that shrouded his body fiercely moving restlessly.
It has started. Pu Yao exclaimed. Zuo Mo's heart rose.
The black energy was like slender worms that continuously burrowed into Shu Long's body. Shu Long's shaking increased in magnitude. Killing essence corroding the body is the most difficult barrier. Pu Yao stared fixedly at Shu Long and said rapidly, their bodies are naturally weak.
If they want to keep cultivating, they must get through this gate. If that guy was still alive, this would actually be the simplest matter. Zuo Mo didn't dare to move away his eyes.
People were not plants, it was impossible to be emotionless upon familiarity. No matter what thoughts these Shou slaves had, he could clearly feel the trust they had in him. Every single one of them were willing to put their lives on the line for him. The battle outside Golden Crow City had proven this. It would be false to say he was not moved. No matter what, he didn't want anything to happen to Shu Long and the others. These last few days, any materials and talismans that were necessary, no matter how expensive, as long as he had it, he unhesitatingly gave it to them. He didn't dare to have great hopes for their breakthrough. He hadn't cultivated for a long time, but he still understood the importance of a solid foundation in cultivation. Shu Long and the others had very shallow foundations. The possibility of a breakthrough was not high. He only hoped that nothing bad would happen to them. No matter how great of a favor he did for Shu Long and the others, they had fought using their lives for him once. Zuo Mo felt that they had repaid him. Even more, he had never felt that he had done any great favors for Shu Long and the others.
Shu Long's body shook like dice.
The black energy streamed through his nostrils and his skin. The black energy around his body became faint, and his features started to gradually become clear.
Zuo Mo couldn't help but make a sound of surprise.
Shu Long's features had changed greatly. The weariness on his face had disappeared, the wrinkles had disappeared. He appeared much younger. The skin was black and shiny like they had been polished with oil.
Zuo Mo was filled with wonderment.
When Shu Long was young, he had been very handsome. A high nose, a knife-sharp brow, a structured face, deep-set eyes, and tightly pressed lips. The flavor of weariness had disappeared to be replaced by a feeling of deep maturity. At his forehead, there was a black crystal.
Zuo Mo noticed that some time ago, Shu Long's outside was covered by a suit of shiny black armor.
The black armor was connected with his body, tightly pressed against his body, and almost enclosing his whole body. Pia, the black heavy armor was brutally pierced through sheer pressure. Compared to the golden armor guards, Shu Long's black suit of armor was tighter and more exquisite. It gave the feeling of stability yet was filled with strength.
Guard armor.
Pu Yao's voice was filled with surprised joy.
What is guard armor?
When hardship guard is cultivated to a certain level, they will create guard armor.
This suit of armor has many abilities.
When their cultivation deepens, they will be much stronger. Pu Yao said excitedly, when they break through to the next level, they could gather killing essence to form weapons.
By that time,
Zuo Mo's heart was filled with joy. He felt happy for Shu Long. Shu Long's breakthrough seemed like a signal. The other camp guards successively created their guard armor. This process continued for 10 whole hours. In these 10 hours, Zuo Mo didn't dare to leave for an instant. When the last camp guard finished his breakthrough, Shu Long's tightly closed eyes opened. The gaze was as bright as a star and as deep as a star was distant. He lowered his body in a bow, a greeting that Zuo Mo had never seen before. In the name of the hardship guard, to follow Darren, never leaving or abandoning. Shu Long's voice was completely different than before, deep and resonant, pleasing to the ear. In the name of the hardship guard, we follow Darren, never leaving or abandoning. 1,000 hardship guards bowed at the same time. Zuo Mo was stunned. Rong Wei hadn't retreated far away like the other Xiuzhe. She was looking from a distance on a peak. On a peak nearby there was a large male and a middle-aged person. Other than that, there were some other scattered Xiuzhe, the great majority of which were Ningmai third stratum Xiuzhe. It was a rare chance to personally see Jin Dan fight. This wasn't guidance, or sparring, but a battle to the death. Up until now, no one had seen the mysterious master of Golden Crow City fight. The only offensive move would probably be activating the Skyring Moonchime formation. However, other than seeing that his skill in formations was extremely deep, it was not possible to see anything about his power. It would be seen in this battle. Rong Wei had other thoughts. Truthfully, she didn't favor the master of Golden Crow City. Clear Sky Old Forefather was a person that even the Marquis was slightly wary of. His power was not so simple. Only Xiuzhe that knew Jin Dan would know how strong a Jin Dan was. To say of nothing else, but the movement speed would leave Ningmai in the dust was enough for a Jin Dan to be undefeatable. The difference in casting spells was a difference in the nature of power. Fighting using numbers was not something that could be used against Jin Dan. This meant that Golden Crow City was fated to only defend. It also meant that Clear Sky Old Forefather would always have the initiative. It was a terrifying matter for a Jin Dan that had the initiative and did not lack attacking moves. Rong Wei definitely would not enter into this battle. She didn't have any qualifications. However, if Golden Crow City was defeated, based on the Marquis's face, she may be able to save that Moon Silver battle general. It would be too much of a pity if such a young Moon Silver battle general died here. And if she took the chance to recruit him. That was the idea she had. She reflexively looked at the large male and the middle-aged person nearby. She detected the origins of these two would not be small. Inside, she hoped that these people did not have the same idea that she did. Otherwise, another battle of slaughter could not be avoided. Even more importantly, if the old forefather discovered that young person was a silver battle general, they didn't have to think of the matter anymore. Old forefather would either recruit him or kill him. There was no reason to let such a talent work under someone else. This plan would only succeed if Clear Sky Old Forefather was ignorant. Suddenly, a wave rippled across the sky in the distance. A vast presence that could not be stopped covered all of Skystar Mountain Range. Everyone's expression changed. They felt their body freeze, and were shocked. He had come. The golden light of Golden Crow City suddenly brightened, countless golden energies leaping up and swimming like fish. They moved to cover the sky above Golden Crow City. Each formation battle watchtower lit up with silver lights. In a blink of an eye, all 36 formation battle watchtowers were alight. A golden hoop rose into the sky spreading a burning golden light. Countless golden threads dangled off, and a faint Buddhist chanting could be heard. Clear Sky Old Forefather seemed to appear out of nowhere in the sky above Golden Crow City. Hair loose, he looked to be in his 40s, but his skin was like that of an infant. A snowy white robe was carelessly tied on his body. He faintly glanced at the people hiding at a distance to watch the fight. Everyone felt their hearts uncontrollably jump, and were even more shocked. The authority of a Jin Dan was fierce. "Little Miss Rong, is the Marquis well?" The Clear Sky Old Forefather faintly opened as though he was speaking of daily activities. Rong Wei could only come out. "With the good fortune of Old Forefather, Marquis is well." "Oh, then why is Marquis trying to fight for this little Jia with me?" Clear Sky Old Forefather's voice was still faint. Rong Wei felt her breathing stop and almost fell. Her scalp pricking, she could only say, "Old Forefather is joking. With Old Forefather here, Marquis won't disturb you." Marquis only heard that Stars in Daytime has appeared in Little Mountain Jia, and sent the servant to investigate. Before coming, Marquis had especially ordered this servant to first inform Old Forefather. "Oh, so that's how it is," Old Forefather nodded. "After this matter, I will go visit the Marquis. If you wish to see this battle, go back 50 more li. The tone that Clear Sky Old Forefather spoke to her was very warm, but for some unknown reason, Rong Wei's heart froze. She didn't dare to hesitate, and hurriedly retreated 50 li back.
Everyone else, retreat 100 li, Clear Sky Old Forefather said lightly, in 10 breaths.
Otherwise, don't blame this old forefather for being impolite.
The atmosphere in the air was instantly as heavy as mountains. The other people were even more shocked and retreated in panic.
The large male and the middle-aged person's expressions couldn't help but change.
They exchanged a look, and retreated at the same time.
No one dared to disobey a Jindan.
At this time, Clear Sky Old Forefather's gaze casually turned to Golden Crow City.
Translator ramblings, the point of view switch was very abrupt for this chapter, but we finally get Clear Sky Old Forefather out of his seclusion. This time, it definitely is a lil cliffy. Cultivation makes you young again. The most extreme mako ever.
No need for expensive treatments, no more injections, no more painful surgeries. Regain your youth in 5 simple steps at almost no cost at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 298, Insanity. Chapter 298, Insanity. Who killed Zhuo Guang? Clear Sky Old Forefather's voice was not loud but could be heard from far away. With Clear Sky Old Forefather stalking outside, Zuo Mo didn't dare to idly relax on the lucky cloud like he did previously.
However, this did not stop him from feeling scorn. Go finally knows why the people from Clear Sky Sect waste so many words.
It starts at the top. Snort, several people couldn't resist laughing out loud. The tense atmosphere instantly relaxed.
Zuo Mo may have been speaking so, but he was actually very nervous inside. Wu Kong Sword Sect had 4 Jindan experts, but he had never seen any Jindan expert release their presence without any restraint. Even that day that Wei Sheng entered Juji, Xian Yen Shirbua had not used all of his power.
The pressure Clear Sky Old Forefather gave Zuo Mo was like a whole mountain pressing down. He almost couldn't breathe. Jindan was just as terrifying as he expected. He didn't have any interest in wasting words.
Since the two had gotten to this step, they didn't need any excuse to fight.
What first diplomacy, then war, wasn't that just nonsense? Formation battle watchtowers, attack together. Zuo Mo gritted out the order. The silver light of the 36 formation battle watchtowers exploded. Hundreds of bolts of hard light covered Clear Sky Old Forefather like raindrops. Slightly interesting.
Clear Sky Old Forefather smiled easily, his figure suddenly disappearing from his spot.
Hundreds of hard lightning bolts missed and vanished into the sky. Hiss, Zuo Mo couldn't help but inhale. Such a fast speed. His consciousness could not catch Clear Sky Old Forefather's speed. It was the first time he had encountered a situation like this. The other Shioja in Golden Crow City all paled. No one could keep up with the speed of Clear Sky Old Forefather. He was so fast that even the hard lightning was slightly slower. Even Zuo Mo had predicted that this battle would be extremely difficult, but it seemed the level of difficulty far surpassed his imagination. Without needing Zuo Mo to give the order, the second wave of hard lightning shot towards Clear Sky Old Forefather. It was ineffective. Zuo Mo silently shook his head. The other was too fast, so fast that even the hard lightning could not catch up. As expected, Clear Sky Old Forefather disappeared from his spot again. Couldn't catch him. Zuo Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. That wasn't right. Clear Sky Old Forefather suddenly appeared in front of a bolt of hard lightning and raised his palm. ZZT ZZT ZZT.
The hard lightning seemed to have been stopped by an invisible wall that did not allow it to advance.
It stopped at a place 3 CUN from his upright palm.
Clear Sky Old Forefather calmly reached out to pinch the hard lightning.
Pia pia pia.
The explosive hard lightning sounded and the snake-like electrical energies wrapped onto his finger.
Clear Sky Old Forefather seemed to not notice it. He put the hard lightning bolt in front of him and examined it. The flashing silver electricity reflected on his face, suddenly light and then it went dim. The idea is clever, very rare, very rare. A hint of shock came onto Clear Sky Old Forefather's face. Other than surprise, he seemed to have admiration. As his words landed, 2 white and narrow fingers pinched. The hard lightning bolt between the fingers was squeezed into countless pieces of electricity and dissipated between his fingers. Golden Crow City was in a deathly silence. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Terror came onto Zuo Mo's face. That was hard lightning.
Using fingers to crush hard lightning, that wasn't possible.
Zuo Mo's mind was blank. The strength of Clear Sky Old Forefather was far out of his imaginations. He stood there, dumbstruck. Clear Sky Old Forefather wasn't in a hurry. He asked faintly, who built the formation battle watchtowers? They can be spared from death. Zuo Mo gradually recovered. Thinking about how stunned he had been, he was slightly embarrassed. So he was this afraid of death. The surroundings were deathly silent. Golden Crow City was completely suppressed by Clear Sky Old Forefather. Some people even had expressions of hopelessness. Zuo Mo's gaze accidentally swept across the female Shio beside him. Just like usual, the female Shio was silently standing beside him like a wooden person. She was completely unaffected by Clear Sky Old Forefather. Zuo Mo was even more embarrassed. Gu wasn't even as good as a woman. He raised his head and gazed at Clear Sky Old Forefather floating in the sky. His anger suddenly erupted like fire. This guy looked quite fine, but his intentions were extremely malicious. In this guy's eyes, the lives of other Shioja were not even worth a jingsher. The more Zuo Mo thought, the angrier he became. If it wasn't for this guy, he would have left Little Mountain Jet a long time ago. He wouldn't be worried and frightened every day like he was now. Gu will play with you to the end today. Zuo Mo became determined. Terror and fear instantly flew away. Continue to shoot. Zuo Mo ordered murderously. The other people stilled. Continue to shoot? But that was completely ineffective. However, when their gaze met Zuo Mo's vicious gaze, they instantly shook. Boss was going all out. They became fully alert, and their terror of Clear Sky Old Forefather instantly dissipated greatly. The formation battle watchtowers lit up again. Scorn spilled out of the corner of Clear Sky Old Forefather's eyes. The light brightening, the hard lightning shot at Clear Sky Old Forefather again like raindrops. Do not stop. Zuo Mo's shout could be heard by the entire city. The Shioja in the formation battle watchtowers put their all in as their hearts shook. The hard lightning was like rain, and extremely loud. A light laugh passed from within the torrent of hard lightning. Not one bolt of hard lightning managed to touch the hem of Clear Sky Old Forefather's clothes. This time, he did not disappear from his spot, but nimbly dodged among the hard lightning rain. For some unknown reason, his speed did not appear to be quick, but not one hard lightning bolt could hit him. When Clear Sky Old Forefather's light laugh landed in the ears of the Shioja in the formation battle watchtowers, it instantly enraged all of them. All of them furiously channeled Ling power into the formation battle watchtower. The light of the 36 formation battle watchtowers was so bright one could not look directly at them. The hard lightning was even more heavy like a storm. With a savage presence, it head over. Key. The light laugh of Clear Sky Old Forefather clearly passed into the ears of everyone present again. Zuo Mo's tightly pressed lips suddenly curved slightly upwards on one side. Clang! In the sky above Golden Crow City, the Buddha sound hoop suddenly released a ball of golden light. The lingering Buddhist sound rose up. An invisible ripple suddenly spread with Golden Crow City as the center. The killing move of Skyring Moonchime Formation, Moonchime Soundstorm. Clear Sky Old Forefather, who had been composed from the start, suddenly froze in surprise. Unable to dodge in time, a bolt of hard lightning hit his face. Pia! Electrical snakes danced on his face. The body of Clear Sky Old Forefather froze. Pia! Several more bolts of hard lightning hit his body in succession. Boom! The writhing electrical snakes collided with each other, and released a blinding light. Clear Sky Old Forefather was completely covered by the hard lightning, and it was hard to make out his figure. Ha! Zuo Mo was very excited and wanted to jump up. The reason that he had ordered the formation battle watchtowers to continue to shoot was to give Clear Sky Old Forefather the impression that the formation battle watchtowers were their biggest support. His mind was connected with Lil Pagoda. The timing to which the Moonchime Soundstorm was activated was perfect. So what if he's a Jin Dan? Didn't GE just trick him? Zuo Mo was very smug and felt unspeakable comfortable, like he had eaten a ginseng fruit. However, he didn't hope that the hard lightning was enough to kill Clear Sky Old Forefather. The other's actions of crushing the hard lightning proved that hard lightning of this degree could not cause fatal damage. However, after this successful attack on Clear Sky Old Forefather, the morale of the troops rose. The heavy pressure that was previously present in the city was swept away. Everyone's faces showed excited expressions. While most of the Shioja inside Golden Crow City were Ningmai, and was just a level from Jin Dan, but 90% of the people had never seen Jin Dan fight before. Every action that Clear Sky Old Forefather had made had all been to show how strong he was, so strong that it made people feel hopeless. Zuo Mo used his actions to prove that Jin Dan could be hit too. Everyone was greatly motivated. Every one of them believed that this battle might be unparalleled in difficulty, but they did have a chance at victory. They did not fear that battle would be difficult, but they were afraid all of their efforts would be all for naught. The silver light dissipated, and Clear Sky Old Forefather once again appeared in front of everyone. When they clearly saw Clear Sky Old Forefather's state, everyone roared in laughter. Clear Sky Old Forefather's robe now had some holes like that of a beggar. What really set them off uncontrollably was the black burns on his face. Zuo Mo roared with laughter. He suddenly flew into the sky, his right hand raised up high as he shouted at everyone in the city, "Everyone, listen well. Shout with me." Everyone stopped laughing. They raised their heads, furiously gathering their Ling power. Excitement and exhilaration was on everyone's faces. Zuo Mo turned around, and faced Clear Sky Old Forefather. He took a deep breath, pointed with his finger towards Old Forefather, and hollered, "Old Fart." The 7,000 or so people inside Golden Crow City used all their strength to shout at the same time, "Old Fart." The simultaneous shout of more than 7,000 people was so loud that even the mountain peaks trembled, and the echoes reflected back. Zuo Mo's eyes were glaring angrily. Using all the strength in his body, he shouted again, "Don't show off." All of Golden Crow City followed in shouting, "Don't show off." Zuo Mo shouted at the top of his lungs, "Show-offs get struck by lightning." Everyone felt the blood in their bodies shoot towards their heads. Without thinking, the Ling power in their bodies channeling to the limit, more than 7,000 people shouted angrily in unison, "Show-offs get struck by lightning." The shout passed into the surroundings. A sound wave exploded with Golden Crow City as the center, the sound not any less than the previous, Moonchime Soundstorm. The entire mountain valley was echoing, "Struck by lightning, ing. Zuo Mo felt unspeakably great. His hands on his hips, he threw his head back and laughed, "Ha ha 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 ha." An excited blush was on everyone's faces. They all copied Zuo Mo in putting their hands on their hips and throwing their heads back to laugh. Ha 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 ha. The laughter of more than 7,000 people was filled with excitement and bravado, able to be heard from far away. Rong Wei gaped and was stunned. The middle-aged person's face was filled with shock. However, the large male was very excited, repeating to himself, "So great. So great. This is so great." Green and white intermingled on Clear Sky Old Forefather's face. All of the calmness, the mannerisms of an expert was thrown to the back of his head. His hair loose, his eyes gleamed viciously like a poisonous snake waiting to strike. Zuo Mo seemed to be completely mad at this point. He raised his hand again. Everyone saw his hand motions, and suppressed their own voices. Golden Crow City became so silent that the sound of a needle landing on the ground could be heard. Zuo Mo's eyes were entirely red, and he said murderously, "Brothers." He paused slightly and then exploded, "F*** him." The thousands under him didn't even think as they shouted together, "F*** him." Zuo Mo felt all the emotions inside reached a peak. He suddenly increased his volume again as he raged, "Kill him." Everyone was glaring as they hollered together, "Kill him." The killing energy was so much that the sky changed color. Translator ramblings, warm-up is over. What to do when you face a great enemy? Swear at him and have a chorus with you. Someone brought up the question of Zuo Mo's present skin color as I translated it as black and shiny. In Chinese, the word for black usually describes someone who is tanned and dark-skinned. It might throw you a bit off to think Zuo Mo might be inky black at this moment, since most Chinese fantasy stories usually have main characters with black hair, black eyes, and pale skin. Zuo Mo has jade metal head as his Mo physique. If you think back to his Diana body cultivation, his skin was tinged gold. So when Zuo Mo's skin is described as shiny, I attributed it to the jade metal head. With jade, there are connotations of white or green depending on your favorite kind of jade. The important part here is that the jade metalhead should not turn his skin tanned, dark, or black, so the darkness has to come from somewhere, or rather, the black energy of the gravestone. The gravestone has been meddling with Zuo Mo's body. Since the black energy is black in color, I translated Zuo Mo's skin tone as black, which is also the more literal translation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 299, The Great Formation and Sonic Lightning Walnut. Chapter 299, The Great Formation and Sonic Lightning Walnut. The clear sky old forefather felt an angry energy roiling restlessly inside his chest. Without a care to anything else, he took out his flying sword and said darkly, "You all will die." Before the sound landed in Zuo Mo was even able to see the appearance of the flying sword disappeared from in front of clear sky old forefather. Everyone in Golden Crow City felt the entire sky start to slowly spin. Everything in the surroundings started to become blurry. Zuo Mo suddenly remembered that Huang Zhuguan used the sky sword essence. Then clear sky old forefather's sky sword essence would probably be multiple times as pure. Damn it! It would be better if the guy would fly a bit closer. Zuo Mo glanced at clear sky old forefather that was still far away from Golden Crow City and had to admire the person. Even though he was so angry, he still kept his calm. As expected of a Jindan expert. The spinning sky suddenly lit up with many dots of light like countless stars being ignited. A feeling of extreme danger came into Zuo Mo's mind. He didn't dare to be careless, hurriedly activating the formation. Countless formation scripts suddenly lit up on the walls of Golden Crow City like complex flower patterns. A half-transparent golden ling shield wrapped Golden Crow City inside. Everyone's hearts eased slightly. At this moment, they heard Clear Sky Old Forefather say clearly, "Land." The dots of light above their heads lit up, and countless swords of light fell from the skies like a rainstorm, crashing against the ling shield of Golden Crow City. The ling shield trembled heavily. The sharp sounds of collisions were as rapid as raindrops. Everyone felt their hearts jump at each sound. Zuo Mo pulled Shu Long over. "Use the move you used last time." Shu Long understood and hurried back to the ranks. Shu Long's long hair flying, the black crystal on his forehead, and his eyes bent down. He shouted gravely, "Kill!" Threads of black energy erupted from their bodies at an astounding rate. In the blink of an eye, the ranks of guard camp were covered in a black energy that blocked out the sun. As the black energy rose, it was not affected by the ling shield, and gathered in the sky above Golden Crow City. A ball of restless black clouds covered all of Golden Crow City. The raindrops of sword energies instantly became invisible as they landed in the black cloud. The Clear Sky Old Forefather showed surprise again. Even with all of his knowledge, he did not know what powerful spell the other was using. In the Zuo Mo Sea of Consciousness, Pu Yao unconcernedly said to the gravestone, "This old fart, just a Jindan and he dares to posture in front of this Sky Yao. He doesn't want to live." His eyebrow rose, and he snorted, him. He suddenly found his tone when he said this was truly too much like Zuo Mo. He instantly chose to close his mouth. As a Sky Yao, copying other people's way of talking, especially Zuo Mo, made him feel he was losing face. It's just a pity that Shu Long and his group has only cultivated for a short amount of time. Otherwise, so boring. Pu Yao said to himself. For the first time, Clear Sky Old Forefather had a serious expression. It had been a scheme of the other that had caused him to be struck by the formation battle watchtowers. But this black cloud clearly was some kind of spell or formation. This was true power. To be able to stop the attack of a Jindan Shouja, it truly could be called powerful. It didn't seem too much like a spell. With a Ningmai cultivation, it wasn't possible to cast such a powerful spell. The only thing he could think of was formations. But a normal sect couldn't possess such a powerful formation. This group of people probably had mighty origins. Clear Sky Old Forefather's heart jumped. He wasn't afraid of this group of Ningmai. Even if he had to kill all of them, it would just take him some more time. What he was worried about was if he killed the young ones, the old one would come. With the wealth of Clear Sky Sect, they didn't have such a powerful formation. If an even more powerful expert came, then he would have a terrible ending. Clear Sky Old Forefather knew how much he was worth. Being a ruler in an out-of-the-way place like Little Mountain Jie was achievable, but if he was in the larger Jies, he would never get a turn. However, he turned his thinking around. Since the grievance between the two had already been set and could not be resolved, the best solution was to kill this entire group and prevent the news from spreading. Thinking about this, the viciousness in his eyes grew, and he was filled with murderous intent. He had spent great amount of time on Clear Sky Sword Scripture. Other than this flying sword, he had nothing else on his body. He reached out with his finger, and a sword energy multiple Zheng Thick shot down. The sword energy seemed to collide with the black cloud when it suddenly turned to countless tiny sword energies that nimbly went around the black cloud and smashed on the ling shield of Golden Crow City. Clang! The countless sword energies were like countless transparent snakes that hit the ling shield at the same exact moment. When the sound of the collisions gathered together, it was one sound that entered everyone's ears. The ling shield of Golden Crow City shook fiercely. Zuo Mo's expression changed slightly. He controlled all of Golden Crow City, and he was aware just how strong this attack had been. If something like this came a few more times, the ling shield of Golden Crow City would collapse. He bit his lips tightly. Shouja at Jindan were too outrageously powerful. What was the grade of this old fart's flying sword? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. At this point, there was no time to think, they could only bear it. Clear Sky Old Forefather flew in the sky and didn't land at all. He was too far away and so they couldn't use any other moves. His mind suddenly moved. Pointing above his head, he shouted at Shu Long, "Can you change that to a different shape and cover the ling shield?" Shu Long grimaced and didn't dare to speak. The Crow Fiend Ammo kill formation was at its limit, the black cloud slowly started to land. In the end, it landed on the ling shield. Following that, it started to fall against the Ling shield. After a while, it completely covered the Ling shield. Everyone felt the sky darken and the city was in darkness. Clear Sky Old Forefather saw this and was overjoyed. This way, didn't they trap themselves inside? The black cloud might increase the defenses of the Ling shield, but they had blocked their own sight. Even he couldn't see what was inside the black cloud. He didn't believe the other could see. Idiotic. However, this was the difference in strength. The difference between the two sides was too great. The murderous intent in Clear Sky Old Forefather's eyes reached a peak. How could he miss such a good opportunity? He didn't seem to move but suddenly disappeared from his spot and appeared dozens of zhang above Golden Crow City. Looking at Golden Crow City under his feet that was wrapped in the black cloud, a cruel smile was on his lips. All of you should die. He raised his palm. A flying sword as blue as the sky appeared at the center of his palm and floated silently. He gently pushed up. The flying sword turned to a blue light, flew into the sky and disappeared. Suddenly, a bright dot of light appeared in an extremely distant place far above his head. A smug expression came onto his face. How long has it been since he used this move? Too long. His famed killing move appearing again. It really was emotional. No one could stop this killing move, no one ever had. Golden Crow City was soon to disappear, to be forcefully erased from Skystar Peak. He felt a slight bit of regret. Truthfully, he liked this little city a lot. It was a truly enchanting little city. But everything would be destroyed. The smile on his face suddenly froze. He saw the mountain peaks across from him suddenly shake vigorously. Large patches of earth shifted in rock slides and revealed the granite underneath. What was this? His body was suddenly restrained by an enormous force. The air in the surroundings seemed to become solid and heavy. He tried to move his body. Each movement became extremely difficult. He felt as though he had landed in an enormous spider web. Trap! His head rang and blanked. Immediately after, large burst of lava sprouted out of the earth and slowly advanced along the hills. He saw a soul-shaking scene underneath his feet. There seemed to be an invisible red pen drawing out vivid red lines among the mountains. These lines were determined in their advance as they created a strange picture. Clear Sky Old Forefather felt there were countless strong and heavy chains tying him tightly so he couldn't move. At this time, the black cloud outside Golden Crow City had dissipated. The damned person flew into the sky. Zuo Mo was very proud inside. Did you think GE couldn't see? Ga has Ling Eye, understand? But he knew this wasn't the time to celebrate. His hand flipping, a sonic lightning walnut covered in golden patterns appeared on his palm. Sonic lightning walnut. Clear Sky Old Forefather saw the sonic lightning walnut in Zuo Mo's hands. His expression changed dramatically. Zuo Mo didn't waste words, raising his hand and smashing it at Clear Sky Old Forefather. Boom! When the sonic lightning walnut left Zuo Mo's palm, it turned to a golden ball of flame the size of his face surrounded by countless silver electrical energies. The sound of the explosions continued, and was extremely shocking. Clear Sky Old Forefather's eyeballs almost fell out. This guy actually used sonic lightning walnuts to make one-use talismans? Was this guy crazy? Sonic lightning walnuts were 4th grade materials. He suddenly reacted, and his soul almost left his body. Damn it! This was a 4th grade material. He didn't have the attention to spare for preparing his killing move. The flying sword turned to a stream of light and shot at the sonic lightning walnut flying at Clear Sky Old Forefather. Before he could rejoice, he saw another sonic lightning walnut in Zuo Mo's hands. The surface was covered with golden patterns, just like the previous one. Clear Sky Old Forefather instantly turned white. He couldn't spare the energy for anything else. He furiously channeled his Ling power to break from his restraints. All the Ling power inside his body was used. His figure started to move bit by bit. After a while, the speed increased greatly. Seeing the situation, Zuo Mo knew this was the most important moment. Disregarding the pain in his heart, he threw and then another walnut appeared in his hand. In one go, he threw out more than 10 sonic lightning walnuts. The golden balls of fire carried a savage presence as they headed for Clear Sky Old Forefather who was moving at turtle speed. The sky filled with the sound of explosions like countless waves of lightning rolling past and caused the mountains to shake. Clear Sky Old Forefather's complexion could not be described by white any longer. He didn't have the bravery. He had never seen someone forge sonic lightning walnuts into one-use talismans. How wealthy was that person that he dared to do so? Boom! Clear Sky Old Forefather's flying sword accurately struck a sonic lightning walnut and exploded. Zuo Mo felt light explode in his vision. The light was so blinding that only golden light remained in his eyes and he was unable to see anything else. Boom boom boom. Zuo Mo's eyes could only see golden light, so bright that he was blind. He felt an enormous beast had charged at him, and his entire body was thrown into the air. He was dumbstruck. Translator ramblings, earthquake. Drop, cover and hold. For those of you asking why Zuo Mo was so chatty, he wanted the guy enraged and closer to the city. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 300, Sacrifice. Chapter 300, Sacrifice. Zuo Mo barely managed to steady himself. It was the female Shio that reached out a hand to catch him. Blood was streaming out of his ears and nose. His face was white, the Ling armor and clothes all torn to pieces. The power from the explosions of more than 10 sonic lightning walnuts was far outside of his imagination. Nothing was left at Clear Sky Old Forefather's position. Thinking about that terrifying power, and the strength that could topple mountains and flip the seas, Zuo Mo's calves shook. In a flash, he thought about the first time he had used a Yin fire bead. Ga had been careless. The Yin beads he had made in the past were second grade. The stalagmite fire was also a second grade fire, but the power of the Yin fire bead forged was already great. How could the power of something forged through sonic lightning walnuts and golden crow fire be weak? They were all fourth grade. The golden thread lightning walnut forged from 2 types of fourth grade materials using the Yin fire bead forging method was unparalleled in its power. If he had been even the slightest bit closer, he would have. He felt fear, but since they finally killed Clear Sky Old Forefather, he hadn't risked his life for nothing. Suddenly, a feeling of danger came into his heart. He reflexively raised his head. An enormous shadow carrying a threatening presence dived down at astounding speed from the sky above his head. Clear Sky Old Forefather hadn't died. Zuo Mo's expression changed dramatically. Go die. A shout filled with fury and murderous intent exploded above his head. Clear Sky Old Forefather's clothing and Ling armor and completely broken apart. His hair loose, there was blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth, and his left arm had disappeared. The power of the sonic lightning walnuts had almost destroyed his soul. Under such an emergency, he had used a secret technique at a cost of 3/10 of his cultivation, and had barely managed to escape. But even so, his losses were painful. His left arm had been broken and his flying sword had been destroyed. His most painful loss was the loss of 3/10 of his cultivation. This meant that his cultivation could collapse at any moment and return back to the stage of Ningmai. How could he not be furious? The loss of cultivation was every Shioja's greatest fear. Today, he definitely had to cut these people into pieces. There was only this one thought in Clear Sky Old Forefather's mind. Clear Sky Sword Scripture was pushed to its limits. The sky above Golden Crow City seemed to solidify. In an instant, the sky seemed to become a vast piece of transparent crystal. Clouds, dust, sunlight, everything was solidified in that moment, motionless and lifeless. Sunlight could not pass through the solidified sky. It created an enormous shadow that covered all of Golden Crow City. The silent killing essence caused everyone to feel terror. Ping! The clear sound of crystal breaking. The solidified crystal-like sky suddenly became covered in a web of cracks. The cracks grew at a rapid rate as though there was an invisible hammer continuously striking this piece of crystal sky. Shu Long was stunned. The road they walked was the one of killing essence, and they were most sensitive to killing essence. At this time, they could not attend to anything else. He shouted, "Kill!" The hearts of everyone in guard camp shook, and they shouted simultaneously, "Kill!" The black cloud rose and turned to a black python several dozen zhang long and several zhang thick. With a hiss, it viciously leapt towards Clear Sky Old Forefather who was above Zuo Mo's head. Clear Sky Old Forefather was not alarmed at all. With a cold laugh, he pointed with a finger. Whoosh! The crystal sky covered in cracks above his head turned to large patches of transparent fragments that spun as they turned to a sword essence twister that dove at the black python. Clear Sky Sword Scripture, shattering sky. Boom! The two enormous entities collided without finesse and created an earth-shaking sound. The pitiful Zuo Mo was thrown up again by the wave of air. Damn it! Several Sky Sword essence pieces left bloody marks on his body. He disregarded the pain and looked towards the battlefield. He couldn't help but inhale sharply. Countless crystal-like fragments of sword essence floated in front of Clear Sky Old Forefather. He was bleeding from his mouth and nose. In the collision against the black python, he hadn't escaped unscathed, but his gaze became even more vicious. When Zuo Mo met Clear Sky Old Forefather's gaze, his heart instantly shook. The other was going all out. Shu Long's figure shook, and he gave a muffled grunt, his face pale. The other camp guards staggered and collapsed as though they were drunk. Pu Yao's anger inside the necklace could not be restrained. Trash! You group of trash! One Jindan makes all of you this sorry-looking, how can you live in the future? I, the honored Sky Yao, cannot have such trash under my command. A grimace came onto Shu Long's face. They had just made a breakthrough. They needed a period of time to acclimate themselves with their bodies. Their loss this time really hadn't come at a good time. His eyes suddenly widened, and he had a joyous expression. At some unknown time, the female Xiao appeared behind Clear Sky Old Forefather, and pointed. There was a chance. Everyone had ecstatic expressions. They had all seen with their own eyes before how powerful the female Xiao was. The female Xiao was definitely the strongest person in all of Golden Crow City. She finally acted. For some unknown reason, Zuo Mo's heart suddenly sank. The purple light in the female Xiao's eyes were as bright as two balls of purple fire. It was the first time he had seen the purple light in her eyes be so bright. Ha 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 ha. All of you, die. Clear Sky Old Forefather laughed madly. The shattered crystal sky above his head suddenly collapsed. Countless transparent sword essence fragments flowed down like an avalanche. Countless fragments passed through Clear Sky Old Forefather's body in bursts of blood. Clear Sky Old Forefather did not feel the pain and continued to laugh. Zuo Mo's head rang. A suicidal attack. He wanted them to perish together. The area of the sky multiple mu large above Golden Crow City had completely collapsed. Countless, vast, and ethereal sword essence fragments with an unstoppable presence fell from the sky. Countless sword essences penetrated Clear Sky Old Forefather's body. They turned from glowing and transparent to becoming blood-stained glass. The vast and ethereal sword essence suddenly had a presence that was determined and tragic. With the sky as the sword, using the body as the guide. Blood sky. Everyone's face became pale. It was a terrifying matter if a Jindan Shioha decided to take everyone to the gates of hell with him. Watching from afar, Rongwei's expression changed. There was only one thought in her mind: Golden Crow City was finished. The large male and the middle-aged person changed expressions at the same time. A thought simultaneously flashed through their minds: Golden Crow City was finished. There was no difficulty for a Jindan Shioja to use a secret technique to release an attack with all their power without regard for the consequences. As a result, fights between Jindan were more cautious. If one side was pushed to the precipice, their last attack before death was extremely terrifying. Even Rongwei and the others had never seen a Jindan expert go all out. Rongwei was stunned. She was very knowledgeable, but the power of Clear Sky Old Forefather was far beyond of her predictions. Even among Skywater Jez Jindan, Clear Sky Old Forefather's power would definitely rank among the top 3. At this time, she suddenly understood why the Marquis was so wary of Clear Sky Old Forefather. For some reason, she sighed inside. They admired Golden Crow City for pushing a Jindan to the point they had to fight using their life. It was just a pity. The entire sky above Golden Crow City was pulled in. All of the sword essence had completely lost control. As Clear Sky Old Forefather laughed crazily, his entire person exploded into a ball of bloody mist and was completely sucked into the uncontrolled sword essences. An area 50 li in radius around Golden Crow City was completely covered. What made people feel hopeless was that any movement method would be ineffective in leaving the area covered by the sword essence. They couldn't even escape. Unless they also were Jindan and had high-grade movement methods could they escape this calamity. The sky covered everything with the blood-colored sword essence and was unavoidable. Lava flowed among the 7 mountain peaks. Golden Crow City seemed to become hell. Damn it! Hopelessness floated on Zuo Mo's face. Suddenly, his side darkened, and a figure appeared in front of him. It was her. The female Xiao was covered in bloody marks. Blood had soaked through many parts of her clothing. That pair of perfect bare feet was even more heart-moving in the patch of blood. Some time ago, the mask on her face had been destroyed and revealed her hideous face. Zuo Mo first stilled. When he wanted to speak, the female Xiao suddenly flew over his head. Her arms were open like a big bird, her face raised, and her entire body consumed in the purple flame. She was like a moth flying towards the fire, heading straight for the blood-colored sword tide that was crashing down. The purple fire was burning so high they could not make out her figure. For an unknown reason, Zuo Mo's chest suddenly felt extreme pain. His tears uncontrollably flooded out, large teardrops falling down his face. What was going on? Who are you? The tears blurred his vision, his chest was in great pain as though something was going to erupt. His ears could only hear the howls of the sword essence covering the sky above his head that had formed a flood and had an appearance of an apocalyptic disaster. Pain. Time suddenly became extremely slow. The extreme pain at his chest was so clear at this moment, like a thread of flame burning constantly. Under that sword essence wave, the figure covered in the purple flame was as minuscule as dust. So painful. The pain burned every one of his nerves. He couldn't suppress it any longer, using all of his strength to shout, "Errorf!" The enormous pain was like a tide, coming in brutally and sweeping his entire body. He didn't seem to detect that the bright red lava flowing down the mountain seemed to be pulled up by an invisible hand. In the blink of an eye, the lava wrapped around his legs. The damaged great formation on the ground suddenly lit up with a red light. The damaged formation actually managed to still activate. The golden light of Golden Crow City exploded. The lightning from the formation battle watchtowers exploded. The Shouja inside discovered to their shock that the formation battle watchtowers were completely out of their control. Lava, golden light, and hard lightning headed furiously towards Zuo Mo. Ah! Zuo Mo angrily yelled. His entire body was covered in the lava, hard lightning and golden light were flashing occasionally between the lava. The abnormal change disturbed everyone. Shu Lan's expression changed. Just as he thought to move, he heard the Darren inside the necklace shout, "Don't disturb him." He stilled and then had a joyous expression. Within the lava, Zuo Mo felt his consciousness and fleshly body had been separated. He could clearly feel the enormous pain in his body, but at this time, he was like a spectator watching over it all. He could see the 5-element glass bead shaking violently inside his body. He saw the figure above his head that was completely enveloped in the purple fire. She was looking at him. At this point, Zuo Mo could see through the purple fire and the lava without any effort. He could see very clearly. He saw a pair of clear eyes filled with joyful surprise and longing. Translator ramblings, so many Lil Cliff, yes, running around recently. For the second time, Zuo Mo makes a bomb and then screws up with it. Last time, he just defused it, this time, he gets wounded in the explosion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.